Alright, as far as I know, there isn't any item that can completely resist the yin pulse energy. I'll try to find a few trustworthy people to ask, but don't get your hopes up too much, Melanie replied. Fang Heng nodded. Okay, I'll go back to the Bone Tower to find the ancient lodestar first. Let's split up. The two agreed on a time to meet again and swiftly went their separate ways. Before executing the plan, Fang Heng prepared to visit the ancient lodestar again. The true requirement of the mission was to seal the souls of the Holy Court strong and deliver them to the ancient lodestar. It's easy to seal ordinary souls, but Viona's soul, that wouldn't be so simple. A regular container couldn't contain the powerful soul of the saint. As a precaution, Fang Heng sought the help of the ancient lodestar in advance. Outside the Frosty Fort, on the edge of a street in an alley, a group of people lay in ambush. When they saw a man and a woman with hoods leaving the Frosty Fort, an unusual look flashed in their eyes. He's coming out. That's right. It's him. Fang Heng. Even though Fang Heng was wearing a hood, his figure and subtle movements were unmistakable. The squad leader, Hook, confirmed the target as Fang Heng and immediately gestured for everyone to hide in the corner of the street, afraid that too much scrutiny would draw Fang Heng's attention. Hook leaned against the wall, feeling uncertain. Since Fang Heng was imprisoned in the Frosty Fort, he had been tasked by the Karoti Trading Company to watch over him. Hook had initially thought that Elder Yazek was being overly cautious, but now, this nearly impossible event had happened. How did Fang Heng manage to do it? No one had ever escaped from the sealed-off Frosty prison before. Report to the leader immediately. Yes. Another subordinate hesitated for a moment and asked, Captain, should we follow him? Follow. What a joke. If you don't want to die. Understood. Hook cursed these foolish subordinates. The fact that Fang Heng single-handedly dealt with their entire team, even emerging unscathed from the sealed Frosty prison, how could Fang Heng be an easy opponent? Hook peeked out from behind the corner again, watching Fang Heng's distant figure, wiping away the sweat on his forehead. Luckily, he wasn't discovered, saving his own life. Captain! Something's happened. Nearby, another subordinate rushed over, looking panicked and flustered. Just as Hook had eased his worries, he tensed up again and quietly asked, What's going on? Calm down. The squad leader Hook thought his subordinates were a bunch of useless people. Fang Heng had already left. What else could cause such panic? After taking a breath to steady himself, the subordinate said, Captain, while I was observing at the quartermaster's place, I noticed that the recommendation letter for Galona suddenly disappeared. What? Hook was also shocked and quickly asked, Are you sure? Did you see it clearly? Who exchanged it? The sweat on the subordinate's forehead intensified, shaking his head repeatedly. I swear, I've been observing there without moving an inch. Just a few minutes ago, I confirmed that the item was on the exchange list. But when I checked again, it had disappeared. I definitely saw it. No one entered the quartermaster's hall during that time. End of this chapter. Chapter 1604. Revenge Hook was also shocked by what he heard. Disappeared into thin air. How could that be? Except for the days when the ice prison was open to the public, very few people usually entered the ice fortress within the fortress. Not to mention the military officials' hall. During this period, the only person who entered the ice fortress. Hook's heart started pounding violently. Fang Heng. What a coincidence. He happened to meet Fang Heng leaving the ice prison and entering the ice fortress. And then Mrs. Galona's letter of recommendation disappeared. Could it be him? After Fang Heng left the ice prison, he immediately transformed into a bat form, preparing to go to Katanther to find Instructor Gulwo. It took him more than an hour to reach the nearest city, and through the teleportation array back to the city. Fang Heng rushed all the way to the Tower of White Bones. Instructor Gulwo was not seeing anyone today. Under Fang Heng's insistence, the undead servant led Fang Heng into the Tower of White Bones. Instructor Gulwo, stepping into the room. Fang Heng slightly bowed. Instructor Gulwo glanced over Fang Heng and nodded gently. He had a good impression of Fang Heng and had always admired him, which was why he was willing to make time to see Fang Heng despite other matters. Why the rush to find me? Have you encountered any trouble? Yes, Instructor. It is related to the mission of advancing talents. Gulwo frowned at the words. Fang Heng, you are too impatient. The greatest advantage of us Necrosclers is our long life. It is a long battle, and being impatient is not a good thing. Rushing things poses higher risks than steady progress. Don't be in a hurry. It is most important to slowly improve your strength, gradually accumulate power, and one day you will find. Guo paused for a moment and smiled. You will find that your enemies have already perished due to the withering of life, and the troubles that lie ahead may no longer be considered troubles. You can seek revenge on their descendants. Fang Heng's mouth opened slightly. The reasoning seemed to make sense. But for him, time was only 3 days. It was like having a large cake in front of him. Once the 3 days were up, the cake would shrink several times. That feeling was like having millions of ants crawling over him. It was unbearable. Instructor Guo, due to some important events that have occurred, Fang Heng took a few steps forward, leaned closer, and whispered a few words to Guo's ear. After hearing Fang Heng's words, Guo's pupils suddenly dilated hundreds of times. His expression was somewhat surprised as he asked, "You have controlled Saintess Viona?" "Yes, fortunately, I have not failed. He really did it." After the initial surprise, Guo looked at Fang Heng with a somewhat relieved expression. Initially, he was reluctant for Fang Heng to lay hands on the Saintess. He thought Fang Heng's strength was not enough. But Fang Heng surprised him, and quickly at that. And the most difficult part was that Fang Heng was still so young. Guo sincerely felt pleased to have a promising junior in the field of necroscholarship. Of course, what made him most pleased was that both Fang Heng and he were both looked down upon by the Holy See. Within the necroscholar faction, they belonged to the revenge faction. "Teacher, please help me." "Well, indeed, your concern is valid. Viona, being the Saintess of the Holy See, has a very high level of strength. Even if her soul has not completed the awakening of the Saintess's power, an ordinary soul sealing bottle might not be able to completely seal her. However, Fang Heng, the soul sealing bottle I am providing you with is not ordinary. As long as it is not stored for a long period, keeping it within 8 hours, I can guarantee that the soul sealing will not have any problems." Fang Heng shook his head upon hearing this. "Teacher, I'm afraid the power of the soul sealing bottle is still not enough." Guo furrowed his brows. He felt that Fang Heng was a bit too cautious. "It is enough, Fang Heng. The Saintess's soul has not yet awakened, Instructor Guo." Fang Heng interrupted. "What I want to seal is part of Viona's sacred power that has been released." Guo's expression suddenly changed, and he stared intensely at Fang Heng. Fang Heng looked back at Guo, his expression unchanging. He had made a decision, and even had a perfect battle plan in mind. It would be a waste to directly take down Viona. The advantage must be maximized. Ever since sealing Shengtao with the divine restraint space in vase, Fang Heng had conceived a plan. And after discovering Viona's resurrection stone, Fang Heng was completely convinced of this idea. Saintess Viona's sacred soul power awakening required the purification of evil. Coincidentally, Shengtao had utilized demonic powers. It had been confirmed from the Bishop of Vaz's notebook that Viona killing Shengtao herself could activate the hidden power within her. Perfect. He also needed to deal with Shengtao. Doing it himself might even exacerbate the contamination on his body. Let Viona handle it. A win-win situation. It would be too detrimental to simply kill Viona. Wait till she awakens part of the Saintess's power. Let her mature, and then kill her. Guo's pupils contracted suddenly, astonished by Fang Heng's ambition. For some reason, his heart, which had remained calm for hundreds of years, couldn't help but be slightly excited by Fang Heng's planning. Guo lowered his head, pondered for a moment, and reached forward. The pitch-black Book of the Dead suddenly appeared in front of him. Guo pulled out 3 pages from the Book of the Dead. These are special runic papers that can enhance the effect of soul sealing. Stick them on the soul sealing bottle to enhance the sealing strength. With these, it is enough to seal Viona's soul. Guo handed the runic papers to Fang Heng and nodded. The more sealing papers, the better. 3 sheets have a threshold value of effect. Increasing them further will gradually diminish the efficiency. Thank you, teacher. You're welcome. I also look forward to the day when you complete the mission. In addition, 1 runic paper requires 1 kilogram of dust of malice. You must promise me that the runic papers cannot be used by outsiders. Fang Heng glanced at his backpack. Indeed, nothing comes for free. He would have to exchange them. Fortunately, after a period of hunting monsters with the Rand Merchant Association, he had a large amount of dust of malice in his backpack. To be safe, exchange them all. Thank you, teacher. I need about 300 runic papers. Gulwo. Hint. Players consumed 178 kilograms of Dust of Malice. Players receive runic papers, soul sealing enhancement, asterisk 178. Hint. This item is tradable. If the player trades the item, it will decrease Instructor Gulwo's favorability. Teacher, there is one more thing. I want to find equipment or weapons that can resist the aura of the Yin Pulse. Are you interested in the Yin Pulse? Upon hearing about resisting the aura of cold ice, Gulwo thought of the Yin Pulse. Yes? I'm afraid I can't help you with that. I don't know much about the Yin Pulse, and I have never been to the ice prison. You can try to find other instructors in other towers to think of a solution. Feng Heng felt a bit disappointed. Thank you, teacher. End of this chapter. Chapter 1605. The letter of recommendation quickly arrived, and Feng Heng left the Tower of White Bones with a full backpack of runic paper. Going down the stairs, Feng Heng went over the entire process of dealing with Fiona again. There was still the source of the yin vein that needed to be cleaned up. He needed to find an item that could resist the yin vein energy. Time was running out. Once time was up, Sheng Dao, trapped by the divine space seal, would break free. By then, the entire plan would fail. Feng Heng pondered and checked his backpack again. Oh right, the letter of recommendation he had just received. He could start by looking for Ms. Garona. Ms. Garona had always been interested in the yin vein. Perhaps she could provide some useful information. Feng Heng left the Tower of White Bones and followed the address on the letter of recommendation to the city teleportation array, teleporting into the undead capital of the Planos world. On the letter of recommendation, the address marked by Ms. Garona was located in the Undead Research Institute in the central city. Entering the main city, Feng Heng followed the map to find his way. At the entrance of the Undead Research Institute stood several undead acolytes. One of them walked up respectfully as Feng Heng approached. Esteemed scholar, this is the Central City Sanctum Research Institute of Planos. Please provide your proof of identity for entry and exit. I'm here to find Ms. Garona. Ms. Garona is the honorary chairwoman of the institute, and she does not wish to be disturbed by outsiders. Do you have an appointment or relevant proof of identity? Would this suffice? Feng Heng showed the letter of recommendation in his hand. In fact, Feng Heng did not think the letter of recommendation was a very important item, just like the invitation letter from the Planos world before. At the moment the acolyte saw the letter of recommendation, a look of immense surprise flashed in his eyes. However, his surprise was well concealed beneath his large hood. So you are a guest of Ms. Garona. I apologize, but Ms. Garona is currently conducting a very important experiment and cannot be disturbed at the moment. When will the experiment be finished? Later tonight, about 3 hours from now. We suggest you rest in the guest lounge of the Sanctum Research Institute, where we can provide you with accommodation and meals for free. Once Ms. Garona completes the experiment, we will inform you immediately, or you can come back next time. Feng Heng thought for a moment. 3 hours. He could wait a bit longer. The blood in the Vampire King's coffin on the other side was already prepared for refining. Taking advantage of this gap, he could return to the Vampire Doomsday to upgrade his bloodline skills before finding Ms. Garona. To Feng Heng, defeating Fiona was a high-stakes gamble. Every increase in strength before the game started meant one more chip in his hand. Very well, lead the way. Please follow me. As guided by the undead servant, Feng Heng quickly entered a large building on the right side of the sanctum entrance and arrived at a guest lounge on the second floor. Closing the door, Feng Heng looked around, took out the invitation letter from the Tower of White Bones, and exited the Planos game world. Outside the door, the undead servant carefully closed the door and left calmly, descending down the stairs to another guest room downstairs. Upon seeing this, two people stood up suddenly, eager to ask, "How did it go?" The undead acolyte extended his hand forward. The latter understood and took out a bag filled with crushed crystals from his pocket. The undead servant weighed the bag, showing satisfaction, and nodded, confirmed, "It is indeed Feng Heng, identical to the person in the photo you provided, and he is here to visit Ms. Garona with her letter of recommendation." The two individuals' faces changed. It's really him. The information from the ice prison was right. Feng Heng had escaped from the ice prison. What was even more shocking was that he had obtained the letter of recommendation from Ms. Garona. Are you sure? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? The undead servant spoke decisively. Of course, I'm sure, and I saw him take out that letter with my own eyes. Did you stabilize him? Ms. Garona left the sanctum 2 weeks ago. I followed your instructions and brought him to rest in the guest room. He is now in your room upstairs. The undead servant saw the excitement in the eyes of the two and warned, "Don't blame me if you cause trouble inside the Sanctum Research Institute. Nobody can protect you then. Don't involve me." The two members of the Karoti Trading Company paid no attention to the warning of the undead servant. Their eyes gleamed with immense joy. Originally, they had come with a trial mentality. They didn't hold out much hope and even cursed the high-level executives of the company in their hearts, thinking that such a simple trick could catch a big fish. Unexpectedly, they actually caught Feng Heng here. "We understand. You keep an eye on him for us. Once the job is done, we'll pay you 10 times the original price as agreed. I'll report to the chairwoman. You stay here and watch him." "Got it." Feng Heng was unaware that his whereabouts had been targeted. At this moment, the entire Karoti Trading Company was on high alert. The exchangeable item in the ice prison, the recommendation letter from the Lord Ms. Garona, had disappeared. The yin vein in the ice prison was their prey they had been watching all along. There were also the mainline quests mentioned by those foreigners. Ms. Garona was related to the yin vein energy, and related to the mainline quests. The points required for the exchange were not expensive, gathering the strength of the entire company, hiring some mercenaries, and spending some money. They could obtain it with hard work in 3 months. But the exchange requirement besides points was the Lord's friendliness level. This friendliness level was very difficult to obtain, basically unattainable. And now, this letter of recommendation had fallen into Feng Heng's hands. The situation was urgent, and the Karoti Trading Company immediately took action. As a key figure in the Karoti Trading Company, Yazek once again took charge of the entire operation. With time being too tight, Yazek didn't have time to consider how Feng Heng had managed to escape from the terrifying place deep in the yin vein of the ice prison. He was clear that Feng Heng must know some unique information. Not only did he need to get the letter of recommendation, but he also needed Feng Heng. After gaining all the authorization for the company's actions, Yazek immediately mobilized the company's combat power to gather in the main city of Planos, arranging the action plan. Blood Moon of the Vampire Apocalypse. Inside the Blood Clan Temple, the red blood moon hung high. The Blood Clan members all knelt around the Vampire King's coffin. Feng Heng was completely immersed in the coffin filled with blood. Gudong gudong. Bubbles continued to rise from the blood. The purified blood after passing through the Vampire King's coffin was rapidly absorbed by Feng Heng's body. Feng Heng's skin faintly showed a blood-red hue. End of this chapter. Chapter 1606. Bloodline Advancement Hint, Current Player Skill, Marquis level Vampire Lineage Skill level raised to maximum. Hint, player undergoes bloodline tempering through the King of Blood's coffin. Current completion, 2%. Hint, player through. Hint, player's current lineage condensation degree reaches 100%. Hint, your skill Marquis level Vampire Lineage advances to Duke level Vampire Lineage. Original skill, Advanced Vampire Lineage deleted. Hint, player absorbs purified blood. Player's Duke level Vampire Lineage experience, plus 20,012 points. Level raised to LV 11 due to player simultaneously mastering different bloodlines. Academia. Skill upgrades will receive additional penalties. Hint, player absorbs. Hint, current player skill, Duke Vampire Lineage skill level raised to maximum. Hint, player undergoes bloodline tempering through the King of Blood's coffin. Current completion, 1%. Hint, your skill Duke level Vampire Lineage advances to Prince level Vampire Lineage. Original skill, Duke level Vampire Lineage deleted. On the retina, rows of game prompts appear. The blood level inside the coffin quickly drops until the last strand is absorbed by Feng Heng. Shoo! Feng Heng opens his eyes again, his pupils turning blood red. Hissing, a red magical array reflection rapidly appears in his right eye. Feng Heng lightly clenches his fist, feeling the surging power of blood within him. His attributes have greatly increased. This is the power of the vampire bloodline. Relying on the blood obtained from killing the ancient creature Hellfire Lamb, his bloodline level has increased by 2 levels in a row. Feng Heng opens the game prompt to check the skill description. Skill, Prince Level Vampire Lineage LV 18. Type: Bloodline Type Skill. Description: players can possess multiple lineages at the same time, but some lineages cannot be possessed simultaneously. Description: zombie doppelgangers conflict with vampire lineage, only inheriting a very small portion of lineage benefits. Skill rank: SS. Rank limit: this skill can be upgraded to a maximum of LV 35. The current maximum skill level cannot exceed the player's current level. The player can find ways to advance the lineage. Derived Skill 1. Vampire Lineage. Skill description: immediately gain an additional 1000% maximum health value after learning this skill. Strength plus 25, Agility plus 35, Physique plus 20, Perception plus 15. Additionally gain Strength multiplied by the skill level *3, Agility multiplied by the skill level *4, Physique multiplied by the skill level *3, and Perception multiplied by the skill level *1. Derived Skill 2. Ancestors' Blood Absorption. Skill description: derived from the blood absorption effect of the vampire ancestor, players can absorb fresh blood, which can rapidly restore health, mental strength, perception, stamina, etc., based on the strength of the blood absorbed. Derived Skill 3. Self-Healing. Skill description: vampires have a strong self-healing ability. In a non-sunlit environment, players gain 1000 points of health recovery speed per second. Out of combat, players gain an additional 100 points of health recovery speed per second. Derived Skill 4. Nocturnal. Skill description: players gain advanced night vision ability. When subjected to light attribute attacks, they inflict an additional 10% damage. Except for the heart, players are immune to all physical skill critical hit effects. Derived Skill 5. Advanced Bat Form. Skill description: with the power of the bloodline, players can assume a bat form, in which they can perform long-distance high-altitude flight and exiting the bat form immediately upon taking damage. Skill cooldown: 600 seconds. Derived Skill 6. Blood Manipulation. Skill description: players can manipulate the blood of enemies, causing it to flow faster and have a chance to cause negative effects such as fear, accelerated exhaustion, accelerated mental decline, interruption of casting, reduced skill success rate, instant death, blood shock, bleeding, etc. This skill does not consume. The effects will appear based on the target's strength. This skill can be released instantly or guided continuously. The effect of the skill will gradually improve in the guided state. Good skill. After carefully reviewing it, Feng Heng is pleasantly surprised and begins to plan secretly. The vampire bloodline still leans towards close combat. Compared to the previous Duke lineage, his various attributes have almost doubled. Currently, most of Feng Heng's close combat abilities come from the additional effects of the Ancient Relic, the King of Blood's Coffin, and the strengthening brought by the vampire bloodline. The most prominent change is the health points. From the original 325% increase, it has tripled, directly adding an additional 1000% to the health limit. When combined with other skills, the thickness of health has been significantly increased. It somewhat resembles the template of a boss. The next time he enters the Vaz game, he won't be instantly wiped out by enemies. In addition to the numerical improvement of various original skills, he has also acquired an active skill of blood manipulation. It seems pretty good, right? Instant cast, without the need to consume mental strength. The skill can be further enhanced when guided. What an opportunity to try it out! Previously, to the vampire bloodline, he could also manipulate the blood of some low-level vampires. However, this was not reflected in the skill description. After upgrading to the prince-level lineage, the skill is finally recognized by the game. Furthermore, this is not the final state yet. The blood obtained from Farlam in Hell has been completely absorbed, but his skill experience level is currently only at the prince level LVA 18. In the future, it can still be raised to the highest king level. The prerequisite is to first raise his player level to 35. There's no rush at the moment. The efficiency of obtaining high-level blood from the mid-tier game world is too slow. If he wants to accelerate, he will have to start from the high-tier game world. Feng Heng ponders this. He steps out of the coffin, quickly familiarizing himself with the various changes brought about by the eruption of his physical attributes. Mainly, all aspects of close combat attributes, with no growth in mental strength. Other than that is his perception of blood. His sensitivity to blood has become clearer. The vampire clan members see Fang Heng stepping out of the coffin and raise their heads to look at him, their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. The day of re-establishing the glory of the vampire clan is approaching. Prince Gare leads the way and bows. "Welcome, Your Majesty." Fang Heng gestures for everyone to rise, inviting Gare over and quietly asking, "Gare, is the ceremony ready?" "Yes, I have communicated with the followers you brought back, and they are ready. The ceremony can be conducted at any time." "Good. Prepare for tomorrow morning for the transfer." "Yes." Returning to the guest room in Punos through the invitation letter, Fang Heng's figure appears in place. He suddenly looks towards the door. With the rise of the vampire bloodline to the prince level, his blood sense capacity has also strengthened, allowing him to clearly feel a person standing outside the room. Judging from the level of blood strength, the strength of the person outside is not strong. Blood sense is a perception pathway completely different from aura perception. It is difficult for ordinary people to think of shielding their own blood strength. Even if they thought of it, they couldn't do it. "It's quite a good sensibility," Fang Heng mutters softly, glances at the darkening sky outside the window, walks forward, and opens the room door. The undead servant outside the door sees the door suddenly opened, startles for a moment, then immediately greets, "Mr. Fang Heng." End of this chapter. Chapter 1607 Trap. Has Ms. Galona's experiment been completed? The undead servant slightly bowed. "I'm sorry, when I came to find you just now, you seemed to still be resting." Ms. Galona has already completed the experiment ahead of schedule due to some unexpected events. She returned to her residence earlier. "We have mentioned your situation to her, and she instructed us that if you are willing, we can send you to her villa outside the city. The carriage is already waiting outside the main hall." Another matter. "It seems luck is not on my side." Fang Heng furrowed his brows, but he didn't feel anything was amiss. Main quests are normal. Without twists, that would be odd. In his opinion, Ms. Galona might have encountered some trouble as well. Helping out with this trouble is also part of the mission. He most likely needs to complete several side quests to gradually improve Ms. Galona's favorability before getting closer to the main quest. After all, it is the main quest that major guilds have devoted a lot of resources and manpower to, so a little trouble is very normal. However, he doesn't have time now. Maybe finding Ms. Galona won't be of much use. If the friendliness level is not high enough, she won't easily be willing to help. Fang Heng asked, "Where is the villa outside the city? How far is it?" "In the western district outskirts, the undead bone horse's pace is fast. We can arrive in less than half an hour," the undead servant replied. Fang Heng estimated the time. "Well, since he's already here, he might as well go. Delaying another half hour won't hurt." "All right, lead the way. Let's depart as soon as possible," Fang Heng said. The undead servant was secretly delighted and nodded. "All right, please follow me." Fang Heng followed the servant out of the room to find Ms. Galona. The carriage was waiting outside the main gate of the Holy Tower Research Institute. The undead servant guided Fang Heng onto the carriage. Fang Heng noticed that besides the two coachmen on the front seat, there was also another elderly man on the carriage. The old man was dressed in scholar attire of the undead studies, sitting in the corner of the carriage with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. "Mr. Fang Heng, this person is also a visitor of Ms. Galona. He will accompany you on this journey. Wishing you a smooth trip." Without waiting for Fang Heng's response, the undead servant signaled for the coachman to start. As the carriage rode away, a look of relief appeared in the eyes of the undead servant. Success! This was an opportunity he wouldn't earn in a lifetime. Sitting on the speeding carriage, Fang Heng couldn't help but glance at the elderly man beside him. They were both visiting Ms. Galona and happened to be in the same carriage. The aura around the man was well concealed. Unfortunately, Fang Heng only perceived blood from his targets. Judging from the blood, the man was very powerful. There were even the coachmen. The strength of the two coachmen was also very high. Are all the coachmen at Ms. Galona's house this strong? Fang Heng found it somewhat strange. The carriage set off swiftly towards the outskirts. Fang Heng began feeling something was amiss. He turned to the elderly man beside him and tentatively asked, "Are you also here to visit Ms. Galona?" The old man slowly turned his head upon hearing Fang Heng's question and gazed at him intently. "Yes." "Are you familiar with Ms. Galona? What kind of person is she? Are there any taboos to pay attention to when interacting with her? Young man, you have a lot of questions, the old man replied. Feng Heng fell silent for a few seconds. Something's not right. This could be trouble. He felt he might be tangled in the main quest again. Trouble. He doesn't have time to deal with the main quest now. Feng Heng made a quick decision and raised his hand, signaling, "Stop the carriage, I want to get off." The coachman did not respond and continued driving as if he hadn't heard. The elderly man spoke slowly. Young man, I know you have many questions now. Be patient, you will see Ms. Galona soon, and then we will explain everything to you. No need, I want to get off. Suddenly, two gray auras overflowed from the elderly man, rushing towards Feng Heng. Feng Heng's pupils shrank instantly, and a game prompt appeared in his retina. Hint, you are affected by the skill, Soul Entanglement. Your soul is impacted. Due to your soul strength being higher than S+ level, the attack is nullified. Hint, you are affected by the skill, Evil Thoughts Curse. Your defense is decreased. Feng Heng turned his head, locking eyes with the elderly man. The old man's once normal pupils were now filled with blood vessels. What? The old man's heart skipped a beat. He realized his blood was flowing uncontrollably inside his body. Boom! A massive fist came rushing towards him. The old man's pupils tightened. Bone shield. Boom! In the next moment, the whole carriage exploded with a loud bang. The old man and the two coachmen quickly flew out of the exploding carriage, landing firmly in three corners, surrounding Feng Heng when he hit the ground. The old man stared at Feng Heng, an unusual glint passing through his eyes. Thomas Heng. He was an elder of the Crody Trading House family. To capture Feng Heng, the Crody Trading House had spared no expenses this time, sending a Master-level Undead Scholar and two Grandmother-level Undead Scholars. There were 5 other Master-level Scholars waiting in ambush in the outskirts. After all, any action within the central main city of Prunos would undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions. Even the Crody Trading House couldn't cover everything. Therefore, they needed to find a secluded place to act. As long as they could bring Feng Heng to the outskirts, they had already set up a net there. Feng Heng would not be able to escape. Unfortunately, Feng Heng noticed it midway. Feng Heng was very vigilant. Moreover, his strength was greater than they had estimated. Most of the soul attacks and mental assaults aimed at Feng Heng were mostly nullified. Feng Heng, you are formidable. I didn't expect even the ice prison wouldn't keep you trapped. Who are you? The Crody Trading House? Feng Heng recognized them. They were from the Crody Trading House. They were his biggest enemies in Prunos. Yes, the old man said in a deep voice. Now that you know, come with us. As long as you cooperate, we can ensure your safety. Feng Heng didn't answer, a hint of disdain appearing on his lips, but he felt more irritated. He was played by the Crody Trading House from the start. That undead servant from before must have been bribed by the Crody Trading House. A game prompt floated on Feng Heng's retina. Hint, the current player has triggered a main quest, redistributing difficulty. As a bonus, the player receives additional mission compensation. The player has triggered a special hostile task, the pursuit of the Crody Trading House. Mission name, the pursuit of the Crody Trading House. Mission requirement. For certain reasons, you are being pursued by the Crody Trading House. Please try to escape or make the Crody Trading House give up the pursuit of you. Mission completion, 0%. Mission description, Pruno's reputation. Subsequent main quest prompt. End of this chapter. Chapter 1608 Unexpected Twists and Turns. The troublesome main plot is happening now. This is the time he least wants any unexpected developments. Feng Heng quickly scanned the surroundings. At this moment, the carriage had just left the main city area and happened to be in an open space. The explosion had caused some chaos in the vicinity. Members of the Kilodi Merchant Association must be rushing over swiftly. Likewise, the city administrators were also on their way. Elderang was worried that the city administrators would arrive first and complicate matters. He knew Feng Heng would not give in easily, so he didn't want to waste any time, and immediately declared in a deep voice, "Take action." Swish, swish, swish. The three of them simultaneously activated the Book of the Dead in front of them. Over 20 soul chains emerged from the bodies of the deceased, controlled by the three, swiftly heading towards Feng Heng. Feng Heng stood still without moving, gathering an emblem in front of him with his hands, and silently muttered a spell. Now, swish! A magic circle rapidly spun in front of Feng Heng. A summoning spell? Eldering and the other two concentrated on controlling the soul chains, watching Feng Heng's every move. Thinking that they could resist the soul chains with summoning magic? They were too confident. They watched as Feng Heng was about to be entangled by the soul chains. What? The next moment, all three of them were shocked. Boom! A cold breath suddenly burst from the magic circle in front of Feng Heng. A towering white figure emerged from the magic circle, standing in front of Feng Heng. The dark brown soul chains that were attacking were blocked by the figure's tall body. Bang! Clang! Clang! Some of the soul chains were directly deflected by the figure. About a dozen heavy soul chains remained entangled on the white figure. It turned out to be an Icebone Wraith, an elite Icebone Wraith leader. The air around dropped several degrees the moment the Icebone Wraith leader was summoned by Feng Heng. Seeing this, the faces of the three members of the Quixote Merchant Association simultaneously changed. Eldering himself was a master-level undead scholar, and the other two were also master-level undead scholars. They had thought it would be easy to defeat Feng Heng with their combined strength. They never expected Feng Heng to be able to summon such a monster as the Icebone Wraith leader. Swish! The Icebone Wraith leader raised the Ice Frost Cleaver in his hand, cutting through the air. Boom! The soul chains entwined around him were cut by the cleaver, exploding with ice crystals. Eldering, who controlled the soul chains, was affected in reverse, his expression changing slightly. Retreat! Seeing this, the three immediately stopped the soul chains from entwining further and quickly retreated, exchanging glances at each other. Are they crazy? This guy Feng Heng can actually summon an Icebone Wraith leader. The information prior did not mention this at all. Wasn't he just a mid-level undead scholar? No wonder Feng Heng remained calm when surrounded earlier. Is this his trump card? Elderang's heart sank. He quickly stepped back and glanced at Feng Heng's position behind the Icebone Wraith leader, shouting, "Hold on, I will block the leader for a while. You deal with him. Take him down immediately." Yes. What do you mean, just a leader? The other two master-level undead scholars couldn't help but curse silently. They knew Elderang was trying to stabilize morale, so they didn't say much and each quickly formed a dark spell armor in front of them. Bone Wall Barrier. Bang, bang. Two bone walls rose from the ground, blocking Feng Heng's retreat path. Go! Besides Elderang, the other two were skilled in both ranged and close combat. Their sneakily used ranged undead shadow attacks were mostly nullified by Feng Heng's strong spiritual power, and their long-range attacks were ineffective against the Icebone Wraith leader. Therefore, they resorted to direct close-quarters combat and struck towards Feng Heng. Feng Heng glanced at the bone wall rising beside him with disdain, still standing motionless. He turned his head, coldly watching the two members of the Quixote Merchant Association charging towards him. Once again, he placed his hands in front of him, forming a seal and chanting a spell silently. Huh, what is this? The two members of the Quixote Merchant Association were shocked to see Feng Heng's actions, their faces changing drastically. Familiar seal, familiar spell. Could it be? Swish, swish, swish. A magic circle formed in front of Feng Heng, spinning rapidly. Boom! A cold force exploded in front of the two master-level undead scholars. They immediately halted their steps, hastily retreating. Phew! In the next instant, an icy frost cleaver passed by in front of them. Seeing the chilling blade, the two members of the Quixote Merchant Association were filled with horror. A mighty Icebone Wraith leader! Feng Heng could summon another one. Their eyes were filled with amazement. One leader was already hard to deal with, and now there's a second one. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes. The troublesome Quixote Merchant Association. Delaying his time? If it weren't for these people, he would have found Ms. Garona, asked a few questions, and left early. So many troubles. Deal with them. A hint of killing intent appeared in Feng Heng's eyes. He placed his hands in front of him once again, forming a seal. The two master-level undead scholars had just stepped back and were momentarily directionless. With their fighting strength, they could only escape under the attacks of the Icebone Wraith leader or barely stall for some time. As they hesitated on what to do next, they saw Feng Heng assuming a familiar stance again, and they were dumbfounded. Another one. The two of them simultaneously felt a sense of extreme danger and quickly exchanged glances. Run. Almost at the same time, before a word was spoken, they swiftly retreated. Elder, hold on, we'll go call for reinforcements immediately. HMPH. Fang Heng watched the two fleeing rapidly from his sight, making a disdainful hum. It's not that he didn't want to pursue them, he just didn't have the time. His current pursuit ability was limited, and it would be a waste of time to catch up. There was a high chance of encountering enemy reinforcements, dragging him into a quagmire. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Heng chose to let the two escape. He then turned his gaze back to Elder Eng of the Kyoloti Merchant Association, who was entangled with the Icebone Wraith leader behind him. Seeing his two men run away, Elder Eng's face turned livid. Those fools! Elder Eng was different from the two men he brought here. He solely practiced spiritual arts. Once stuck by the Icebone Wraith leader, he could only choose to withstand it. He couldn't escape. He could only watch as his two men abandoned him and ran away. Fang Heng's eyes focused on Elder Eng. Eng also stared back at Fang Heng. Fang Heng, if you harm me, the entire Kyoloti Merchant, as well as my friends, they won't let you off. Oh really? I'd like to see how they won't let me off. Let them come find me. End of this chapter. Chapter 1609. The effectiveness of real combat. Fang Heng slowly extended his hand forward, aiming at Eng. At the moment when Fang Heng's palm was aimed at him, Eng's heart skipped a beat. That familiar strange feeling from the carriage just now reappeared. He felt his blood speeding up. Was it him? Is Fang Heng controlling his blood flow? The surging blood even made Eng unable to concentrate on casting spells. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Bang! The blade aura passed in front of him, shattering the bone barrier created by Eng. 3 undead skeleton leaders rushed towards him. Not good. Eng forcibly dodged the attacks from the undead skeleton leaders, too busy to deal with Fang Heng. He quickly retreated backward. While retreating, Eng kept casting spells, trying to hold on as long as possible until reinforcements arrived. The troublesome part was that he felt the effect of the blood surging in his body getting stronger. It even caused his energy and blood to be unstable. Suddenly, Eng's expression changed drastically. The spell he was silently chanting was interrupted due to the surging of his energy and blood. Terrible! Swish! In the next instant, the frostbite slashing blade passed in front of Eng. Bang! When Eng was struck by the frostbite slashing blade, he was frozen instantly, followed by the whole ice block shattering. Fang Heng watched as the ice crystals exploded in front of him, continuing to hold up his palm. Hiss! In the scattered ice crystals, over 10 drops of blood condensed and floated slowly towards his palm, being absorbed by it. Prompt: player absorbs blood. This blood possesses extremely high strength, replenishing player's mental power and physical strength. Fang Heng lightly rubbed his neck, sensing his own condition. Effective. The 2 additional skills attached after the Prince Bloodline upgrade are extremely practical. The absorption skill not only replenishes health points, but also replenishes lost mental power and physical strength. It can provide him with sufficient endurance. The blood manipulation skill is even more powerful. With the increase in guiding time, the skill's effectiveness will gradually improve. Even enemies of grandmother level can be affected. In the previous battle, without the assistance of blood manipulation skill, dealing with Eng would have taken much more time. Fang Heng immediately formulated a plan. He could rely on summoning creatures to fight in the front, while secretly guiding his skills from behind. Just as he was thinking, another game prompt appeared. Prompt: player has killed the special character of the Kyoloti Trading Company, Thomas Eng. Player's friendliness with Kyoloti Trading Company has significantly decreased. Prompt: player's current quest, pursuit mission of the Kyoloti Trading Company has progressed by 50%. Prompt: the Kyoloti Trading Company has not given up on pursuing you. Prompt: the Kyoloti Trading Company has stationed guards at major teleportation points. Please be cautious when using teleportation channels. So annoying. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompts, thought for a moment, quickly searched the items left on the bodies, and then left. The people from the Kyoloti Trading Company would soon catch up. It would be risky to stay here. As for the situation at the Saints Research Institute, it seems like he could not return there anymore. The Kyoloti Trading Company would definitely set up an ambush. Moreover, there was not enough time. Going back now to look for Mentor Garona would be meaningless. Forget it. Fang Heng quickly pondered and went straight towards the direction outside the city. He needed to return to the ice fortress. Hopefully, there would be some discoveries on Melanie's side. What? A failure. 2 master-level undead scholars rushed back in panic and reported the situation, causing Yazek to stand up abruptly from his chair. Why? Why did it fail? This was not the first time he suffered losses at the hands of Fang Heng. It was the same when dealing with the Land Merchants Union last time. Although in the end, he sealed Fang Heng deep in the ice prison, thinking he could completely take out Fang Heng. But who would have thought that Fang Heng seemed to be like an unkillable cockroach, surviving by unknown means. He even left calmly with a letter of recommendation from the Lord of the Ice Fortress. This time, Yazek was even more cautious, sending a master-level undead scholar elder and 2 master-level undead scholars to deal with Fang Heng. How could it still fail? Yazek wanted an explanation. Fang Heng possesses the power to control undead skeletons, one of his subordinates said cautiously after looking around the conference room. It's the undead skeleton leader. We didn't have this information. Hearing this, everyone present in the conference room was secretly surprised. The conference room fell into silence once again. If Fang Heng could summon the ice skeleton leader, then the failure could be somewhat understandable. But when did Fang Heng possess the power to control undead skeleton leaders? The last time I saw Fang Heng, wait, Yazek tried to recall. It seems not long ago, Fang Heng got his hands on a bone summoning skill book from the Land Merchants Union. He had heard of that skill book. A very rare skill book. Not bad, but just okay. After all, the skill had significant flaws. However, Yazek never imagined that this skill book could have such a huge effect in Fang Heng's hands. He even managed to summon the undead skeleton leader. The gazes of the people in the conference room turned towards Yazek with a hint of sympathy. Who could have anticipated this? Yazek said in a deep voice, "Where is Eldereng? Is he still watching Fang Heng?" The expressions of his 2 subordinates changed slightly. Eldereng stayed behind alone to delay Fang Heng from leaving. "We have sent people to rush for support immediately." Yazek stared at his 2 subordinates. His gaze seemed to penetrate their hearts. Support. At this point, it would be tricky to find anyone to support. Yazek was certain that Fang Heng had already fled. He closed his eyes, took several deep breaths in succession, trying to calm himself down. At this point, Fang Heng had already slipped out of his grasp. There was only one final step left. Yazek suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light gleaming in them, saying, "Report the situation to the chairman immediately." Then inform several major trading companies to help intercept Fang Heng in various locations. Once Fang Heng is caught, we can share half of the resources and information with them. Yes. Fang Heng had caused significant losses to the Kiladi Trading Company. He still held the secret of the Yin Vein source and the recommendation letter. Even if he had to give up half of the benefits, they must stop him at all costs. Take action immediately. Spread the news and get everyone moving. Understood. News about the recommendation letter spread quickly within the Kiladi Trading Company and soon circulated further. The entire Prunez game world became tense once again because of Fang Heng. In the game world, aside from the local powers, many harbored ambitions for main quests as well as the Yin Vein. This even included Li Qingren. Several years ago, Li Qingren also got involved in related quest lines. She, along with dozens of companions from the Undead Research Society, formed a team to participate in a mission, and her quest progress was nearing 8%. However, soon, the entire team encountered a bottleneck, and progress became extremely slow. End of this chapter. Chapter 1610. Siege on Li Qingren. On normal days, Li Qingren would focus on her cultivation and assist Master Piyu Shilao in managing the daily tasks of the Soul Research Society. Only during her leisure time would she enter Prenoza to see if she could complete the main quests. Currently, she was busy with the advanced assessment of the grandmother-level necromancy within Prenoza. The mission was extremely difficult. Thus, she was planning to seek help from Fang Heng. It felt strange. Although Fang Heng had only been studying necromancy for less than half a year, Li Qingren felt that only he could help her. Fang Heng was a genius. He was unparalleled by ordinary people. Li Qingren reassured herself. After finishing up her offline tasks, Li Qingren took the opportunity to go online to organize her thoughts in preparation for the advanced tasks of the grandmother level. A teammate participating in the main quest was waiting outside her room. When Lee Kingren came out, the teammate immediately approached her. "Senior Kingren, something big has happened. There is a change in the main quest, and the president and others are having a meeting in the conference room. Come with me." Lee Kingren was surprised. Main quest. In fact, she had not been involved in the main quests for over half a year. Various information indicated that the main quest was related to the origin of the yin veins within the Frost Prison. However, the Frost Prison was too dangerous. With their current team's abilities, they could only approach the outer periphery of the Frost Prison. Finding a safe path to explore the deep areas of the Frost Prison and search the yin veins deep within became a critical aspect of completing the mission. In addition to facing the chilling winds inside the Frost Prison, they also had to deal with powerful frost skeletons and frost-resentful spirits. There were also threats from players and local forces. After careful planning, Lee Kingren's team chose a completely different mission completion route. They planned to explore by first trying to decipher the yin veins aura. However, this choice was also extremely challenging and had made no progress so far. With doubts in her mind, Lee Kingren followed her anxious companion into the conference room. Inside the conference room, everyone was discussing in hushed tones. When they saw Lee Kingren being led into the room, they all stopped and looked at her intently. Lee Kingren felt puzzled by all the stares. She was just a minor figure in the team. When did she become the center of attention? Lee Kingren composed herself and asked, "Everyone, what's going on?" The vice captain of the team, Simafan, stood up and looked at Lee Kingren with a solemn expression. "Kingren, are you very close to Fang Heng?" Upon hearing Fang Heng's name, Lee Kingren's heart skipped a beat. Her initial reaction was that Fang Heng must have stirred up trouble again in the game world of Pernoza. Just when he had escaped, was he already causing trouble again? Lee Kingren became serious. Instinctively, she wanted to defend her junior brother, and nodded. "Yes, Fang Heng is my junior brother. I am familiar with him. Did he have a conflict with us? There may be some misunderstanding in the situation, and I can help mediate." "No, it's more troublesome than that," Simafan interrupted in a hurry. "The Karoti mercenary group is planning to take action against Fang Heng. There are reports that the Karoti Merchant Guild has mobilized in full force this time, even spending a large sum of money to hire foreign aid to cooperate with various local forces in the game to deal with Fang Heng. Currently, all teleport channels within Pernoza are under surveillance, and several teams of personnel are already ambushed on the roads leading to major cities to intercept Fang Heng." What? Lee Kingren was stunned. Why would this happen? The Karoti Merchant Guild was somewhat understandable. She knew that Fang Heng had grievances with them over the Frost Prison. But to join hands with several large guilds to target Fang Heng? And even gambling everything, even giving up most of the benefits to invite various local forces to join. And all the major forces agreed. How did this happen? Fang Heng had just escaped from the Frost Prison, right? How did he manage to offend the entire world at the same time? Simafan urgently asked, "Kingren, can you contact Fang Heng?" Lee Kingren furrowed her brows. "It's difficult. Pernoza is a special hidden world where long-distance communication tools cannot be used, and even the emergency notification buttons in the offline game warehouses are blocked. Even if I go offline to find Mo Jiawei to contact Fang Heng directly, it's not possible. Mo Jiawei is currently having tea with the Central Federation Investigation Division. It's too late. This is a life-or-death game initiated by all major forces in Pernoza against Fang Heng." Lee Kingren was very worried and asked, "What exactly happened?" Simafan nodded and explained, "It all started with news from the Karoti Merchant Guild. Fang Heng obtained a recommendation letter from Lady Garona, handed to him by the Lord of Frostkeep. The Karoti Merchant Guild approached several closely cooperating local forces for collaboration, with the aim of dealing with Fang Heng. They needed to share the information in Fang Heng's hands and the subsequent mission line of Lady Garona. The news was soon noticed by players and quickly leaked out." Lee Kingren's heart sank. Fang Heng, when did he get involved in the main quests? Lee Kingren had been participating in the main quests for several years, despite slacking off. Under the influence of various information, she almost immediately realized the implications. Lady Garona, the key item to solve the puzzle of entering the Frost Prison. He got the recommendation letter again. When did this happen? Li Qingren was still a bit dazed and had not fully grasped the situation. The other players in the conference room were getting impatient. Senior Qingren, since you have a good relationship with Fang Heng, can't you try to contact him first? Yes, Qingren, can you reach him? For Fang Heng's safety and our mission considerations, we can cooperate with Fang Heng, share information, and let Fang Heng take the lead. We have no problem with that. Li Qingren smiled bitterly. She knew what these players were thinking. The main quests were too tempting. Li Qingren shook her head gently. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but show disappointment. They had urgently brought Li Qingren here, with a simple idea in mind. By finding Fang Heng early, they might still be able to participate in the mission. Even if they couldn't get the recommendation letter, the rumors outside were saying that Fang Heng had escaped from the Frost Prison, meaning he knew the Frost Prison very well. These information clues were invaluable. There was a moment of silence in the hall. Li Qingren carefully recalled and realized that her only option was Tan Shuo. She needed to rely on the forces of the East District Union to try to inform Fang Heng in the game. Li Qingren raised her head and said, I will go find a friend. Hopefully, I can locate Fang Heng through him. Clearly, this approach had limited effectiveness. At this moment, all Li Qingren could do was pray. Qingren, people are searching in all regions and trying to intercept Fang Heng. Do you know where he might go? Sima Fan looked at Li Qingren and continued, think carefully, we can go directly there. Maybe we can find a way to help him. Li Qingren quickly remembered the scene from the last time she had met with Fang Heng. Soon, for words came to mind. Frost Keep. It's highly likely he is going there. End of the chapter. Chapter 1611. Flying over, Fang Heng was unaware of what was happening outside. He didn't know that everything was because of that letter of recommendation. What's even more troublesome is that from the game hints, it could be understood that almost all the teleportation channels in Pranos were controlled by the Karoti Chamber of Commerce and couldn't be used. To avoid trouble, it was better not to use the teleportation channels. The good news was that, after advancing his Blood Prince bloodline, his vampire form's flying speed and altitude had greatly improved. Calculating it, if he directly used the flying skill to fly straight to the Ice Fortress, except for the significantly reduced speed in the final blizzard region, the whole journey wouldn't be much slower compared to before. Thinking for a moment, Fang Heng simply transformed into a bat form and flew towards the Ice Fortress. Although it was troublesome and took a bit more time, he chose steadiness. In the bat form, Fang Heng flew over towering mountains, rivers, and forests. He flew in the sky for nearly 3 hours. By this time, it was pitch black. Suddenly, a game hint flashed by swiftly. Hint: player's passive skill, Vision of Omniscience activated, seeing through current illusions. The white frost-covered mist in front dissipated. This white mist was actually an illusion. Sensing something, Fang Heng squinted his eyes and looked down from high above. From the sky, Fang Heng saw many people gathered at the passage leading to the ice prison. It looked like an ambush. Odd. Who were they ambushing? With so many people lying in ambush, it should be a conflict between several major forces, right? Fang Heng was a bit curious. If it were any other time, he would definitely go down to check the situation. But the current situation was urgent. The remaining time was running out. Focusing on dealing with Fiona was crucial. Don't stir up trouble. Don't stir up trouble. Fang Heng silently repeated a few times in his mind, flew directly above the encirclement, accelerated, and headed back towards the ice fortress. Below, under the ice mist, a large number of ambush teams were gathering. Yazek even personally led elite members of the Chamber of Commerce here to lie in wait. Besides them, various major teams from local forces in Pranos and even a small number of player teams were also ambushing Fang Heng. Judging from Fang Heng's recent actions, they deduced that Fang Heng had a high probability of returning to the Ice Fortress. This was the only way to the Ice Fortress. A prime ambush location. As long as Fang Heng dared to come, he was destined not to return. Yazek stared at the entrance of the passage in the distance. Behind him, the combat personnel from the Karoti Chamber of Commerce participating in the ambush were also not at ease. Ganner was among them. He hid behind cover, poured a bottle of anti-cold potion down his throat, and cursed softly. Everything stemmed from Fang Heng. Last time he was deceived by Fang Heng, thinking he was cursed, and thus brought Fang Heng into the commerce team. After the incident, he was taken back to the Karate Chamber of Commerce and almost beaten half to death. Later, he was spared by his grandfather and given a chance to redeem himself, letting him come here this time to make amends. If it weren't for Fang Heng, he would be sleeping soundly in the camp by now. Why would he stay here and suffer? Suddenly, a companion beside Ganner noticed something and pushed Ganner, whispering, "Huh? Leader, did you see something flying over there?" Ganner, annoyed, said, "Are your eyes playing tricks on you? What could be there? This place is covered in snow all year round. There's nothing to eat. Everything's dead. Could it be a person? What are you thinking? With such a heavy snowstorm, levitation spells are useless, and there's even an anti-magic barrier unless it's a magic god." The person rubbed his eyes, looked up, and then poured down a sip of anti-cold potion, nodding, "The leader is right. This darn weather is making me see things." In their rear, Li Qingren and over 20 members of the Undead Research Society were mingling with many teams. They weren't here to deal with Fang Heng, but were preparing to find a way to rescue him. Initially, they thought they could cause a distraction. However, after arriving at the ambush site, seeing so many people, Li Qingren's heart sank. There were too many people. Soon, after another continuous high-speed flight for half an hour, Fang Heng arrived at the entrance of the ice city outside the ice fortress. It was close to dawn. Fang Heng landed and returned to his human form, walking towards the main gate of the ice city. Outside the city, Cao Ming and a few members of his team were anxiously searching at the entrance of the ice fortress. They had also heard about the news of dealing with Fang Heng and knew that someone was trying to intercept him outside, desperately trying to contact Fang Heng. However, Fang Heng was offline the whole way, so they couldn't reach him at all. Cao Ming was worried about Fang Heng's situation when suddenly he saw a figure in the distance. Looking closer, it was actually Fang Heng. Cao Ming rubbed his eyes. It was indeed him. Cao Ming was pleasantly surprised and quickly led his few companions to meet him. "Mr. Fang Heng, you're back." Fang Heng had noticed Cao Ming and his group at the entrance of the ice fortress. Seeing their excited expressions, he found it strange. He had only been gone for a short while. Was there a need for such excitement? Cao Ming looked at Fang Heng and asked, puzzled, "Huh? Where are the others? Didn't they come back with you?" "Others?" Fang Heng thought the plan had changed, his expression becoming serious. "I didn't meet anyone on the way. Have Sushi and the others come looking for me? Has something special happened? You don't know." Cao Ming couldn't help but open his mouth and quickly told him everything he knew. After hearing that Fang Heng was in danger, Sushi and the others inferred that Fang Heng might return to the ice fortress. But a section of the road leading to the ice fortress had already been blocked by the Karate Chamber of Commerce and others. For various reasons, Sushi and his two companions couldn't directly intervene, so they decided to go to the ambush site together, intending to secretly save Fang Heng. After Cao Ming finished speaking, he asked again, "So Mr. Fang Heng, you didn't meet the captain and others on the way?" Fang Heng shook his head. He understood. He had flown back from a high altitude. He realized that the group of people he had seen lying in ambush was actually waiting for him. Oddly enough, this group of people hadn't considered the fact that he could fly at high altitudes. It made sense since only the bat form of a prince bloodline could barely fly at high altitudes. Moreover, flying at high altitudes would continue to drain health due to the negative freezing effect. But his constitution was high, and the damage was almost negligible. Cao Ming looked at Fang Heng silently, feeling speechless. So, with so many people blocking there, he returned without a scratch. How safe was that? It seemed as if he had no idea what had happened at all. The people from the Karate Chamber of Commerce were still waiting there in the cold wind. They must be furious when they found out about this. Thinking about this, Cao Ming's lips couldn't help but slightly curve upwards. End of this chapter. Chapter 16:12 Help with posting an announcement. Fang Heng raised his head and asked, "Why are so many people looking for me?" Cao Ming suddenly realized and hurriedly explained about the letter of recommendation. In fact, Melanie also saw Fang Heng getting the letter of recommendation with her own eyes. But at that time, she didn't pay much attention to it. After all, she didn't know much about the main mission. It wasn't until the Guild of Karate released the news that she realized how important the letter of recommendation was. After hearing Cao Ming's explanation, Fang Heng couldn't help but stroke his chin. So this letter of recommendation is a very important prop. Important enough for many Prunos local forces and player guilds to spare no effort to find themselves. Interesting. Fang Heng licked his lips lightly. It seems that he can use this. Fang Heng, it's great that you returned safely. We have already found a way to contact the captain offline, and he should receive the news soon. Wait, hold on. Fang Heng interrupted Cao Ming by patting his shoulder. There's an urgent matter. I want to use the power of your federation to issue a statement in my name to the Prunos players and local forces. Huh? In your name? A statement? Now? Cao Ming was surprised. A statement? Are you sure it's a statement and not a show-off? Fang Heng leaned in and whispered something to Cao Ming. Cao Ming stood there dumbfounded for a while, then looked at Fang Heng. Brother Fang, are you sure you want to do this? Of course, go quickly. Have those interested come here immediately. Starting in 2 hours. First come, first served. 2 hours. Cao Ming couldn't help but swallow nervously. Is it too short? If we give them more time, they can prepare better. No time. Go quickly. Okay. Cao Ming nodded, knowing that the situation was urgent, quickly told the accompanying people to get to work. At the main entrance to the passage leading to the ice prison, Gano was still lurking in the chilly wind, cursing under his breath, occasionally glancing at Elder Yachek. It had been 3 full hours. Yachek was still staring into the distance. Things had already gone out of his control without him realizing it. The news about the invitation had only leaked to a few large local forces that collaborated closely with the Guild of Karoti. But more and more people were ambushing here. Many of them were obviously not their guild's partners. It seemed that more people were trying to intercept Fang Heng, making it less likely for him to escape. In fact, this was not a good thing. The more people knew, the more likely Fang Heng would find out in advance and change his plans if there was any danger, rendering their ambush a joke. Yachek clenched his fists involuntarily. This was the only opportunity. Fang Heng was crucial. Not only did he have the letter of recommendation, but also the information Fang Heng possessed. Information about the source of the yin veins. Yachek was looking into the distance eagerly, hoping for a miracle to happen, when suddenly he noticed some commotion among the team ambushing behind him. Yachek furrowed his brow. What's going on? Even though illusions were set up on the outside, making it impossible to see clearly behind the passage, creating such a big commotion was still very conspicuous. What if Fang Heng happened to come over at this moment? After suffering for so long here, would they lose everything? Yachek was about to send someone to inquire about the situation when a subordinate hurriedly approached from behind. Elder, is there any news? The subordinate came in a hurry, sweat on his forehead, looking cautiously at Yachek, hesitating. Yachek suddenly had a very bad feeling. Stop beating around the bush. Spit it out. Has Fang Heng been discovered? The subordinate startled and quickly said, Fang Heng, he has returned to the ice fortress. Yachek was stunned. He blurted out, that's impossible. The ice fortress didn't have a teleportation tower. This was the only passage. And they had set up an anti-magic barrier to shield spatial magic here, the perpetual cold weather, making it impossible for humans to fly at high altitudes. The ground was solid ice from thousands of years, so it was unrealistic to dig a passage in such a short time. They had to go through from the ground. Yes, it's a trap. It must be a trap deliberately set up by Fang Heng after knowing he was being chased. Yachek suddenly felt like he understood, and then asked in a deep voice, where did you get this information from? Absolutely true. It was learned from the mouths of strangers, released by an organization called the Eastern District Federation, and the strangers trust this information very much. Yachek's face changed abruptly again. He knew these strangers very well. The Federation still held significant weight in the hearts of the strangers. Wasn't it a trap? But if it wasn't so, then what was Fang Heng up to? Did he have a clone technique? Elder, and... Yachek turned around and glared at his subordinate, suppressing his anger, and asked, what else? Can you say it all at once? I'm sorry, Elder. The Eastern District Federation announced that Fang Heng is now at the Ice Fortress and intends to sell the letter of recommendation he has and the related information about the yin veins. Sell! Yachek's pupils contracted suddenly. The subordinate nodded and continued, yes, they have put forward conditions that they only accept physical exchanges. They need items or equipment that can resist the aura of the yin veins. The stronger the items, the better. The wider the range of effect, the better, the more the merrier. Many teams that received the news have started to act and are heading to the Ice Fortress to find Fang Heng for the exchange. It seems like Fang Heng is in a hurry, and he wants to trade on the spot if the conditions are right. Yachek turned to look at the chaotic team behind him. His first reaction. So, after the rumors, all major forces immediately retreated, preparing to go back and find Fang Heng for the trade. Items that could resist the aura of the yin veins were very rare. But after all, the major family dynasties that had been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years had them, and they had a solid foundation. Taking a few out was not a problem. It was just that the items varied in quality. Yachek's second reaction. Strange. Why did Fang Heng need things that could resist the aura of the yin veins? Was there some other discovery at the source of the yin veins? That sacred giant sword? It was impossible. No one could break the sacred giant sword. No, until the third careful consideration, Yachek understood. Damn it. It's another trap. The fools just couldn't figure it out. The so-called trade was just a trick by Fang Heng. This way, the attention of the major forces would be attracted to items that could resist the aura of the yin veins. No one would focus exclusively on Fang Heng anymore. And in reality, Fang Heng had not returned to the Ice Fortress. With this plan, Fang Heng was most likely at Lady Corona's place. A diversion. A spark of sharpness flashed in Yachek's eyes. Fang Heng. He never expected him to have such a strategy. A terrifying person. Playing with all the major local forces in the palm of his hand with his own strength. But in the end, he was still a step ahead. This gave him the best opportunity to turn the tables. End of this chapter. Chapter 16-13. Try it out. Seeing Yachek's calm face, one of his subordinates couldn't help but ask, Elder, we. Yachek clenched his fist. He was confident he hadn't guessed wrong. There's still a chance. He hurried to set up an ambush near Corona to intercept Fang Heng. After thinking through this, Yachek said in a deep voice, let's go back immediately. Okay. The Corona Chamber of Commerce immediately took action, preparing to return. In the back of the team, Gano, who was in ambush, saw the signal for retreat given by the team ahead and stood up behind the cover, stretching his stiff and numb body. What's going on? After waiting for half a day, we're dispersing and retreating just like that. It's late at night. What's the point of all this trouble? Gano couldn't help but curse internally. Quickly, he learned about Fang Heng's relevant information from his teammates. Upon hearing this, Gano suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly went to find Elder Yachek. Yachek became even more irritated when he saw Gano. A disgrace to the family. But looking at the faces of the elders from other families, he had to put up with this tag-along. Just looking at him was annoying. Seeing Yachek's unfriendly expression, Gano cautiously said, Elder, have you heard? I remember we have some special items that can resist the Yin Pulse's aura. Over the years, the Corona Chamber of Commerce has prepared a lot of inventory for exploring the Yin Pulse. Coincidentally, most of the items used to resist the Yin Pulse are stored in the warehouse inside the City of Ice. There's no need to transport them from afar. We can trade with Fang Heng face to face. Gano was in charge of transporting some of these items, so he thought of it first. Yachek, impatient, asked directly, what do you want to say? Gano saw his opportunity. Isn't Fang Heng exchanging referral letters over there? While the members of other chambers are still looking for items to bring to the Ice Fortress, we have ready-to-use items in the warehouse at the City of Ice. Shouldn't we try to trade with him? The more Yachek looked at Gano, the more he felt that Gano was a fool. Every time someone sets a trap, he falls right into it. Fool. Do you really think Fang Heng wants to trade? And with just a few items in your warehouse? Can that satisfy his appetite? Gano was inexplicably scolded, and he couldn't help but shrink his neck, muttering softly, how do we know if we don't try? I almost forgot. You and that Fang Heng have some relationship. Good. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Handle this matter, as long as you can obtain the referral letter and intelligence. If you fail, you'll be confined for half a year. Gano was overjoyed upon hearing this and ignored Yachek's sarcasm in his words. He felt like he had caught a lifeline. Thank you for your trust, Elder. I'll go do it now. Watching Gano hurriedly go to instruct his subordinates, Yachek let out a disdainful snort once again. It's fine. Let Gano go explore that side. Yachek was sure that even if Gano went to the ice fortress, he wouldn't be able to see Fang Heng at all. It's just a despicable trick to lure the tiger off the mountain. Outside, apart from Yachek, most of the ambushing team members chose to retreat after hearing the federal announcement. It was too cold, and it was late at night, still in ambush. It's really unbearable. Anyway, Fang Heng had already entered the ice fortress, and they couldn't take the initiative against the ice fortress city. So, the team forces returned one after another to take stock of their assets conditionally, find items that could resist the yin pulse, and see if they could trade with Fang Heng. After all, the news was distributed through the Eastern Districts Federation channel, and its credibility among players was still very high. Most local major forces believed it. When the relevant information reached the Tang Mingyu team, they were also a bit puzzled. They had been worried for half a day, and had already hurriedly set up a small magic array in preparation for a chaotic last stand. And then they found out that Fang Heng had already returned to the ice fortress? So they had been busy for nothing? They looked at each other, feeling a sense of helplessness. Tang Mingyu felt her head spinning. She logged off again and confirmed the accuracy of the information with Tan Shuo. Indeed, Fang Heng had already returned to the ice fortress. The players couldn't understand. How could he avoid detection and escape from the blockade of so many people and return to the city of ice unnoticed? No one knew what methods Fang Heng was using. Sima Fan gathered the group again to discuss. Since they were here, they might as well go to the city of ice to find Fang Heng, in case they could learn some mission-related information. It's good to exchange information. Quick, faster. An hour later, Gano led a group of people with him to the Lord's fortress at a gallop. They only had one referral letter. Elder Yachek had given him only one opportunity. Fang Heng needed the items urgently, and as long as the conditions were met, it would be first come, first served. Gano knew this was his last chance to turn the tables. Among many local forces, the Karoti Chamber of Commerce had the highest level of exploration of the yin pulse source. They had made preparations in advance to resist the yin pulse, and there were dozens of items and equipment combined to resist the yin pulse source. Among them was a very important item, the heart of the Flame Troll Lord. It was stored in the warehouse of the City of Ice. However, what Gano didn't expect was that when he returned to the warehouse to pick up the supplies and rush to the ice fortress, he found a line had already formed in front. More than a dozen large and small player teams and local forces had arrived before them. However, this group, like them, was also blocked in the hull of the fortress. The one responsible for checking the exchange items was not Fang Heng, but the military supply officer of the ice fortress. Gano inquired with a guard and learned that due to too many people coming to exchange items, the exchange items needed to pass the first round of screening by the military supply officer before meeting Fang Heng for the second stage retest. I didn't expect Fang Heng's relationship with the Lord of the Ice Fortress to be so good he could help him achieve this step. Gano couldn't help but sigh. He could only wait. Fortunately, the people in front of the queue seemed to have come hastily to try their luck. None of them had passed the initial test. Especially those batches of exotic people. All sorts of tricks. Many of the exotic people didn't bring anything at all and wanted to negotiate conditions with other items. The military supply officer vetoed them outright. Even some exotic people tried to bribe the military supply officer, find ways to mix in, attempt to use mind-influencing skills on the military supply officer. Gano patiently waited. Until it was his turn, a long line had formed behind him. After inspecting the two boxes shown by Gano, the military supply officer looked a bit solemn and gestured with his eyes to let the guard take Gano in. "You may go in." "Thank you." Gano put away the boxes, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Among the long line of people behind him, seeing the first person from the Karoti Chamber of Commerce to pass the initial screening, a little chaos broke out once again. End of this chapter. Chapter 16-14. Good stuff in the living room. Fang Heng was just discussing with Suzan and a few others. The preliminary preparations for the plan have been completed by 60%. They still need to enter the depths of the vein again to set up a few magic arrays. They need to finish everything before noon tomorrow. The plan is scheduled to officially begin at noon sharp. They are still missing one last thing. An item that can resist the aura of the vein. The aura of the vein is too dominant, and items that can resist its erosion are very rare. The Coffin of Calamity obtained from the Lord of the Ice Castle is one of them. But this thing is not very practical. It's worth mentioning that the Coffin of Calamity was originally used for shelter, with a peculiar appearance and slightly larger capacity than Feng Heng had expected. It could probably accommodate 20 people if squeezed in tightly. The group quietly discussed various details when a guard entered the meeting hall and interrupted, saying that someone had found the items for exchange. Feng Heng and Suzan exchanged a quick glance. "All right, let's proceed according to the plan. We will meet at the entrance of the ice prison in 5 hours. Okay." Suzan and the other two nodded in agreement, then left through a side door. Feng Heng adjusted his posture slightly and looked towards the door. "Come in." As he saw the familiar figure walking in, Feng Heng was somewhat surprised. It turned out to be a member of the Karate Merchant Association. Are they the first ones? They were so hostile before, willing to fight to the death. Now they are the first ones to come for trade. Quite shameless. Feng Heng looked at the person with a playful expression. "Gano." Gano was a bit embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly, and said, "Haha, Feng Heng, you still remember me. It's been a while." "Indeed. Are you here for a trade?" "Yes, I heard rumors outside and thought our Karate Merchant Association has some items that can resist the aura of the ice prison, so I came here to trade with you." Gano dared not harbor any grudges against Feng Heng for what happened before. His fate now depended on Feng Heng, so he wore a pleasing smile on his face. With that, he approached and placed a prepared box on the table. Listening to Gano, Feng Heng involuntarily raised his eyebrows. More items. The Karate Merchant Association is indeed remarkable. Feng Heng casually lifted the lid of the box. Instantly, a scorching hot aura emanated from inside the box. Relevant information appeared on Feng Heng's retinas. Item: damaged heart of the Flame Troll Lord. Tier: rare. Type: item, material, etc. Description: heart extracted from the legendary creature Flame Troll Lord, capable of releasing scorching aura. Due to the damage of the item, the success rate of crafting with it as a fusion material will be penalized. Skill: last beat. Description: activating the heart will create a protective barrier that can absorb 2000W damage. It releases a heartbeat every 0.3 seconds, causing 5,000 points of fire damage to entities within a 1200 range around the player. The damage decaying with distance, while granting additional resistance to cold attributes to the player, immunity to the influence of cold environments with a probability of changing the surrounding environment to fire attribute, immunity to intermediate and lower-level ice-related spells, as well as immunity to freeze, cold frost, and cold slowdown effects. Duration of skill: 960 seconds. Additional note: the skill can only be used once, and the item disappears after use. Feng Heng carefully examined the item description, feeling delighted. A good item. It can resist the effects of icy environments, and the duration is a full 16 minutes. If he were to adjust the layout using this item. Feng Heng's mind wandered as he contemplated. Gano cautiously watched Feng Heng, feeling uneasy as Feng Heng's expression turned serious. The heart was an extremely rare item with high value. As a fusion material, it had the potential to create higher-tier scrolls of spells or enchanted equipment. However, due to the damage during collection, the success rate of enchantment or crafting was significantly reduced, causing many master craftsmen hired by the Merchant Guild to lack confidence in enchanting or manufacturing magical scrolls with it. Considering that this item might be useful for dealing with the ice prison related to the vein, it had been temporarily stored in the warehouse. Feng Heng remained silent, making Gano increasingly anxious. This was an opportunity he had fought hard to secure. If he failed, the days ahead would be even harder. Ahem, Gano couldn't help but cough lightly to attract Feng Heng's attention. "Mr. Feng Heng, besides this heart, we have a few more items. Take a look." With that, Gano brought out another box and revealed a magical scroll from inside, laying it respectfully on the table. This scroll can temporarily alter the terrain effect. Very useful, especially effective against the source of the vein, with a long duration. To trigger the scroll, it requires the consumption of a magma core. We have also prepared that for you. Feng Heng turned his gaze to the scroll, and relevant information appeared on his retina. Item: Environmental Magic Scroll, Scorched Earth. Type: Magic Scroll. Tier: rare. Description: a consumable class magical scroll. Activated by mental power. The activation of the magic scroll also requires the consumption of a magma core. Description: when successfully used, the scroll changes the current terrain environment, creating a 500*500 range of scorched earth LV 350 environment. Under this environment, the intensity and effects of fire spells are further enhanced. Maximum duration: 900 seconds. Feng Heng carefully read the description of the scroll, feeling astonished. It was an extremely rare environmental magical scroll. The tier of the environment was a hidden attribute, LV 350. He wondered if level 350 could withstand the aura after the veins eruption. Mr. Feng Heng, there are 2 more boxes with related items at the entrance, Gano said nervously, looking at Feng Heng. More. So many more. Bring them in. Okay. Gano got up and beckoned his men to bring in the 2 boxes. We can provide many more items that can resist the aura of the vein. Until all the items, scrolls, and related equipment in the 2 boxes were displayed. Gano's mouth felt dry as he anxiously looked at Feng Heng. Mr. Feng Heng, what do you think? Feng Heng pondered for a moment and looked at Gano with a hint of envy in his eyes, speaking honestly, not bad. More than just not bad. This was simply fantastic. The most valuable items were the environmental magical scroll and the heart of the flame troll lord. The others were also highly targeted items. For Feng Heng, these things were lifesavers. With these items, the success rate of his plan against Fiona had increased by more than double. Upon hearing Feng Heng's words of approval, Gano's heart leapt with joy. So, does that mean? End of chapter. Chapter 16-15 Attainment. Feng Heng didn't mind trying to get a little more benefit out of the Kilodi Trading Company. He interrupted and said, it's good. But you also know that there is a big conflict between me and your Kilodi Trading Company. Dealing with you feels like a bit of a rivalry. Do you understand what I mean? What do you understand? Can we finalize this deal with a sentence? Ganuo looked puzzled and shook his head. Feng Heng straightforwardly said, what I mean is, if you are willing to add a little more, you know what I mean. After being pursued by you for so long, it's a bit difficult for me to act like nothing happened. I also need to explain to my subordinates. You have to compensate a bit. Understood. Our trading company is willing to provide some additional resources as an apology for the unpleasantness that happened before. All right then. It's settled. After Ganuo understood, he immediately agreed. His mission was to persuade Feng Heng to complete the transaction. Whatever needs to be given within the permission, just give it all. Ganuo directly revealed all his cards. After all, it was their trading company that was at a loss. The Kilodi Trading Company was big and could afford it. I have full control over all the supplies in the warehouse of the Kilodi Trading Company established in the city of Frozen Ice. For the rest, I temporarily do not have the authority. Very well, then let's talk about what we have. Feng Heng admired Ganuo's decisiveness. He had more important matters to attend to and was not interested in continuing to haggle over these minor benefits. He finalized the deal directly, taking all the items from the warehouse established by the Kilodi Trading Company in the city of Frozen Ice, except for the 2 boxes of tools specifically for the yin veins. In exchange, Feng Heng provided a letter of recommendation from Lady Garona and related information about the yin veins of the Frozen Ice prison. Ganuo noted down every word Feng Heng said. Finally, Ganuo closed the notebook and looked at Feng Heng, pleading, Mr. Feng Heng, there is one more thing I need to trouble you with. Regarding our transaction, please help keep it confidential for a while, and it would be best if we could continue to receive traded goods publicly for some time. Feng Heng looked at Ganuo and suddenly realized. He hadn't expected this kid to be a bit shrewd. If news of the deal leaked out, someone with ill intentions would surely figure out it was Ganuo. He might run into trouble on his way back. All right, you can leave through the back door with the guards. Tomorrow evening, I will publicly announce the completion of the transaction with your trading company. Thank you. Ganuo was delighted and expressed his gratitude before quickly tucking away the letter of recommendation and leaving the main hall under the escort of the guards. Feng Heng's gaze fell on the 2 wooden boxes on the table, the final piece needed for the plan. Everything was in place. Next, from now until tomorrow morning, he needed to cooperate with Ji Xiaobo to complete all the seals on the frozen bones of the ice vein and prepare various magic arrays. It was 3 a.m. The axe crate couldn't be brought under the main hall of the city of Vittle until it urgently joined the Quixote Trading Company team to secretly monitor Lady Garona. Feng Heng would definitely come. Definitely. Crete firmly believed he had guessed correctly. A subordinate hurried over and whispered a few words in Crete's ear. Crete was stunned after hearing it. What? The transaction was successful. And with Feng Heng? Could this deal actually succeed? When he heard that the trade of the treasures of the ice veins needed to pass the first round of military review, he was even more certain about his guess. It was all a scam. It was impossible for anyone to pass the first round of review. Feng Heng wasn't even there. However, not only did the cooperation succeed, but the cooperating party was also their Quixote Trading Company. Crete's mind went blank for a moment, then he suddenly grabbed the wrist of his subordinate and sternly questioned, "Where are the goods? Have the goods arrived? Have you confirmed their authenticity?" "We have confirmed it with the Ice Castle Quartermaster. They are genuine, marked with the seal of the Lord of the Ice Castle." Crete opened his mouth. What was going on? For a moment, he felt his belief was starting to crumble. Everything seemed to be not progressing in the direction he anticipated. Where is Ganuo? Where is he? He has already returned to the main city under the escort of the team. He is currently at the trading company headquarters. Besides the letter of recommendation, he also received some information related to the yin veins that Chairman is inquiring about. What about the price? What were the conditions of the exchange? 1 fire troll's heart, 1 environmental spell scroll, 26 rare level equipment. The subordinate immediately handed over a list. "This is the list of the trade. Please check it." Crete took the list and checked it, frowning deeply. Damn, that wasteful Ganuo. He gave such a huge cost. He traded the entire warehouse of the frozen ice prison to Feng Heng. Among them were 2 very important items, the heart of the Fire Troll Lord and a magical scroll that could change the environment. Those were the accumulations of the trading company over the years. They were meant to be used against the yin veins in the future. Crete felt a pang of pain. But if he could really get the letter of recommendation from Lady Garona and the information Feng Heng mentioned, it was worth it. However, Crete still felt something was off. Would Feng Heng be so kind? Let's go. Let's head back. Crete couldn't wait to return, wanting to get first-hand information. The next day, at noon, outside the cave in the depths of the yin vein, Feng Heng went through the magic array operation from beginning to end, then closed his eyes and went through the battle plan in his mind one last time. Good. No mistakes. Feng Heng walked up to the group and nodded. It's time. We can begin. Okay. Suzan and the others showed a serious expression and looked at each other. They never expected to see the crack in the source of the yin vein and the divine greatsword here. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they couldn't break the inner seal of the divine greatsword. After inspecting the source of the yin vein, Melanie's main quest progress had even increased by 2%. After being stuck in the talent advancement quest for so many years, seeing hope come so quickly, the 3 of them were somewhat uneasy. According to the plan, all the 3 of them had to do at the moment was to wait. Wait for the Holy Maiden to descend from the ceremony. As for how to achieve this step, Feng Heng did not provide an explanation. Feng Heng then pointed to the 2 huge catastrophe coffins beside them and instructed, Viona's advancement plan cannot guarantee success. The greatest risk lies in the yin vein. In the worst-case scenario, the yin vein will erupt out of control. You can take shelter in the catastrophe coffins, and I will find a way to take you out. All right. Suzan nodded. Leave it to us here. Be careful, and good luck. Feng Heng glanced at the magic circle ceremony behind the 3 and the sacred court believers prepared in front of the ceremony. Ji Xiaobo, let's go. All right. Ji Xiaobo excitedly agreed and followed Feng Heng into the rear entrance of the yin vein source cave, closing the door to the cave behind them. End of the chapter. Chapter 16:16 Completing the yin vein source in the cave. The central divine giant sword continues to emit waves of sacred energy. All undead creatures in the surrounding area have been taken care of by the undead skeletal leader under Feng Heng's control. Now, he can focus on dealing with Viona. Feng Heng faced the giant sword and asked, "Are you ready?" "Of course. Absolutely ready, Feng Jie." Under Jixiobo's expectant gaze, Feng Heng reached out his hand. Click, click. A pocket-sized mechanical robot emerged from Fang Heng's sleeve. A virtual image of a super-small spatial teleportation hub appeared in front. Soon, after the energy was injected into the teleportation hub by the pocket-sized mechanical robot, it gradually solidified. A deep blue spatial channel emerged in the cave. Fang Zhe, I'm going in. Jixiaobo nodded at Fang Heng and stepped into the teleportation channel. 1 minute later, Fiona, wearing an eye mask, emerged from the spatial channel under the surveillance of Jixiaobo. Almost the moment she stepped out of the teleportation channel, Fiona felt the chilling aura and undead energy surrounding her. Where is this place? A quiet place. Now you can take off the eye mask, Fang Heng said expressionlessly, taking a small step to the side and retracting the teleportation hub, revealing the sacred giant sword behind him. Fiona sensed that she had passed through the spatial channel, but she didn't know exactly where she was. As she reached to remove the eye mask, catching a glimpse of the central sacred giant sword in the cave, she couldn't help but show surprise, repeatedly murmuring, "Heavenly sound. The divine sword, the sound of heaven. One of the lost artifacts of the divine realm." Some memories inherited from the Saintess let Fiona know the name of this artifact. As for the origin of the artifact, she was not sure. She could feel that once she touched this artifact and was recognized by it, her power would qualitatively increase. But not now. Even aside from being sealed, with her current abilities, she still couldn't control the artifact. Fiona slowly turned her gaze to Fang Heng. She was extremely wary of Fang Heng. Fang Heng. He could even find the lost artifacts of the divine realm. This person is too terrifying. He must be dealt with quickly. Fiona gradually softened the killing intent in her eyes, becoming more gentle. Fang Heng walked to Fiona's side and looked at the central divine giant sword in the cave, asking, "Do you recognize it? This giant sword is one of the lost artifacts of the divine realm, named the Sound of Heaven. Why is it here? I don't know. Only a small part of the memory inheritance from the Saintess mentioned it. The reason for its loss is still unclear," Fiona said, glancing somewhat warily at the crack under the sacred giant sword. The chilling aura continued to leak from the crack. The entire cave was filled with this chilling aura, mixed with the smell of the undead, making her very uncomfortable. Where exactly is this place? Fiona looked around. She speculated that Fang Heng probably wanted her to take the artifact, so she said, "Fang Heng, with my current abilities, I can't get close to the artifact unless I awaken some of the Saintess's inheritance power." Fang Heng nodded. He foresaw this as well. "That's no problem. You can proceed with the awakening ritual of the Saintess's inheritance power now. I've prepared the advanced props for the ritual for you." Fang Heng pointed to a wooden coffin placed on the right side of the cave wall. Fiona looked at the coffin, puzzled. Two zombie clones standing next to the wooden coffin pushed open the coffin lid together. Suddenly, as the lid was lifted, a dark golden light spilled out from the coffin. "What?" Seeing what was inside the coffin, Fiona's expression changed again. It was actually a god-binding space. How did Fang Heng get hold of it? And the one sealed in the god-binding space was... Fiona stared fixedly at the unconscious Sheng Dao. An evil spirit. A human who had made a deal with an evil spirit. Fiona turned abruptly and looked at Fang Heng. Fang Heng asked, "By defeating the evil spirit attached to him, you can complete a small part of the Saintess's inheritance awakening, can't you?" "How did you know?" "Gan Honghua told me." Gan Honghua stayed in Vass to set up pieces in advance for Fiona's inheritance awakening. This piece was activated early by Fiona because of the demon seed on her. Fang Heng indeed fell into a trap. But he also learned about Fiona's Saintess inheritance awakening from the notebook left by Gan Honghua. After Purify Sheng Dao, Fiona would be able to awaken a small part of the Saintess's inheritance. If she could cleanse the demon seed, Fiona's Saintess inheritance awakening would be even more significant. Fang Heng calmly looked at Sheng Dao, still in a coma. "After completing the awakening, you should have the ability to control the sacred giant sword and help me remove the contamination inside me." "Okay." Fiona slowly withdrew her gaze from Fang Heng. Jixiaobo stared at Fiona's every move, quietly warning, "Hey, don't try anything funny. I'm watching you." Fiona glanced at Jixiaobo but remained silent. These people had no idea of the terrifying power of the Saintess. Once she awakened a part of the Saintess's power, her strength would greatly increase. When she awakened part of the Saintess's inheritance power, she could forcibly break the cursed soul nail left in her by DRIZZLE at a lower cost. By then, she could take control of the situation. Fiona remained composed, slowly walked forward, approached the unconscious Sheng Dao, and gently pressed her hand on the god-binding space covering him. Suddenly, the god-binding space burst into a dazzling golden light. The golden light illuminated half of the cave. Roar! The red evil spirit shadow behind Sheng Dao woke up first, emitting a painful howl. The evil spirit shadow trembled non-stop. Stimulated, Sheng Dao suddenly woke up from his coma. What? Seeing Fiona activating the power of the god-binding space before his eyes, Sheng Dao's face turned pale. He felt the evil spirit power inside of him being rapidly drained. Along with it, his life force was also being drained. Who are you? Let me go. I was forced. I was tempted by the evil spirit. Fiona turned a deaf ear to Sheng Dao's struggles and pleas, closing her eyes and silently reciting a prayer. The god-binding space was prepared for her to awaken the Saintess's power. The red mist continuously steamed up from Sheng Dao's body. Sheng Dao's skin turned red and burning, as if being scorched, emitting continuous cries of pain. The pain engulfed Sheng Dao's will, his eyes filled with extreme resentment, cursing loudly. I will never forgive you all. Holy Court, Divine Realm, and you, Feng Heng, you will all go to hell. You will all be devoured by evil spirits. The howling gradually subsided, Sheng Dao's life force rapidly fading away. As the purification ritual gradually completed, faint waves of sacred light energy continuously overflowed from Fiona. End of this chapter. Ji Xiaobo felt a little worried and secretly gave Feng Heng a glance. In fact, a few days ago, Ji Xiaobo had already noticed signs of the loosening of the seal of soul nails on Fiona's body. Now, with the awakening of the inheritance of Fiona, the seal loosened once again, showing a trend that was becoming uncontrollable. Feng Heng noticed Ji Xiaobo's gaze and gave him a reassuring look. Suddenly, the light in Fiona's eye disappeared completely, and Fiona opened her eyes abruptly. There was a hint of sacred radiance in her eyes. After sensing her own condition, Fiona turned and looked at Feng Heng. Feng Heng asked, "How is it?" The evil spirit level within Sheng Dao is not high. Purify it can only complete a small part of the awakening of the Saintess inheritance, replied Feng Heng. He then asked further, how much? Less than 1%, Feng Heng replied. Feng Heng looked at Fiona, pondering the credibility of her words. A fully awakened Saintess could reach the level of an assistant god. Currently, Fiona was just a shell. Even with only 1/10 of the peak power, she would be extremely difficult to deal with. Feng Heng gestured towards the giant sacred sword in the center of the cave and asked, "Can we obtain the artifact now?" "We can try," Fiona responded. Fiona also looked towards the giant artifact in the middle and said, "The condition is that you have to trust me and be willing to help me break the seal on my body." "Of course," Feng Heng replied without hesitation, nodding towards Ji Xiaobo. "Help her break the seal." "Hey, Feng Heng!" Ji Xiaobo was shocked to hear this. What the heck? Actively helping Fiona break the seal of the soul nails. He knew that Feng Heng was planning to deal with Fiona, and he wanted to maximize benefits by nurturing Fiona's Saintess awakening power to a certain extent before completely sealing it and taking it away for the mission. But the stronger Fiona's power grew, the greater the risks. To play this big, not afraid of death? Go ahead, Feng Heng said, looking at Fiona. "Fiona, I choose to believe in you again. And I'll tell you, I already have an exit plan. My soul has already found a place of return in advance, so don't think you can kill me. Of course, you can try your luck as well. Feng Heng, I won't harm you. You are not guilty. You are just influenced by the power of the demon seed," Fiona said with a soft look in her eyes, unintentionally using suggestive skills of the sacred type again. As long as the seal of the soul nails was released, her power would return to its peak. Then the situation would completely reverse. She could firmly control Feng Heng. The only thing she needed to be cautious of was that sacred tree. She had patience. Feng Heng needed to be removed. But not now. She still needed to find the ritualist behind Feng Heng. This was the only way for her to fully unlock her soul awakening. With a sincere expression, Fiona continued, "Please accept my help in the name of the holy light, Feng Heng. I will help you cleanse the contamination inside you." Fang Heng stared at Viona's face. A prompt flashed in his retina. Hint: player affected by the devout skill, successful willpower, and soul strength judgment. Player immune to this suggestion effect. Humph! Sacred Court. Fang Heng felt a bit more vigilant. Viona's psychological suggestion was stronger than before. He could already feel an urge to trust Viona in his heart. Outwardly, Fang Heng nodded and said, "I hope you keep your promise. Ji Xiaobo, you can start now." "Break the seal," Fang Heng instructed, seeing that he was serious. Ji Xiaobo gritted his teeth, activated a spell in his hand, and silently chanted a spell. A gray mist gradually emanated from Viona's body. Chi-chi. The soul nails that were originally pierced into Viona's body were torn out one by one, floating back to Ji Xiaobo's side. Viona closed her eyes again, feeling the gradual recovery of the sacred power within her, until reaching its peak. As the last soul nail was pulled out, a faint layer of sacred power enveloped Viona's body. Sacred power involuntarily overflowed from her body. Fang Heng stared at Viona, observing the waves of sacred power emanating from her surroundings, feeling a sense of alertness. With less than a tenth of the Saintess power awakened, Viona had reached such a state of intensity. Now was his best chance. After all, the power of the Saintess inheritance was external. Viona had just awakened, so her body needed time to adapt to the huge power she had gained. Viona still couldn't fully control this power. The unfettered dispersion of sacred waves was the best proof. Fang Heng had rehearsed it countless times in his mind. Whether Viona would turn against him immediately or continue to deceive him, he was fully prepared for either scenario. "Viona," Fang Heng said softly. Suddenly, Viona opened her eyes wide, shooting out two beams of holy fire. Ji Xiaobo shouted, "Be careful." Fang Heng lightly dodged the two beams of holy fire that came towards him. Boom! The two beams of holy fire left deep holes in the cave wall behind Fang Heng. "Sorry, Fang Heng, I am not able to fully control the power of the newly awakened Saintess yet," Viona apologized with a regretful expression. The feeling of power returning to her body was just too good. Viona continued to feel the flow of sacred power within her. Now, in Fang Heng's eyes, she was no longer a threat. She had become someone he could play with at his fingertips. The absolute suppression of power caused Viona to let go of some of her vigilance. Viona nodded towards Fang Heng and said, "Fang Heng, my power is now enough to cleanse the contamination inside you. We can start. There's no rush, let's wait. Before dealing with the contamination, I want you to take control of the sacred giant sword first," Fang Heng suggested, pointing at the sacred giant sword in the center of the cave. Viona looked at the sword with a hint of surprise in her expression. "You want me to take down the artifact first, yes? With your current ability, can you control it?" Viona looked at the artifact and nodded. "Yes, I can. But aren't you worried? Once I get the divine sword, it will stimulate the power inheritance of the Saintess. By then my strength will increase again. Aren't you afraid that I will harm you?" Fang Heng calmly looked at Viona and asked, "Will you?" Viona's gaze softened a bit more. "I won't, Fang Heng." "That's good. Instead of that, I'm more worried that your strength might not be enough to completely remove the contamination from my body, leaving some hidden dangers," Fang Heng said. Viona understood and nodded. "Indeed, the contamination in your body comes from the source of tongue of envy. The intensity is very high. For safety's sake, it is good to wait until my strength increases again to completely remove it." End of this chapter. Not only that, after obtaining the artifact, can you control the crack? I also received a mission to completely seal the crack, so I will need your help later. After obtaining the divine sword, temporarily help me control the crack, and I will seal it. Viola didn't doubt him and nodded towards Fang Heng. With absolute power, and she was confident that Fang Heng had been unconsciously influenced by sincere skills and mental suggestions. At one point, she even thought maybe keeping Fang Heng around wouldn't be bad. No, Fang Heng is a huge threat. He's too terrifying. He must be eliminated. But not now. Fang Heng is bait to lure the mastermind behind the demon seed. Once the mastermind is found, the bait will lose its value. Viola followed Fang Heng slowly towards the giant sword at the center of the cave, her eyes cold once again. Fang Heng stopped at the edge of the area, covered by holy light, solemnly took out the sealing scroll and a box containing the heart of the molten fire giant lord. "I'm ready," we can start. Viola did not doubt. Even without Feng Heng, as long as she controlled the artifact, she could temporarily suppress the leakage of the evil aura from the crack with her abilities. In the worst case, she could return the artifact. Viola continued forward. She easily passed through the area covered by the holy light. The inner shield opened by the giant sword also slowly collapsed inward as Viola approached. Viola approached the giant sword, slowly reaching out and touching it. Suddenly, the moment she touched the giant sword, Viola's strength soared uncontrollably. Terrifying divine ripples one after another spread outward from Viola as the center. Ji Xiaobo stared closely at Viola, inwardly feeling uneasy. It was visible that Viola's strength had greatly increased after touching the giant sword. Ji Xiaobo anxiously looked towards Feng Heng, blinking frantically at him. Act now! Can't hold on much longer? Hurry! Seeing Viola like this, her saintly inheritance must have been awakened again by the stimulation of the giant sword. Seeing Feng Heng standing still, paying no attention to Ji Xiaobo's anxiousness, Ji Xiaobo almost exploded. What is Feng Heng doing? How did he manage to summon a monster? There's a joke in the Necromancer Institute that Feng Heng is a spy sent by the Holy Faction. Isn't it a joke? Or is it true? Completely ignoring Ji Xiaobo's anxiousness, Feng Heng stared intensely at Viola. Just wait a little longer. The more Viola's saintly power awakens, the higher his mission completion rate will be. The better the rewards after sealing. Plus, Viola has not yet fully controlled the giant sword. Suddenly, Viola's golden hair fluttered, her eyes serious and solemn. The divine ripples emanating from her grew stronger layer by layer. Under Viola's control, the giant sword gradually condensed and shrank. Similarly, stimulated by the giant sword and infused with its power, her saintly inheritance was awakened once again. She gained the recognition of the artifact. Divine power filled her body. Viola felt bathed in divine light, feeling more powerful than ever before. Click! The golden artifact giant sword shortened to less than 2 meters, tightly grasped by Viola's hand as she swiftly raised it from the ground. Almost at the same moment, the evil aura burst out frantically from the crack that had been sealed and suppressed. Click-clack! Frost instantly covered the frozen soil around the crack. Strange distortions appeared in the space above the crack. Along with the outpouring of a large amount of icy aura, the surrounding objects were also attracted by the twisted space. Large pieces of rock covered with ice crystals were sucked into the surrounding area by the twisted space, shattering and being engulfed under the distortion of space. Buzz! The golden light once again emanated from the artifact giant sword in Viola's hand. Viola activated the power of the holy sword to block the outburst of evil aura. The visibly dark aura was immediately dispersed by the wave of holy light released by Viola. Extreme cold aura. Viola frowned. The evil aura emanating from the crack was stronger than she had anticipated. With the power just awakened from her saintly inheritance, she still couldn't fully control it and immediately felt immense pressure. Viola shouted, "Feng Heng, I have it under control. Hurry and seal it." "Okay." Feng Heng, standing behind Viola, answered, his pupils suddenly showing to crimson streaks. Now is the time. Everything is going as he expected. He had been waiting for this moment all along. The reflection of a crimson moonlight appeared in Feng Heng's eyes. A phantom moonlight materialized behind him. Hint: player uses skill, Eternal Moon. Hint: player detected to be in an intermediate sequence world. Hint: fusion with the current world. Player skill form is changing. Fusion in progress. Hint: player's current status, necromancy, skill fusion in progress. Hint: player detected to be in the current environment, skill fusion in progress. Hint: player and teammates have entered the state of reincarnation and rebirth. Hint: Eternal Moon summoning skill, Fluid Giant, Ice Crystal. Creature: Fluid Giant, Ice Crystal. Description: the product of a special genetic breeding program, fused with specialized soul, necromancy, and bionic technology, can only survive in low-temperature environments. Due to difficulty in control, it was completely destroyed, can integrate into ice crystals, possesses extremely strong life force and destructive power, extremely high danger level. Additional skills? Feng Heng quickly passed through a series of game prompts before directly using his ultimate move. Seize the opportunity as Viola controls the artifact to resist the crack. launch an attack when she least expects it. Fang Heng fully controlled the operation of the Eternal Moon skill, not having the energy to carefully read the skill description. Just through a series of game prompts, he vaguely saw the word Ice Crystal. Good. Related to the ice element. Most of the previous times he used the ultimate move, Eternal Moon, the skills were mostly about summoning, and the creatures summoned were closely related to the current world environment and his own status. So Fang Heng judged that there was a high probability of summoning a creature related to the evil aura this time, combined with him switching his form to necromancy. The final creature was most likely a combination of undead and the evil aura. This creature could pose the greatest threat to Viola by continuously releasing the evil aura from the source of the aura. Hiss, hiss. Everything was going exactly as Fang Heng had planned. Blue water droplets the size of a nail tip gradually separated from the frozen ground around Viola, only about 1/5 the size. End of this chapter. Chapter 16-19 Giant Crack, Crack, Crack. What's that? Hearing strange noises in her ear, Fiona suddenly realized that something was wrong. She glanced back and saw Fang Heng standing there with a serious expression. At first, she didn't realize that Fang Heng had any issues. She just thought he had encountered some trouble. The next moment, blue water droplets that emerged from the ice on the ground suddenly leapt towards her like maggots. What is that? Fiona felt a strong sense of crisis and immediately released a sacred ripple outward. Flash! A golden light radiated out. Bang, bang, bang! The water droplets rushing towards Fiona were shattered by the impact of the sacred aura, bursting and splintering. What? Fiona did not expect that after the water droplets burst, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped a few degrees, and a layer of ice crystals appeared on the area where they burst. Even she was covered in a layer of frost in the area of the ice crystal explosion, with her shoulders immediately turning white with frost. The aura of Yin Vein. It's actually the same source of attribute as the aura of the Yin Vein. Fiona sensed the cold aura contained in the frost, her expression changing instantly. The cold aura quickly spread and began to impede the flow of her sacred power within her body. Fiona furrowed her brows, distracted by the trouble caused by the frost. The aura of the holy light flickered again, and the frost covering her body slowly dissolved under the infusion of divine power. What is going on with these strange water droplets? Is it an abnormal reaction after the seal of the Yin Vein crack was broken? Fiona's mind was filled with doubts. Before she could sort out her thoughts, more and more water droplets emerged from the ice, rushing towards her. Not good. Fiona, seeing this, dared not use the sacred ripple attack directly again, but forcibly opened a sacred defense shield. Buzz! The golden shield opened. The water droplets quickly adhered to the sacred defense shield. Fiona frowned deeply. The water droplets released an extremely cold aura, which continuously eroded the sacred shield she released. The sacred power was rapidly being consumed. Fiona felt the situation was becoming dire. Having awakened part of the legacy of the Saintess power, under normal circumstances, she would never be this passive. But now, her main focus was on controlling the artifact Heavenly Sound to resist the cold aura leaking from the crack in the Yin Vein. She was caught in a difficult position. Not good. She may not be able to hold on for much longer. Fang Heng, hurry! Fiona shouted. She still hadn't realized that all these creatures were summoned by Fang Heng. Not getting a response from Fang Heng, Fiona glanced behind her again. Fang Heng stood there as before, but this time, a phantom of a blood-red moon appeared behind him. Seeing the reflection and Fang Heng's calm expression, Fiona suddenly felt a sense of foreboding from the bottom of her heart. Her pupils suddenly tightened, and a terrifying thought rose in her mind. Fang Heng! It's him! Could it be that the ice crystal creatures were summoned by him? Could everything be his design? Was he deliberately letting her obtain the artifact, taking advantage of her distracted state to reveal the aura of the Yin Vein, and launching a fatal blow at her weakest moment? Countless thoughts flashed through Fiona's mind. How could Fang Heng dare to do this? She could never have imagined that Fang Heng would strike at her at this moment. She couldn't understand why Fang Heng would choose this moment. If he really didn't trust her, why unseal the seal on her body and help her complete the awakening of her soul? Wouldn't it be better to act directly? It's unreasonable. Flash! 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 The dense water droplets gathered towards her. quickly condensing into a thin layer of water curtain around the sacred barrier. The water curtain even blocked Fiona's view. More and more water droplets emerged from the frost-covered cave floor and ceiling. Through the water curtain, Fiona could only vaguely see Fang Heng's face. "Why, Fang Heng, don't you trust me? It's not about trust, and I've given you a chance. Don't worry, Fiona, we will meet again soon," Fang Heng said softly, his mental power reaching its limit again, the blood-red moon behind him gradually solidifying. Mental power was rapidly being consumed. The strength of Fiona's sacred shield was stronger than Fang Heng had anticipated. Fang Heng squeezed out all the remaining mental power and pointed his finger at Fiona. "Go." Fiona felt a sense of crisis as soon as this finger pointed at her. The layer of water droplets enveloping the sacred shield quickly descended and quickly reformed not far in front of her, instantly forming into a huge water giant creature. As the water giant rose, it clenched its fist and struck a heavy blow towards Fiona. "Not good." Boom! The holy light screen shook violently under the fist of the water giant. Fiona's heart twitched violently. Bang! Not lasting a moment, the sacred light barrier burst open. The chill of the ice surged towards her. Fiona's blood and chi were churning. For a moment, she couldn't completely control the giant sword of the artifact, losing the continued suppression of the yin vein source crack behind her. Boom! The chilling aura burst forth from the yin vein crack again. The aura of the yin vein instantly surged towards Fiona once more. Fiona's continuous production of divine aura was completely swallowed by the yin vein aura before it could well up. This is bad. Fiona's eyes revealed a hint of panic for the first time. She found herself losing control of the situation. Looking up, she saw the giant waterman stagger after punching her, then raised its fist again and fiercely struck towards her. There was no escape. A touch of determination flashed in Fiona's eyes, and she silently uttered a curse. Boom! As the fist struck Fiona's body, the entire giant waterman exploded. Fiona's body was instantly covered in a thick layer of white frost. Fiona was immediately frozen all over, her body unable to move, and even her sacred power within her body was suppressed to the limit in an instant. The power of the Saintess still protected her core consciousness, keeping her mind clear. In the frozen state, Fiona stared at Fang Heng, who was standing not far away, breathing heavily. Fang Heng! It's all part of his design. From the moment she entered the cave, she had already fallen into Fang Heng's elaborate trap. The angry look in Fiona's eyes gradually subsided. This time she was careless. Fortunately, at the last moment, she had already made preparations for rebirth. The next time they meet. Flash! In the frozen state, Fiona's body was drawn towards a rift in the yin vein behind her. Bang, bang, bang! In the frozen state, Fiona's body was twisted and shredded by the distorted space, and the ice crystals were completely sucked into the icy crack. It's done! Fang Heng, having triggered the heart of the fire demon lord in his hand at the very moment when Fiona lost control of the artifact, released a hot aura that spread rapidly and overflowed, part of which spilled towards the crack in the yin vein source that was about to lose its suppression. End of this chapter. Chapter 1620. The Inspection Boom. A cold and a hot energy clashed in the air. Fang Heng tilted his head back and drank a bottle of fully restorative potion with negative effects, rushing towards the central yin vessel source while holding a scroll in his hand. Scroll. Environmental Magic Scroll. Scorched Earth. Suddenly, the mental strength Fang Heng had just restored was instantly drained by the Environmental Magic Scroll. Almost simultaneously, the dark brown scorched earth expanded outwards from under Fang Heng's feet. The frozen earth was quickly covered by black scorched earth. The temperature inside the cave rose rapidly. Only a circle around the yin vessel source crack was still in an icy, frosty state. Great! Effective! Fang Heng shouted, Ji Xiaobo! Ji Xiaobo stood dumbfounded on the side, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Everything happened too quickly, from Fang Heng launching the surprise attack to Fiona being twisted and absorbed by the distorted space, all in less than half a minute. She's dead. They really killed Fiona. And it was the awakened power of Fiona's heritage. Ji Xiaobo! Hurry! Prepare the seal! Ji Xiaobo finally regained his senses and immediately took out a triangular sealing scroll from his backpack. The scroll was also traded from the Karodi Trading Company, capable of creating space sealing. It lasted shortly, a one-time use item with excellent effects. Ji Xiaobo shouted, "Alright, I'm ready." Feng Heng dashed towards the central yin vessel crack in the cave at the fastest speed. After losing the divine power suppression of Viona, the yin vessel crack was on the verge of erupting. Fortunately, Feng Heng took timely action. Influenced by the heart of the Meltfire Giant Lord and the scorched earth effect of the magical scroll, the crack was temporarily suppressed again. Suddenly, Feng Heng appeared beside the yin vessel energy, glancing at the artifact giant sword lying on the ground. After being controlled by Viona's divine power, the artifact sword had turned back into a nearly 2-meter giant sword. The sword was pierced into the ground, emitting a holy light that could still slightly suppress the nearby yin vessel energy. However, it was far less effective than when it was initially pierced into the crack. Feng Heng quickly placed the heart of the Meltfire Giant Lord on the ground. The fiery aura it emanated collided with the yin vessel energy seeping out of the crack, creating an even more intense energy wave. Wrinkling his brow, Feng Heng retrieved several black charcoal chunks from his backpack. The effect of the charcoal was unknown. Even the game hints couldn't identify what it was. But according to Ganner, this stuff was left over from the rebirth of the Fire Phoenix. Legend has it that extreme temperatures are generated where the mythical creature Fire Phoenix is reborn. Feng Heng wasn't sure if the story was true, but he could sense the powerful flames within the charcoal. Suddenly, Feng Heng threw the charcoal chunks directly towards the center of the crack, and quickly retreated. The effect was unexpectedly good. Influenced by the charcoal, the yin vessel crack, which had been fiercely spewing frost outwards, suddenly seemed to calm down like a silent fire. Only wisps of mist were leaking out. Suddenly, behind him, Ji Xiaobo immediately activated the scroll in his hand. Spatial, quadrilateral seal. A visible gray phantom quickly appeared above the yin vessel crack, rapidly enveloping a small area around the crack, including the heart of the Meltfire Giant Lord and the Divine Giant Sword, among others, forming a solid seal as a pyramid. Crack, crack, crack. The outer gray mist quickly solidified into a physical space. With the loss of the source energy, the yin vessel energy that was about to erupt inside the cave subsided rapidly. Run! The magical scroll in Ji Xiaobo's hand turned to ashes, and he let out a big sigh of relief. It took the combined efforts of the Meltfire Giant Lord's heart, the environmental scroll, the unknown charcoal, the spatial seal, and the greatly weakened sacred artifact giant sword to barely control the imminent eruption of the yin vessel energy source. However, this control was only temporary. It was time to move on. Ji Xiaobo turned to look for Feng Heng's trace and found him already beside him. Feng Heng's pupils were covered in a layer of deathly gray. Soul inspection. Through the layer of gray mist on his retina, Feng Heng saw Viona's soul, after her death, gathering in the air in little starry dots, dispersing outside the cave under the shelter of the divine light. In that brief moment, most of Viona's soul had departed. Suddenly, the Book of the Dead emerged in front of Feng Heng. He stretched out his hand towards the fleeing soul of Viona in the air and murmured, "Gather." The gray mist swiftly invaded Viona's soul. Boom! The gray mist barely touched Viona's soul, and a burst of scorching holy light energy erupted. Viona's soul instantly broke free from the dark mist. At the same time, Feng Heng felt a thunderous roar in his brain. His sea of consciousness trembled violently. Hint: you are hit by the power of the Saintess, Viona's soul, and lose 1/3 of your maximum HP. Hint: you are struck back. Your mental strength decreases by 10% within 24 hours. The violent backlash in the sea of consciousness made Feng Heng unable to control the Book of the Dead. He took several steps back, knelt on one knee, supporting himself with one hand on the ground, while the other tightly grasped his head in extreme pain. "Feng Jie, are you okay?" Ji Xiaobo hurried over to help Feng Heng up. Feng Heng gritted his teeth, trying to endure the pain sent through his consciousness. After using a relentless lunar spell, draining his mental strength, forcibly activating the environmental scroll placed a heavy burden on his mental strength, followed by the backlash attack. "I'm okay." Feng Heng shook his head, trying to stay alert, and looked up as Viona's soul swiftly dispersed in the air. Indeed, it was a failure. The soul of a Saintess was not so easily captured, especially after awakening part of the Saintess inheritance. Everything went according to his expectations. The game had only just begun. Fang Heng turned to Ji Xiaobo and said, "Don't mind me, go quickly. Take care of them, I'll be there soon. Fang Jie, can you still hurry?" Okay. Be careful, Fang Jie." Knowing the urgency of the situation, Ji Xiaobo rushed to help the others without further ado, giving Fang Heng a worried look before running out of the cave. Feeling Ji Xiaobo's absence, Fang Heng felt his legs give in and sat on the ground, breathing heavily, gulping down several bottles of restorative potions. His gaze slowly focused on the artifact, the heavenly sound, left by Fiona at the same spot. The situation had been too urgent for him to investigate the status of the artifact. Could he find a way to obtain it later? Fang Heng thought to himself. Maybe there could be additional unexpected gains? Not now. There would be another chance later. Suppressing the greed in his heart, Fang Heng rested in place for 3 minutes. Lady Donnie walked directly into the center of the resurrection ritual magic circle, where the Holy See believers were gathered, and took out a source stone belonging to Fiona from her backpack, placing it in the center of the magic circle. The ritual magic circle emitted a dazzling light. Around them, the Holy See believers began another round of chanting. Melanie and the others were stunned. What stone is that? The resurrection ritual magic circle has been activated again. They want to resurrect Fiona again. Another time? I see. A glint of sharpness flashed in Emra's eyes. Suzanne and Melanie also realized quickly. They understood Fang Heng's plan. After awakening part of the priestess's legacy, Fiona's soul power was extremely strong. Even after death, her soul possessed powerful protection. With their current abilities, forcibly sequestering the priestess's soul would be extremely difficult. One wrong move, and things could go downhill. However, they could kill Fiona repeatedly. Each time they killed her, the soul revival would consume a portion of Fiona's soul power. Similarly, each of their previous attempts to capture the soul would also deplete this power. If the power continued to be consumed without replenishment, they all looked at Fang Heng. A formidable person. For Fiona, this was undoubtedly a form of extreme torture. However, they still found it somewhat strange. When did Fang Heng start collaborating with Lord Donnie? Didn't Donnie issue an assassination warrant against Fang Heng publicly before? How did they suddenly start working together? Or are all these collaborations just a facade? Were they already collaborating when they kidnapped Fiona? Unbelievably, Fang Heng had started planning since then. Everyone was full of doubts and suspicions. Smirking at the gazes from everyone, Ji Xiaobo chuckled. The collaboration was brought about by him, of course. Since obtaining the first source stone in the Undead Research Association, Fang Heng immediately came up with an idea to deal with Fiona. He speculated that using the source stone and exploring the magic array to locate Fiona's whereabouts could not be limited to just infiltrating this group in the Undead Research Association. So Fang Heng immediately sought ways to find more source stones. Unfortunately, he only found an additional one by intercepting and attacking a Holy See team in the barbarian game world. Under Ji Xiaobo's recommendation and suggestion, they found Lord Donnie to cooperate. In Ji Xiaobo's words, there were some conflicts between the two, but they were consistent in dealing with the Holy See, so they could temporarily cooperate outwardly. So, at Ji Xiaobo's recommendation, the two met. Fang Heng was originally prepared to pay or exchange for source stones from Lord Donnie. However, Lord Donnie was very clever. She was already suspicious of Fiona's disappearance and quickly sensed a different scent from Fang Heng's words. After some back and forth, Lord Donnie joined the collaboration. In fact, during this period, Lord Donnie endured tremendous pressure on behalf of Fang Heng. In her main world, she had even clashed with the Holy Sea's people. So, by chance, she had the source stone of Fiona. Furthermore, once the Holy See discovered that the source stone was missing, they would likely continue the investigation. Lord Donnie agreed to bear the blame, effectively diverting the Holy Sea's attention towards Fang Heng. Now, it was Fang Heng's turn to repay this favor. Watching the resurrection ritual quickly turning, Lord Donnie squinted her eyes. She remembered when Fang Heng discussed this plan with her. She thought Fang Heng was a madman. Even though she was called a mad woman on the outside, the most she wanted was to find a way to kill Fiona, take her soul, and complete the task. She never expected Fang Heng to be even more insane. He wanted to help Fiona complete the inheritance before killing her. Now it seemed, Fang Heng was indeed a madman. and a terrible madman who could change the world. Lord Donnie pondered, slowly stepping back. The source stone gradually condensed in the center of the ritual circle. In the second round of the ritual, the Holy See believers seemed more skilled, and the ritual progressed slightly faster. Amid everyone's gaze, Feng Heng took another step forward, raising his hand. Be resurrected. Viona. Suddenly, in a state of chaos, Viona's consciousness slowly began to revive once again. She didn't know how long it had been since her last experience, but she once again opened her eyes. Viona recalled the humiliation she suffered before her last death, her eyes filled with anger. What? Once again suddenly opening her eyes, seeing the person in front of her, Viona's eyes widened in shock. The first thing she saw was that detestable face again. Feng Heng. How is he here again? TSK. 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 In the next moment, the black soul chains penetrated Viona's body once again. Quick! This time, Lord Donnie also invoked the Book of the Dead, joining Suzan's team in an attempt to capture Viona's soul together. Four gray auras converged in midair, forming a single force, once again attacking Viona's soul. Boom! The gray aura touched the light attached to Viona's soul, triggering a divine explosion once again. Everyone took several steps back, once again affected by the backlash. The golden light emanating from Viona's soul continued to overflow. Feng Heng did not participate in capturing the soul, as his condition had not fully recovered, and forcing his involvement would only decrease their combat ability. He was now observing the situation of the soul. Good. After 2 consecutive resurrections and attempts to capture her, the dark golden light enveloping Viona's soul had visibly weakened significantly. With a few more attempts, they could definitely capture Viona's soul. Not to mention, the people cooperating with him were veteran players who had been immersed in necromancy for decades. Feng Heng knew that they had a few final trump cards up their sleeves. Feng Heng observed Suzan and the others, who were recovering quickly from the backlash, and said in a deep voice, "We have 3 resurrection stones left. Everyone, regain your mental strength quickly. Let's continue." The fluctuating prayer echoed in the cave once again. The believers activated the resurrection magic circle once more. Seconds ticked by. Suddenly, in the center of the divine resurrection ritual, Viona opened her eyes for the 5th time. The continuous cycle of death and resurrection had greatly weakened her soul's power, to the point where even her consciousness was becoming blurry. She felt the weakness of her soul, but her consciousness was still in a chaotic state after just awakening, completely unaware of the imminent life-threatening crisis. Feng Heng. Viona saw the person in front of her clearly, her eyes filled with anger, played with over and over again. The rage was about to consume Viona. TSK. 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 Before she could say another word, the densely packed black soul chains pierced through her body. The soul enveloped in golden light once again overflowed from Viona's body. Quick! Feng Heng shouted. Behind them, visible frosty white mist had started to leak from the sealed gate. There was no time to waste on arguing with Viona. This was their last chance. Feng Heng's eyes were veiled with a layer of gray fog. He stared intently at Viona's overflowing soul. He yelled, "Everyone, now is the time. Give it your all. Stop her." Without waiting for Feng Heng's reminder, the 4 of them immediately activated their mental strength to the maximum. The dense gray mist quickly converged towards Viona's soul. The protective light surrounding Viona's soul had significantly dimmed after the previous attacks. Bang! The gray mist exploded upon contact with the outer layer of Viona's soul once again. Suzan and the others frowned simultaneously. No, not yet. This time, despite the control of the Book of the Dead, Suzan and his team did not step back. The gray mist controlled by the 4 dissipated by half, but still remained. Continue. The remaining mist gathered in the air again, enveloping Viona's soul completely within it. It's done. Ji Xiaobo, who had been watching on the sidelines, couldn't help but shout in excitement. Viona's soul was finally firmly under the control of Suzan and his team. Ji Xiaobo turned to Feng Heng and shouted, "Brother Feng." Feng Heng's heart also skipped a beat at the sight, and he immediately raised his hand forward. The soul sealing bottle. The final step was all that was left, sealing the soul. Under the control of their mental strength, the sealing bottle floated in front of Feng Heng. Suzan and the others worked together to wrap Fiona's soul tightly with the gray mist and forcibly poured it into the bottle. Did it work? Watching the soul being poured into the bottle, Ji Xiaobo's heart raced with excitement. But before he could celebrate, a loud explosion rang in his ears. Boom! What? Ji Xiaobo was shocked. The soul-sealing bottle shattered explosively. Not only was Ji Xiaobo surprised by this turn of events, but the rest of the people also felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Fang Heng was particularly astonished. Why did it explode? Not having time to ponder why it happened, Suzan immediately shouted, "Quick! Stop her!" Seeing Fiona's soul struggling out of the shattered bottle once again, Suzan and his team forcefully used the Book of the Dead to firmly hold onto Fiona's escaping soul. Ji Xiaobo grew anxious. They had come so far. How could there be a problem now? He asked urgently, "What's going on?" Lord Donnie furrowed her brows and asked, "Did we make a mistake?" "Don't panic. Let's try again." Fang Heng remained calm and focused on the scattered fragments, deep in thought. Why did it explode? He didn't know either, but he felt it was definitely not a mistake. The effects of the backlash in his sea of consciousness gradually faded, and the potion quickly took effect. Feeling his strength gradually returning, Fang Heng stood up, cast one last glance at the artifact giant sword in the center of the cave, and quickly made his way out of the sealed cave. End of chapter. The outer layer of the sealed cave, the followers of the Holy Court gathered around the ritual magic circle. They knelt on one knee, silently reciting prayers. This group of followers was brought over from the higher order world by Fang Heng. As the followers sang in a fluctuating tone, a golden holy light emerged within the central magic circle of the ritual. Suzan and the three undead scholars stood behind the Holy Court's group, watching the scene with unease. Previously, they sensed intense fluctuations from within the sealed cave behind them. That forceful fluctuation made them feel alarmed. They were eager to know what exactly happened inside the cave at the source of the yin veins. In fact, they had some guesses. It was highly likely that Fang Heng had made a move against Fiona. Can Fang Heng deal with Fiona, who had partially awakened the power of the Holy Woman with his own strength? And it seemed like Fang Heng had actually succeeded. How did he manage to do it? Suzan and the others were well aware. This was Fang Heng's secret. Nevertheless, Fang Heng did it. Suzan glanced at Ji Xiaobo, who had just arrived in a hurry, and asked, "Where is Fang Heng? Is he okay?" Ji Xiaobo had rushed out to instruct the Holy Court followers to begin the ritual of resurrecting Fiona. Forgetting to check the direction of the sealed stone gate, he nodded and said, "Yeah, Brother Fang is slightly injured and still has some matters to attend to. He will be here soon." Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling. It seemed that Fang Heng had paid a great price in order to defeat Fiona. Would this affect the subsequent plans? Ji Xiaobo said, "Don't worry, Brother Fang is fine. The ritual still needs a few minutes to complete, and he will arrive in time." Okay. The three of them nodded, no longer distracted, and focused on observing the operation of the ritual magic circle. Fang Heng had already created the best conditions for them. Next, seal Fiona's soul completely. Suzan and the other two exchanged glances. This was the most significant role they played in completing the talent advancement mission this time. Suddenly, a faint light gradually emerged on the source origin stone at the center of the ritual magic circle. The light nurtured a new body. Be careful, it's starting. The few individuals' expressions changed slightly as they stared closely at the gradually forming light. Crack! Suddenly, a light sound came from behind them, and the seal on the large door opened. Fang Heng walked out from the sealed door and entered the outer cave. The intense backlash had already subsided for the most part, but Fang Heng still looked very pale on the outside. Seeing Fang Heng return safely, the others felt a bit more confident deep down. "Fang Heng, you're here." "Yeah." Fang Heng nodded at Suzan, and the three of them, standing in a position closer to them. Just in time. He made it in time. Fang Heng watched the followers conducting the ritual, took a step forward, and slowly raised his hands. A golden light radiated from the body constructed by the holy light on the source origin stone. As the source origin stone dissipated, Fiona's form gradually condensed at the center of the ritual. Snap! In her revived state, Fiona's consciousness gradually returned. unless one mastered the secret methods of controlling the soul after death. Wandering as a soul after death was a state of uncontrollable void. Her consciousness was chaotic. Fiona had no memory of how long it had been since her last death during this revival. Her memory remained at the moment before she was schemed against by Fang Heng. Fiona's soul gradually infused into the body. She sensed that she was being resurrected. She even heard a call in her ears. Rise again, Fiona. With the revival of her soul, her new body gradually merged with the soul. Fang Heng. Fiona felt the revival of her soul, closed her eyes, and quietly murmured, "Thank you for letting me taste the bitterness of failure. Until we meet again." Suddenly, Fiona opened her eyes wide, the pupils shrinking. What? At that moment, a mixture of astonishment and disbelief filled Fiona's eyes. The person presiding over the sacred resurrection ceremony was Fang Heng. Fiona stared at the person in front of her, her gaze filled with disbelief. Fang Heng. Why is it him? Wait, this body. Fiona suddenly realized that her newly reborn body was exceptionally weak. Snap. Snap, snap. In the next moment, several thick black soul chains attacked her from all directions. Hiss. Hiss. Fiona's pupils dilated hundreds of times. Just after her resurrection, her soul had just merged with her body. Her power had not fully recovered. Plus, as Fang Heng subtly adjusted the resurrection magic circle, her body had been weakened to the extreme. In an instant, Fiona's body was pierced by dozens of black soul chains. Fiona stared at Fang Heng, her eyes losing their luster once again. Crack, crack, crack. The soul chains quickly retreated into the Book of the Dead in front of Suzan and the others. The elder Imra said in a deep voice, "Take action. Seal her." Suzan and the others' retinas immediately took on a layer of ashen color. Soul investigation. Fiona's soul gradually emerged from her body. A dark golden protective light enveloped her soul. Suzan and the others showed extremely serious expressions upon seeing this. This is not good. Wasn't the holy woman Fiona still in the process of awakening? Why does her soul possess such strong protection? The three of them quickly exchanged glances. There's no time left. A desperate measure is needed. Almost simultaneously, three gray spiritual forces overflowed from the Book of the Dead, merging in the air to form a larger gray aura that attached itself to Fiona's soul. Hiss. Hiss. Before the gray aura fully touched Fiona's golden soul, it made a hissing sound, emitting clusters of mist. They forcefully attached the aura to her. Bang! The moment the gray aura made contact with the soul, a violent explosion occurred in the air. The golden light shone instantly. The mist dispersed under the scorching holy light. The shockwave from the explosion caused Suzan and the others, who controlled the Book of the Dead, to pale at the same time. Not good. The three of them suffered intense backlash, their sea of consciousness receiving a severe blow similar to what Fang Heng had experienced before, retreating several steps backward. How is this possible? Why is the intensity so high? Melanie struggled to maintain her consciousness, trying to make a final effort. She clenched her teeth, ready to call for her teammates' help. Just as she was about to call for help, Melanie caught a glimpse of the elder Imra next to her, who gestured for her to stop. Gestured to stop. What does that mean? Give up. Melanie hesitated for a moment, then turned her head to look at Imra. The strength of Imra is the strongest among the three, receiving the least backlash, and he recovers quickly from the backlash state. He waved his hand towards Melanie, pointing to Fang Heng not far away. Huh. Melanie followed Imra's gesture and saw Fang Heng standing nearby. Suddenly, as if enlightened, she stopped the motion she was about to make desperately. Fang Heng remained calm, looking up as Fiona's soul quickly left, seemingly pondering something. So calm. This is not Fang Heng's style. He must have another trick up his sleeve. On the side, Suzan also experienced turbulence in his consciousness due to the backlash. He endured the backlash and took out a scroll from his backpack, about to act when he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning around, Suzan saw Fang Heng standing behind him, holding him back. Fang Heng said, "Don't be in a hurry to act desperately. Wait a little longer." Huh? Wait longer? What do you mean? Suzan was startled. He suddenly realized. Could it be that Fang Heng still has a hidden move? Soon, Fiona's soul quickly disappeared from view. Melanie turned to Fang Heng in panic. Fang Hang. What do we do? The soul is about to escape. Don't worry. Actually, for safety reasons, another friend is also involved in our cooperation this time, for various reasons I didn't introduce to you before. Fang Hang shifted his gaze to the catastrophe cough in on the side. But I think you might know her. As he spoke, the lid of the catastrophe cough in moved aside. Seeing the figure emerging from the catastrophe coffin, everyone's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. It's her. Lord Donnie. The person rumored to have kidnapped Fiona. It is said that after the incident, Donnie had already escaped back to her main world. The Holy See focused a lot of firepower on Lord Donnie. How could she appear here? It seems everything is going smoothly. Donnie stepped out of the catastrophe coffin, first looking at Fang Hang, then walking up to everyone. The old man Emra obviously knew Donnie and nodded towards her. Lord Donnie, it's been many years since we last met. Didn't expect to see you here. Of course, you are all about to complete the mission. I can't be left out either. Suzanne and Melanie have not formally met Lord Donnie, but they have heard of her name. The two couldn't help but look towards Fang Hang. Turns out Donnie also collaborated with Fang Hang. When did this happen? This is Lady Donnie. I will explain the details later. For now, this friend has also accepted the same talent advancement task as us, and our goals are aligned. Fang Hang briefly introduced, then continued. Time is of the essence. Let's start quickly. Okay. This is bad, the Elder Imra said. He stabilized Fiona's soul with his controlled power. In my judgment, Fiona's partially awakened soul has become too powerful, surpassing the limit that an ordinary soul-sealing bottle can contain. Fang Hang's heart sank upon hearing this. His and Imra's judgments matched. The plan had gone smoothly until this point, but the final step had encountered a major problem. He had even consulted Grandmaster Guro before. Grandmaster Guro assured him that the soul-sealing bottle could definitely contain Fiona's soul, which is why Fang Hang had decided to proceed. As a safety measure, he had even traded for a large number of sealing spells. But to his surprise, they didn't have time to apply the spells. In fact, even Grandmaster Guro didn't expect Fang Hang to be so dedicated, awakening Fiona's saintly power to this extent. Fang Hang asked, "Is there any solution? Or should we think of a way to further weaken Fiona's soul? The capacity of the container is related to the strength of Fiona's original soul, and we cannot further weaken it," Imra replied. What to do? Fang Hang couldn't help but feel anxious. Suzanne and the others were all top scholars in necromancy today. However, they could only control Fiona's soul for a brief period. The most pressing issue was not controlling Fiona's soul, but the cracking source of the yin vessel. Soon, the crack would no longer be suppressible, and they would face a great deal of trouble. End of this chapter. Melanie turned back to look at Fang Hang, shouting, "Fang Hang, what can we do? What can we do?" At the moment when everyone was at a loss and anxious, Lord Danny suddenly spoke in a deep voice, "Fang Hang, isn't there still that one?" "Which one?" Everyone looked at Fang Hang at the mention, their eyes showing a hint of surprise. At this point, Fang Hang still had a trump card that he hadn't revealed. Lord Danny said in a deep voice, "Fang Hang, give it a try." Pondering for a moment, Fang Hang looked up at Lord Danny. "Are you referring to the Tomb of the Bone Spirit?" When Fang Hang mentioned the Tomb of the Bone Spirit, Suzanne and the others also showed astonishment in their eyes. The artifact of the Undead Association, the Tomb of the Bone Spirit, was also in the hands of Fang Hang. This was followed by great joy. The Tomb of the Bone Spirit also had the ability to seal souls. And the Tomb of the Bone Spirit was an artifact. In theory, the sealing strength of the Tomb of the Bone Spirit should be much stronger than a normal soul-sealing bottle. There was an even greater chance of sealing Viola's soul. With the Tomb of the Bone Spirit in hand, who needs a soul-sealing bottle? Seeing the gazes of everyone, Fang Hang smiled bitterly. Indeed, there was no other way. Everyone, the Tomb of the Bone Spirit is indeed in my hands. It's not that I'm unwilling to use it, but it poses great risks. Don't mention the risks. Right now, this is the only way. Melanie urged anxiously. Jixiaobo was even more agitated than everyone else, shouting, "Fang, hurry, the crack in the yin pulse is about to explode. If we don't act now, everything will be over." "Indeed, we've come to this point. It's too hard to give up," Fang Hang said softly, concentrating his hands in front of him. "Everyone, if there are troubles later, please lend me a hand again." "Of course, we will give our all." Fang Heng nodded. Taking a deep breath, he mustered his mental strength, and the tomb of the bone spirit suddenly appeared in front of him. Fang Heng had indeed considered using the tomb of the bone spirit to seal Viola's soul before, but the risks were extremely high. The risks mainly came from 3 points. First, after sealing a soul with the tomb of the bone spirit, it would slowly erase the soul's consciousness and use it for oneself. Fang Heng wasn't sure if absorbing Viola's soul with the tomb of the bone spirit would cause changes in the soul, and whether the soul could be recognized by Master Gulwo to complete the mission. Second, the tomb of the bone spirit was in a damaged state. In that state, a soul absorbed by the tomb of the bone spirit couldn't be released. If Viola's soul was absorbed but couldn't be released, he might not even be able to complete the mission. It would all be for nothing. As for the third point, the tomb of the bone spirit currently contained the soul of a blood clan king. Theoretically, adding another soul was feasible, but still risky. Would the 2 souls fight? The soul of a saint should be stronger than that of a blood clan king, but if they got injured, would it affect the mission? Worse, if they fought too fiercely, the tomb of the bone spirit might even be destroyed. After all, the artifact was already damaged, inherently unstable. The risks were too great. Fang Heng hadn't dared to gamble before, but now he had no other choice. Shake! Fang Heng mustered his mental strength, and a gray mist overflowed from the tomb of the bone spirit. The lid of the tomb suddenly opened. Quick! Lord Danny saw this and commanded in a deep voice. The 4 of them controlled Viola's soul, which was under control, forcing it harshly into the opening of the tomb of the bone spirit. Boom! Under the dark aura, Viola's soul quickly filled the tomb of the bone spirit. Hold on. Good. Keep holding on. It's not exploding yet. Keep holding on. Jixiaobo stared closely at the condition of the tomb of the bone spirit, silently cheering in his heart, watching with bated breath, until Viola's entire soul was infused into the tomb of the bone spirit. Fang Heng focused his hands in front of him, forming a seal and quietly chanting, "Seal." The gray mist completely blocked the upper entrance of the tomb, and the lid was closed as well. Hint: player uses the tomb of the bone spirit to seal an unknown soul. A game prompt quickly appeared on Fang Heng's retinas. Did it succeed? Almost everyone in the cave looked at Fang Heng with probing eyes. Did he really manage it? Fang Heng himself was a bit unsure, staring at the tomb in front of him. It seemed that both sealed souls were unharmed. There were no signs of them fighting. After worrying for a long time, the result seemed okay now. Crackle! Suddenly, the tomb of the bone spirit in front of Fang Heng began to shake uncontrollably. Not good. Viola's soul strength was unexpectedly high. Even the tomb of the bone spirit couldn't fully contain it. Fang Heng's pupils constricted, shouting, "Quick! Stick the runes!" Jixiaobo and Suzan and the others, seeing this, immediately surrounded him, each taking out the sealing rune paper exchanged from Master Gulwo and frantically sticking them onto the outer layer of the tomb of the bone spirit. Smack! 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 Hundreds of them were stuck. The outer layer of the tomb of the bone spirit was covered with thick layers of rune paper, finally stopping the continued shaking. They quickly exchanged glances. The tomb of the bone spirit is in an extremely unstable state. Return it to Master Gulwo as soon as possible to complete the mission. Boom! Suzan was speaking when a dull explosion suddenly came from inside the ceiling door behind him. What's happening? Everyone turned to look at the ceiling door. Fang Heng's expression changed slightly. Oh no, the crack in the source of the yin pulse couldn't be suppressed anymore. More and more dense frost white mist seeped out from the gap under the ceiling door. Leave this place first. I'll deal with the source of the yin pulse. Split up. Don't wait for me. Reunite at the nearest teleportation tower. Suzan and the others knew that Fang Heng had his secrets. Seeing him so urgent, they didn't ask much and nodded, "Be careful. We'll go first." With that, they quickly ran towards the cave exit. The saintly courtyard believers who were holding the ceremony had already taken refuge in the coffin of calamity. The 2 merged tyrants of catastrophe in the corner stepped forward, each lifting one of the coffins of calamity on the ground onto their shoulders and rushed forward, following Suzan and the others who had fled first. Fang Heng then crushed a fire crystal and headed in the opposite direction, towards the ceiling cave in the back. Suzan and the others were equipped with life-saving items provided by the Karoti Trading Company to resist the yin pulse aura. As long as they didn't directly face the bursting source of the yin pulse at close range, there should be no problem escaping alive. Thinking, he opened the ceiling door. Boom! As the door opened, an extreme coldness poured out. At the same time, game prompts appeared on Fang Heng's retinas. Hint: player is affected by a special environment. Player's actions will be restricted. Player's health points will continue to decrease. Hint: the current environment level is extremely high. Player, be careful. Hint: player's physical attribute exceeds to 100. Player can resist some environmental effects. Hint: due to the player's current special effects, fiery body, boiling body fluid, player is weakened by the environment effects. End of this chapter. Chapter 1625. Seizing Fang Heng quickly turned back and looked towards the center of the cave. The heart of the Flame Troll Lord was still beating continuously, but a layer of frost had surrounded its outer layer. Visible white mist continuously emanated from the central crack. The four-cornered seals on the outer layer had completely failed. The unknown charcoal provided by the Karoti Trading Company turned out to be the most effective. More than 10 pieces of charcoal were still blocking the leakage of the frosty aura of the yin vein source, but it wouldn't last long. Once the charcoal completely dissipated, the yin vein source would explode completely. Since we're here, might as well give it a try. Fang Heng gritted his teeth and, braving the cold, rushed towards the artifact giant sword next to the yin veins. Hint: the player is affected by negative effects from the current environment, causing a significant decrease in movement and attack speed, also entering an additional frozen state. Hint: the player is affected by the environment, losing 3,000 health points. Hint: the player's undead state takes effect, removing the frozen state. As Fang Heng got closer to the central crack, the negative environment's freezing effect became more pronounced. Fang Heng felt his body getting stiffer, with his movement speed significantly reduced. It decreased to only 1/10 of its optimal state. Fang Heng tilted his head back and threw a few fireflower seeds into his mouth. The scorching sensation immediately exploded inside his mouth, spreading warmth throughout his body. He relied on the equipment and potion props provided by the Karoti Trading Company to barely make it to the giant sword. Switching to the Divine Scholar form, Fang Heng quickly reached out for the giant sword. Sizzle! As his fingers touched the artifact, several game prompts flashed rapidly on his retinas. Hint: player has obtained an unknown weapon. Hint: player did not pass the attribute check, so the player did not gain approval for that weapon. Hint: the player can still obtain the equipment, but it cannot be placed in the backpack and will definitely drop upon death. The equipment can still follow the player through spatial teleportation channels, etc., and the player cannot acquire the unknown weapon's attribute information and most of its effects. Seeing the game prompts appearing on his retina, Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. He had succeeded. No, not entirely yet. Hiss, hiss, hearing a slight rustling in his ear, Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Not good. Bang! A piece of charcoal at his feet exploded due to frost freezing. A larger amount of yin vein aura leaked from the crack. It was going to explode. Fang Heng had no time to hesitate. He quickly grabbed the remaining fireflower seeds from his backpack and threw them towards the crack, then picked up the artifact Sword of Heaven's music and ran. He left the yin vein source cave and headed straight for the exit of the yin vein cave. The ground beneath his feet kept trembling. Fang Heng could hear a low rumble coming from behind. The yin vein source crack that was forcibly sealed was on the verge of reaching its limit, storing up for the final unleash. The hidden power made Fang Heng feel a bit frightened. He couldn't help but mutter softly, "Brother, hold on a bit longer. I'll run first." At this moment, outside the yin vein underground cave, two integrated tyrant bodies were dragging the coffins of the disciples of the Holy Court as they ran towards the outside. Suzan and the others had just left the cave through the passage and arrived outside. Everyone looked towards the cave exit, trying to spot Fang Heng. Where is Fang Heng? Hasn't he come out yet? Could he be in danger? After all, the spirit lamp was still in Fang Heng's hands. They had sealed Viona's soul with great effort. What if something went wrong? The crowd hesitated for a moment. Fang Heng had mentioned earlier that they should leave the ice prison as soon as possible and head to the nearest city's teleportation point to regroup. Although it seemed that the crisis had passed, staying here and waiting for Feng Heng might be more prudent. Crackle, crackle. What? Suzan's expression suddenly changed. Just as they were hesitating, everyone felt an unusual tremor coming from beneath their feet. Suzan and his companions could sense a powerful force building up below them. This terrifying power. Lady Donnie's face also became extremely solemn. What was Feng Heng doing alone there? Could it be, just like Lady Donnie, everyone's hearts harbored a horrifying thought? Did he completely unseal the giant sword, sealing the yin vein source? That seemed to be the only answer. Once the seal was completely broken, the yin vein aura would erupt completely. Not only would the yin vein cave and the entire ice prison be affected, but even the ice fortress and the ice city would suffer a severe blow. No wonder Feng Heng urged them to hurry and run. Not good. Lady Donnie suddenly looked up. Without further ado, everyone present had already figured out the situation. If they continued to stay there, they would face the terrifying explosion of the yin vein aura. Even they wouldn't be able to resist it. This is not good. I believe Feng Heng is capable of dealing with the yin vein aura. We should leave first. The elder in Lei's expression was grave. He erected a scorching barrier. They had acquired quite a few things from the Quality Trading Company, which could help them resist for a while. Immediately, under the protection of the barrier, everyone fled towards the exit of the ice prison. Along the way, the ground continued to tremble at a fast pace. The situation was escalating. They ran forward for more than 10 minutes at a rapid pace. Boom! Suddenly, there was a thundering explosion from behind, startling everyone. It exploded. Everyone's hearts clenched. As they ran forward, Ji Xiaobo's heart couldn't help but skip a beat, and he couldn't resist turning back to look. The direction of the yin vein cave behind them was already covered in a snowy white veil. Their vision was completely blocked. In a white frost, the thick yin vein aura was visibly rushing towards them. Even though they were close to the exit of the ice prison, the yin vein aura rushing towards them showed no signs of weakening. From deep within the white frost cover, Ji Xiaobo sensed a terrifying power wave. Just as they had expected, the yin vein aura had erupted completely. Be careful! The yin vein impact is coming. Everyone, this is the central impact zone. Join forces to block the aura impact. Understood. Suzan and the others' faces changed slightly as they all joined forces to open their shields. They took out magic scrolls to resist the yin vein aura and prepared for the final impact. Wait! Ji Xiaobo suddenly shouted. His gaze focused on the snowy white area behind, and suddenly, he saw something. He shouted across to the others, "He's coming! He's coming!" The group immediately turned around to look. Behind them, under the rushing yin vein's icy aura, a figure was rapidly approaching them. It was Feng Heng. What was he carrying on his back? As he got closer, everyone couldn't help but notice Feng Heng still had a giant sword on his back. End of the chapter. Chapter 1626. The Eruption of the Giant Sword. Ji Xiaobo's pupils suddenly contracted as he recognized the sword at a glance. The divine giant sword that sealed the fissure at the source of the yin veins. Artifact. Heaven's Sound. What a great guy. He actually obtained the divine artifact from the divine realm. Ji Xiaobo was greatly surprised. After all, it was Brother Feng. The thief does not go empty-handed. Dealing a heavy blow to the divine realm. Suzan and the others felt relieved when they saw Feng Heng. Feng Heng's appearance meant that the divine artifact on him, the spirit shrine of the bone of the gods, was intact and Viona's soul was preserved. Then, they saw the giant sword behind Feng Heng and were immediately filled with uncertainty. Suzan and the others present were considered top players in the study of undead spirits, and their insights were naturally different from ordinary players. Combining the crazy outbreak of yin vein energy with what they had seen in the yin vein source cave earlier, they immediately guessed the origin of the giant sword behind Feng Heng. Their gazes towards Feng Heng were filled with amazement and shock. Did he take away the giant sword that sealed the yin vein source? No wonder the yin vein's fissure went completely out of control. So, was all of this Feng Heng's plan? Not only to deal with Viona, but also to seize the divine giant sword, completely unlocking the seal at the source of the yin veins. Even the main quest seemed to be part of his plan. Truly greedy. And he succeeded in his greed. Viona's soul, the divine artifact from the divine realm, and even part of the main quest were all completed by him. Go! Feng Heng sensed the rapidly approaching yin vein fluctuations behind him. His heart was pounding, feeling like he was dancing on the edge of a knife, his speed reaching its limit. In a flash, Feng Heng swiftly approached the group, simultaneously dodging into the barrier cast by Immel. Quick! As Feng Heng regrouped, Su Zun and the others unfolded their magic formations and scrolls. Almost simultaneously, dozens of magic shields opened layer by layer. Go! Relying on the magical barrier, the group attacked towards the exit of the ice prison. Boom! Half a minute later, an extremely cold breath violently collided with the magical shield from behind. The magic shield was instantly shattered into 3 layers. In the next instant, the area outside the shield was covered by a vast expanse of white frosty breath. Ji Xiaobo hid within the shield, unable to see outside, only hearing the continuous deafening roar in his ears. Fortunately, being prepared in advance, or else they wouldn't have been able to withstand the sudden eruption of yin vein energy. Finally, they managed to resist the frontal spread of yin vein energy. Su Zun and the others were somewhat shaken. Luckily, they were well prepared. In his heart, Feng Heng silently thanked the Karoti Trading Company once again. Boom! Feng Heng sighed in his heart as he suddenly heard another loud bang in his ears. Everyone felt the ground tremble violently under their feet once again. What's going on? The roar came from not far away. The outside world was still unclear due to the white expanse. The roar lasted for half a second before gradually subsiding. Everyone looked at each other. Except for the outer magic protection layers being broken, they weren't too affected. However, an area outside the spell barrier quickly accumulated a layer of frost, burying them underneath. Let's go! Su Zun said as he took out a scroll of fire magic to melt the accumulated ice in front of them. The rest of the group also helped break the loosened ice and slowly progressed upward together. Buried under the ice and snow, they couldn't determine the direction, so Su Zun, acting as the guide, had to rely on his instincts to lead the team forward. Not so unlucky as to get lost, right? Feng Heng muttered to himself quietly, when suddenly he saw a series of purple lights appearing ahead. What's that? It's a protective seal left over from the establishment of the ice prison, the old man Immel explained upon seeing the confusion on everyone's faces. It seems that due to the outbreak of yin vein energy, the seal has been triggered. It looks like the explosion just now was caused by the collision of yin vein energy with the seal. Melanie had also heard about the protective seal and added excitedly, so following the direction of the light beams will lead us out of the ice prison, and then we can escape, right? Su Zun's spirit stirred, and he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, let's pick up our pace." Outside. After the news of Feng Heng's trade with the Karoti Trading Company was released, the entire Pernose game world once again became lively. Players after dinner chats were all about the Karoti Trading Company. Many players and factions were openly or secretly criticizing the Karoti Trading Company for their underhanded actions. What a bunch! Your Karoti Trading Company is really something. You were the first to clamor for everyone to unite and eliminate Feng Heng, making the loudest noise. Now, the first person to cooperate with Feng Heng is also you guys. Really shameless. Were you collaborating with Feng Heng to play around with everyone? After hearing the news, Li Qingren's team also felt a bit puzzled. When they returned to the ice castle last night, it was already late. Players and local forces who wanted to trade with Feng Heng had lined up from the entrance of the ice castle to the city gates. Unfortunately, they couldn't contact Feng Heng at all. Seeing that it was already dawn, Li Qingren's team decided to settle down in an inn in the ice city to rest. Li Qingren tried to communicate with Feng Heng offline. When they gathered in the lobby again the next afternoon, they heard the news of Feng Heng's cooperation with the Karoti Trading Company. What's the meaning of this? Weren't Feng Heng and the Karoti Trading Company mortal enemies? Why would he cooperate with them of all people? Is Feng Heng really so magnanimous, so able to let go? The players were a bit confused about the situation. Faced with the doubtful glances of her companions, Li Qingren smiled bitterly in her heart. She felt that while Feng Heng might not be petty, he was far from magnanimous. In the lobby, the group discussed the new information they had acquired. Sima Fan tried to organize his thoughts. It's hard to make sense of this. Qingren, still no news from Feng Heng? Not yet. Lee Kingren was about to answer when suddenly, the entire lobby began to sway uncontrollably. Everyone's expression changed suddenly. An earthquake. Something's not right. Following the commotion from outside, a player nearest to the window immediately pushed it open. Looking outside, he was stunned. What's happening? Everyone gathered around and looked out the window to observe the outside world. Their faces showed expressions of shock. In the distance, towards the ice prison, a skyward blue mist shot up. A pale blue ice crystal pillar condensed and rose up, piercing the high sky. Centered on the ice crystal blue light pillar, ring-shaped ice crystal clouds appeared around the sky. Below, visible ripples of frost rapidly spread outward. Heading straight towards the front of the ice city, it's the eruption of yin vein energy. Simafan, seeing this, had a deep look of astonishment in his eyes. Yin vein energy has erupted. So suddenly. How did this happen? End of this chapter. Even standing here, everyone could feel the terrifying power contained in the distant yin veins. Not good. Such a strong icy aura. Even if they stand here, they will soon be affected. The players' faces turned pale at the sight. Some even started to panic. What to do? Should they run? Is there still time to run now? Swish, 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 swish. In the next moment, outside the icy prison, purple beams shot up into the sky one after another. Long ago, the ancient magic arrays set up by the necromancers outside the icy fortress were activated one after another. The faint purple beams quickly condensed and connected together, enclosing the entire icy fortress and icy prison within them. Boom! The violent blue aura spreading from the source of the icy prison fiercely slammed against the protective purple barrier. Everyone suddenly felt a violent shaking under their feet, accompanied by a series of explosions in their ears. Blocked. Simafan stared tightly at the distant barrier. The frontal impact of the yin vein aura was blocked by the purple protective barrier. However, it was not completely blocked. It was visible to the naked eye that a small portion of the blue yin vein aura was still seeping out from the light screen. The seeping aura gradually spread outward, but the impact and destructiveness had been greatly weakened compared to before. The people couldn't help but sigh in relief, retracting their gazes and looking at each other. What exactly happened on the other side of the yin vein source? Why did it suddenly explode? Lee Kingren's expression grew serious as she stared at the blue ice crystal. The sudden event at the yin vein source. She had a strong premonition in her heart. Everything she had just seen was related to Feng Heng. As she pondered, a game prompt suddenly appeared on Lee Kingren's retina. Prompt detected that the player is currently undertaking the main storyline mission in the Puno's game world. Warning: current player Feng Heng's main quest completion rate has reached 63.5%. This main quest can only be completed by one person. Please choose carefully. Prompt: player triggered additional main quest, yin vein source of the icy prison. Feng Heng. Lee Kingren saw the game prompt and her pupils suddenly narrowed. That damn premonition. It must be him. Feng Heng. In every corner of the Puno's world, all players who triggered the main quests learned of this name through the mission prompts. Inside the icy city, countless pairs of eyes were fixed on the blue ice pillar rising from the icy prison. Previously, they had been puzzled and discussed why Feng Heng would trade such an important main quest item to the Kyoloti Chamber of Commerce. Only now did they suddenly realize. So, for Feng Heng, Lady Gallona's letter of recommendation meant nothing at all. Feng Heng must have long known more details about the icy prison's yin veins and had laid out plans and schemes long ago. To Feng Heng, breaking the seal of the yin vein source didn't require Lady Gallona at all. So why did the Kyoloti Chamber of Commerce trade for Feng Heng's hands with an even more important clearance item? Looking back, everyone had a sudden realization. No wonder Feng Heng was willing to let go of his hatred and make such a trade. Did that group of fools at the Kyoloti Chamber of Commerce think they had found a treasure? It was foreseeable that the Kyoloti Chamber of Commerce would become the butt of jokes among the major businesses in Punos for a long time to come. For some reason, people even felt a bit of sympathy for the Kyoloti Chamber of Commerce. About 20 kilometers away from the outskirts of the icy fortress, Yazek had found Kana last night and learned about information related to the icy prison. Afterwards, he hurriedly gathered everyone and urgently searched for Lady Gallona. Act immediately! Yazek was racing against time. At this moment, Yazek's team had just used a teleportation magic array together with Lady Galona to enter the nearest teleportation city to the icy prison, rested for a while, and then set off for the icy fortress. Based on the information Fang Heng provided, Yazek planned to first take Lady Galona to meet the lord of the icy fortress, Horelo. However, shortly after leaving the city, they suddenly felt the earth tremble and saw a blue mist rapidly spreading from the distance. The guides of the Chamber of Commerce rarely encountered such a situation, and upon seeing it, they immediately issued a warning, signaling the team to stop and shouting, "It's an ice crystal storm. Be careful! The ice crystal storm is approaching. Halt and set up camp on the spot." The team immediately stopped and set up camp on the spot. Walls of bone rose up, encasing the temporary campsite and protecting it within. A soul bonfire ignited in the center of the camp. Among the team, Kano shook his head, found a spot near the bonfire, and sat down. He felt this time he was a bit unlucky. Originally, he just needed to follow the team into the icy fortress to find Lord Horelo, and that would be it. Yet, they encountered an ice crystal storm on the way. Fortunately, the mission was completed smoothly, which satisfied the family. After this was over, he estimated he would be able to regain control of part of the family's business. Dong, dong dong, outside, the ice crystal storm approached. Numerous ice crystals continuously eroded and collided with the bone walls, emitting impacts. The central soul bonfire in the camp dissipated the cold aura. The storm lasted for less than 5 minutes before retreating. The bone walls folded away, and Yazek furrowed his brows, looking into the distance. In the direction of the icy fortress, a towering blue ice crystal could be vaguely seen disappearing into the sky. An ice crystal? What is this thing? It seemed like nothing they had ever seen before. What happened over there? At this moment, any abnormality was something he did not wish to see. Yazek had a faintly bad feeling. Lady Galona stepped forward and stood beside Yazek. She also looked up at the blue ice crystal, watched for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "Trouble." "Lady Galona, what do you mean? Have you seen that ice crystal? The eruption of the yin veins. This ice crystal is the evidence." Yazek's pupils contracted suddenly. Impossible! He had seen the situation at the yin vein source with his own eyes. A sacred giant sword sealed the yin vein source. Judging from the power emanating from the sword, it was definitely an artifact-level item. Without dealing with the giant sword, it would be impossible to fully release the yin vein aura. Yazek frowned and asked, "Lady Galona, are you sure this is caused by the eruption of the yin vein aura?" "Yes, not only that. The ice crystal storm we just encountered was also caused by the eruption of the yin vein aura." Lady Galona looked serious, nodded, and said, "I don't know what exactly happened at the yin vein source, but I can confirm that it has completely erupted." Yazek looked towards the ice crystal, listening to Lady Galona's words, feeling uncertain and puzzled in his heart. Would Lady Galona act this way? Could it be true? But why? Why would the yin vein source erupt? Yazek suddenly had a very bad feeling, as if he had grasped something. End of this chapter. Galona sighed and continued, "The yin pulse essence has completely erupted, which means that the seal deep within the yin pulse has been broken. It's meaningless for me to continue to the prison of ice with you. Well, I have other more important matters to attend to. Please give my regards to Lord Hornlow. I'll take my leave. Ms. Galona, please wait." Yazek was stunned in his heart, wanting to stop her. However, Ms. Galona had no intention of staying and left directly. Watching Ms. Galona's departing figure, suddenly, Yazek understood the whole situation. A boundless anger surged in his heart. Fang Heng. It must be Fang Heng. The one who broke the seal of the yin pulse must be Fang Heng. Besides their courty trading association, no one understands the situation of the yin pulse source better than Fang Heng. Damn it! He was fooled by Fang Heng again. Fool! That fool Galona! No wonder Fang Heng was willing to trade with them using Ms. Galona's recommendation letter. He must have known the method to break the yin pulse long ago. So Ms. Galona is not important to him at all. Yazek's joints creaked as he clenched them. He dared to affirm that Fang Heng's ability to completely open the source of the yin pulse was greatly helped by the resistance-related items they provided. Fang Heng. Galona was resting on the side at this time. He suddenly felt Yazek's murderous gaze cast upon him, involuntarily shrinking his neck. What's going on? What now? The exit of the prison of ice. The high erect purple magical light beams connected to form a faint purple defense web, resisting the continuous impacts of the prison of ice's essence. There were still large amounts of yin pulse essence overflowing from the defense web, but compared to the inside of the barrier, the overflow of yin pulse essence outside was reduced by at least several tens of times. Fang Heng and his group were surrounded by several layers of magical shields, drilling out from the frozen ground, and it took considerable effort to pass through the barrier. The front view finally became clear. Finally, they could leave this cursed place. Fang Heng breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a game prompt appeared in front of his retinas. Hint: the player has destroyed the seal of the Yin Pulse source. The progress of the main quest has increased to 63.54%. Hint: the current side task, explore the Yin Pulse source stage, is skipped. Hint: judging. Hint: the player has skipped certain stages of the side tasks through special means. All skipped stages of the side tasks will receive a common rating. All rewards for the skipped side tasks will be cancelled, and the main task rewards will be evaluated and obtained at the final stage. Hint: comprehensive evaluation. Hint: the player has triggered the current side task, Burst of the Yin Pulse. Mission name: Burst of the Yin Pulse. Mission description: you have successfully destroyed the seal left by the Holy Court at the source of the Yin Pulse, completely opened the crack of the Yin Pulse source. However, at present, the Yin Pulse essence seems to show signs of going out of control. Please go to the Castle of Ice to find Lord Hornlow to discuss the next actions. Mission requirements: find Hornlow. Mission requirements: mission reward. Subsequent missions. Hint: the completion progress of the player's current main quest has exceeded 50%. The remaining players who accept the main quest will receive relevant prompt warnings. Is this considered as completing the main quest? Fang Heng saw the sudden appearance of the main quest-related prompts, and his heart moved. The progress of the mission jumped from the original 17.8 directly by a large leap, increasing so much. It even exceeded 50%. After the initial surprise, Fang Heng began to ponder. Originally, he was not so interested in the main quest. After all, he joined the main quest too late. And the main quest not only involved various challenges in the game, but also had to face the incessant harassment of players. In the end, only one person could obtain the rewards. Unexpectedly, this time, by casually opening the Yin Pulse source, the whole mission progress increased by 50%. Now it seems that there might be hope for completing the main quest. Fang Heng thought for a moment and decided not to make a judgment yet, to observe more. After all, he already had enough troubles at the moment. After leaving the prison of ice, the group could finally breathe a sigh of relief, dispersing the gathered magical barrier and turning their gaze towards Fang Heng. Lady Danny asked, "Fang Heng, is the state of the spirit coffin all right?" Fang Heng sensed the state of the spirit coffin for a moment and nodded. "It's very good." Since pasting hundreds of sealing runes, the spirit coffin had completely quieted down. It remained quiet throughout the entire escape process. Fang Heng then looked into the distance. The eruption of the Yin Pulse source had caused a great disturbance, and many players and native forces would come to investigate. Setting aside the main task, the most important thing now was to immediately escort the spirit coffin back to the Tower of White Bones and hand it over to the old Master Glower to complete the mission. There must not be any accidents on the way. Fang Heng took out the undead servant apparel and mask he had prepared in advance from his backpack, put them on neatly, and nodded. "Let's hurry, let's go." "Yes, let's go." According to the prearranged plan, the group immediately split into two. Zibo led the integrated tyrant team to the outskirts of the prison of ice. Cao Ming and the others were already waiting there. By then, Zibo would meet up with Cao Ming's team and settle the Holy Court followers within the disaster coffin. Su Zun and the others directly escorted Fang Heng back to the Tower of White Bones. Su Zun and the five of them were representatives of high-level combat power in the game, running at full speed and not slow at all. Along the way, many people in the City of Ice saw Fang Heng and the others running hurriedly. Due to the blue ice pillars rising from the Yin Pulse source at the moment and the eruption of the Yin Pulse essence, the people in the city were attracted and bustling. Even if they noticed Fang Heng's group, they just thought they were escaping for their lives. Fang Heng and his group were able to leave the City of Ice smoothly. Halfway there, Lady Danny spotted the team from the Cordy Trading Association in advance. They quickly exchanged opinions. They weren't afraid, but to avoid trouble, they decided to temporarily hide and take a longer route, avoiding the team from the Korti Trading Association. When everyone finally entered the Tower of White Bones, it was nearing nightfall. After being disadvantaged by not hiding their identities last time, Fang Heng had changed into the undead servant attire in advance this time. The majestic sword was wrapped in several layers of white cloth and carried on his back in an inconspicuous manner. After reporting to the entrance, Fang Heng, under the leadership of the undead servant, entered the Tower of White Bones and met with the old Master Glower. "Fang Heng, it's late, yet you're in such a hurry to see me. Have you encountered trouble again?" Master Glower's face was gentle. Seeing Fang Heng bringing a group of people over, he nodded inwardly, thinking that Fang Heng was still very clever. Instead of choosing to handle the mission alone, he found companions to cooperate with. Master Glower naturally recognized Lady Danny and the others. These people were all receiving advanced tasks from him. End of this chapter. Chapter 1629 Determination. Master Gullo, we have indeed encountered some trouble, Fang Heng said, nodding to the few people behind him. Lord Danny and Suzan stood separately at the door of the room, vigilantly guarding to prevent eavesdropping. Gullo was a little surprised, thinking to himself, why are these people so cautious? Suddenly, Fang Heng raised his hand. Dark-colored light swirled in front of him. The spirit altar of bones floated in front of Fang Heng. Gullo's eyes narrowed when he saw it. The spirit altar of bones. Despite being wrapped in hundreds of layers of runic paper layers, Gullo still recognized it at a glance. Gullo stated solemnly, so it's the spirit altar of bones. Very well. Compared to the ordinary soul sealing bottle, the spirit altar of bones is indeed a better container. With it, sealing the soul of the saint is no problem. Fang Heng took a half step forward. Master Gullo, thank you for your help. We have successfully used the spirit altar of bones to seal the soul of the saint, Fiona. Her soul is now loaded into the spirit altar of bones, and we would like to request completion of the mission. What? Master Gullo's pupils suddenly contracted. He stared at the spirit altar of bones in front of Fang Heng. Yesterday afternoon, Fang Heng had just come to him to inquire about the details, and now the mission was completed in the evening. He knew Fang Heng was going to deal with Fiona, even when she had already obtained some of the power of the goddess inheritance. But Gullo never expected Fang Heng's actions to be so quick and successful. Master Gullo's expression turned serious for a few minutes. He slowly approached, reaching out his hand to lightly press on the floating spirit altar of bones in midair. Game tips flickered on Fang Heng's retina. Tip: Special character Gullo is attempting to perceive and control the spirit altar of bones. Confirm permission. Confirmed, Fang Heng thought in his mind. Master Gullo closed his eyes to sense for a moment, then suddenly opened them. He stared at Fang Heng with an incredulous look in his eyes. Fiona's soul. Yes, it was indeed Fiona's soul. But even Gullo hadn't expected the strength of Fiona's soul within the spirit altar of bones to be so powerful. Fiona had awakened at least a tenth of the goddess inheritance. Gullo really wanted to ask Fang Heng how he did it. Even with just a fraction of the power of the inheritance, in terms of rank, the strength of this soul could already reach the level of a demigod. Gullo's gaze gradually softened with a hint of excitement, and he sighed softly. Well done. With you all, the revival of necromancy study is promising. In the room, Suzan and the others were pleased to hear this. On their way here, they had already heard Fang Heng talk about the drawbacks of using the spirit altar of bones. There was a possibility that Fiona's soul might not be extracted, leading to the failure of the mission. Now, hearing Gullo's tone, did that mean the mission had passed smoothly? However, Gullo's tone changed as he furrowed his brow slightly. The spirit altar of bones is a bit damaged, so it will take some effort to fully extract Fiona's soul. Suzan couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in his heart. Could there still be trouble ahead? Melanie bowed. Master Gullo, we encountered some difficulties in sealing Fiona's soul. The use of the spirit altar of bones was also a last resort, so we kindly seek your help. If you have any requests, please let us know, and we will do our best. Master Gullo nodded. Simply in terms of the mission, you all performed very well. Even in a team situation, it far exceeded my expectations. However, to advance your talents further, you will need to provide me with the corresponding brilliant crystals. Thank you. Master Gullo." Upon hearing this, Suzan and the others breathed a sigh of relief and bowed in unison. The most challenging part of the talent advancement mission ahead of them was obtaining high-level souls from the Holy Court. Some had been trapped for up to 10 years. Finally completing it now, they felt as if 1,000 pounds had been lifted off their shoulders. No need to be polite. As for how much your personal talent can be strengthened, it will depend on the grade of the crystals you provide, Master Gullo said, waving his hand, signaling for everyone to rise. "You all did well this time, much better than I had expected, so I will give each of you an additional top-grade brilliant crystal." "Thank you, Master." The group couldn't contain their excitement and gratitude, bowing again. Getting the highest grade brilliant crystal. That was indeed rare. Even for them, it would take several years to obtain one. "Yes, these are what you deserve. When you have gathered the remaining brilliant crystals needed for talent advancement, you can come to me at any time. Others can go busy themselves. Feng Heng, you stay. I have something to discuss with you." Once again, Lady Danny and the others in the room bowed in unison. "Thank you, Master. We will take our leave now." They nodded to Feng Heng and left one by one. When everyone had departed, Feng Heng looked at Master Gullo. He was a bit puzzled why they had completed the mission, but he had not received the completion prompt yet. Could there be more to come? Was it related to the spirit altar of bones? Would there be more obstacles ahead? Feng Heng couldn't help but feel a bit nervous and asked, "Master, is there anything else you want to instruct me on?" With no one else around, Gullo's expression softened and even more. He sat back in his chair, waving his hand. "Come, sit down, let's talk slowly." After Feng Heng sat down across from him, Master Gullo's eyes sparkled with approval. He slowly spoke, "The spirit altar of bones is in a damaged state, and it has significant flaws. It was a bit forced to use it to seal the soul, but of course, this isn't your fault. I also didn't expect you to cultivate Viona's inheritance to this extent. However, in order to fully extract Viona's soul, I will need to borrow your spirit altar of bones for a while. Are you willing? Hint, comprehensive assessment in progress. Hint, the current talent advancement mission guide has been completed by team cooperation, with individual contribution in the team exceeding 80%, and the completion rate is at 5,600%. As the player cannot separate the sealed soul, if the player refuses Gullo's request, the completion rate will decrease to 4,500%. Hint, refusing this request will not decrease Master Gullo's friendliness level. Feng Heng quickly scanned through the game hints. Of course, no problem. Please take it, Master. The spirit altar of bones was of little use being carried around, but exchanging it for nearly 1,000% completion rate was definitely worth it. The spirit altar of bones. Gullo held the spirit altar of bones floating on the table in his hand for a moment, then put it away. He looked back at Feng Heng, asking, "Are the brilliant crystals ready for the talent advancement mission?" "They are ready, Master." Feng Heng placed 3 highest-grade brilliant crystals in a row on the table. End of this chapter. Chapter 1630 Extra Challenge. Guluo saw Feng Heng easily take out 3 top-grade dazzling crystals and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Perfect-grade dazzling crystals are extremely rare. Not to mention ordinary people, even high-level players would need to exert great effort to find one. Yet Feng Heng easily produced 3. Adding the one he promised to give Feng Heng for free earlier, he even had one left over. Feng Heng's completion of the task was too perfect. Initially, Guluo had thought that if Feng Heng didn't have enough dazzling crystals, he could simply provide all 3 dazzling crystals to Feng Heng as an extra mission reward. But unexpectedly, Feng Heng saw the conflicted expression on Mentor Guluo's face and couldn't help but ask, "Mentor, is there something wrong?" "No, nothing. The dazzling crystals I'm rewarding you with cannot be traded. I think you won't need them, so I'm considering how to compensate you in a different way." Guluo straightened his hunched figure and said solemnly, "Let's discuss this matter later. Let's start enhancing your talents now. Relax, open your sea of consciousness," Guluo instructed. "Yes, Mentor." Guluo gently stretched out his hand and placed it on Feng Heng's forehead. Feng Heng saw a game prompt on his retina. Reminder. Settlement in progress. Player submitted special plot character, Viona's soul, determining the character's soul to be semi-god level. Player has perfectly completed the talent advancement guide mission. Character completion rate at 5,600%. Rating SSS. Reminder, determining. Reminder, determination complete. Based on the player's current talent, please choose one of the following 3 perfect talent enhancement effects. Optional additional talent enhancement effect 1 passive, can be cancelled, life drain. Optional additional talent enhancement effect 2 passive, can be cancelled, mutation infection. Optional additional talent enhancement effect 3 active, passive, can be cancelled, efficient evolution. Feng Heng looked at the game prompts with a furrowed brow. All 3 talent enhancement options were judged by the system to be the highest level for advancement. The trouble was, similar to the first time he upgraded his talents, the system only provided a name with hardly any relevant explanations. It was difficult for Feng Heng to determine their strength from just the names. It seemed like choosing efficient evolution might be better. Feng Heng remembered that during his first talent skill evolution, there was also the option of efficient evolution. He had chosen rapid proliferation, which significantly increased the number of zombie clones, and he was quite satisfied with the actual results. The explosive increase in the number of zombies directly boosted his various abilities. As for efficient evolution, he couldn't say for sure. After all, some skills with intimidating names turned out to be very ordinary, or even worse in terms of actual effects. Of course, the default options provided by the game at this stage were all SSS level rewards, naturally not bad. But they may not suit him. Feng Heng fell into contemplation once again. So, it was time for the troublesome 3-choice segment. Which one to choose? Efficient evolution? Since this skill could be used actively or passively, whereas the other 2 were passive. What? Having a hard time choosing? While Feng Heng hesitated, he raised his head and looked at Mentor Guluo. Do you have any suggestions, Mentor? Feng Heng, you've perfectly completed the task I provided, even exceeding my expectations. As a reward, I can offer you an additional challenge. Are you willing to accept? Feng Heng arched an eyebrow. Of course, Mentor, please tell me. You see, the reward for the perfect talent advancement mission at level 40 is a choice between 2 enhancements. After making your choice today, you must select one of the remaining 2 enhancements. I'll give you a simple test. I'll give you a month to raise your character level to 40. Then, when you proceed with your 3rd talent ascension, you can directly come to me, and I'll waive your level 40 talent advancement mission and settle based on the highest completion rate. Mentor Guluo continued. Not only that, you can also obtain the other 2 talent enhancement effects simultaneously. Reminder, due to the player's perfect completion of the mission, the player receives a special reward mission, Upgrade Challenge, which cannot be forfeited. Failure after the time ends defaults as a failure. Mission name, Upgrade Challenge. Mission description, you have perfectly completed the advancement mission and received a reward. Please raise your character level to 40 within 30 days. Mission reward, directly complete the level 40 talent advancement mission with the highest rating and simultaneously receive the 2 remaining highest grade talent enhancement effects. Failure penalty, none. When Feng Heng saw the game prompt, his pupils constricted. Such a great opportunity! It seems that working hard to achieve the highest completion rate truly pays off. Originally, when reaching level 40 for the 3rd talent enhancement, he would have to face another game challenge. Now, not only could he avoid the level 40 talent advancement mission, but he could also gain an additional talent enhancement effect. The only thing required was to level up to 40 within a month. Difficult. Feng Heng didn't think it would be. After all, talent advancement missions are extremely troublesome, requiring an SSS rating, increasing the difficulty several hundred times. In comparison, reaching level 40 within a month seemed more appealing to him. He had zombie clones, offering him more ways to complete missions than regular players. Furthermore, upon reaching level 40, he could receive an additional perfect grade talent upgrade reward. Feng Heng's heart thudded with excitement. He must complete it. No matter what, he must complete it. If he couldn't complete it in the intermediate game, then he would go to the advanced game world to finish it. He had ventured into the advanced game world before. It was dangerous. But that's just the way it is. Feng Heng calmed his excitement, and his eyes gradually regained their composure. Thank you, Mentor, for your trust. I will definitely work hard to complete this. You're welcome, you deserve it. I have high hopes for you, Mentor Guluo said with a smile. Now, you can make your choice. Okay. Feng Heng refocused and once again checked the available options for talent enhancement. Which one to choose was a difficult decision. Oh well, he would soon acquire the remaining talent enhancements anyway, so for now, he randomly selected one. Feng Heng no longer hesitated and directly chose an enhancement option that seemed to have a more intimidating name. Efficient Evolution. It seemed to be related to the evolution of his zombie clones. That was it. The only skill that could be actively released. Mentor, I choose Efficient Evolution. A good choice. Close your eyes and don't resist. Mentor Guluo nodded approvingly and a gentle light emanated from his hands. End of chapter. Chapter 1631 Efficient Evolution. Feng Heng closed his eyes and once again saw the game tips floating on his retina. Tip. Player chooses level 30 talent enhancement option, Efficient Evolution. Tip. Player's passive zombie clone gains special skill effect, Efficient Evolution. Talent enhancement effect, Efficient Evolution. Explanation. Player gains an additional special energy slot and can absorb energy possessed by items to charge the energy slot. The energy stored in the slot can only be used for the Efficient Evolution effect. Remaining energy in the slot defaults to 0 after death. Effect 1 Passive. When the player's zombie clone evolves, it gains an additional 20% success rate, reduces consumption by an additional 50%, and receives an additional 100% evolution speed boost. The player can choose to consume energy from the slot to accelerate the evolution process, which can increase evolution speed by up to 5,000%. Effect 2 Active. Your zombie clone will gain up to 5 evolution options. The player can actively choose the evolution direction and consume energy. The zombie clone will form a cocoon with 200% defense and 100% health of the player's body. After a period of time, the zombie clone will evolve into the corresponding form. The evolution time and energy consumption depend on the strength of the evolution. Players can consume additional energy to accelerate this process up to 5,000% transformation speed increase. Skill Supplement Explanation. After the zombie clone completes a recognized complete evolution, the player can gain that evolution option. Each zombie clone can record up to 5 evolution options, and these can be overwritten. The evolution options do not reset after death. Feng Heng couldn't help but frown. It was easier to understand the first passive effect, as the efficiency of the zombie clone in evolution would greatly increase. This aspect seemed quite fitting with the name. As for the second effect, Feng Heng was a bit confused. Only after reading it carefully 3 times did he roughly grasp the meaning of the skill. Simply put, the zombie clone would be able to store multiple forms simultaneously. For example, the initial normal form could perform tasks like mining and gathering, followed by the liquor form and the fused tyrant form. With the talent enhancement, the zombie clone could quickly change its evolution forms. It was somewhat similar to how he constantly switched academic forms. The prerequisite was the zombie clone undergoing transformation into the liquor form and the fused tyrant form first. Specific situations needed further testing to confirm understanding. Master Guluo looked at Feng Heng and asked, "How was it?" Feng Heng slowly opened his eyes, nodding. "Thanks, Master. I have some understanding of talent enhancement, but I still need to do some practical tests." "Good, go ahead. Don't forget the special mission. You only have a month, and I will return the spirit altar of the bone to you. If everything goes well, I may have other important tasks for you. I wish you success. I will not disappoint Master's trust." Feng Heng got up, slightly bowed to Master Guluo, and quickly left. He hurried to find a place to test the new skill. Feng Heng felt eager. Just as he walked out of the bone tower, he saw Su Huan and others gathering in a corner, waiting for him. As Feng Heng approached, they surrounded him. "Feng Heng, we will remember what happened today. We owe you a favor. If you need help in the future, don't hesitate to find us. We will do our best. It was a pleasure working with all of you. I look forward to future collaborations." "Definitely." Su Huan nodded towards Feng Heng. Everyone understood that the task had been completed smoothly, showcasing Feng Heng's outstanding achievements. Completing the task in just 2 days far exceeded their expectations. Thanks to Feng Heng, they sealed the soul of Viona, part of the Holy Maiden's inheritance, and obtained the highest level brilliant crystal from Master Guluo. Pondering over it, they felt they had gained a significant advantage. On another matter concerning Viona, it's complicated. Her identity as a Holy Maiden is special, and if the Holy See finds out, it will cause trouble. After discussing it just now, only a few of us will know about the talent task. Fang Heng looked serious and nodded, understood. Until we meet again. They bid farewell, quickly dispersing outside the bone tower. Su Huan and the others were mostly thinking about upgrading their talents. With the mission completed, they just needed to gather the brilliant crystals. Having already obtained the highest level crystal, they naturally planned to strive for the highest level perfect enhancement. As for Fang Heng, leaving alone after talking to Master Guluo for a while left others curious, but no one inquired. In the gaming world, everyone had their secrets. Fang Heng left the bone tower with everyone else and soon entered an inn with Melanie, where they got a room before exiting the Pronus game world. Home at last. To test the new talent skill quickly. Zombie apocalypse. Prison. Mo Jiawei anxiously waited near the transmission channel. He had just returned from the Central Federation and missed the final confrontation with Fiona. Feeling irritated, he hurried over as Fang Heng gradually appeared in sight. Fang Heng, you're back. How's Fiona? Everything went smoothly, right? Did you handle her? Yes, there were some small mishaps along the way, but everything was resolved perfectly in the end. Phew! Mo Jiawei breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, giving Fang Heng a thumbs up. Impressive! Mo Jiawei had also contributed to the plan to deal with Fiona. Unfortunately, he didn't participate in the final showdown. Fang Heng touched the giant sword on his back. The artifact had special attributes and couldn't be stored in the inventory. It followed him back to the zombie apocalypse through the transmission channel. Moreover, theoretically, the artifact could be carried back to the real world. After some thought, having the artifact from the divine realm on him was too conspicuous. Also, he couldn't control the current artifact's power yet. It might bring trouble if seen by the Holy See. It was better to temporarily leave it in the zombie apocalypse and figure out how to control the artifact later. Mo Jiawei, feeling curious, couldn't resist asking, Fang Heng, what about the talent enhancement advancement? Is that completed too? Yes? Mo Jiawei's interest grew. What effects do they have? Let's not rush. Let's go to the square later to test and invite Qiu Yaokong to see. Fang Heng called an NPC to ask Qiu Yaokong to join them at the prison square. Let's go. Follow me to the warehouse and see if there's any absorbable energy. After the talent change, Fang Heng noticed a special energy bar on himself. The energy in the bar was only for the zombie clone's use in the special abilities of efficient evolution. Fang Heng roughly understood that the high-efficiency evolution of the zombie clone required energy, and he had become a charging battery. So, before testing the skill, he needed to charge himself. End of this chapter, chapter 1630 to effect after more than 10 minutes. The unrelated personnel on the prison square were all cleared out, leaving only a few lickers summoned by Fang Heng. Fang Heng followed Mo Jiawei to the warehouse and tried out the materials inside. The vast majority of materials containing energy could not be absorbed. Only a few refined energy ores could have any effect. The results were also very average. The skill provided a total of 12 energy slots, all of which were tested, but only a tiny amount of energy could be increased each time. Only the cosmic crystal ore showed potential. After absorbing a box of cosmic crystal ore, it filled up nearly half of an energy slot. Fang Heng thought to himself that High Crossing Corporation was fair in their business dealings. The cosmic crystal ore was worth it. Soon, Qiu Yaokong arrived at the square in the prison with several researchers accompanying him. It had been a while since he last saw Fang Heng. Last time, he had obtained the Hellferum liquid brought by Fang Heng through his subordinates. It was a type of special life form never before discovered on the planet. The structure was extremely bizarre. After studying it, Qiu Yaokong felt like he had opened the door to a new world. He had been researching non-stop for several nights. When he heard Fang Heng hurriedly calling him over, he was a bit impatient. His current interest was focused on researching the Hellferum. This unknown life form intrigued him greatly. Qiu Yaokong saw Fang Heng and nodded towards him, still thinking about the experiment he had just conducted. He couldn't help but ask, "What's the rush? I was in the middle of my research and need to get back quickly." Well, it won't take long. There have been some new changes with the zombie doppelgangers. Come and discuss it with me. Oh. Qiu Yaokong's attention was piqued a bit, and he looked towards the liquors on the square. Can you demonstrate it for me? Yes? Fang Heng moved forward slightly and controlled a liquor to use the skill-efficient evolution. Under the gaze of the surrounding researchers, the body of the liquor in the center of the square slowly curled up, rapidly secreting a viscous brown substance and quickly forming a cocoon-like shape. The cocoon was about half a meter high, resembling a heart, beating rhythmically. It seemed like something was gestating inside. Qiu Yaokong squinted his eyes, observing the state of the cocoon with interest. He even took a few steps forward, seemingly trying to poke the cocoon with a pen tip. But as he got closer, the cocoon began to beat faster. Hiss! Qiu Yaokong hadn't even gotten close when a fissure appeared on the top of the cocoon. A pale gray hand emerged from it, followed by a regular zombie crawling out of the cocoon. Hint: player zombie doppelganger. Liquor has completed a state change and is now in the state zombie doppelganger. Normal. Oh. Qiu Yaokong stopped in his tracks, examining the normal zombie and pondering. He rubbed his chin and then turned to Fang Heng. Is the zombie's form being reset? No, to be precise, it's a transformation into various forms. Through experimentation and game prompts, Fang Heng confirmed his speculation. The active effect of the efficient evolution skill is to switch forms. In the past, once a normal zombie evolved into a liquor or a fused tyrant body, it couldn't be changed back, only further evolved. For example, evolving from a normal zombie to a vine zombie, then evolving into a fused tyrant body with vines, and finally evolving into a fused tyrant body infected with the progenitor virus. A step-by-step improvement. Now, Fang Heng could rapidly switch between various forms. There are two prerequisites for switching: energy consumption, and the zombie doppelganger needs to undergo a successful transformation once and have it recorded. The zombie doppelganger born in front of him had directly transformed into a liquor form. Therefore, it could only switch between the liquor and normal forms. In addition, the number of switches is limited, with a maximum of 5 recorded transformations. 5 should be more than enough. Fang Heng pondered silently. During the recent test, reverting from the liquor form to a normal zombie doppelganger took less than 10 seconds. With additional energy consumption, it could be even faster. And the energy consumption was minimal, only reducing a tiny amount of energy from the energy slot. Mass transformation of forms could be completely achievable. I see, quickly switching between various forms to deal with different situations. This kind of transformation should consume energy. After hearing Fang Heng's explanation, Qiu Yaokong mumbled softly, jotting down notes and sketches in his notebook, then looked up and asked, "What are the conditions for obtaining the form changes?" Fang Heng explained, "You need to undergo a successful transformation once, and the form will be automatically recorded. However, you can only record a maximum of 5 form changes." Qiu Yaokong nodded, impressed. Interesting. To confirm his judgment, Fang Heng continued by attempting to bring another fused tyrant body over and transform it into a vine zombie form on the spot. Swish, swish. A thick gelatinous substance appeared on the fused tyrant's body, quickly forming a large cocoon on the ground. The cocoon rapidly shriveled. After about 10 seconds, a vine zombie crawled out of the shriveled cocoon. Each time the form evolved and changed, the zombie doppelganger's state would reset and its health would be fully restored. A remarkable strengthening ability. Fang Heng licked his lips lightly. With sufficient energy supply, his adaptation as a zombie doppelganger would greatly enhance. Fang Heng estimated that there were several forms of zombie doppelgangers that could be transformed at the moment: the normal zombie form, providing auxiliary skills for digging, building, collecting, leveling up, etc. The liquor form, which excelled in climbing and fast-paced battles in various terrains. The vine zombie form, suitable for handling special situations, the somewhat useless ghost claw form. And the strongest, best at head-on combat, the fused tyrant body form. With the talent enhancement, they could be switched between at any time. Fang Heng turned his gaze to Qiu Yaokong. With the current research capabilities, how long would it take to transform all forms of zombie doppelgangers at once? Qiu Yaokong thought for a moment and nodded. It would take about half a month. There should be no problem with the ghost claw, liquor, and vine zombie forms, but regarding the fused tyrant body form, considering the success rate, the current supply of materials can only equip around 100 zombie doppelgangers. That's enough. Get ready to begin. Start by transforming all into liquor and vine zombie forms, and then proceed with the live experiment on the fused tyrant body form. Understood. I will make the arrangements. We can start tonight. Qiu Yaokong nodded, drawing a few circles on his notebook. Furthermore, I need to apply for a batch of resources to assist in the research and development of the fused Hellfarum zombie form. As he mentioned the Hellfarum, Qiu Yaokang's eyes glittered. End of chapter. Chapter 1633 Liver Plan. There are some clues about the research now. The sample you got from the Hellfarum seed is very interesting. But as always, I need a lot of resources to assist with the research. Okay, I'll do my best to provide that. I'll leave the modification of the zombie doubles to you. Fang Heng nodded. He already had some imaginative scenarios playing in his mind. In the past, although the fusion tyrant body was strong, its size was too large and had significant limitations, making it less agile to use. Now, he could quickly approach enemies using the agile form of the liquor first. As the battle went on and invaded the enemy's interior, suddenly, 100 liquors turned into 100 fused tyrant bodies. It would surely be a pleasant surprise for the enemy. Exciting! The only concern was the issue of energy consumption. Just tested. Changing the zombie double's state a few times in a row only slightly decreased his energy bar. Good timing. He had received a lot of cosmic crystals from Starfish Company before. He could absorb them all first before using up his resources. It would probably be enough for him to squander for a few months. Thinking about this, Fang Heng couldn't help but yawn. After completing the advancement task, the extreme excitement was now followed by a strong sense of fatigue. It was time to rest. Fang Heng was about to go offline and rest when Qiu Yaokong, from his assistant researchers, handed him a stack of documents. What is this? Fang Heng took the report data, and upon seeing the densely packed charts and analysis data, his head started to ache. It was hard to understand. It's the previous research report regarding the original phagocyte at the current stage, Qiu Yaokong said, perking Fang Heng's interest. Original phagocyte. It was a life form encountered in the intermediate game world of Savage Tribe Realm. It had powerful effects like infinite regeneration, black fusion slime, etc. Fang Heng had seen many variations of the original phagocyte in the Savage Tribe Realm. If he could somehow introduce this to the zombie doubles, it would be great. How about it? Can it be fused into the zombie doubles? Judging by the similarity with the virus inside the zombie body and yours belonging to the same origin species, after copying the original phagocyte sample, it was found that it couldn't be activated. The copied specimen lost its activity, and it is not clear where the problem lies. Previously, Qiu Yaokong had been researching the original phagocyte for a long time, but the research stagnated. He believed there was something essential missing. Continuing without a certain necessary element was just a waste of time. Adjusting his glasses, Qiu Yaokong said, if we could find a way to activate it, we might complete the variation of the original phagocyte. Activate ... Fang Heng muttered, recalling the conditions when encountering the original phagocyte before. There was no mention of activation. So, to answer your earlier question, the answer is no unless you can find more clues related to activation, indicating. All right. Fang Heng accepted the reality helplessly. After the original phagocyte was destroyed, it would be difficult to find clues again. He would have to figure out a solution later. Offline. Rest. Fang Heng slept very soundly, sleeping for 2 days and 1 night. When he woke up, he felt extremely hungry. Find something to eat. Fang Heng ordered lunch from the undead waiter through the internal phone and ate in his room. Eating and following his routine, he opened the forum webpage to check out the recent game news. The most significant news was that the sealing of Viona's soul was still not known to the Holy See. In a way, Lady Donnie helped him bear this responsibility. Taking advantage of Viona's disappearance, the Holy See imposed divine sanctions on the world where Lady Donnie was. In addition, the outside world maintained superficial peace as usual. However, there was some discussion about the source of the miasma in Plunos that erupted on the network. Fang Heng noticed his name was mentioned on the forum again. Nonetheless, most players were still struggling in the intermediate game. After a few hours, their enthusiasm waned. It was worth mentioning that a new intermediate game world had been launched recently. Most players' attention was now focused there, and a significant part of the Federation's recent work was leaning toward this game world. Furthermore, Plunos was a hidden game world related to necromancy. Ordinary players were naturally not so interested in it. The hype about it was nowhere near as high as when he dominated the Blood Clan. Feng Heng checked out information related to Plunos. Since the outbreak of the Miasma Source event, necromancers had been trying to enter the Frost Prison area to explore and complete missions. There didn't seem to be any significant progress yet. Other news was just average. Feng Heng scrolled a few more pages and closed the page, then stretched lazily. At the moment, he finally secured a moment to catch his breath. As for the main line of the Frost Prison, for now, endure, stay out of trouble. Feng Heng reminded himself of his recent strategic actions. The thought of dealing with numerous players and their scheming when confronting the main line made him instinctively restless. Not urgent, no rush. Ordinary players hadn't truly explored the depths and source of the Frost Prison. They were not even aware of the details of the division. There was still time before they caught up. The main line could be dealt with later. As for the divine artifact he obtained, the Harmony of Heaven, he could also put it aside for now. In conclusion, the two most critical things in front of him were to enhance his strength. It all boiled down to one word: grind. Grind to level up. To grind to level 40 within a month. He had tried before, and the additional effects of the level 40 talent enhancement were excellent, making it very flexible to use. He must also get his hands on the other two enhanced talent options. Time-limited missions took precedence. End of this chapter. Chapter 1634. The goal location also requires grinding skills experience. The all-knowing pupil has attached various skills, such as natural sciences, elemental studies, spatial studies, all of which have been learned and mastered through grinding. Yet, to evolve the bloodline of the Blood Clan to the ultimate upgrade of the Blood Clan King's bloodline, much stronger blood from higher-level creatures is still needed. More grinding is required. Considering efficiency, the strength of blood within ordinary mid-level gaming worlds is somewhat lacking. Feng Heng lightly licked his lips, carefully pondering. If there weren't a month-long countdown limit and the pollution within the sea of consciousness, he would actually be willing to leisurely grind within the mid-level gaming world. After all, it's stable. However, now, the efficiency is too low. The strength of creatures in the mid-level gaming world might satisfy his goal of reaching level 40 within a month, but there are other factors to consider. Oh, right. Taking into account the 2 days he just slept, he now has less than 28 days left. Feng Heng rubbed his hair. No need to panic. With the zombie avatar available, as long as he finds the right opportunity, grinding will be very quick. First, ask around. What if there is a suitable place for grinding experience within the mid-level gaming world? He wouldn't need to take risks then. It's best to find a place where he can grind various academic skill experience, character experience, and high-level blood together. With that in mind, Feng Heng became somewhat interested, opened the irregular website provided by Old Black, and skillfully entered the password to log in. This aspect could be consulted with Old Black. Once logged in, Feng Heng quickly browsed the site. During the daytime, there weren't as many people online on the forums as there are during the night. Feng Heng briefly browsed through it. Most of the players on the forum are within the mid-level gaming world. The ratio of high-level gamers to mid-level gamers is roughly 2:8. This is already a very frightening number. It seems that Old Black is not currently online. Feng Heng left a message for Old Black and then began to browse the forum content with interest, checking out information about various mid-level gaming worlds and monster distributions, searching for suitable targets. As he delved deeper, he became somewhat addicted. Irregular websites are indeed interesting. Valuable information can be gathered from players' discussions. Time flew by quickly. Feng Heng continuously clicked his mouse. In a blink of an eye, the sky gradually darkened. After browsing for an afternoon, Feng Heng realized that there are few areas in the mid-level gaming world where strong creatures exist in large numbers, which are not suitable for his leveling. Switching to the high-level gaming world would be too dangerous. He was stuck in the middle with some awkwardness. While he was pondering, a message appeared on the bottom right corner of the forum screen. Old Black. Old Black is online. Feng Heng quickly opened the chat box. Feng Heng, it's been a few days, and you've stirred up quite a commotion again. Heh, Everyone outside is curious about the situation in the ice prison. How about sharing a bit? This information can fetch a good price. Feng Heng pursed his lips. He had some ideas about the main line quest in Punos and naturally didn't want to reveal it. Let other players speculate for a while. No need. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Feng Heng quickly typed, informing Old Black of his plans to level up and asking for help to find a leveling spot. There was a brief pause on Old Black's end, but he quickly responded, "Oh, what is it?" Hey, exploring a certain unknown high-level world. An unknown high-level world? Feng Heng's interest was piqued upon hearing this and quickly typed back, "Tell me more." A group of players completed a mission and accidentally discovered a passage leading to an unknown high-level gaming world. After entering the high-level gaming world, they realized it was beyond their capabilities, so they cleverly handed the mission over to the Federation in exchange for rewards. Because the team encountered some problems during the initial exploration, the teleportation channel has now been fully opened. After taking over the mission, the Federation began immediate exploration and development of the new world. There are rumors that some missions were received, encountering some trouble during the exploration phase. They are now recruiting large player teams for help. By the way, it's the Western Federation, and you've had interactions with them. Feng Heng frowned as he listened. Just now, he found it strange why such an important matter would be announced publicly by the Federation and even recruit personnel. It turns out that the Western Federation is controlled by the 12 consortiums behind the scenes. This makes sense. The Western Federation has always had this habit, paying players to do jobs. As for the price, the Western Federation has already provided specific mission documents, personal accidental insurance, and mission points. I quickly glanced at it, and it's quite good. There was a brief pause on Old Black's end, then he continued typing. Are you interested? Oh yes? Feng Heng responded decisively. Due to his status as a boundary lord, he couldn't easily enter high-level gaming worlds like other players. Currently, he can only go to Vars alone. Unfortunately, it's too dangerous in Vars, and he's not prepared for a direct confrontation with the jealousy tongue yet. He needs to lay low until his own strength accumulates to a certain level. When he found another passage to a high-level gaming world, Feng Heng naturally wanted to give it a try. Haha, that's great. I also have a favor to ask you. We can discuss it together. You're planning well. What do you need? I received a related commission, and a team will be sent into that world. So, I'd like to borrow your teleportation channel. Also, C-Star Company has expressed interest in using your world's channel to enter that world. The price will be provided tonight, and I think it's very good. I suggest you consider it. Feng Heng felt puzzled and typed back, doesn't the Federation provide the channel? They do, quite coincidentally. The passage is set up in the Blood Clan Doomsday world you provided to the Western Federation, but as you know, it's not very convenient to use the channel established by the Federation. Old Black typed quickly. Entering that world through the Federation's channel requires strict pre-qualification checks, which are very troublesome. I suggest you avoid official channels to enter, especially given the not-so-great relationship between you and the Western Federation. Also, remember to conceal your identity further. In addition, the 12 consortiums have special channels to enter the high-level world, so as long as we find a way to sneak into that world, there won't be much internal scrutiny. Understood. The two quickly discussed some details via chat and decided to meet the next afternoon for departure. As Feng Heng was about to leave, he noticed another message pop up in the lower right corner of the chat box. Feng Heng, are you still there? Oh, it's her. Yu Jiyuan, a high-level player contaminated in the Vars gaming world. Feng Heng thought that Yu Jiyuan had it tough, accompanying him all the way through challenges, and in the end, getting contaminated by the extreme tongue. End of this chapter. During this period, Yu Jiyuan has been actively trying to contact Feng Heng since she settled down. It was quite a surprise to see Feng Heng online. She quickly sent several messages over. Feng Heng. Feng Heng opened the chat box and quickly replied, yes, I had some things to deal with before, but now it's almost sorted out. How's everything on your end? In front of the computer, seeing Feng Heng respond, Yu Jiyuan straightened her body and quickly described the situation in the Vaz world. In general, the situation had become very dire. Since Feng Heng left, she had followed Luo Su back to the Fallen Legion. In fact, the Fallen Legion was not completely unified. The group led by Luo Su was not willing to be controlled by the tongue of envy, secretly accumulating strength, which was completely exposed this time. However, more members of the Fallen Legion had completely surrendered. If their source of pollution was controlled by the tongue of envy, they might as well listen to the tongue of envy. After all, they were all puppets, so it didn't matter whom they listened to. In fact, a large part of the Fallen Legion had already been contaminated by the tongue of envy. Luo Su and others had been escaping to the east, and their original underground bases were gradually falling. Now they had taken refuge on the edge of the mountain area. As time passed, the situation was expected to worsen. In addition, the magical items for tracking the gluttonous eater had mostly been collected. It was expected to be completed in another half a month. Currently, the entire Vaz world was searching for Feng Heng, especially the members of the Innovation Council. After talking with Yu Jiyuan, Feng Heng felt a sense of urgency. The longer it took, the worse the situation would become in Vaz. He needed to improve his strength as soon as possible. There was no time to waste. Feng Heng felt some pressure. Last time he faced the tongue of envy, he was crushed even before the opponent fully appeared. The opponent was very powerful. After comforting Yu Jiyuan and exchanging contact information, Feng Heng decided to return to the game world. Tomorrow he had to go to an unknown new world, but tonight he needed to complete the transplant of the god tree Abakaya. The next day at noon, in the zombie doomsday prison. On a hill outside the prison, a small sapling rapidly grew upwards. The trunk gradually became thick, and branches extended rapidly from it. At the bottom, the tree roots firmly penetrated deep into the ground. Feng Heng's head was soon covered by the canopy of the huge tree. Green vines quickly enveloped the outside world. The height of the divine tree continued to rise. Abakaya, once awakened, rapidly expanded outward. Cleve stood in front of the divine tree Abakaya, her hands clenched into fists, silently reciting spells while kneeling. She continuously stimulated the natural power. From Abakaya, she felt the same gentleness and inclusiveness as described in the legend of the ancient tree of life, and the vigorous vitality. The ancient tree of life. It was the source of the birth of the elf clan. With immense power, it provided protection to the elf clan. In an instant, on the elevated square of the hill, there was an ancient tree soaring into the sky. Feng Heng tried to communicate with Abakaya. Soon, Abakaya responded joyfully. From Abakaya's feedback, the transplant had been completed very smoothly. During the transfer process, Abakaya had to weaken his own power to enter the teleportation channel, retaining less than 1% of his power. Now that the transplant was completed, it would take some time for Abakaya to fully regain his former glory. Feng Heng looked into the distance at the rapidly spreading green vines. With Abakaya, the protective ability of the zombie doomsday was significantly enhanced. However, it seemed to be of no use. Because due to the restrictions in the early stages of the zombie doomsday, no one was attacking him. Nearby, Cleve slowly stood up, her body supported. Considering the pre-transplant preparation, the transplantation of the divine tree took a whole day. She had to continuously supply natural energy to Abakaya, which was very exhausting. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, thanks, Feng Heng." "It's okay. I just need a few days' rest to recover." Cleve showed a tired look on her face. "Do you want to rest for a while?" Cleve glanced at Feng Heng, hesitated. Judging from Abakaya's condition, she was more certain that Abakaya was the ancient tree of life. But why was Feng Heng so sure it wasn't? Perhaps she should ask the teacher, or find another opportunity to return to that place. "What's wrong?" Cleve snapped out of her thoughts. "Nothing." After the complete transplant of Abakaya, another game prompt appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Hint: special species implanted in the player's current world detected. Hint: the species have established a soul-sharing connection with the player. Default binding with the domain master, undergoing identification. Hint: the player's world ranking has reached intermediate level rating LV 27. Hint: the maximum potential of the player's controlled world creatures has been raised to LV 27. Feng Heng quickly glanced at the game hints and roughly set some action rules with Abakaya. Intercept any individuals with hostile intentions towards the prison headquarters. Collaborate with the prison for partial resource transportation. The spread of the vines must not enter the prison area. As for the expansion range of the external forest, it was temporarily limited to 10 times the territory during the Savage Clan Game World period. After dealing with Abakaya, Fang Heng hurriedly returned to the prison square with ManhwaRecap. On the prison square, a dense array of meat cocoons covered the area. Qiu Yaokong personally recruited and trained the chief research officer Altwich, who carefully reported to Fang Heng the progress of yesterday's work. The success rate of the transformation of the zombie clones exceeded the original estimate by about 20%. The first group completed a total of 20 records of the fusion of the tyrant's body. Including previous successful cases, Fang Heng currently had a total of 35 zombie clones with recorded evolution states of the fused tyrant's body. All 2,187 zombie clones had completed the record of the Vine zombie evolution state. 1,102 zombie clones had recorded the evolution state of the liquor. Due to the sudden need for a large number of zombie clones to transform, some materials were in short supply, and it was expected to wait for the next batch of materials to arrive before proceeding with further transformations. ManhwaRecap timely added, "I have prepared the materials, and I have negotiated with the East Federal and Starfish companies, using our excess reserves to exchange for them. They will gradually move over to the prison warehouse over the next few days. If all goes well, everything should be in place within 3 days." Good. Fang Heng nodded repeatedly as he listened. In fact, the situation was even worse than what Altwich had introduced. When Fang Heng logged in before, he received a game selection prompt. It asked if he wanted to solidify and record the transformation state. Then, Fang Heng realized a problem he had previously overlooked. He was running out of main god points. Before recording the evolution state of talents, it is necessary to solidify the state. However, solidifying the zombie avatar status not only requires a large amount of survival points, but also requires divine points. Helplessly, Fang Heng could only choose to solidify the new 20 names of fused tyrant bodies and 522 names of liquors. Therefore, the remaining liquor state was not solidified, and after death and resurrection, it returned to a normal zombie form. Fang Heng was grateful that he had previously chosen the efficient evolution talent enhancement effect, reducing evolution costs. Otherwise, as his level increased, the evolution material costs for the subsequent liquors and fused tyrant bodies would be a significant expense, especially the divine points. This thing was particularly tricky, unable to be traded in large quantities from players. It was very troublesome when he was in debt before. Thinking it over, Fang Heng hoped that when he went to the new game world this time, he could also refresh his divine points. Another thing to handle ... Fang Heng muttered to himself. In any case, the strength of the zombie avatars had greatly improved. They were ready for battle. With the ability to quickly switch states of the zombie avatars, venturing into higher-level game worlds became more certain. Fang Heng familiarized himself with the rapid evolution operation of the zombie avatars for a while. Soon, a prison steward approached Fang Heng to report. The steward respectfully bowed and reported, "Master, the people from Sea Star Corporation have arrived. As you instructed, they are waiting in the teleportation hall." "Good. Let's go together." Fang Heng and ManhwaRecap went to the teleportation hall. Sea Star Corporation partner Hector personally brought a group of people over. As agreed last night, this time Hector personally led a team to an unknown higher-level game world. Seeing Fang Heng approaching, Hector's face immediately lit up with a smile as he walked over to greet him. "Fang Heng, a great customer. Still an extremely strong player." "Haha, it's been a while, Fang Heng. Last time you made a fortune in Vaz, thanks to you. We also made a lot. I heard you are about to deal with the Phoenix Fur. It turns out you also have it in your hands, and you repaired it as well. That thing is very valuable. Leave it to us to handle it. We guarantee you won't lose." Fang Heng replied with a smile, then shifted his gaze to the more than 50 players behind Hector and asked, "Are you also interested in the new world? Where there is business, we will be there." Hector chuckled and said, then lowered his voice and leaned closer to Fang Heng to explain, "Don't forget, our Sea Star Corporation is the largest resource trading company in the world. Discovering a new world, we must try to explore the resource reserves and distribution of this world and try to obtain first-hand information. If possible, we will also need to rely on your world channels for collection and transportation work. This is not our first cooperation, and the price will definitely satisfy you." Hearing about making money, Fang Heng nodded with a smile. The new transformation state of the zombie avatars was strong, but it was also a gold-devouring beast. Going through all upgrades would require a tremendous amount of resources, funds, and divine points. Not to mention, as the level increased, each level up of the zombie avatars cost thousands. There would be a huge drain on resources later on. When the time comes to make money, one must make money. From previous collaborations, C-Star Corporation was a good partner. They were very professional. While speaking, the teleportation channel in the hall once again emitted a light. Laohei also brought over a dozen people through the teleportation channel to the hall. Compared to the team of Laohei, his team was more streamlined, and each of the people he brought wore masks on their faces. Heh, long time no see, gentlemen. Laohei, as usual, chuckled and walked up to the two. He handed a black device to Fang Heng. Fang Heng, this is a special device needed to teleport to the higher level world. Install it on the space-tearing device, and the receiving end of the teleportation hall on the other side will be activated to establish a connection. Hector also nodded. I have already communicated with my personnel in advance. They are waiting on the other end of the channel to receive us. Okay, Fang Heng accepted the item. As previously discussed by the three of them, Laohei would handle the special teleporter for the unknown higher-level world. Hector would manage the follow-up reception personnel and cooperate with the Federation on intelligence, and Fang Heng would be responsible for ensuring the overall stable operation of the teleportation channel. Item: Positioning Device Grade, Future Technology Explanation. A special spatial positioning device from a technology level higher than the current world can be installed on a space teleportation device. The current item's technology level exceeds the player's world level, and the player lacks relevant skill levels, making it impossible to determine the special properties of the item. Explanation: Can be loaded with plug-in items. Explanation: A special channel carrier. This item can be installed on large space-tearing devices and most large mechanical teleportation objects, establishing a stable space transmission channel through the internally recorded coordinates and space-tearing devices. Fang Heng held the black block device in his hand and called out to Victor, who was conducting final checks at the console. Hey, Victor! Come and take a look at this great thing. Coming! Victor put down what he was doing and walked over. He took the device from Fang Heng to inspect, suddenly noticing something, and his expression changed. He checked more carefully. Fang Heng observed Victor's expression change and gestured to him, asking, "How is it? Can it be mounted?" Victor put away the black device, glanced at the others in the hall, and nodded, saying, "There shouldn't be a problem with the installation. This is a plug-in item. It should theoretically be fully installed. However, our space-tearing device has undergone special settings and needs some preparation for adjustments." Victor looked at the crowd. In addition, I need to remind everyone that the coordinate channel inside the plug-in device is heavily encrypted, and all energy for opening the teleportation channel is provided by our sending party. Therefore, there is a huge risk in the entire transmission, assuming the corresponding receiving device on the other end of the channel is destroyed. With our current technology, it would be impossible to recover. You may be permanently trapped in that world. Everyone nodded as they listened to Victor's explanation. Victor was still very professional. The information he provided was consistent with the conclusions they had reached after several days of research. However, they were not worried. C-Star Corporation had already deployed people in advance to guard the receiving end of the channel and protect it. Even in the worst-case scenario where the channel receiver is destroyed, they could use the Federation's channel to return. At the very least, they would not be trapped on the other side. Fang Heng patted Victor's shoulder. "Thank you, Victor. We understand the risks. Go ahead and adjust as soon as possible." "All right," Victor agreed and whispered as he approached. "Fang Heng, come find me after you are done. There's a problem with this box." Chapter 1637. The secret of the box. Fang Heng's eyes lit up at the sight of the box. He looked back at the crowd and said, "Everyone, it will take a bit of time to load the device. Lao Mo, why don't you take them for a tour?" "All right." Once everyone left the teleportation hall, Fang Heng immediately walked to the control panel. "What's wrong? Any issues? Come and take a look." Fang Heng leaned over to observe the control panel. "Not bad." After Victor fiddled with the small black box in his hand for a few moments, it unexpectedly transformed into a black tablet with a slightly uneven surface. Victor placed the black tablet upright on the table. Blue sparkling dots of light gathered in front of the tablet, forming a blue three-dimensional projection in midair. Feng Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. The projection displayed twisted symbols. Hint: player discovers unknown information. Hint: player does not possess the relevant skills to decipher the text content. Feng Heng furrowed his brows, puzzled. Unknown text. Yes, I had a hunch when I first got this device. I have seen a similar structure before, very sophisticated, and it left a deep impression on me. When was this? In Duke's laboratory, when they brought the whole alien spaceship back to the prison lab. Do you remember? Alien spaceship. Hearing Victor's words, Feng Heng also recalled. Right, Chief Researcher Duke. Research Laboratory of the Alien Race. When Feng Heng went to the Wasteland Apocalypse, he accidentally discovered the abandoned wreckage of an alien spaceship. In his usual style, Feng Heng naturally brought back the entire abandoned spaceship, along with Researcher Duke and his entire team. Duke was the head of the research team. When they arrived, Duke insisted on autonomous research on the alien race as a condition, agreeing to come back with Feng Heng. Feng Heng naturally kept his promise, and so no one bothered them, providing them with good food and drink. Even later, because there were too many troublesome matters to deal with, and busy dealing with one opponent after another, he completely forgot about them. So, this device in front of him actually points to one of the 3 major entry-level games, the Wasteland World. The Unknown Higher World is also related to the Wasteland Apocalypse. It's been about 1 or 2 months. I wonder if Duke's research has made any progress. Victor had a deep impression of Duke's team. He had also entered the spaceship for a visit, and even participated in the study of some metallic mechanical structures in the spaceship, which gave him great inspiration. His relationship with Duke was also very good, often taking his daughter to play there. Moreover, Victor had always had a dream of a mech. The anti-gravity device on the spaceship could solve the problem of heavy and inflexible mechs. When I last saw Duke, he had already researched the anti-gravity device. At this point in time, he should still be in the lab conducting experiments. Victor glanced at the time, then beckoned an engineer to fetch Duke. During this time, Duke's research team was very satisfied with their living environment in the prison. They had food, drinks, and research. Having gone through hardships, they appreciated the stable research environment. However, just eating, drinking, and not working was not the right way. Duke had thought about reporting the progress of his research to Feng Heng. Unfortunately, he had tried to contact Feng Heng several times and found that Feng Heng was not around. Upon hearing the news about the alien race, Duke immediately put down his current research and ran over with a group of researchers. Feng Heng, I heard you made a discovery related to the race, yes? Feng Heng nodded and stepped aside, displaying the 3-dimensional projection in front of Duke and his team. Come and take a look at this. Duke quickly stepped forward to carefully examine the text on the projection, his expression changing suddenly. Then, he quickly checked the black tablet device. Feng Heng, where did you get this thing from? It was obtained accidentally, and the source is still uncertain. I will help you inquire further. Duke listened as Feng Heng roughly explained the discovery of the high-level game world by the Federation. His expression changed again, and he said, Feng Heng, according to our research, the structure and technological level of this teleportation channel device are similar to the devices we detected within the spaceship. There is a very high probability that it is a product of the alien race. Feng Heng's expression also changed. So you also think that the channel was established by the alien race? 90% sure. Duke nodded repeatedly, his tone carrying some excitement. The text on the projection is the written language of the alien race. Can the text be translated? Yes, during this period, we have researched some of the alien race's language and have been able to analyze a small part of it. Duke studied the text again, frowning. The general meaning is that the other end of the teleportation channel leads to a graveyard. Unauthorized access is not permitted, and it seems to record something like a prayer, but I'm not certain. Graveyard ... Feng Heng muttered to himself. Duke nodded and said seriously, Feng Heng, I want to go with you to the channel. Feng Heng hesitated. The high-level game world was too dangerous, and he couldn't guarantee absolute safety even for himself. Bringing a group of researchers along? The risk was too great. Just as he was about to refuse, a line of game prompts suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Hint: player triggers special environment task, Race of the Alien. Hint: player triggers current subtask, unknown signal. Task name, unknown signal. Task difficulty, SSS. Task requirement: you accidentally investigated an item related to the alien race. Please lead Duke into the unknown world for further investigation. Task reward: the task was triggered. Seeing the difficulty level of the task, Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. SSS level task difficulty. And a special environment task? This meant huge rewards. And it was in a newly opened world, which meant that the competition for the task might not be great. With all these advantages, plus the long period of research by Duke's team on the alien race, having seized so many opportunities, wouldn't it be worth a try? Feng Heng couldn't resist. Why not ... since he was already prepared for the level, skill experience points, vampire bloodline, and divine points. Having many debts meant there was nothing to worrying about. Why not also complete the special environment task? After thinking it over, Feng Heng nodded. All right, the situation over there is complex, with the presence of high-intensity unknown creatures. I will go to observe first, and if conditions permit, I will take you all with me for exploration. The condition is that you must agree to follow my arrangements once we enter that world. Definitely. Upon hearing Feng Heng's agreement, Duke immediately nodded. We will immediately try to translate the entire contents of the prayer text. In addition, Feng Heng, we have made some progress in our research lately. We found that the alien race has inherent psychic abilities. They can use this power for a special form of communication and control on an unknown level. If we encounter the alien race in that world, we must be cautious. Understood. Feng Heng nodded gravely. If the mission required dealing with the alien race, more information would be needed. End of chapter. Chapter 1638. An hour later, the Azure Spatial Teleportation Channel opened before everyone's eyes. Lao Hai's subordinates, along with their team, entered the teleportation channel first. Feng Heng, on the other hand, entered the channel with Hector from the Starfish Company. After a moment of dizziness, Feng Heng opened his eyes again to find himself in another world. Hint: players entering a special unknown world ... Hint: using self-built spatial teleportation channels is prohibited in the current world. Hint: conflicting with the player's current item, miniature spatial rupture device detected ... Hint: weight assessment in progress ... Hint: players can only use the miniature spatial rupture device once in the current world, and the channel's duration should not exceed 10 minutes. Hint: players cannot use the survival radio communication in the current world. Hint: players can go offline in the current world. Feng Heng quickly scanned the game hints on his retina and, feeling a sense of weightlessness, stepped forward with open eyes. On the other side of the channel, a solitary obelisk stood tall behind the teleportation channel. The ground beneath his feet was a vast expanse of gray-white metallic surface, intricately carved with alloy metal patterns. It appeared to be a different technological mode of teleportation channels. About 10 or more people from the Starfish Company were positioned around the obelisk in advance. Wish you all the best. We have a mission to attend to. We'll leave first once everyone is ready. Lao Hai's team leader nodded to the others and bid farewell as they quickly departed. Hector turned to Feng Heng and explained, Feng Heng, this is a teleportation coordinate point obtained by Lao Hai through special means. The federal coordinates are not here. They are beyond that nearby hill. Hector pointed to a low mountain on their right. The area will have a significant presence of distorted creatures at night, which is very dangerous. However, they won't attack the obelisk, so we will guard it only during the day. It's best to use the teleportation channel during daylight to avoid trouble. To prevent any issues, our actions will try to evade the federal surveillance, and it's best to seek shelter in the temporary shelters built by the Federation at night. Those shelters are unregistered, but mentioning our company's name, Starfish, should suffice. Also, our company will try to locate the exploration mineral area. We've roughly searched the area and found some clues. This time, we'll even conduct some basic mining operations, which may require the use of your teleportation channel. Additionally, the Federation occasionally patrols during the day, so we should avoid them as much as possible. Understood. Feng Heng nodded, surveyed his surroundings, and decided to explore the area on his own first. I'll take a look around and visit the Federation's camp later tonight. If you need to use the channel, you can directly contact Lao Mo. All right, thank you. Here's a map of the nearby area drawn by our company, Starfish. It might come in handy for you. In case of emergencies, you can go offline and contact Starfish Company. If possible, we can meet at the Federation camp later to exchange information. Although remote communication was not possible in this world, offline communication among players was still viable. No problem. Fang Heng accepted the map and watched Hector and most of his team quickly leave, leaving only 5 Starfish Company guards to monitor the teleportation channel's vicinity. The channel remained open. Not far from the obelisk was a small lake surrounded by a forest. So, he decided to assess the biomass of this world first and find a spot to idle. Fang Heng opened the map for examination. The world had not been extensively explored yet. His current location was east of the Federal Team Camp. The forest around only a small patch. Towards the east was a desert, with deeper regions presenting troublesome sandstorm environments. The Federal team had attempted exploration of the eastern region, encountering attacks from a large group of distorted monsters. Due to the negative environmental effects, the Federation abandoned the efforts after several trials. Currently, the Federation's main mission was not external exploration, but establishing and defending their base. Very well. Fang Heng muttered to himself softly, catching onto a critical keyword, a large group of distorted monster mobs. Just what he needed for leveling up. Off to take a look there. Swoosh, swoosh. Red streaks emerged from the teleportation channel, leaping into the forest and swiftly heading towards the eastern desert. The Starfish Company players guarding the teleportation channel exit were startled to see a continuous stream of devourers rushing out from the channel. At first, they were surprised, but soon their expressions turned horrified. So many of them? It had been 10 minutes since the devourers were continuously pouring out of the channel, directly entering the forest. There must have been at least 1,000 of them by now, and the devourer horde showed no signs of stopping from emerging through the channel. Fang Heng stood by the teleportation channel, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. Unlike before, with the special teleportation channel in place, this time he chose to directly control his zombie avatars to enter the unknown world. Currently, he had over 2,000 zombie avatars, half of which had completed and recorded their devourer transformation status. Additionally, there were the replicants. After 3 rounds of replication, the main body possessed 3 replicants. Among them, about 500 devourers were not in solidified form, making it inconvenient for the main body to engage in combat, leaving them for post-apocalyptic logistical support. Approximately 3,500 devourers. Fang Heng's primary goal this time was leveling up. He immediately decided to leverage the advantages of his zombie horde from the beginning. Let's give it all we've got. Confirming the safety of the teleportation channel exit during the gathering and scouting intervals of the devourer horde, Fang Heng got bored and leaned down to observe the special patterns engraved on the metallic surface below the obelisk. A series of game prompts quickly appeared. Hint: player has not acquired relevant skills to obtain related information. It seemed unrelated to alchemy. After giving it some thought, Fang Heng paused the influx of devourers entering the world, returned to the post-apocalyptic realm, and brought Dowd and his research team over. Upon arriving in the new world and seeing the stone obelisk and the metal engravings on the ground, Dowd was immediately overwhelmed with awe. Fang Heng, I'm certain this teleportation channel must have been left by the ancestors. Yes, Fang Heng nodded. You only have 1 hour. Gather information quickly for research and return to the prison immediately after. Understood. Dowd agreed, with a hint of excitement, promptly directing his team to commence their research. Fang Heng nodded to Mo Jiawei, indicating him to manage the time. Constrained by the size of the teleportation channel, the devourer horde could only emerge one by one from the channel. End of this chapter. Chapter 1639. The desert flying snakes passed by for almost half an hour. The players guarding around the teleportation point were getting a little numb. Why were the lickers continually emerging from the passage? Several people couldn't help but look towards Fang Heng, a thought emerging in their minds. How many summonable creatures does he actually have control over? As Fang Heng watched Duda and others research on the side, he suddenly noticed a message flash on the game hint on his retina. Hint: your zombie clone A licker enters a special environment. In the special environment, movement speed decreases by 15%, stamina consumption increases by an additional 20%, and attack accuracy decreases by 5%. Hint: your zombie clone A-Licker is attacked by an unknown life form, losing 588 health points. They are here. The Lickers are under attack. Feng Heng said, I'll go first, leave this to you. No problem. Mo Jiawei patted his chest, looking confident. Feng Heng nodded and quickly ran towards the east, quickly disappearing from the sight of everyone. Crossing the forest, Feng Heng quickly transformed into his Blood Clan form and accelerated into the sky. Soon, he saw a swirling yellow dust ahead. Special terrain ... Feng Heng returned to human form, landed on the ground, and muttered to himself as he looked at the region covered in dust. Huge expanses of sand dust. Vision was greatly affected. Buzz, buzz. The buzzing of wings rapidly shaking in the sand dust could be heard. Special deformed creatures. Desert flying snakes? Feng Heng's eyes narrowed suddenly. It's still a deformed mutation. After the mutation, the desert flying snakes looked like giant bees, with a huge abnormal growth at the end of their tails, mutated into a spiral-shaped piercing body. From the game hints obtained from previous battles, the mouthparts of the mutated flying snakes after mutation could spew corrosive venom. After the desert territory was invaded, the surrounding deformed desert flying snakes quickly gathered, forming dense clusters. Below, the Lickers entering the sandstorm area were under attack. Desert flying snakes could fly and continuously spit out corrosive venom. The combination of the two made them extremely difficult to deal with. The Lickers, lacking anti-air capabilities, were only left running away. Feng Heng did not approach, but stayed in place to carefully observe, pondering internally. Very strange, the deformed desert flying snakes had never left the sandy area. They've spawned. Feng Heng quickly made a judgment. Hiss! Hiss! Originally, the Lickers that were being chased by the desert flying snakes began to stop in their tracks, with a thick layer of mucus rapidly accumulating on their bodies, forming a fleshy cocoon on the spot. The fleshy cocoon expanded rapidly, at a visible speed. The dense flying snakes swooped down from above, using the deformed growths on their bodies to launch enhanced piercing attacks on the fleshy cocoon. Hiss! 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 Small holes were pierced on the fleshy cocoon. Malodorous pus oozed slowly from the holes, then quickly healed. Bang! 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 Over 10 seconds later, the fully expanded fleshy cocoon burst one after another. Tall figures stood up straight from the cocoons. Over 50 fusion warlord bodies evolved simultaneously. Woo! Without weapons, the fusion warlord bodies leveraged their giant size advantage and slapped directly at the low-flying group. The group of flying snakes hovering low were too dense, and as the fusion warlord bodies swung their palms, 5 to 6 were instantly hit, flipping them out cold. Swiftly, following Lickers rushed up from the ground, pouncing on the dizzy deformed desert flying snakes. In almost an instant, the fallen desert flying snakes were covered with 5 to 6 Lickers each. The Lickers bit tightly onto the desert flying snakes, continuously inflicting wounds. By this time, the desert flying snakes had no chance of struggling to fly back up. Game hints began to refresh rapidly on Feng Heng's retina. Hint: your zombie clone Licker form inflicts armor-breaking damage -443 on the mutated desert flying snake deformed creature. Hint: your zombie clone fusion warlord body form inflicts damage -243 on the mutated desert flying snake deformed creature and sends it flying, causing it to enter a dizzy state for 3 to 4 seconds. The mutated flying snake had extremely high vitality and possessed the mutated biological armor skill. Despite the Lickers having the armor-breaking skill, it took over 20 seconds of surrounding attacks to fully kill it. Feng Heng quickly observed the battlefield situation and the feedback from the game hints. They could put up a fight. However, as he looked for a while, he couldn't help but be puzzled. Why aren't there any drops from the deformed desert flying snakes after they die? Not even one evolution crystal needed for level 30 upgrades. Could it be that their strength is not sufficient? Or are they not dropping anything? Feng Heng frowned. In terms of strength alone, the deformed desert flying snakes could be compared to a first-tier barbarian in the mid-tier game world when faced one-on-one. The strength of the clustered deformed desert flying snakes had increased significantly. Nothing is really dropping. Fortunately, all the attacks from the mutated desert flying snakes were physical, and therefore they couldn't directly kill the Lickers. AFK grinding was still relatively safe. Feng Heng decided to wait a bit longer and see how the situation developed. Maybe it was just his bad luck, and the drop rate was lower. Almost half an hour passed. Fang Heng tossed a small piece of chocolate into his mouth and chewed slowly. He was sure it wasn't a matter of luck. Nothing was really dropping. Ahead, the area covered in sand and dust was still brimming with a cluster of deformed desert flying snakes. The deformed desert flying snakes couldn't overcome the zombie clone, and the zombie clone also couldn't quickly resolve the flying snake swarm. Even the speed of the licker's killing was beginning to lag behind. The number of deformed flying snakes was not decreasing and was increasing. Fang Heng realized that the high-tier game world wasn't as simple as he had imagined. After some thought, he decided to separate to fusion warlord bodies and more than 10 lickers to withstand the attacks of the swarming deformed desert flying snakes and rush forward. He wanted to see what was happening deeper inside where the deformed flying snakes were appearing mysteriously. Soon, another game hint surfaced. Hint: your zombie clone fusion warlord body form enters a severe sandstorm environment. Environment level rises. Movement speed decreases by 25%. Stamina consumption increases by an additional 40%. Attack accuracy decreases by 15%, and receives 20 damage points per second from the sandstorm. It looks like there's a harsher sandstorm. Fang Heng muttered to himself. The severe environment intensified. Under the sandstorm environment, the zombie clone's life points were under constant attack by the sandstorm every second, coupled with a lot of snake attacks, causing a rapid drop in health. For the fusion warlord bodies, these damages were shrugged off directly. They pushed through. Fang Heng controlled the zombie clone to continue charging forward. Soon, another game hint appeared. Hint: your zombie clone fusion warlord body form is sinking into quicksand state, gradually sinking into quicksand. Please be careful. Hint: your zombie clone licker form is sinking into quicksand state. End of this chapter. Chapter 1640. Flowing sands. Fang Heng's pupils shrank. Oh no! It's a sand environment. The fused tyrant's body is massive, even heavier, and once trapped in the sand, it's difficult to escape. And once completely swallowed up by the sand. Dying is not too bad. You can automatically revive after a while. But what if you were buried deep in the sand and can't die because of the effect of undead body? Wouldn't that be annoying? Fang Heng was startled and quickly stopped being reckless, controlling the fused tyrant to return the same way. It seems that continuing through this passage ahead is not an option. Fortunately, the zombies were not deeply trapped and could timely exit the sand area. Fang Heng raised his head and continued to look at the bizarre group of sand desert flying snakes ahead. Killing the mutated desert flying snakes wouldn't drop the crystals needed for upgrading, but it's not entirely useless. At least, the desert flying snakes left behind corpses. Corpses mean materials can be collected. And blood. Fang Heng had already sensed that the blood of the desert flying snakes was not very strong, roughly equivalent to a first-tier barbarian. But there was plenty of it. Ahead, an endless area of dust and sand was filled with numerous mutated desert flying snakes. Considering that there might be a method for fast respawning later on, it could be a good idea to establish some blood vampire altars here. Thinking about it, Fang Heng directed some lickers to exit the dust area. The lickers group returned the same way they came, turning back into normal zombies after re-entering the previous forest area. Then, they began to collect wood and stones on the spot. On the retina, rows of game prompts crazily refreshed. Tip: your zombie clone fused tyrant body form deals minus 121 damage to the mutated desert snakes, mutated creatures, and knocks them down. Tip: player zombie clone normal form gains to crude stone blocks through the collection skill. Tip: player zombie clone normal form crafts one wooden plank through the crafting skill. Over an hour later, to fuse tyrants dragged a makeshift wooden trailer back behind them. Lacking nails, the trailer had to be secured forcibly by the vine corpse's wrapping skill. After unloading the construction resources, the zombie clones began to build the blood vampire altars on the spot. Fang Heng then infused the refined blood into the preset blood pool of the blood vampire altar. With this scale, I'll need to build at least 20 altars, Fang Heng muttered quietly to himself. The zombie clones displayed progress bars. Tip: your zombie clone normal form is constructing a blood vampire altar, consuming 12 wooden frames, and the construction progress increases by 0.02%. Fang Heng slowly looked towards the deeper part of the desert. During the time zombie clones were collecting, he had explored the sand dust area from several different angles. According to the feedback from the Licker's reconnaissance, the entire region ahead was a sand dust environment, and everyone encountered a sand area once they went deeper. Fang Heng had a strange feeling. This group of mutated flying snakes seemed more like they were occupying the sand dust areas, attacking any intruders entering the sand dust environment. It looked like they were guarding something. It would take some time before the blood vampire altars were completed. If blood isn't properly stored or coagulated after an organism dies, the power in the blood will quickly dissipate. Today, it will end here, and the zombie clones will hang around to build altars. Thinking it over, Fang Heng decided to return alone to the Federal camp to see if he could gather some information from the Federation's hands. After all, the main purpose of this trip was for upgrades. He needed to figure out why the monsters weren't dropping crystals when killed. With that in mind, Fang Heng transformed into his bat form again and flew towards the Federal base. Flying rapidly in the direction shown on the map, Fang Heng soon discovered the distant Federal camp in the high sky. He landed a bit further away, resumed his human form, and headed towards the Federal camp. The camp was heavily guarded. At the periphery, tall watchtowers stood erect. Fang Heng was dressed as a necromancer scholar, his face hidden under a thick hood. Looking up, he saw the elite guards above the watchtower dressed in Federal uniform, holding heavy energy beam sniper rifles, alert. A high-level energy beam weapon. Fang Heng felt a twinge in his heart. Initially, he thought he would be thoroughly checked upon entering Federal territory. But that didn't happen. The guards at the entrance barely paid any attention to Fang Heng, not bothering to check his identity, just giving him a cursory glance before letting him pass. The camp's tight security was not primarily for players, but for the mutated beings existing in the world. Since entering this unknown high-level world, the Federal temporary camp had been under countless attacks from the mutated creatures. They were already exhausted just dealing with the mutated creatures. Regarding inspections, the Western Federal focused all their attention outside the teleportation channels. Everyone entering the world through the channels required a strict check beforehand. After entering the world, the scrutiny was no longer there. There were certainly loopholes. Coincidentally, the 12 consortiums needed these loopholes for certain tasks. Fang Heng stepped into the Federal temporary camp. Indeed, very temporary. At first glance, there were only the high-rise buildings under construction in the entire camp, with the rest being temporary tents. Fang Heng had heard that the Federal hoped players would stay to help the camp resist the night attacks of the mutated monsters, so they provided free tents for the players. Additionally, the Federal was recruiting players with advanced skills in engineering and architecture. Of course, the most recruited were strong fighters. There were many players coming and going in the camp. Following the flow of people, Fang Heng quickly entered a half-built large workshop on the west side of the camp. On the central electronic screen displayed the latest tasks released by the Federal. They offered missions to major player companies, and completing them could exchange for various points and items. Fang Heng raised his head, carefully examining the mission assignments on the electronic screen, pondering to himself. Besides some construction-related tasks, the tasks provided by the Federal mainly divided into reconnaissance, defending bases, and escorting building teams. The trouble was, most tasks required being accepted in a team format. The Federal considered the strength of the player team and ultimately decided whether to deliver the tasks or not. Suddenly, Fang Heng's gaze shifted towards the exchange rewards listed on the screen. Mutated Crystal Aggregation Device? What's that? And the required exchange points were quite high. It sounded related to the crystals needed for upgrading. Fang Heng was just wondering when he heard a voice next to him. Fang Heng, I was looking for you, so coincidentally met you here. Turning his head, Hector walked over with a young man. Hector greeted with a smile. How are you? Didn't run into any trouble, did you? End of chapter. Chapter 1641 Challenge not bad. Fang Heng nodded and said, the difficulty level of the high-level game has increased, encountering some significant challenges. Indeed, but greater difficulty correspondingly brings greater rewards. Hector had more urgent matters to attend to, so he didn't engage in too much small talk with Fang Heng. He got straight to the point, saying, to make a long story short, our company team has just confirmed a smaller universe crystal mine, with an initial estimate of about 1 to 2 tons in reserves. We have already started mobilizing for excavation. Are you interested in participating? Fang Heng raised an eyebrow and asked, nearby, are there high-level creatures around the ore? Hector nodded, yes, about 5 kilometers away. High-level creatures sporadically appear in the vicinity, in small numbers, which is manageable and completely under control. That settled it. Upon hearing this, Fang Heng's interest waned. A low number of monsters meant it wouldn't be enough for him to level up through fighting. Hector's team could handle it, so he didn't need to waste his time going over. Not to mention, the crystal mine only had 2 tons in reserves, which was a bit low. After a quick consideration, Fang Heng nodded, no, I'll look into something else. The young man following behind Hector was a bit surprised by Fang Heng's response. In reality, they wanted to involve Fang Heng in the exploration of the universe crystal mine mainly to strengthen their relationship. After the extraction was completed, they would surely share a portion with Fang Heng, sacrificing benefits for better future collaborations. Unexpectedly, Fang Heng casually declined, as if he didn't care at all. All right, Fang Heng, we will borrow your world channel to transport supplies later. Of course, as I promised before, no problem at all. Fang Heng pointed to the screen in front and asked, by the way, do you know what the mutation crystal aggregation device on top is for? Hector also looked up at the higher position, glanced at the exchange table provided by the Federation, and responded, oh, it's used to create mutation crystals. Mutation crystals? For upgrades? Yes, they are used for upgrades after level 30. Fang Heng's interest was piqued. Tell me more. Players need mutation crystals for upgrades after reaching level 30. These crystals have a very low drop rate and only have a chance to drop from higher level creatures. So, upgrading after reaching level 30 becomes extremely difficult. These things were not really a secret, but players below level 30 were not aware of the mechanism. Hector continued to explain, through a certain way, the Federation has developed a special device that can absorb energy when killing lower-level creatures. When the absorbed energy accumulates to a certain degree, and after being recycled and modified by the Federation, it can form a mutation crystal. Can they really do that? Fang Heng thought that the Federation still had a lot of hidden depths. They could actually obtain high-level crystals by killing large numbers of low-level creatures, somewhat weakening the game's difficulty. Using this method is a bit inefficient, and the Federation also charges high fees. What's more critical is that in this way, normal players are constrained by the Federation. Players are forced to help the Federation and have no better option but to assist them. Hector glanced at the players in the factory and smiled bitterly. Otherwise, where would so many player companies and guilds be willing to work for the Federation? Fang Heng looked around at the players and suddenly got an idea. Hector, do me a favor. Hector's expression turned serious. Helping each other was a bridge to deepen their cooperation. Tell me, I'll try my best. I want to take on a special mission from the Federation, but the Federation doesn't open missions to individuals. Also, my identity is not suitable. That's why I want to do it under the name of your Starfish Company. You don't need to worry about the follow-up of the mission. I will handle it. You want to complete the mission alone. Hector looked somewhat surprised. A significant part of the special missions on the Liquid Crystal board belonged to the Federation. These missions were essential and required Federation approval before being accepted. Usually, only large companies and player teams were allowed to take them. If the mission failed, the team's credit rating within the Federation would decrease. Yes? Which mission? Fang Heng pointed and said, guarding the outpost. Hearing this, the young man by Hector's side showed a slight change in expression. Hector looked at him and asked, what do you think? The young man replied in a low voice, this mission is extremely difficult. Hector introduced the young man to Fang Heng. This is Lu Yanlong. He was among the first to explore this world and knows the situation here very well. Lu Yanlong stepped forward and said, Mr. Fang, on the first day here, you may not be familiar with the situation. Every night, the entire federal camp area will be subject to concentrated attacks by a large number of mutated creatures. In the beginning days, the federal forces were almost wiped out and forced to retreat. After that, the Federation chose to establish 8 outposts as the first line of defense during the daytime in the periphery of the base in advance. Because of manpower shortages in defense, the Federation packaged the tasks of guarding the outposts and repelling the mutated creatures and released them to player teams. Lu Yanlong looked serious. The outposts were hastily built, with extremely limited defense capabilities. The supplies and support were completely inadequate. Although the Federation promised to provide various support when masses of mutated creatures surged in, they were already struggling to defend the base and couldn't spare resources to support the outposts sent outside. Hearing this, Fang Heng's eyes widened and he couldn't help but interject, "Sorry to interrupt, but you mentioned that there will be a large number of creatures attacking the outpost. How strong are these creatures?" Lu Yanlong thought for a moment and responded seriously, "They are hybrid mutated creatures with varying levels of strength. The highest level creatures have reached elite levels, but I have never heard of any boss level creatures." "I see. Please continue." "Well, many player teams have attempted the outpost mission over the past few days, but without exception, all have failed. The outpost has never been truly defended, and the number of player teams willing to take on the mission is decreasing. Thus, the Western Federal Region is also troubled, and the rewards given have been greatly increased day by day." Lu Yanlong looked at Fang Heng and whispered, "Mr. Fang, I do not recommend you take on this mission. The purpose of the Federation issuing the mission is to find cannon fodder to resist the first wave of attacks of the mutated creatures, using our manpower to consume the monster horde and relieve the pressure of guarding the camp for them." Naturally, Fang Heng understood this reasoning. However, he was even more interested now. Firstly, there would be a large number of mutated creatures attacking the outpost at night, including high-intensity creatures. He could obtain mutation crystals from them. Secondly, the rewards handed out by the Western Federation were quite good. End of the chapter. Chapter 1642. After registering to accept the mission of guarding the outpost, the Federation will directly provide the contractor with a sum of money to purchase various combat supplies. Just in time, he can buy the Federation's mutation crystal aggregation device to try it out. By using the mutation crystal aggregation device, he can obtain mutation crystals to enhance upgrade efficiency. Hector saw the excitement in Fang Heng's eyes and couldn't help but ask softly, "Fang Heng, are you interested?" Yes, Hector knew that Fang Heng was very powerful, but couldn't help but remind, "Fang Heng, there's less than 3 hours left before the appearance of the distortion creature swarm. Isn't it a bit rushed? If the mission is poorly completed, it may affect the subsequent cooperation between Starfish Company and the Western Federation." Fang Heng nodded and said, "I understand the risks. At least the mission won't be completed poorly." "Good. Your word is enough." Seeing Fang Heng's confidence, Hector readily agreed to help. Just now, he received a report from his subordinates, confirming that Fang Heng had controlled at least 1,000 lickers to enter the current world. Just 1,000 lickers are far from Fang Heng's capabilities. Hector had already learned some information about Fang Heng from Ruin Zian, a person who survived being hunted by the top-level boss Tongue of Jealousy in a high-level game. Quite legendary. Moreover, although the Western Federation is generous, there has always been a hint of arrogance during previous collaborations, which made Hector quite unhappy. "Okay, I'll take you over now." Hector took Fang Heng to the Federation's commission office and accepted the commission on behalf of Starfish Company. The Western Federation was naturally pleased to hear that someone had voluntarily come to accept the outpost mission. These days, the responsible Federation officer Dallas was overwhelmed. There were too many mutant monsters attacking the watchtower. Ordinary player teams were afraid to come, and no one wanted to accept the mission. In fact, even if they were willing to come, the Federation didn't dare to casually hand over the mission to them. The high-level teams and game guilds were reluctant to come after suffering heavy losses in the past 2 days. Dallas had to put aside his pride and actively sought cooperation, constantly increasing incentives. The results were still not very good. When things went wrong, he would be blamed. The most troublesome part was that if the watchtower was left unguarded, the regular army would have to be deployed in the end. Not only would the casualties increase, but the base's defense would also be greatly weakened. Seeing that people from Starfish Company were willing to take on this hot potato, Dallas was immediately enthusiastic and offered the maximum discount, willing to provide a significant amount of material support in advance. Dallas noticed Fang Heng standing next to Hector and asked, "Who is this?" "He is one of the partners of Starfish Company. He will be responsible for guarding the outpost this time." Fang Heng nodded at Dallas, then whispered a few words in Hector's ear. Hector's mouth fell open as he looked at Fang Heng, a questioning expression on his face. Feng Heng nodded again. Seeing their interaction, Dallas was a bit puzzled and asked, "Is there a problem?" "Sorry, he is a necromancer scholar. He usually doesn't interact much with others and is a bit introverted." "There is no problem. We can accept the commission." Dallas didn't think much and nodded. "All right, let's register it then." After filling out the application to accept the commission, the Federation immediately provided Starfish Company with a sum of points. 10 minutes later, when Hector and Feng Heng left the commission office together, Hector held a thick stack of exchange lists and commission guidelines in his hand. Feng Heng, resisting the invasion of mutant creatures tonight is a joint military operation of the Federation. The wireless communication systems of the Federation will be affected and unavailable during that time. We must have a team member with you to go offline for information integration at any time. Okay, this time I'm really troubling you guys. In addition, this is a special commission exchange list provided by the Federation. In order to complete the outpost mission, the Federation is offering a large discount on material supplies, all at the lowest prices, and there are many special exchange items that cannot be found elsewhere. The Federation is willing to provide us with a portion of the points in advance. Feng Heng took the exchange list and quickly checked it. The list listed a series of exchangeable items, mostly consumables like weapons and ammunition. As he scanned through the list, Feng Heng's eyes suddenly lit up. They even have this. Good stuff. Feng Heng picked up a pen and quickly circled a few items on the list, writing down some numbers. Just these. Okay, I'll go arrange it. I'll have someone send the exchanged equipment and supplies to Outpost No. 8 for you. Do you know the exact location of Outpost No. 8? I know, no problem. Good, I will expedite the process. It should be done in about an hour. Hector said while picking up the list to check. Wait, Feng Heng, are you sure about exchanging these? Hector was surprised to see the item circled on the list and looked at Feng Heng for confirmation. Yes, it's these ones, no mistake. Rest assured about the exchange. I have a plan. Okay, all right. Hector glanced at Feng Heng and carefully put away the list. He chose to trust Feng Heng. Based on their recent interactions and the high praise for Feng Heng from Ruin Xian, Feng Heng was definitely not a reckless fool. There must be something else Feng Heng had up his sleeve. The two discussed the details and left the square together. On the other hand, Officer Dallas received the formal commission confirmation signed by Starfish Company and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Another tough day had passed. Unfortunately, he had taken on this dirty job. Fortunately, he had managed to exceed expectations in completing today's mission. There were still 2 outpost camps left that he couldn't sell. He could only leave it to the commander to figure it out. Dallas was about to tidy up and report back when 2 soldiers approached. "Report, sir. Starfish Company just exchanged strategic supplies at the arsenal. Here is the list of exchanges." Dallas lightly responded, taking the list of exchanged items and scanning it. It was originally just a routine process. However, upon seeing the contents of the list, Dallas couldn't help but be stunned and looked up to ask, "Did you pick up the wrong list?" The soldier quickly shook his head and said, "Report, sir. We've double-checked it 3 times. There's no problem." "What's going on?" Dallas was completely baffled. The list only contained 4 items. A large number of mutation crystal aggregation devices, several desert transport vehicles, 500 super heavy energy beam rifles, 2,000 boxes of energy beam rifle energy clips. Dallas furrowed his brow tightly. This behavior seemed so much like that of a small fly-by-night company taking a federal grant and running. The items exchanged by Starfish Company, apart from the armored vehicles, were difficult to obtain through external channels. And no matter how you looked at it, they didn't seem to be used to deal with mutant creatures. End of this chapter. The mutant crystal aggregation device is used for leveling up in-game by grinding monsters. It is only provided by the Federation and can definitely be sold at a high price. The heavy energy beam gun is not meant for player use at all. Its design and production are solely for equipping the Federation's latest generation of Revamper 12 war machinery. Ordinary players wouldn't even be able to lift the gun, let alone use it. Of course, the war machinery is extremely costly to produce, and the Federation also provides exchanges to external parties with prices that can be described as terrifying. Why is the Starfish Company not providing mech exchanges, only weapon exchanges? Are they planning to profit from a market loophole? It looks like they're about to run away. The Starfish Company is quite a large corporation and has had several successful collaborations with the Western Federation, maintaining a good reputation. Would they really run away? Are they planning to back out of ongoing projects? Wait, seeing Dallas's strange expression, he suggested, "Commander, the Starfish Company's people have already started transporting goods. Should we intercept them?" "There's no need. You can go down. I'll handle it." Intercept them? After thinking it over, Dallas decided it might be best not to cause a scene. After all, the Starfish Company is a globally renowned corporation with significant power. Their processes are all legal and legitimate. However, it's still necessary to report to higher-ups. In case they try to flee, they can take precautions early on. If they really try to escape, the Western Federation will surely come after them. The night gradually descended. On a barren sandy soil, the Federation frontline outpost was abruptly constructed in the center. The outpost was a 5-story building, hastily erected with limited defensive capabilities. After Lu Yanlong finished inspecting the setup of the mutant crystal aggregation device on the rooftop, he peered outside through the window a few times. Terrifying! Below the window, a large group of zombie creatures had gathered around the outpost. Starting 2 hours ago, a large number of zombies began to gather, completely surrounding the outpost. Then, the zombies suddenly dispersed to build a very eerie stone altar around the outpost's watchtower. As of now, over 20 altars had been built around the outpost. The altars had an eerie quality to them. Lu Yanlong shuddered inexplicably and hastily returned to the ground floor of the outpost. "Boss Fang, the device has been set up and activated as per your request," Lu Yanlong reported to Fang Heng, who was observing game prompts on the ground floor. Upon hearing this, Fang Heng looked up and said, "Well done." Seeing Fang Heng's calm demeanor, Lu Yanlong couldn't shake off his worries and asked, "Boss Fang, based on past experiences, we might be attacked by twisted monsters in around 20 minutes. Shouldn't we prepare something else?" "No need. Leave the rest to me. You just need to stay in touch with the offline federation," Fang Heng replied nonchalantly. The Blood Altar group located on the edge of the desert area had all been completed. The zombie avatars quickly switched to lickers and rushed towards Outpost 8 to gather, before reverting to ordinary zombie forms on the spot to gather materials for constructing blood altars. The situation looked promising. With a total of 27 towers completed, the remaining 8 could also be finished within the next 20 minutes. The calmer Fang Heng appeared, the more anxious Lu Yanlong felt. Had everything really been prepared? The group of altars and zombies outside seemed unreliable. Lu Yanlong cautiously glanced out the window, his expression grave. It was imperative to be prepared for the worst possible scenario. "Boss Fang, please stick close to me if we encounter danger. I will escort you to safety," Lu Yanlong, who was sent by the Starfish Company to assist Fang Heng, assured him. Besides constantly communicating with the Federation offline, he was also a master-level spatial player. His unique spatial abilities allowed him to ensure safety during critical missions. Hector sent Lu Yanlong to protect Fang Heng. In times of danger, Lu Yanlong would use his spatial abilities to teleport Fang Heng away. No need to be so tense, Fang Heng waved his hand casually, but Lu Yanlong's uncertainties persisted, and he couldn't resist going offline to investigate. 15 minutes later, Lu Yanlong logged back on. "Boss Fang, Outpost 1 is under attack. We are expecting a large number of twisted creatures to attack in 5 minutes. We need to prepare for combat." "Understood," Fang Heng replied, heading outside the outpost. Lu Yanlong hurriedly followed. Outside the outpost, a large group of zombie avatars surrounded the area, creating a dense mass. Lu Yanlong looked towards the distance and his expression turned extremely solemn as he said, "Boss Fang, they're here." Fang Heng, too, looked in the same direction. A vast horde of twisted monsters appeared on the horizon of the desert. Lu Yanlong felt a cold sweat starting to form on his forehead. Although he had only heard about the outpost situation before, seeing the wave of twisted monsters charging towards them for the first time struck fear into his heart. Fang Heng's expression turned slightly serious, tinged with excitement. With so many twisted monsters, the probability of crystal mutants exploding was even higher. Under Fang Heng's control, the previously stationed zombie avatars gathered to block the path between the monstrous horde and the outpost. Nearly 6,000 zombies congregated together, presenting a formidable force. However, compared to the sea of twisted monsters in the distance, the opponents seemed more imposing by far, instilling a stronger sense of pressure. The frontline zombies appeared somewhat feeble in comparison. Lu Yanlong looked at Fang Heng with concern. Controlling such a large group of zombies was undoubtedly a formidable skill. Yet, zombies were low-level creatures in the gaming world, and they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by high-level opponents. There was absolutely no way they could hold their ground. Wait, what? Lu Yanlong heard the sound of something squelching. Following the direction of the noise, he suddenly widened his eyes. He gazed intently at the zombies in front of him. They were undergoing a transformation. A strange, viscous substance oozed from the zombies' bodies, which then crouched down to form cocoons on the spot. Squelch, squelch. The cacophony of squelching sounds continued without respite. Within a mere 10 seconds, the cocoons began to burst open one after another. Red figures shot out from the cocoons, quickly gathering in front of the outpost to form a defensive line in the path of the approaching twisted monsters. Lu Yanlong turned, looking at Fang Heng with an expression of astonishment. Lickers. The zombies could actually evolve directly into lickers. Lickers possessed combat capabilities that far exceeded those of ordinary zombies. Lu Yanlong's heart raced. Seeing such a large number of lickers piled together filled him with dread. This is such a terrifying group of combatants. The Overlord is indeed able to dominate the low-level game with his own strength. If it were a complex city terrain, with so many lick spreaders, they could definitely resist the mutated creatures for a long time with the help of the terrain. Unfortunately, the terrain here is a sandy area, too open, and relying solely on the lick spreaders is still not enough to deal with so many mutated monsters. Lu Yanlong looked around at Fang Heng, who still had a calm expression. It seems like he was prepared in advance. Huh, what's that again? Among the densely packed broken chrysalizes, around 100 chrysalizes did not break immediately. Instead, they swelled up. They swelled up at a visible speed. In a short moment, they swelled up to over 2 meters high. Bang! The chrysalis burst open. The tall fusion tyrant stood straight from the chrysalis. Lu Yanlong looked shocked. The fusion tyrant. The boss-level creature in the early-stage zombie apocalypse game. Can Fang Heng control it too? Lu Yanlong subconsciously turned his head to look at Fang Heng. Fang Heng was not aware of Lu Yanlong's gaze, focused on controlling zombie clones. Due to the large number of zombie clones, controlling them had become a burden for Fang Heng. On the front lines, the fusion tyrant was undoubtedly the most suitable form for combat. Over 100 fusion tyrants crawled out of the chrysalizes one after another and walked towards Fang Heng. They walked past Fang Heng to the weapons crate stacked in a corner by the wall. Ka! Ka ka ka! The weapons crates lined up against the wall were all opened. The fusion tyrants took out heavy energy beam guns provided by the Federation from the crates. Lu Yanlong was astonished to see this scene. The heavy energy beam guns, originally meant for Federation heavy war machines, were easily lifted by the fusion tyrants with just one hand and casually slung over their shoulders. The fusion tyrants were already boss-level creatures in the early stage game. With the addition of advanced energy beam weapons, Fang Heng controlled the fusion tyrants as they picked up the heavy beam guns and walked to the front line, formed by the lick spreaders. Very good. Quite impressive. The fusion tyrants seemed very adept at using the heavy energy beam guns. They lifted the guns and aimed at the mutated creatures rushing towards them. Shoo! Shoo shoo! The deep blue beams briefly condensed in the barrel before bursting out from the muzzle. The bowl-sized beams instantly penetrated everything in their path. Boom! Boom boom! The beams directly pierced through more than 10 mutated creatures, causing a violent explosion when they hit the group of monsters. A large number of mutated creatures were pierced through, entering a severe state of injuries. The explosion sent surrounding mutated creatures flying. The forefront of the oncoming mutated monsters was instantly chaotic. A wave of attacks and game prompts flooded Fang Heng's vision. Prompt: Player Zombie Clone Fusion Tyrant Form inflicts 2,999 points of penetrating damage on the mutated creatures. Prompt: Player Zombie Clone Fusion Tyrant Form inflicts area damage with the heavy energy beam gun. The heavy energy beam gun needed 5 seconds to recharge after being used once. Shoo! Shoo shoo! At this point, the lick spreaders at the back started to act. They gathered together to form a rushing flow, fearlessly charging towards the endless group of monsters in front. They used their bodies to bite and fiercely block the advance of the mutated creatures at the forefront. After a brief charge-up of the beam weapons, the second round fired. Boom! Boom boom! Boom! Lu Yanlong felt the tremors under his feet and stood by cautiously, swallowing hard. The oncoming group of monsters fell in large numbers under the continuous barrage of beam weapons. It seemed they managed to hold them off. At the same time, Fang Heng's retinas were filled with flickering game prompts. Prompt: player zombie clone lick spreader form inflicts biting damage. Prompt: player zombie clone fusion tyrant form inflicts area damage. Prompt: player zombie clone fusion tyrant form kills, obtains a mutation crystal *1. There it is. Fang Heng saw a passing game prompt on his retinas and gestured towards the front. 2 black crystals flew into his hands. Prompt: player acquires a Tier 1 mutation crystal *2. Prompt: player unlocks LV31 upgrade requirement. Prompt: player needs 100 Tier 1 mutation crystals to level up to 31. Just 100 crystals. Not many. Fang Heng looked into the distance. Despite several rounds of energy beam attacks, the number of mutated monsters did not seem to decrease. Their numbers seemed endless. Great! At this efficiency rate, they could probably gather 100 crystals in half an hour. Keep going! Thousands of lick spreaders charged at the forefront, blocking the mutated creature group tightly. The fusion tyrants could easily continue outputting with the heavy energy beam guns from the rear. Watching the bloody and brutal battlefield before him, Lu Yanlong was overwhelmed with shock in his eyes. He turned to Fang Heng, wanting to say something, but not sure what to say. Sensing Lu Yanlong's gaze, Fang Heng nodded and said, "Why don't you go offline and report the situation to the Federation?" "Oh, right." Lu Yanlong realized, "Boss Fang, I'll go offline to check the Federation situation and come back soon." Fang Heng glanced at the dwindling energy ammunition being consumed rapidly by the fusion tyrants by the wall. The only thing that could affect his grinding efficiency now was the energy ammunition. If they ran out of beam weapons, the grinding efficiency would surely drop significantly. Find a way to ask the Federation for more supplies. If the Federation support arrives early, inform me. All right, I'll manage it. Lu Yanlong thought Fang Heng wouldn't want to reveal his strength in front of the Western Federalists, nodded, and turned to run back to the outpost to quickly go offline and inquire about the Federation situation. Make them and maximize their blockage. Tell them that support will arrive soon. Make sure to fight for another 30 minutes, and after completing the mission, you can earn an extra 3,000 mission points. Fools, what does the Stinger Union mean? If you don't have the ability, don't accept the mission. You can't even hold out for 30 minutes and want to retreat. Do they still want to do business with the Federation in the future? Warn them. Make them hold out for at least 20 minutes, otherwise, they'll never get another commission from the Western Federalists. The command hall was in turmoil. Wasn't support supposed to arrive? When can the support come? It's only been 10 minutes and you're asking for support already. Why don't you go up and take a look for yourself? The number of mutants today is even more than the last 2 times. We're under a lot of pressure. Just as Lu Yanlong had logged on, and before he could leave the game warehouse, he heard various roars coming from outside. After nightfall, each outpost was successively attacked by a group of distorted body monsters. The group of distorted body creatures today is more intense than the previous few times. A large trade union accepted the task of guarding the outpost for the first time, but underestimated the strength of the distorted body monster group. They only persisted for less than 10 minutes before preparing to abandon the outpost and flee. This angered the federal commander, who couldn't help but scold angrily. A soldier officer standing by the game warehouse helped Lu Yanlong open the hatch and quietly asked, "Is Outpost 8, managed by Starfish Corporation, confirmed to be under attack by the distorted body creature group?" "Yes, it's under attack and still resisting for now." Lu Yanlong hesitated for a moment, his face sinking as he raised his voice and shouted, "Your federal intelligence work is terrible. Why are there so many distorted body monsters today? We need support! Support! This is nothing like what was described in the mission commission. How can we defend against so many distorted body monsters with just one outpost? Are you out of your mind? Do you want us to die for nothing? The soldier recorded Lu Yanlong's words and nodded. Support is on the way. We will arrive as soon as possible. Until support arrives, please continue to resist the attacks from the distorted body group. I don't believe you. The Federation has never supported us before. Lu Yanlong cursed under his breath, then shouted, "We can't hold on much longer. Have you even been to the front lines to understand the situation? If this continues, we will all be wiped out. Our leader said he wouldn't risk our lives like this. We will appeal to the Central Federation. We will provide additional mission points as compensation. Please hold out a bit longer. For every 10 minutes you hold out, we will provide additional compensation. We've been waiting for you to say that." Lu Yanlong demanded more compensation and felt satisfied. Still with a stern face, he said, "Hurry. We need support. But seeing your current state, we won't get any more support. We need energy ammunition, as much as possible. Our people are at the federal base, ready with the energy ammunition supplies. We will transport them ourselves." The soldier affirmed, "We will treasure the lives of every soldier. They have dedicated their lives to the Federation and deserve the highest respect. I will convey your requests to the commander. Hurry, you have only 10 minutes. If supplies aren't delivered by then, we will retreat immediately. No matter how much money we earn, we still need to preserve our lives. Understand?" Lu Yanlong slammed the game hatch door shut, then quickly returned to the game. He made a rough assessment of the current situation at the outpost. With the battle capabilities of the zombies summoned by Fang Heng, he estimated they could resist for half an hour. Dealing with thousands of lickers was no joke, especially with the Fusion Tyrant class using advanced energy beam weapons. The output was too brutal. Holding out for half an hour should be no problem. However, there were weaknesses. After all, lickers had weaker bodies and couldn't resist the attacks of the distorted body monster group for too long. Once the lickers were depleted, the defense line would be broken, and the rear tyrants would no longer be able to output easily. Lu Yanlong hoped Fang Heng's zombie army could hold on a bit longer. The longer they held out, the more supplies they would receive from the Federation. Bang! Lost in thought, Lu Yanlong returned to online mode and suddenly pushed open the outpost gate. Seeing the situation outside the outpost, Lu Yanlong's eyes once again revealed a look of surprise. What is going on? In front of the outpost, the onslaught of distorted body creatures was firmly blocked by the front line, formed by a group of lickers. Looking around, it had been nearly 20 minutes in battle, and it seemed like the number of lickers had not decreased at all. Lu Yanlong had initially thought lickers couldn't hold the attack from the distorted body group for long, but the scene before him greatly exceeded his expectations. It appeared as if there were 0 casualties. Just now there were so many lickers, and now there were still so many. What was even more perplexing to him was that the tyrants constantly outputting from behind didn't care about their teammates. The heavy-duty energy beam weapon in the tyrants' hands fired non-stop, targeting where the monster group was gathering. It wiped out large areas at once, taking down lickers and distorted body monsters together. How could this be? Peering carefully ahead, Lu Yanlong squinted his eyes. He suddenly realized something. Those lickers were different. Lu Yanlong witnessed a licker being pierced through half of its body by an energy beam, losing balance and rolling on the ground. As it rolled, the body that had been pierced began to rapidly regenerate at a visible speed. Rolling more than 10 meters away, the licker swiftly flipped back up, lively and vigorously pouncing towards the distorted body Scorpid in front. In just a moment, the licker whose body had been pierced by the energy beam had fully recovered. What kind of outrageous health and powerful self-healing abilities were these? Lu Yanlong saw an incomprehensible scene, a slight cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He suddenly realized that at least until the heavy energy beam weapon was exhausted, the continuously invading distorted body monster group wouldn't pose any more threat to them. What's the situation underground? Lu Yanlong heard Fang Heng's inquiry in his ear and came back to himself. "It's still okay," he replied, looking toward the calmly composed Fang Heng and taking a deep breath to steady himself. Currently, each outpost is under attack by monster groups. None have fallen yet, but it's close. The Federation hopes we can continue to resist the attacks of the distorted body monster group for at least half an hour. They are willing to offer more, and I've urged them to provide more energy weapons and ammunition. We have people from our company at the base, and they will help transport them. Thank you. And one more thing, Fang Heng, not particularly interested in the Federation's offerings, relaxed upon hearing that the energy ammunition was secured, then pointed above the outpost. Are these things activated? Lu Yanlong followed Fang Heng's gesture, looked up at the large cluster of mutated crystal fusion devices placed on the top of the watchtower that emitted a faint blue light in the night sky. Yes, Lu Yanlong nodded. The blue light indicates that the devices are operating. Good. Fang Heng nodded, then looked back towards the distant battlefield. Lu Yanlong couldn't help but follow Fang Heng's gaze, his heart beating faster. Countless distorted body creatures fell, but more continued to rush forward, seemingly endless. And the tenacious vitality of the lickers was terrifying. Fang Heng's zombie creatures also seemed to possess an endless vitality. End of this chapter. Lu Yanlong even had a strange thought in his heart. He even felt that if they continued like this, Fang Heng might be able to hold onto the entire outpost. Fang Heng had been paying attention to the numbers jumping on his retina. The mutation crystal's explosion rate was very low, but it was overwhelmed by the quantity of kills. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Fang Heng once again waved his hand forward. On the battlefield, small black crystals were drawn towards Fang Heng's palm by a force. Hint: player gains 30 to first-order mutation crystals, *32. Hint: player currently meets the requirements for reaching level 31. Do you want to proceed with leveling up? Finally, enough was collected. Fang Heng made a move in his heart and glanced at Lu Yanlong beside him. Step back a little. Lu Yanlong didn't know what Fang Heng was going to do again, but seeing his serious expression, he quickly retreated to the entrance of the outpost. Fang Heng silently thought, upgrade. Click, click, click. Cracks appeared on the eroded ground where Fang Heng stood. A pale gray hand emerged from the cracks. Lu Yanlong, standing inside the outpost, once again showed a look of astonishment on his face at this sight. Zombies! Fang Heng was summoning zombies again. Could he actually summon so many at once? Countless zombies continued to struggle out from under the sand layer, then gathered towards the chaotic battlefield ahead. Hint: player's level has been raised to 31 due to the player's talent skill. Player additionally gains 438 zombie clones. Hint: current number of player's zombie clones to 1,625. Hint: player's level 32 upgrade requirement. First order mutation crystals * to 150. Great! Including the duplicates, in an ideal state, he now possessed the fighting power of 10,000 zombie clones. Feeling the slight tremors coming from the ground, Fang Heng was extremely satisfied. Taking a closer look at the game prompts, he found that the level 32 upgrade difficulty was not high. Keep grinding. Keep leveling up. Fang Heng shifted his gaze towards the zombies slowly climbing out from deep underground and moving forward. A total of 438. The newly obtained zombie clones couldn't be transformed or modified and had limited combat abilities. However, he could use them as human shields or sandbags to block the attacks of the mutant creatures. Apart from that, he had some other errands he could assign to them as well. After more than half an hour of clearing, the bodies of the mutant creatures had accumulated in thick layers on the ground. It was time to start the sacrifice. Lu Yanlong stood aside, watching as Fang Heng's newly summoned zombies slowly moved forward, his expression becoming even more solemn. What was Fang Heng going to do this time? The newly born zombies unsteadily walked to the edge of the battlefield, started moving the disfigured mutant bodies, and then one by one dumped them into the altar's blood pool established not long ago at the back. Sizzle! Under Fang Heng's control, purple flames flared up inside the altar. The flames burned the blood in the pool, starting the initial purification process. In Lu Yanlong's eyes, everything seemed particularly eerie. What kind of operation was this? Lu Yanlong couldn't help but give Fang Heng a questioning look. He really wanted to ask the zombies what they were doing. What was the purpose of collecting bodies? Was it some kind of evil necromancy study? Hint: the blood altar has absorbed fresh blood. Hint: the blood altar's level has been raised to level 2. Hint: the blood altar is refining the blood. Hint: player skill: summoning cooldown time has been reset. Fang Heng glanced over the game prompts on his retina. He noticed Lu Yanlong's gaze and, seeing that everything was going smoothly, paused his manual operation and looked at Lu Yanlong, asking, "I heard you are well-versed in spatial studies." Huh? Lu Yanlong was caught off guard, seemingly not expecting Fang Heng to suddenly steer the conversation in such a strange direction, subconsciously saying, yeah. I've studied spatial studies." "What level?" "Grandmother level in spatial studies." "Well, that's impressive." Lu Yanlong received Fang Heng's praise with a bitter smile. In the past, when discussing his studies in spatial studies, most people, like Fang Heng, were very envious and complimentary. The discussion about which academic field was the most difficult had always been varied, with no definitive conclusion. However, the difficulty of studying spatial studies being ranked in the top 3 was almost a consensus. Spatial studies require extremely high talent. Being able to upgrade spatial studies to a grandmother level was indeed extraordinary. Lu Yanlong had always been proud of it. But just witnessing Fang Heng's abilities a moment ago, and now being praised by Fang Heng made Lu Yanlong feel a bit odd. "Could you demonstrate some spatial studies to me?" Fang Heng looked at Lu Yanlong, his eyes holding some expectation. Demonstrate. Now." Lu Yanlong was increasingly puzzled. What did he want to do at this moment? Yes. All right, there are many abilities in spatial studies. Which one would you like to see? Any will do. Demonstrate one that you are particularly good at. I am better at dimensional projection spatial movement. This skill can help me evade damage and can also be used for short-distance movement within the dimensional projection space. It's a very practical technique, but it consumes a fair amount of energy and cannot be used continuously. Lu Yanlong explained, nodding towards Fang Heng. "I'll begin the demonstration." Fang Heng suddenly saw tiny dots of light around Lu Yanlong and watched as Lu Yanlong seemed to melt away, dimming rapidly within a short second until he vanished into the space. Completely invisible. Fang Heng frowned and suddenly sensed spatial fluctuations appearing not far behind him. He quickly turned to look back. Sizzle! Space rippled like water, and Lu Yanlong stepped out from within it. Fang Heng's retina displayed game prompts rapidly. Hint: you have observed a spatial study spell. Through the Omni Eye, you have grasped basic spatial studies. The player may choose whether to comprehend basic spatial studies. Comprehend. Hint: player chooses to comprehend basic spatial studies. Warning: player's spatial study talent is relatively low, and player has mastered at least 3 different academic or bloodline-like skills. Forcefully learning will lead to excessively slow progress in skill learning and additional difficulty penalties for upgrading existing academic or bloodline-like skills. Do you want to continue learning? End of chapter. Learning. Hint: player successfully comprehends basic spatial theory. Skill: basic spatial theory LV1. Type: academic skill. Level: LV1. Description: basic awareness +5, spatial awareness +20. Description: you now have a deeper insight into spatial concepts, but there is still a long way to go before you can truly harness the power of space. Description: basic spatial theory is a prerequisite skill for various spatial-based spells. How about that? Clear now. Luo Yanlong wiped the sweat off his forehead, dodging into a secondary space projection to avoid all damage in that dimension. Theoretically, players who have learned basic spatial theory can use this move, but it's theoretical. Secondary space projection is extremely dangerous. Almost 100% of players with basic spatial theory who enter will be swept away by the turbulence of space-time. Typically, only those who have advanced to higher levels of spatial theory are willing to attempt this move. Even then, without considering the subsequent backlash, they can only stay in the secondary space projection for up to 30 seconds. For demonstration purposes to Fang Heng, he lasted 10 seconds this time, already nearing the limit. Apart from this, at the current stage, most other rapid transition skills in the spatial category require longer skill guidance and magic formation to be cast. In conclusion, compared to most other academic subjects, spatial theory is a significant burden in the early stages, but can rise to the top tier in overall strength in the later stages. At least in terms of survival ability, few academic subjects can match spatial theory. Fang Heng nodded and continued to ask, how should one level up in spatial theory? Luo Yanlong looked at Fang Heng, even more confused. Why ask this? Does he have some immature ideas about spatial theory? From Fang Heng's face, Luo Yanlong saw the affirmative answer. Ah, are you also? Yes, I am a beginner in spatial theory, Fang Heng nodded gently. Previously, when Hector mentioned that Luo Yanlong would use his spatial theory special abilities to help him escape in dangerous situations, Fang Heng became very interested in spatial theory. It sounded like spatial theory was perfect for running away, right? There was no choice, the enemies in front of him were too strong. In situations where he can't win, it's never wrong to plan an escape route in advance. So Fang Heng decided to prioritize learning spatial theory. Luo Yanlong scrutinized Fang Heng again, full of doubt. Are you sure you're not a necromancer scholar? Ahem. Fang Heng felt a bit helpless under Luo Yanlong's gaze, coughed lightly, and asked, how is spatial theory cultivated, yo? Luo Yanlong snapped back to reality. One of the principles of Starfish Company. The customer is God. So don't dig too deep, and definitely don't question it. Luo Yanlong tried to make himself appear more professional. He carefully looked at Fang Heng and inquired, each stage of learning spatial theory has slight differences. What level has Mr. Fang reached? Basic. Phew. Luo Yanlong breathed a sigh of relief. He was somewhat worried that Fang Heng might suddenly tell him that he was already a master-level spatial theorist. Luo Yanlong introduced, for basic spatial theory, there are roughly 3 ways to gain experience. The first is reading books. Reading relevant spatial theory books in and out of the game can provide corresponding experience, but unfortunately, such books are not plentiful, making it somewhat challenging to gather them. The second is through the use of spatial teleportation channels to sense spatial strength during the teleportation process. This method is safer and is commonly used by most players. But it's more cumbersome, with less experience gained each time. Repeatedly using teleportation channels consumes a lot of physical energy, making it easy to experience spatial dizziness, and there's also a cost associated with using teleportation channels. As for the third method, it is entering secondary space projections to sense spatial strength. This method is the quickest, but also the most dangerous. One careless move, and you could be swept into time-space turbulence. Luo Yanlong said, involuntarily shrugging his neck, remembering his first time in a secondary space projection. If it weren't for his luck, he might have died inside. Fang Heng squinted his eyes and asked, what will happen? You will be completely shattered by the power of space. Even your soul will have a hard time recovering. Fang Heng rubbed his chin. He understood. Simply put, the first method involves spending time collecting books and slowly reading to improve. It's too slow. The second is spending money and time, continuously using teleportation channels to understand spatial power. The results are still not good. As for the third method, it's a gamble. No wonder there's a saying that without strong talent support, learning spatial theory is extremely difficult. But Fang Heng felt that it wasn't that hard. Firstly, his passive imprint skill could be combined with the zombie clone to brush up on spatial theory talent. Talent wasn't a problem for him. Secondly, in a situation with plenty of zombie clones, the challenges that ordinary players faced were not a problem for him at all. The second method seemed quite good. It's just back and forth teleportation. Worst comes to worst, he could spend a bit more energy and let 10,000 zombie clones continue to level up non-stop for 24 hours. Experience points would quickly skyrocket. As for the third method, it was perfect. Playing with your life. Great. Let the zombie clones handle it. A perfect match. Moreover, after the recent upgrade, he had birthed so many zombie clones. The ordinary, unmodified zombie clones were starting to struggle with the intensity of the high-level game world. Instead of letting them idle away, he could exhaust some of them. Additionally, the spatial turbulence within the secondary space projection could solve a small problem he had. The suicide of the zombie clones. In the future, when a zombie clone needed to commit suicide, he could just enter the secondary space projection to handle it. This way, he could level up his spatial theory skill experience and solve the issue of suicide. Win-win situation. Thinking this, Fang Heng couldn't help but feel happy. Who knew there was such a nice benefit to learning spatial theory? He raised his head and asked, how do you open a secondary space projection? Are you crazy? Oh, no, Mr. Fang. I guess I didn't explain clearly earlier. Let me clarify. For a normal basic spatial theory learner to enter a secondary space projection, the death rate is 100%. Unless you have a divine talent, it's impossible to survive. Luo Yanlong was shocked. He stared at Fang Heng. Even his speech became somewhat incoherent. A basic level spatial theory learner daring to enter a secondary space projection openly. I understand. Luo Yanlong looked at Fang Heng, not knowing what to say for a moment. Mr. Fang, are you serious? Or what? I've been fooling around with you all this time. Let's get down to business. I have no intention of risking entering a secondary space projection. Can you tell me how to open it? End of this chapter. Okay. Opening a secondary space projection isn't too difficult, said Fang Heng upon hearing it wasn't necessary for himself to personally enter the secondary space projection. Lu Yanlong breathed a sigh of relief. For beginners, their spatial perception abilities are lower, so merging into a secondary space projection requires the assistance of a magic array. Actually, just thinking about entering isn't difficult, the challenge is how to come out. Each person's secondary space projection can only be entered by themselves, and others cannot assist. Don't worry about how to come out of it. At this stage, Fang Heng wasn't considering leaving. He waved his hand and asked, "Do you have the magic array blueprint?" "I do. They're all memorized," Lu Yanlong replied, pointing to his head. For a master-level spatial scholar, the blueprint of a secondary space projection magic array was as firmly ingrained in their mind as the multiplication table. Fang Heng didn't hesitate to take out paper and pen from his backpack and handed them to Lu Yanlong. "Here, draw one." Lu Yanlong took the paper and pen and handed the completed blueprint to Fang Heng in under 3 minutes. Hint: player obtained the magic array, secondary space projection channel blueprint. Hint: the player has mastered alchemy, spatial studies, mysticism, and sealing studies. The current player has a 100% probability of learning the blueprint with a time consumption of 3 seconds. Do you wish to learn? Learn. A 3-second progress bar flashed across Fang Heng's mind. Hint: successful judgment. Player has successfully learned the magic array, secondary space projection channel. Fang Heng quickly absorbed the relevant magic array information into his brain. The structure of the magic array reminded Fang Heng of the dimensional space channels he had opened when first studying sealing studies. Both required the use of a magic array to activate, and their structures were somewhat similar. However, upon closer examination, they were entirely different. The secondary space projection in spatial studies could only be entered by the caster, and each person had their independent secondary projection. In theory, once inside the secondary space projection, unless an opponent was 5 or 6 ranks higher than you, they couldn't harm you. Fang Heng judged that his zombie doppelganger should be able to enter the secondary space projection. After all, it was just a doppelganger. The game logic considered it as another version of himself. The actual results, however, needed further testing. The basic magic array was relatively easy to set up. As for the energy source to power the magic array, Fang Heng didn't have it on him. No matter, he could directly use cosmic crystal, or as a substitute. It was a bit extravagant, but worth a try. Fang Heng closed his eyes and quickly visualized the process. After ensuring there were no issues, he crouched down on the spot and started setting up the magic array. Lu Yanlong, watching Fang Heng briefly scan the blueprint and immediately start setting it up, was stunned. What? He's already setting up the magic array. Isn't that a bit too fast? A progress bar appeared above Fang Heng's head. In less than 2 minutes, Fang Heng effortlessly set up the auxiliary magic array for the secondary space projection channel. The energy provided by the cosmic crystal ore was so powerful that Fang Heng had to add a smaller conversion array next to it. Everything went smoothly. After setting it up, Fang Heng turned to Lu Yanlong. "Is this magic array all right?" "Why, yes, it is." "What's next?" Lu Yanlong explained softly. "Next, you need to sense the space, activate through the magic array. There's already periodic fluctuations in the space around us. You need to try and sense the fluctuations in the secondary space projection channel. Once successful, you'll receive a game prompt and understand the skill." Upon hearing this, Fang Heng closed his eyes and attempted to sense the spatial fluctuations around him. His own sensing abilities weren't low, and the basic spatial studies had enhanced his spatial perception abilities. Almost as soon as he closed his eyes, Fang Heng immediately sensed the periodic spatial fluctuations coming from the magic array beside him. It was effortless, and a game prompt quickly appeared in his vision. Hint: player is trying to comprehend the skill. Secondary space projection channel. Hint: comprehensive assessment of player's current attributes and level in spatial studies. Player has successfully comprehended the secondary space projection channel skill. Warning: player's level in spatial studies and spatial talent are too low. Forcing entry into the secondary space projection could lead to extreme danger. Please be cautious. Skill: secondary space projection skill rank, SSS. Skill description: the secondary space projection is a world spatial projection created after being illuminated by the player's main body. Players can enter the projection through spatial study abilities to avoid harm from the real world. Skill description: entering the secondary space projection might cause irreversible harm to oneself. Please use the skill cautiously. Skill description: this skill is extremely dangerous, and it is suggested to elevate spatial studies to an advanced level before using it. It was an SSS level skill. Feng Heng was somewhat surprised upon seeing the skill description. In theory, this skill should be comprehensible by any player who has mastery in spatial studies. A common player learning an SSS level skill. It seemed lucrative. However, Feng Heng quickly realized that, while the entry conditions for the secondary space projection were incredibly lenient, the actual usage of the skill was extremely difficult. Even Lu Yanlong, a master-level spatial scholar, could only exhibit less than 20% of the skill's effects. Lu Yanlong stood by attentively observing Feng Heng's every move. He had made up his mind. Once he noticed any signs of Feng Heng entering the secondary space projection channel, he would intervene immediately. It was too dangerous. In Feng Heng's current beginner state, entering the secondary space projection rashly was akin to courting death. But Lu Yanlong was taken aback when he suddenly sensed a spatial fluctuation coming from behind Feng Heng. What on earth? Lu Yanlong widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at dozens of zombies standing behind Feng Heng. To his astonishment, faint spatial lights began to appear around the bodies of the zombies. What is this? The zombies are using spatial abilities. Under Lu Yanlong's shocked gaze, the zombies' bodies gradually started to blend into the secondary space projection channel. What does this mean? The zombies summoned by Feng Heng can also use spatial study skills? The shock in Lu Yanlong's heart was indescribable. The bodies of the zombies slowly melted into the surrounding space. Asterisk sizzling, sizzling, asterisk. Halfway through melding, the process failed, and violent spatial fluctuations occurred. 7 zombies were roughly dragged into the spatial rift by the raging waves. Hint: player's zombie doppelganger's attempt to enter the secondary space projection channel has failed, and the zombie doppelganger has been dragged into the spatial rift. Hint: the player's zombie doppelganger suffered from spatial distortion damage and has died. The player's zombie doppelganger will revive in 4 hours and 9 minutes. Hint: the player's zombie doppelganger successfully entered the secondary space projection channel. Hint: the player's zombie doppelganger sensed spatial power in the secondary space projection. The player's proficiency in spatial studies increased by 2109, and spatial talent increased by 0.001. Hint: the player's zombie doppelganger encountered temporal chaos in the secondary space projection and has perished. Asterisk end of the chapter asterisk. Chapter 1649. Feng Heng suddenly opened his eyes and felt a dizzy spell after his brain registered a sensation. In the past, the zombie doppelgangers could actively use skills with very little mana consumption. The skill of entering the secondary space projection channel did not require any mana consumption based on the description alone. Theoretically, the zombie doppelgangers should have been able to use it. However, when Feng Heng actually tried to use the skill, he found it difficult. Unlike before, with simple skills, he only needed to give one command for the zombie doppelganger to complete the task. Perhaps due to the extreme difficulty of the SSS grade skill, Feng Heng couldn't make the doppelganger complete the corresponding operations with just one command, and he needed to split his focus to control it. This would consume additional mental energy for Feng Heng. This kind of mental consumption was not reflected in the numerical values. Previously, when Feng Heng entered the game world of the Savage Realm, he had experienced a surge in mental power, so he was well aware that his feeling of dizziness and the inability of the zombie doppelganger to be fully controlled was due to his insufficient mental attributes. For now, he was unable to let a large number of zombie doppelgangers enter the secondary space projection for skill grinding. Additionally, the difficulty of releasing skills at the moment was related to his low skill proficiency, low spatial study level, and low spatial talent. Feng Heng took a few deep breaths to recover and wiped the sweat off his forehead. The mental consumption was a bit heavy, but it was far from reaching a backlash point. At least this attempt could be considered successful. Just give him a little more time to raise his mental attributes, spatial talent, and spatial study level together. Then the efficiency would only increase. Lu Yanlong snapped out of his shock. He knew that the zombies trying to enter the secondary space projection channel were all controlled by Feng Heng. Obviously, none of the zombies made it out alive. Lu Yanlong cautiously looked at Feng Heng and asked, "Boss Feng, are you okay?" "I'm fine, thank you," Feng Heng replied, taking a brief rest before continuing to control the actions of the zombie doppelgangers. What he needed to do next was quite simple. It was time to upgrade while in idle mode. Feng Heng stood in place, controlling a dozen zombie doppelgangers to enter the secondary space projection channel every 10 minutes, grinding for spatial study skill experience. Then he would take a 10-minute break to recharge. During the break, he would observe the battlefield again and collect the evolution crystalline bodies dropped by the mutant monsters. Time passed minute by minute, and Feng Heng's retinas were filled with game prompts. Prompt: Player's zombie doppelgangers perceive spatial power in the secondary space projection. Player's spatial study experience plus 5099. Player's spatial talent plus 0.001. Prompt: Player's spatial study skill level upgraded to LV4. Prompt: Player's zombie doppelgangers in the secondary space projection were affected by temporal and spatial turbulence. Zombie doppelgangers have died. Prompt: Player level upgraded to LV32. Player gains an additional 525 zombie doppelgangers due to player's talent skills. Prompt: Player's current number of zombie doppelgangers, 3,150. Prompt: Player level 33 upgrade requirement, first tier mutation crystal *1200. Around him, the howls of zombies echoed. More zombie doppelgangers emerged from the desert underground from all directions, struggling to climb out and gathering around Feng Heng. LV33 needed 1,200 first-tier mutation crystals. It wasn't an easy task. Feng Heng was unsure if he could grind until the mutated monster group completely disappeared tonight. As for the skill experience in spatial study, it was a mysterious skill. Each round of the zombie doppelgangers entering the secondary space projection yielded different results. There could be tens of thousands in one round, or none in another. However, until now, not a single zombie doppelganger had successfully returned from the secondary space projection channel. Keep on grinding. Once his mental energy had recovered, Feng Heng continued to control a dozen zombie doppelgangers to enter the secondary space projection. At this time, about 10 kilometers away from the watchtower was the federal main base. A large number of mutated monsters surged from various directions towards the camp, stopped only by the outer high-voltage electric net. Sparks flew frantically, and the federal guards looked serious. Today, the number of mutated monsters was higher than the previous days. Usually, players' teams contracted by the federal to guard the outpost would complain that they couldn't hold the line, leading to additional payment requests. However, they could at least hold out for 1.5 hours, with some even enduring for 3 hours. But today, after just over an hour, most player teams had already given up and retreated from the outpost. While the Imperial soldiers on the watchtower were using long-range sniper rifles to reduce the number of high-level mutated monsters, the iron gate to the west of the camp suddenly opened. More than 10 military trucks loaded with supplies slowly departed from the camp. The guards were puzzled by this sight. What was happening in the south? Why were they still sending out supplies at this time? It seemed strange because there had been large groups of mutated monsters attacking from all other directions, with only the south remaining calm. They hadn't even received any crisis alerts so far. It appeared as though the mutated monsters that were originally attacking from the south had dispersed to the other 3 directions. Alert! Prepare to release a high-intensity electromagnetic barrier net. The team leader's shout refocused everyone's attention. Yes. At the same time, inside the central command room of the camp, the regional commander, Patricio, saw the scene of the transportation trucks through the monitoring screen. His brows furrowed as he questioned, "What's going on?" "Report, sir." It's a supply transport order signed by Major Dallas. At a time like this, still transporting supplies? Patricio's expression turned angry. What was Dallas thinking? In recent days, the things delegated to the outpost had been hindered by Dallas's complaints. According to Dallas, they were a group of troublemakers. And now he was inexplicably allocating resources to the useless troublemakers? Is he out of his mind? Seeing Patricio's displeased expression, a soldier explained, "The supplies are being transported by personnel from the Starfish Company to the 8th Outpost." The 8th Outpost? Yes, the Starfish Company team is still holding out at the 8th Outpost. Patricio gave a slight nod, accepting this explanation, and fell silent. The Starfish Company was a multinational resource company, so their actions were justified. However, even so, if Dallas were standing in front of him now, Patricio would undoubtedly angrily question why he was wasting resources on those troublemakers. Soon, elite-level mutated beings would appear among the monster group. There was no way anyone could continue to hold the outpost. Sending supplies to them now was just a waste. In the lower command room, as more and more player company teams couldn't withstand the attacks of the mutated monster group and started to retreat, the entire hull gradually fell silent. End of this chapter. He didn't expect Starfish Company to have some real ability. They actually managed to hold on to Outpost 8. All the other outposts have lost control one by one, but Outpost 8 is still standing strong. At first, his thoughts were aligned with Commander Patricio. What resources do you want? You have the nerve to ask for resources too? Don't forget your identity, a bunch of troublemakers. In the eyes of the Western Federation, these players were just expendable. Why waste valuable resources on them? Dallas thought this way, but he had to maintain a positive cooperative attitude on the surface. Starting now, elite-level creatures from the Twisted Monster Group attacking the outposts will appear. The intensity of the Twisted Monster Group directly increased by 1 level. He didn't think anyone else besides the Federation could continue to hold out. However, the people from Starfish Company were very tough, stating that as long as reinforcements arrived, they could hold out for at least another half hour. The military orders were given. With so many players from guilds watching on the sidelines, pressuring the situation, Dallas could only reluctantly agree for the sake of future cooperation. After all, Starfish Company went all out to help the Federation, and he couldn't even provide the weapon and ammunition support he promised 2 hours ago. Dallas was thick-skinned, but he couldn't find an excuse. If he refused again, probably no one would come to accept the Federation's missions tomorrow. He had to personally sign the agreement for the supplies. Damn it! What a waste! He would definitely be scolded by his superiors when he went back. Now, he could only hope that Starfish Company wouldn't mess things up. In 2 hours, until midnight, the assault from the twisted creatures would rapidly weaken. Lu Yanlong logged off and back on again. He hurried over, his face showing some excitement. Finally getting it done. It was almost harder than moving mountains to get even a bit of resources from the Western Federation. Boss Fang, the supplies are ready to depart from the Western Federation camp. Our people will personally escort them over, and they should arrive in about 20 minutes. Good, Fang Heng replied. He suddenly noticed something and looked towards a shadow in the distance. In front of them, in the continuously surging group of twisted monsters, appeared a figure. Lu Yanlong also noticed that figure. It's an elite creature, Lu Yanlong said with a serious expression, reminding Boss Fang, after 3 hours of attacking the outpost, elite-level twisted monsters will appear. Fang Heng looked up at the giant flying snake flapping its wings in the distance. An old friend. Twisted desert flying snake. However, this twisted desert flying snake was of elite level, several times larger than a normal mutated flying snake. It seemed too cumbersome to fly in the air due to its enlarged body, resembling more of a moving target. Boom! In an instant, dozens of high-intensity energy beams hit the twisted flying snake, causing a powerful explosion. After a round of shots, the elite twisted flying snake fell out of the sky. Bang! Upon landing, flesh and blood burst open again. Boss Fang! Well done! Lu Yanlong couldn't help but excitedly shout at the sight. He expected that the fused tyrants could deal with the elite monsters. But the swift and decisive resolution still surprised him, making him even more excited. After all, he had just pledged allegiance to the Western Federation. Judging from the situation, it would be a breeze not only to endure for another half hour, but also to last until the Twisted Monster group retreated. Tips: Player Zombie Doppelganger Fused Tyrant Form kills Twisted Desert Flying Snake Elite, and the player finds a First-Order Mutation Crystal. Fang Heng, however, remained more composed, glancing at the game prompt. There was no Second-Order Mutation Crystal mentioned. It seemed the in-game rating system believed the elite Twisted Desert Flying Snake's strength wasn't high enough. So, the fight continued. As time passed, elite creatures started to be mixed into the attacking Twisted Monster group. For Fang Heng, the difficulty wasn't high, but he needed to be more focused. Once an elite creature appeared, he would immediately direct the fused tyrants to focus fire. Usually, after a round of shooting, the elite twisted creature would be easily defeated. If they encountered one with strong defensive abilities, such as the Twisted Crocodile, another round of shooting usually settled the matter. Before long, military trucks carrying equipment arrived at the outpost. 5 drivers sent by Starfish Company parked the trucks behind the outpost. After getting off the vehicles, they saw the vast group of Red Lick Eaters and the fused tyrants constantly outputting fire with heavy light beam weapons, and they were all shaken. However, they immediately showed the professional demeanor of Starfish Company employees. Without asking anything, pretending not to see anything, they left the trucks, greeted Lu Yanlong with a nod, and rode back on their motorcycles without a word. Fang Heng's peripheral vision caught the trucks behind the outpost as he focused on controlling the doppelgangers. The doppelgangers staggered over and started unloading ammunition boxes from the truck. With the ammunition supply, they could proceed with more confidence. Fang Heng thought the Western Federation's heavy light beam weapons were quite decent. Paired with the fused tyrants, they were effective. He couldn't help but consider if there was a way to get more energy weapon ammunition from the Federation. In the future, the fused tyrants could make use of it too. It would be even better if he could also get the production blueprints so they could produce them internally. Back at the Federal main base, nearing midnight, the stage with the fiercest assault from the twisted creatures. The pressure faced by the Central Security Zone of the Federation had reached its peak. Unexpected situations continued to arise. Hold on. Even though the entire camp seemed precarious with the risk of being wiped out at any moment, Commander Patricio could see clearly. The Twisted Monster Group was on its last legs. He immediately made the decision to mobilize the forces guarding the west to support the other 3 directions. All the soldiers were in an extremely excited state, fiercely fighting against the Twisted Monster Group. As the war came to an end, Patrick called everyone back to the Central Command Hall for a post-war review. The process was tough, but the results were very good. The atmosphere during today's review was great. People were discussing when they suddenly discovered a strange fact. It seemed that the group of aberrant monsters attacking from the west today was unusually weak. Patrick gradually realized something was amiss and looked towards Major Burns, who guarded the entrance to the western sector. Are you saying that the number of aberrant monsters appearing in the western area was originally very low today? Yes, Burns did not take credit. He also found it puzzling. The pressure on the majors in charge of the other 3 entrances was immense, but he felt a sense of idleness on his end. Who can tell me why? At this moment, Major Dallas, in charge of the underground, stood up, reporting to the officer. Outpost 8 has not reported being breached yet, so subordinates believe it is highly likely that Outpost 8 helped us fend off most of the attacks from the aberrant monster groups. What did you say? Outpost 8. Patrick's eyes flashed with intense surprise. The other military officers participating in the review also had a sense of incredulity and began discussing quietly. Patrick asked, which player guild is guarding Outpost 8? Starfish Gaming Company. Patrick fell into silence once again. Starfish Company, indeed a large company. With their resources. It's not that they couldn't do it. It's just that they had no reason to. For example, their Western Federal District. If they could gain the support of the entire Western Federal District, they wouldn't bother with the attacks of mere aberrant groups. But the Western Federation was not entirely united. And there were many other matters occupying the attention of the Western Federal District. If the return on investment was not big enough after the commitment, the response from the top tiers of the Western Federation would undoubtedly be a refusal. Patrick could only secure this many resources. He believed Starfish Company was the same. Nobody would willingly engage in a loss-making deal. So why could Starfish Company hold Outpost 8? The answer was becoming apparent. Patrick asked, "Did Starfish Company send many people to enter this world this time?" A total of 32 members have passed the screening and registered. Patrick felt he had guessed correctly. It was impossible to defend Outpost 8 with so few people. Starfish Company must have found a special method to easily deal with or avoid the attacks from the aberrant monster groups. Interesting, let's go over there together and see what's happening. The attacks from the aberrant monsters had not fully ceased. Let's go over now and see what trick Starfish Company is up to. Outpost 8. The battle gradually came to an end. This should be the last wave. Watching as the remaining aberrant monsters were gradually consumed by the liquors, Fang Heng shook his head somewhat regretfully. He had thought the attacks would last all night. But after midnight, the number of aberrant monsters had drastically dropped. Not enough. Fang Heng felt somewhat dissatisfied. He reached out and a fine first-order mutation crystal flew into his palm. Hint: player obtained first-order mutation crystal * 622. Hint: player's current first-order mutation crystals 1092. Just a little over 100 left. Too bad. Fang Heng couldn't help but glance back. Lu Yanlong was directing the Starfish Company team members to help transport the mutation crystal aggregation device onto the truck. After a night of hard work, the device had absorbed enough energy. Next, the device needed to be sent back to the Western Federal District for processing. The Western Federal District would be responsible for converting the energy in the device into usable mutation crystals. Including the crystals collected by the aggregation device, they should be able to upgrade soon, right? Lu Yanlong noticed Fang Heng's gaze and nodded to him, saying, "Boss Fang, will soon be sending the mutation crystal aggregation device back to the Federation. If all goes well, we should have a complete set of first-order mutation crystals by tomorrow morning. Can you estimate a quantity? How many crystals can we get?" The device has been fully charged. Riding high on his recent success, Lu Yanlong replied energetically, "I estimate around 500. Setting aside the other rewards promised by the Federation, just converting these 500+ mutation crystals into main god points would be a substantial gain in the game." "Great, go ahead." "Understood." Lu Yanlong nodded and continued to gesture for the Starfish Company employees to keep moving. Fang Heng retracted his gaze from behind and extended his hand forward. It was time to deal with these altars. Whoosh! A sinister red light overflowed from Fang Heng's palm. Hint: player uses special skill, Descent. Behind him, Lu Yanlong was moving the mutation crystal aggregation device with the Starfish Company employees. He suddenly felt a slight vibration under his feet and a faint red light coming from behind. Lu Yanlong was shocked and instinctively looked backward, his face once again showing a grave expression. "That is," he muttered quietly, "Blood Clan." Around the outpost, over 20 dark red lights shot up into the sky. The other Starfish Company employees also noticed the strange red lights and looked towards the back. Everyone saw the dark red pillar of light rising from the altar. Lu Yanlong withdrew his gaze and said sternly, "Don't look. Focus on the task. Keep working." "Understood." In front of Fang Heng, the Blood Clan King's coffin slowly rose from the cracks in the ground. As the coffin lid was slowly lifted, the red blood energy quickly spread outward. 2 Blood Clan Dukes and the Blood Clan Prince Gar flew out of the coffin and knelt before Fang Heng. "My lord!" Fang Heng pointed towards a Blood Clan altar ahead. "Help me gather the blood. Hurry!" "Yes." The Blood Clan trio focused and began manipulating the blood in the altar pool. Fang Heng also pointed forward. Under the combined control of Fang Heng and the other 3, the blood surged out of the altar pool in a parabolic arc, flowing steadily into the Blood Clan King's coffin. Boom! As the blood entered the coffin, the entire coffin immediately steamed up with a bright red flame. The initially refined blood immediately began a higher level of refinement upon being added to the coffin. Fang Heng gently rubbed his shoulders and looked towards the back. Through the night vision ability of the Blood Clan, he saw over 10 armored vehicles slowly driving towards the direction of the watchtower in the distance. Lu Yanlong also hurried over. "Boss Fang, the people from the Federation are coming." Fang Heng nodded, his expression becoming more serious. He didn't want to meet with the Western Federation in this situation. He hurriedly controlled the zombie avatars to leave the outpost with the remaining boxes of energy weapons and headed towards the east, disappearing into the darkness. Lu Yanlong hesitated for a moment and persuaded, "Boss Fang, you should leave first. Leave the rest to us. It wouldn't be good if your identity is exposed." Fang Heng felt that staying would only add more trouble and nodded, "All right. I'll leave first. Be careful of the Federation." "No problem." Not far away, Patricio was sitting in the co-driver's seat of an armored vehicle heading towards Outpost Number 8. On the way, he saw a red light beam rising from Watchtower Number 8. His intuition told him that the light beam must be related to the special means used by the Sea-Star Company to protect Outpost Number 8. However, by the time the armored vehicle entered Outpost Number 8, the battle had already ended. The Sea-Star Company was conducting post-battle cleanup. Through the car window, he saw Sea-Star Company personnel loading mutation crystal fusion devices onto trucks. The mutation crystal fusion devices were showing blue, indicating they were fully charged. Patricio's confusion deepened. He had thought before that Sea-Star Company had found a way to drive away the mutated creatures. But now, it seemed that Sea-Star Company had completely killed off the mutated creatures. Through the car window, he saw Sea-Star Company personnel loading mutation crystal fusion devices onto trucks. The mutation crystal fusion devices were showing blue, indicating they were fully charged. Patricio's confusion deepened. He had thought before that Sea-Star Company had found a way to drive away the mutated creatures. But now, it seemed that Sea-Star Company had completely killed off the mutated creatures. "Captain, we've arrived." Patricio got out of the car under the escort of 2 officers, observing his surroundings. In front of the watchtower, there were not only heavy bloody smells, but also several altars. These altars emitted a strange vibe. Lu Yanlong had prepared to welcome them, and immediately led a group of Sea-Star Company players forward to salute. "Captain, thank you for the support you provided to the Federation. You did a great job in defending the outpost today." Lu Yanlong was very humble. "You're welcome. As a part of the Federation, this is what we should do." Patricio didn't hide his thoughts and directly asked, "So, I'm curious how you managed to do this. Just with these people. How did you defend Outpost Number 8? Lu Yanlong opened his mouth, not expecting Patricio to ask directly. How did they do it? Of course, it was with the zombies summoned by Fang Heng. However, Lu Yanlong knew that these things couldn't be openly told to the Federation. Patricio frowned and looked around. There were no turrets nearby that could use heavy energy beam weapons, and not a single box of energy ammunition could be found in the outpost. All used up. Or did Sea-Star Company not need to use heavy energy weapons to deal with the mutated creatures at all? The supplies provided by the Federation hadn't been delivered to the outpost, but had been moved elsewhere. Patricio's expression turned even more unpleasant as he asked, "Do you already know how to deal with the mutated creatures, or have you discovered secrets of this world, but are unwilling to share the information with the Federation?" "No, absolutely not. Sea-Star Company can assure you." Lu Yanlong's expression changed slightly, quickly aiming to placate, fearing he might offend Patricio. The Western Federation was known for its arrogance. "Humph, it's better be that way." Patricio, feeling displeased, waved his hand. "All right, if you're unwilling to say, we'll leave." As he watched the Federation people hurriedly depart, Lu Yanlong's heart sank. This wasn't good. Judging by the situation, Patricio wouldn't let it go so easily. 1 hour later, midnight, as the mutated creatures retreated, the area around the obelisk returned to calm. Fang Heng transformed from a bat form flying down from high altitude, back to his human form, standing in front of the obelisk. The zombie avatars under his control were already exploring towards the west, killing any encountered mutated creatures on the way and exploring the path. Fang Heng was preparing to return to the zombie apocalypse. Just offline, Mo Jiawei contacted him, saying that Dudi's team had made some discoveries and urgently wanted to see him. Soon, the azure light once again appeared from the top of the obelisk. The teleportation portal opened. Fang Heng stepped into the portal and returned to the zombie apocalypse, heading straight to Dudi's research lab. The entire lab was brightly lit. "Fang Heng, you're finally back. We've made some discoveries in our research." Since entering the high-level game world in the afternoon, Dudi's team had made breakthrough progress and were now gaining significant insights from their research, working every minute. From analyzing the patterns drawn from the obelisk surface, we can confirm that it's a teleportation portal left by an alien race. Originally, This portal should have been permanently closed, but it seems that someone entered that world later and reactivated it. DRIZZLE went on. Furthermore, we've translated the prayer texts found inside the components of the teleportation portal. The prayer text roughly consists of 3 parts. It broadly states that this world is a resting place for a warrior. The alien race built tombs here, and the warrior sacrificed their life to fend off the invasion of monsters. Monsters. Fang Heng pondered on this word, feeling a bit peculiar. Yes, it's a race of monsters that invade different worlds, possessing strong adaptability and self-evolution abilities. The alien race had been fighting them for tens of thousands of years. DRIZZLE continued. The direct translation of the name of these monsters is Dark Universe Destroyers. So, the alien race is on the side of justice? Mission name: Tomb Exploration. Mission difficulty: S. Mission description: after a period of research by the DRIZZLE team, it is believed that the unknown high-level world you are in is very likely to be a resting place for alien warrior ancestors. From some information, you learn that there may be tombs here. Mission requirements: continue to collect clues and explore information related to the tomb. A slightly troublesome task. Fang Heng looked at the mission description. If his guess is correct, it looks like he will have to find a way to enter the depths of the desert to investigate. How can he enter the depths? Flying directly in bat form is definitely not possible. He tried before, but the sandy environment directly affected the flight in bat form, forcing him to revert back to human form. Fang Heng presented the problems he encountered and discussed them with the DRIZZLE research team. The DRIZZLE team temporarily proposed 2 solutions. The first, they can provide a mechanical tool to completely clear the quicksand area into a normal desert. But this would require a lot of time. And Fang Heng feels that he would still have to use the tool to clear quicks and under the attack of a large number of distorted desert flying snakes. It's not very practical. Even if the zombie avatar can withstand the attack of the distorted desert flying snakes, the mechanical tool may not be able to handle it. The second solution is to rely on a special magic scroll to forcibly change the surrounding terrain. This method works well. The problem is that from the current exploration of the Lickers group, the quicksand area is very extensive. The environmental magic scrolls are rare, and the area they cover is generally not large. It's difficult to be effective. They still need to think of another way, carefully consider it. Or, it's also possible that they guessed wrong. The tomb may not be in the depths of the desert. Fang Heng and the DRIZZLE team discussed it. The DRIZZLE team will continue to brainstorm solutions, and he will go to the Federation early tomorrow to assess the situation and seek advice from the C-Star Company team. The next morning, Fang Heng went online immediately and headed to the Federation camp. Soon, he received some very bad news from Hector. Our equipment has been confiscated. Why? Inside the Federation camp, Fang Heng's expression turned grim. The Western Federation may not treat people well, but the mutation crystal aggregation device they provided was still very good. Originally, after the energy storage was completed, it would be sent back, and the Western Federation would convert the energy into mutation crystals and return them to the C-Star Company. Unexpectedly, there was a problem at the final stage. Hector's expression also soured. This time, the Western Federation didn't even care. They just seized their aggregation device. The Federation claims the device has some issues and needs time for inspection. Very helpless. But that's reality. Only the Western Federation has the mutation crystal aggregation device, and only they know how to extract energy from the device and complete the aggregation. In the past, the Western Federation has always used similar methods to control those players who are disobedient. Even large multinational player teams like C-Star Company can only be manipulated by them. Fang Heng, don't be impulsive. We are already negotiating with the Federation, Hector reminded, quietly, seeing Fang Heng's grim expression. I understand. Fang Heng wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke the Federation over this. But given his personality, he would definitely make some moves behind the scenes for retaliation. Just negotiating with the C-Star Company and the Federation may not be easy to retrieve their belongings. Fang Heng nodded, pondered for a moment, and asked, what does the Federation want? They want to know how we deal with the distorted monsters. Hector paused, leaned in, and whispered in Fang Heng's ear, you performed really well last night. The Western Federation thinks we have found a way to deal with the distortions, and they want that solution too. They came to test us last night, failed, and now they're showing us their true colors. Fang Heng couldn't help but smirk, quickly calculating in his mind. The Western Federation was shamelessly trying to get what they wanted. He didn't have a good response to that. Well, let's leave it at that for now, Fang Heng said, shrug, and continued to walk on. What? Leave it at that? Hector was surprised to hear that response from Fang Heng. He took a couple of steps forward, still somewhat disbelieving, and asked, really leaving it at that? Yes, I'm fine. Keep a record of this grudge. Fang Heng nodded. Anyway, the Western Federation doesn't need us. Let's see how they guard their outpost tonight. Let's also spread this news. Maybe fewer teams cooperating with the Federation tonight. Hector sighed. It's really hard to say. After all, there are always a few players who are stubborn. They always think that misfortune won't strike them, as long as they comply and beg the Federation. Hector nodded earnestly. I'll try to contact other teams through company connections, but I can't guarantee it will work. Fang Heng shrugged. He couldn't think of any better way for now. This would have to do for the time being. He hoped that tonight's distorted monster group would help the Federation realize their mistake. However, Fang Heng, there's one more thing. The Federation suffered minimal losses last night, and they've already deployed stronger defense mechanisms during the day. Tonight, their defense capabilities will be greatly enhanced, Hector whispered, and what we're planning might provoke them even more. Are you sure you want to proceed? Yes? All right, I understand. I'll get someone to handle it right away. Hector didn't hesitate. He had always felt displeased with the Western Federation's actions before, but tolerated it for the sake of money. This time, however, the Western Federation went too far. And between Fang Heng and the Western Federation, he was betting on Fang Heng. Hector believed in Fang Heng's future. Wait, Hector. Fang Heng stopped Hector and asked, there's something I want to ask you about. Have you heard any news about tombs? Tombs? Hector repeated, his face showing a perplexed expression. I haven't heard of any. Our focus this time is on searching for mineral resources. I'll make a note of it, and I'll keep an eye out for any information. Thank you. Fang Heng nodded. Since the Federation wasn't cooperating, he decided not to waste any more time at the outpost tonight. If everything went smoothly, and the Federation suffered defeat tonight, they would probably come back to request cooperation. Then C-Star Company would regain control. But for now, in the center of the factory building, the LCD screen is currently displaying various tasks assigned by the Federation to external parties. Fang Heng carefully examines the reconnaissance tasks. Some details reveal the Federation's direction of action. From the task distribution, it can be seen that the Federation has very little exploration in the eastern region, while exploration and security levels are highest in the southern region. The number of patrol teams dispatched is also the highest. Just as he was puzzled, Fang Heng heard the rumbling sound of a truck engine. Looking into the distance, he saw a large number of military vehicles leaving from the north exit of the camp. Huh? Fang Heng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Strange. The military vehicles are headed towards the north. Does the Federation only have a guard tower in the north? With so many military vehicles seemingly carrying a large quantity of supplies, what are they going to do? Forget it. Let's focus on leveling up first. Fang Heng shook his head, silently reminding himself not to be influenced by external factors. Focusing on the present and leveling up is the right path. The southern region is where the Federation sends out the most reconnaissance missions, and it is easy to encounter troublesome players. These military vehicles are heading to the north. If they go north to level up, there's a chance of running into the Federation, which could easily lead to conflict. As for the eastern region, it was explored yesterday, and only the western region remains as his choice. Explore the western region. Deciding on his action plan, Fang Heng immediately controls his zombie avatars to start moving. From a distance, the lickers lurking beneath the desert quickly emerged from the sand, running rapidly towards the western area, rapidly spreading outwards to explore. Before long, the zombie avatars immediately sent a game notification of being injured. Notification: player zombie avatar licker form is attacked by the deformity Tyrannosaurus. Here it is. Fang Heng's heart stirred, walking towards the outskirts of the Federation camp. Leaving the camp area, confirming that there were no people around, Fang Heng once again transformed into bat form and flew towards the west. Soon, Fang Heng followed the trail of the lickers to a small forested area. The forest was not deep. From a high vantage point, one could see a lake behind the forest. There were 3 or 4 deformity Tyrannosaurus wandering near the edge of the lake. After mutation, these crocodiles were about 7 meters long. It seems that the deformity Tyrannosaurus he encountered last night emerged from this area. Fang Heng tried to control a few lickers to approach the lakeshore to test the strength of the deformity Tyrannosaurus. Fighting in their advantageous habitat, the deformity Tyrannosaurus had clearly changed their fighting style, hiding in the shallow water area after discovering the invader. When the lickers approached, the deformity Tyrannosaurus suddenly lunged from beneath the water's surface, biting the lickers hard and dragging them into the water. The lickers attempted to struggle, but the deformity Tyrannosaurus had incredible biting force, coupled with a body weight several times that of the lickers, easily dragging them towards the deep water. Soon, the lake's surface returned to calm. Fang Heng furrowed his brow. According to the game notification, the lickers were not dead yet. However, with a large number of deformity Tyrannosaurus underwater, the lickers couldn't escape. It seems that this lake is the territory of the crocodiles. Fang Heng secretly pondered. Since fighting underwater was ineffective, he decided to lure them out. With that in mind, Fang Heng took out a high-energy explosive from his backpack and threw it towards the calm lake. Plop! The high-energy explosive fell into the water. Boom! 3 seconds later, a huge splash erupted on the calm lake. Stimulated by the explosion, a large number of deformity Tyrannosaurus lurking beneath the water's surface emerged and crawled out towards the shallow shore. Here they come! Fang Heng controlled the group of lickers gathered not far from the riverbank to charge forward. The red tide clashed with the deformity creatures once again. For a moment, Fang Heng's retinas were bombarded with combat information. Compared to last night, the deformity Tyrannosaurus were now more difficult to deal with. Although they still used physical attacks, the deformity Tyrannosaurus now preferred dragging their enemies into the water for combat. Once underwater, the lickers' agility was greatly hindered, unable to break free from the bites. Fang Heng watched as the lickers were gradually pulled underwater and could not surface again. The number of lickers began to decrease. It's not enough. I need to lure them further away. Fang Heng muttered to himself in a low voice, surveying the surroundings, and ordered the group of lickers to retreat to the forested area behind them to try to lure them further away. But it seemed that the deformity Tyrannosaurus had seen through Fang Heng's plan. Like the deformity sand viper encountered earlier, once they left their habitat area for a distance, they would abandon the enemy and return immediately. This was somewhat troublesome. Fang Heng absent-mindedly rubbed his chin. Just like the deformity creatures in the desert environment, they were accustomed to using the environment to their advantage in combat. Oh well, I will take it slow. Fang Heng adjusted the formation of the zombie group once again. Hiss, hiss. Over 80 lickers quickly retreated into the forest area, forming massive chrysalises. Transform into a fusion tyrant form. Previously, the zombie avatars had already transported weapons and ammunition boxes into the forest. Last night, Fang Heng managed to snatch some high-energy weapons and ammunition from the Western Region Federation. There were still plenty left. It was estimated that they could last for 2 to 3 days. Here we go! The fusion tyrant forms stepped out of the chrysalises, picked up heavy beam weapons from the ammo boxes, aimed them ahead. The licker group once again charged towards the shallows in front. The deformity Tyrannosaurus continued their usual attack pattern, attempting to drag the lickers into the water for consumption. However, this time, the situation was slightly different. Swish, swish, swish. From the rear, after a brief energy accumulation, the energy beam burst out of the gun barrels. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous explosions triggered by the energy beam weapons scattered the shallows into chaos. The deformity crocodile group was disintegrated by the explosions before they could drag the lickers into the water. The lickers immediately launched a counterattack, tearing and slaughtering the deformity Tyrannosaurus. With the change in tactics and the output of the fusion tyrant forms behind them, the licker group regained control of the situation. However, the spawn rate was too slow. Fang Heng quickly glanced at the game prompt. Just like the deformity sand vipers and deformity Tyrannosaurus, they did not drop mutation crystals upon death. It was a waste of ammunition. He needed to figure out a way to increase the spawn rate. Fang Heng temporarily let the zombie avatars hang around, transformed into bat form, and flew towards the sky, overseeing the entire battlefield. After a brief observation, he faintly felt that there was something amiss in this lake. Should he go deeper to take a closer look? Perhaps he could find a better grinding spot. At the time, the sudden mutation crystal explosion was enough for him to level up. Fang Heng felt a sense of excitement in his heart and continued to explore forward. The lake was much broader than he had anticipated. He also needed to be careful of the occasional appearance of distorted bird-like creatures in the sky. Flying slowly for nearly 10 minutes, he still had not seen the shadow of the opposite shore ahead, but instead encountered an orange barrier. Huh, a spell barrier. Fang Heng's heart stirred, immediately flying towards the direction of the barrier. What's that? As he flew closer, Fang Heng furrowed his brows. A small elliptical island appeared in the center of the lake. The island was about 2 kilometers in diameter, covered with green vegetation. The outer yellow barrier protected the entire island inside. Fang Heng felt no fluctuations of magic power from within the barrier. It's more like a technological energy barrier, Fang Heng pondered as he flew higher, approaching over the island, observing the situation through the yellow barrier. It seemed to be an uninhabited island. Were there high-level creatures on the island? His gaze swept to the central position of the island, and Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. In the center of the island, there was a strange protruding building. The exterior of the building had 3 obelisks. Related to the alien lineage? Fang Heng's heart stirred. Unlike the obelisks near the teleportation channel encountered earlier, the tops of these obelisks were circular. The circular areas at the top also emitted a dim yellow light. It seemed that the yellow barrier enveloping the outer world of the island was jointly released by them. As he observed, a prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Prompt: players discovered traces of a tomb. Player's current mission completion rate increased to 25%. Please continue exploring. Indeed related to the mission. He decided to try entering the interior of the barrier to check it out. Fang Heng lowered his flying altitude, attempting to get closer. Hiss, hiss. Fang Heng sensed a stimulating electric wave before nearing it fully. It seemed like a warning to prevent intrusion. Not good, Fang Heng muttered softly, stepping back once again. How about trying to destroy it? After retreating a sufficient distance, Fang Heng took out a high-energy bomb from his pocket and threw it towards the yellow barrier in the distance. Boom! The high-energy bomb exploded fiercely above the yellow barrier, pushing Fang Heng back several meters with its blast wave. Even as a bat, Fang Heng flapped his wings to steady himself. In the distance, the yellow barrier remained intact. Hiss, hiss. Shaken by the explosion, the distorted creatures lurking at the bottom of the lake began to stir, poking their heads out to observe the outside world. The barrier defense was extremely strong, and it directly covered the underwater surface. Recklessly exploring down there could potentially result in being dragged underwater and consumed by the aquatic creatures. It was too risky to forcibly enter the yellow barrier area. Another method had to be thought of. Perhaps, yes. Pondering, Fang Heng suddenly came up with a good idea and immediately flew back along the original path. Over in the forest south of the federal base. The roads in this area were rugged and difficult to traverse, and the forest was often harassed by distorted creatures, making it rare for ordinary players to explore here. In the central area of the forest, there was an undiscovered mine. Upon discovering the mine, Starfish Company immediately began mining operations. However, mining the ores was not that simple. The mine often had red distorted cave spiders emerging from the depths. Starfish Company was not a small company and was well prepared for such situations. The guard players firmly protected the exit area and would immediately launch a coordinated attack if any distorted spiders appeared. In the mining area, the players responsible for extraction quickly collected the cosmic crystal and completed the packing. Hector personally supervised the mining work. Initially, it was estimated that the cosmic crystal ore in this world was of average reserves. However, the advantage was the lack of competition. There were not many player companies capable of mining in this world. Following the preliminary mining inspection, they found that the ore was decent. This trade was a sure win. Currently, 3 nearby locations of the cosmic crystal ore had been confirmed. Hector calculated the progress of the project with concern about time being tight. They held the early advantage and decided to leverage the teleportation channel provided by Feng Heng before the Federal Bureau could handle the distorted monsters. However, the mining had to be conducted secretly as any interference from the Federal Bureau would hinder their operations. Unfortunately, Starfish Company was struggling with a shortage of manpower. Hector couldn't figure out a way to expedite mining despite all calculations. At that moment, Feng Heng, escorted by a Starfish Company employee, entered the mine. "Hey, Feng Heng, what brought you here? I thought you were not interested in ores." Hector welcomed Feng Heng with a hearty laugh, approaching him personally. "How about joining our mining team and accomplishing a great feat together? Your liquor is very useful and can help us explore a broader world, find more mineral resources." Hector genuinely wanted to bring Feng Heng on board. The liquor could adapt to various terrains and was a summoned creature. It wasn't a big deal even if it died. Not to mention Feng Heng's exceptional personal strength. With him, many problems could be solved easily. Feng Heng shook his head lightly. "I won't take your offer. I have something urgent to discuss with you and need to borrow a person." "Hi, no need to rush about business stealing. Let's expand the cake together. Everyone can profit." Hector graciously waved his hand. "No problem with borrowing a person. How many do you need? And I'll arrange for you." "One is enough, Le Yanlong," Feng Heng said, pointing to Le Yanlong, who was resting in the corner not far away. "Yanlong, the boss is looking for you. Listen to his arrangements during this time. Be nimble, got it?" Hearing Hector's call, Le Yanlong, who was resting with closed eyes, awakened and quickly ran over. "Boss Feng." Feng Heng nodded at Le Yanlong, then leaned in and whispered a few words at his ear. After hearing it, Le Yanlong's expression became quite vivid. A spatial channel. How did Boss Feng suddenly think of setting up a spatial channel? What did Boss Feng want to do? Seeing the two conversing, Hector nodded. "You guys talk. I'll get busy first, call me if needed." Feng Heng made a gesture signifying, "It's all set" to Hector, then turned to Le Yanlong and explained the specific requirements in detail. Mr. Feng doesn't know much about spatial studies. How to explain it? Transportation has high risks, and the energy consumption is also enormous. Sometimes the risks outweigh the benefits. Lu Yanlong scratched the back of his head, feeling that it was difficult to explain in words. He squatted down on the spot with Feng Heng and took out a disposable paper cup and a small piece of ore from his backpack. Usually, the teleportation we use can be understood as a protective form of spatial movement, first locating points A and B. Lu Yanlong took out a map and drew two circles on the map, marking points A and B, and place the small ore at point A. For example, if we are this piece of ore, the paper cup is the protective shield, like this. Lu Yanlong threw the stone into the paper cup, lifted it halfway up in the air from point A to point B, and then took out the stone. Feng Heng nodded. "I understand. This is regular teleportation. Then what?" "Yes, but the method you wanted me to present just now is not ordinary teleportation. It is a form of spatial folding, a more efficient form of transportation." Lu Yanlong picked up the map from the ground, folded it in half, with points A and B sticking closely together, dug a hole, and passed the stone through it. "Like this." Feng Heng looked at the map thoughtfully. "Mr. Feng, the method you mentioned belongs to the second type of spatial folding. Compared to the first type, folding is continuous. So it will require much more energy consumption, and due to the lack of the paper cup's protection, there will be spatial forces tearing during the transport. Very dangerous. Usually, we will also perform many operations on the folded space to enhance its safety. Energy ... Feng Heng understood. "You need more energy, right? They themselves would not enter the folding space transmission channel. Safety considerations may not be necessary. It's fine even if it explodes. Just start over from scratch. The problem lies in the energy source, yes?" Lu Yanlong nodded repeatedly. "A large amount of energy." Feng Heng pondered and asked, "Cosmic crystal, or is a high-quality energy source, right?" Lu Yanlong hesitated for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. "Ah, yes. Cosmic crystal, or is a recognized super high-quality energy source, can be used once collected, and after purification, energy utilization rate can be greatly improved." Feng Heng got a positive answer, immediately raised his head and called loudly to Hector not far away. "Brother, I suddenly became interested in the mining cooperation you mentioned." 4 hours later, at the edge of a cliff, Fang Heng and Lu Yanlong were riding on the shoulders of the fusion tyrant, rushing over from a distance. "We're here!" Fang Heng flipped off the back of the fusion tyrant. Lu Yanlong's movements were a bit slow, and it took some effort for him to stand steadily. He had never ridden such a carrier before. Feeling the cold wind blowing from the cliff edge, Lu Yanlong took a deep breath. Behind them, the zombie avatars carried baskets of freshly mined cosmic crystal ore, casually tossing them on the ground around. Lu Yanlong silently withdrew his gaze from the zombies. He now understood. Fang Heng's previous words about not competing for business with you all were not a joke. Just now, he witnessed the horror efficiency of the zombies mining. The mine was not far behind. The zombies had tools for mining no less capable than the C-Star Company's players, with highly skilled or mining techniques. Even more terrifying, they also had infinite stamina. Baskets of ore were carried out by the zombies from the mine. Several players from the C-Star Company were shocked. Could it be so effortless? Lu Yanlong settled down and walked to the magic circle arranged by Fang Heng in advance, squatting down to carefully inspect it. He was amazed that a high-level magic circle like this could be set up in just an hour. There was no way Mr. Fang had no knowledge of alchemy. At least he was of the intermediate level in alchemy. Fang Heng asked, "How is it?" "Perfect." Lu Yanlong stood up, called over a few players from the C-Star Company beside him, and whispered a few words to them. The players nodded in understanding. "Mr. Fang, everything is fine here. We can start now." "Good." Fang Heng leapt back onto the fusion tyrant's back and shouted, "Let's go." Onward. Lu Yanlong's face looked bitter, climbing up the fusion tyrant's back, again following the vines. The new carrier was much more convenient than a truck or motorcycle. It could forcefully cross mountain gullies. However, it also made him a bit dizzy. 20 minutes later, the two fusion tyrants that raced all the way stopped at a forest position on the lake shore. Lu Yanlong stood on the shoulder of the fusion tyrant, observing the terrifying battlefield. The scene he witnessed last night was playing out again. In the shallow waters not far from the lake, a large group of lickers was battling with a group of mutant crocodiles. The fusion tyrant in the rear continuously fired beam weapons. Flesh and blood rolled. The battle was still ongoing. Fang Heng jumped off the fusion tyrant's shoulder and dragged out a 2-meter diameter slab from the bushes nearby. "Come and check this." According to Lu Yanlong's instructions, Fang Heng had already drawn a spatial folding transmission channel on a large slab. Lu Yanlong slowly climbed down from the fusion tyrant's body, inspected the slab, and nodded in approval. The special stone slab with drawn patterns had no issue with alchemy magic circles. Fang Heng was indeed a professional. "How is it?" "Great." Lu Yanlong gave Fang Heng a thumbs up and continued, "The alchemy magic circle and energy supply are sorted out. Now there is one final issue." "Okay, go ahead." "How to activate the magic circle?" Lu Yanlong looked at the large group of giant crocodiles gathered on the lakeshore afar and involuntarily shrank his neck. Any creature that entered the lake area would be dragged into the water by the giant crocodiles. He didn't dare to personally run over there to activate the magic circle. "No problem, I will do it." Fang Heng nodded and asked, "Can you handle the subsequent control remotely?" "Yes, after activating the magic circle, I can remotely assist within a certain distance for control. I can handle it." "That would be fine then." Fang Heng reconsidered the plan. "Let's get started." The plan was actually quite simple. Drain the water. Build a spatial folding channel using spatial studies. Directly drain the water from the lake. In theory, high-level spatial studies should be able to do it. Lu Yanlong was taken aback when he first heard this plan. In fact, many people had similar thoughts. Soon, this idea was dismissed. Fang Heng was the first one to try something so bold. Leaving aside other issues, the main problem lies in energy consumption. Lu Yanlong looked at Fang Heng, feeling nervous himself. Under Fang Heng's control, the fusion tyrant directly lifted the stone slab with a magic circle drawn on it and charged towards the lake shore. As they entered the battle area by the lake, a distorted giant crocodile leapt towards the fusion tyrant. However, the fusion tyrant's massive size and heavy body made it difficult to resist once it picked up speed. It was like a tank charging through. The distorted giant crocodile, fearless and aggressive, forcefully leapt forward, biting fiercely onto the fusion tyrant's body, trying to bring it down. In the past, this move had never failed against the scavengers, but they encountered the Fusion Tyrant this time. The Fusion Tyrant dragged the giant crocodile forward as they ran. After a short distance, with over a dozen distorted giant crocodiles hanging onto the Fusion Tyrant, its speed finally slowed down. Seeing that they were about to be dragged down, the Fusion Tyrant threw the magic circle stone slab towards the lake like a frisbee. The stone slab drew an arc in the air and landed on the water surface. Feng Heng, standing not far from the shore on the shoulder of a Fusion Tyrant, saw the magic circle reflected in the pupil of his right eye spinning rapidly. Whoosh, whoosh. Hint: the player controls the magic circle remotely using the Eye of Omniscience. Hint: due to the long distance, the player will suffer additional penalties to health and mental power consumption. Whoosh! In the air, the magic circle suddenly activated on the falling stone slab. Violent spatial fluctuations appeared around the stone slab instantly. Lu Yanlong, who was closely watching the stone slab, had a drastic change in expression. What was happening? It was so far away. The spatial magic circle had unexpectedly been triggered. Was it Feng Heng? Lu Yanlong subconsciously turned his head to look at Feng Heng beside him, his eyes filled with astonishment. Activating the magic circle remotely. Was this even possible? Splash! The stone slab fell into the water. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A series of bubbles appeared on the lake surface. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, a vortex gradually formed on the water's surface. It worked. Below the water surface, a spatial channel about half a meter long appeared above the stone slab magic circle. The lake water immediately flowed into the spatial channel. Hint: the player successfully activated the spatial magic circle, spatial layered teleportation channel. Feng Heng saw the successful game prompt and his expression changed slightly. He shouted, "Quick! Help me!" Got it! Lu Yanlong shouted back and immediately followed, forming a mark with his hands in front of him. Combine! Whoosh! 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 Lu Yanlong immediately assisted Feng Heng in taking control of the spatial layered teleportation channel and moved forward step by step. Unlike Feng Heng, the further Lu Yanlong was from the alchemy magic circle, the weaker his control became. Under Lu Yanlong's control, the spatial channel expanded outward. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the lakeside, near the cliff edge, boom! The lake water gushed out from the opening of the spatial channel on the other end. The water flowed directly towards the cliff beneath where the group had prepared. Several Starfish Company employees guarding the spatial channel magic circle glanced at each other, their eyes filled with incredulity. A spatial folding channel. It really succeeded. Next to them, the cosmic crystal in the energy magic circle was rapidly depleting. The team leader urged, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and get to work." Yes? The group immediately started putting the cosmic crystal into the magic circle. As the spatial channel opened, a huge vortex gradually formed on the lake surface. Perhaps due to the large area of the lake, there was no immediate sign of the water level decreasing. However, the fluctuation of the vortex stimulated the distorted creatures living in the lake. A large number of mutated crocodiles were agitated and once again charged towards the shore. Perfect timing. Feng Heng immediately controlled his zombie avatars to counterattack. The beam weapons blasted fiercely ahead. Soon, the momentum of the mutated crocodile's counterattack was crushed. Seeing this, Feng Heng was quite satisfied. In fact, he originally planned to establish the channel exit in the area where the desert flying snakes had gathered to the east. It would have been perfect to flood the entire desert. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about quicksand and could just swim across. However, according to Lu Yanlong, the farther apart the teleportation channels were, the larger the diameter of the channel and the more difficult it was to control. Feng Heng opted for caution and shifted his focus to solving the issue with the lake water first. Feng Heng looked at Lu Yanlong beside him once again. At this moment, Lu Yanlong looked serious, exerting all his efforts to control the operation of the spatial channel. It seemed a bit strenuous, but he was managing to hold on. Feng Heng's zombie avatars could not assist in controlling the operation of the spatial channel, so it all depended on Lu Yanlong. All they could do at that point was wait. Wait until the lake water was completely drained. Feng Heng couldn't help but clench his fist lightly. Several hours later, the rapid drainage of the spatial channel caused the water level to drop rapidly. The shallow area had expanded several times. As Lu Yanlong was relatively far from the alchemy magic circle, maintaining the operation of the magic circle consumed a lot of energy. After stabilizing the operation of the spatial channel for 10 minutes each time under Lu Yanlong's control, he needed a short rest. During these breaks, Feng Heng would control his zombie avatars to advance a distance. After another rest, the group of zombies pushed forward slowly. In the distance, about 500 meters away, they could already see a raised island and a yellow barrier on the water's surface. Feng Heng became even more excited. Suddenly, among the numerous game prompts, a message flashed. Hint: player zombie avatar's fusion tyrant killed distorted giant crocodile modified creature. The player discovered a first-order mutant crystal. Huh? Feng Heng couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. He actually acquired a mutant crystal. Wasn't that impossible to obtain? Upon closer examination of the game prompts, Feng Heng's expression turned serious. His zombie avatars were starting to suffer casualties. It was due to spell attacks. Feng Heng's heart sank as he looked through the relevant game prompts carefully. Hint: player zombie avatar scavenger suffered 5,000 points of fire attribute penetration damage from super high temperature beam attacks, lacking relevant skills. Unable to exempt this damage, player zombie avatar scavenger died. The zombie avatar's will. Unfortunately, the scavenger's luck was bad. First, it was dragged into the water by numerous giant crocodiles, continuously torn and thrown into low health. Then, it was hit by multiple super high temperature beams simultaneously, leading to its death. Storing energy for a moment, a giant crocodile spewed out a super high temperature beam from its mouth. Interesting. Feng Heng examined the half-mechanical distorted creature, and a thought came to his mind. Could this group of distorted beings have been modified by an alien race? Are they residing here to protect the tomb in the center of the island? Quite likely. A thought arose in Feng Heng's mind. This is even better. The liver. To him, the undead avatar was a replenishable resource, and killing the half-mechanical distorted giant crocodile could yield mutation crystals. Isn't it a surefire bet to exchange and add avatars for mutation crystals? Keep going. Fusing the tyrant body, he lifted a heavy energy beam weapon and fiercely fired at the half-transformed distorted giant crocodile on the lake. After a few rounds of output, Feng Heng furrowed his brows tightly once again. Not good. The half-transformed distorted giant crocodiles are very clever. They only surface from the water when attacking, immediately submerging once the attack is done. And high-energy beam weapons have a great impact on the water's surface. The beam hitting the water immediately creates a violent explosion. And the explosion is unlikely to cause substantial damage to the creatures lurking underwater. Soon, the battlefield turned into both sides continuously exchanging fire with long-range weapons. Beside him, Lu Yanlong couldn't hold on any longer, temporarily stopping the control of the spatial magic formation under the water and retreating to Feng Heng's side for a rest, casually drinking a bottle of nutritional potion. Concentrating on controlling the spatial channels for half a day had reached its limit, and just as he breathed a sigh of relief to rest, he turned around to see the intense beam battle scene, causing Lu Yanlong to swallow nervously. The situation on the battlefield suddenly became extremely tense. Feng Heng's powerful army of undead creatures unexpectedly encountered a major problem. Lu Yanlong stared at the mechanical modified creatures continuously emerging from the lake in the distance, feeling a shiver. Since entering this game world, it was the first time he had seen such mechanical creatures. So there are other humans in this world, Lu Yanlong thought, shifting his gaze towards the isolated island in the back covered in a yellow glow. What's that all about? As the battle between the undead and the distorted creatures continued, the number of feeders gradually decreased. Feng Heng couldn't think of a good solution and could only control the fused tyrant and fire at the opponents. It was a bit foolish. Anyway, he wasn't at a loss. Boss Feng, Lu Yanlong approached cautiously as the battle grew more intense, whispering a suggestion in Feng Heng's ear. Could we try to deal with that first? Is it possible that the yellow barriers inside is the central control of the mechanical modified creatures? Feng Heng, hearing this suggestion, looked towards the yellow barrier outside the isolated island. Makes sense. Let's try it. The fused tyrants in the rear once again raised their energy beam weapons and aimed at the barrier of the isolated island 500 meters away. Fire at will. Swish. Swish swish. Blue energy beams burst out of the muzzles. Boom! Boom 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 boom. The beams instantly crossed the 500 meters distance, harshly hitting the yellow barrier, triggering another intense explosion. The entire yellow light screen trembled violently. It can easily withstand even this? Fang Heng squinted at the unmoving yellow barrier in the distance, feeling somewhat surprised. Swish! Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. That is, looking carefully, after the explosion, subtle spatial fluctuations appeared around the island. Multiple rectangular light points appeared out of nowhere, rapidly increasing in size. Prism! It's a spatial transfer prism. Lu Yanlong also saw this scene, widening his eyes and shouting excitedly. The spatial prism was a rectangular glass-like transparent solid that quickly expanded to over 8 meters in height in midair. Swish! Swish swish! The ghostly image of the half-mechanical distorted giant crocodile emerged from the spatial prism, solidifying rapidly. As the prism disappeared, the half-mechanical distorted giant crocodiles fell from the air into the lake below. Game notifications flashed on Fang Heng's retinas. Hint: your undead avatar, fusion of the tyrant body, has triggered an unknown barrier, activating advanced alert. Hint: the current level of the Tomb Guardian has been raised to LV4. In the air, more and more spatial prisms appeared. A large number of half-mechanical distorted giant crocodiles were transported to the island's surroundings through the prisms and then fell into the water. The half-mechanical giant crocodiles quickly headed towards the front-line battlefield. Not good. Fang Heng's heart sank. Soon, as the half-mechanical giant crocodiles gradually joined the battle, the output firepower of the hidden distorted creatures in the water significantly increased, posing a huge crisis to the feeders on the frontline battlefield. Red beams became more and more dense, continuously shooting out from the water surface. The fused tyrants also tried to continue output, but the mechanical giant crocodiles could always dive underwater to evade the attacks. The effect was very poor. Game notifications on Fang Heng's retinas quickly displayed the injured feeders. Hint: the player's undead avatar feeder was attacked by a super high temperature beam, receiving 5,000 points of fire attribute penetration damage, lacking relevant skills, unable to mitigate the damage. Closing parenthesis. Trouble was brewing. Fang Heng noticed Lu Yanlong, who looked excited beside him, and asked in a low voice, "What is prism teleportation?" It's prism spatial transfer. A spatial leap technology of higher dimensions. This technology can directly project combat forces to the frontline battlefield. Lu Yanlong was too excited, almost shouting it out. He had seen something similar in a mid-level game world. At that time, it was still a cutting-edge technology being explored, merely a concept, constrained by many technological and material limitations, impossible to activate. Many large companies, including their Starfish company, were very interested in this project, currently in the research and development stage. He never expected to see it here. Fang Heng made a thoughtful sound, closely watching the transparent prisms in the air. Judging from the game prompts, his speculation was correct. This group of distorted creatures was likely being controlled by an alien race. The recent attack triggered the defense of the spatial prisms, teleporting a large number of mechanical distorted creatures for reinforcements from elsewhere. Is there any way to stop them? Can't stop it. The prism transmission process is point-to-point. Unless it is directly destroyed at the other end, but the prism is quite fragile during transmission. Understood. Hint: the player's zombie doppelganger merged with a tyrant body killed a half-mechanical aberrant giant crocodile. The player found a first-order mutation crystal. Oh, unexpected gains? Fang Heng looked at the game tip, squinted, and continued to ask, "Do you know the origin of teleportation?" Can't tell. The other party's technological level is much higher than ours. Around the distant island's yellow barrier, there were constantly appearing large numbers of transformed half-mechanical aberrant giant crocodiles through the teleportation passages. With the successfully teleported half-mechanical aberrant giant crocodiles joining the forefront battlefield, the situation suddenly became intense. Fang Heng's zombie doppelganger was clearly at a disadvantage. The number of lickers was starting to slowly decrease. Fang Heng didn't feel at a loss at all. High spirits. As the liquors were consumed, the prism teleportation space in midair was also being consumed by the merged tyrant body at long range. Even the drop rate of the first-order mutation crystals after breaking open the prism space was very high. In a short moment, Feng Heng unexpectedly gained a nice income. Feng Heng waved his hand forward. A black mutation crystal in the distance quickly flew into his hand. Hint: player obtained a first-order mutation crystal asterisk to 125. Hint: player has reached LV 33 upgrade conditions. Hint: player's level has increased to LV 33. Player additionally obtained 630 zombie doppelgangers due to player's talent skills. Hint: player's current zombie doppelganger quantity 3,780. Hint: player 34th level upgrade requirement, first order mutation crystal asterisk 5,000. The area around where Feng Heng stood on the shallow shore started to crack. A grayish hand rose from the ground. Over 600 zombie doppelgangers with broken bodies gathered behind Feng Heng. This wave of exchanges was a big win. The next stage's upgrade difficulty is not high either. It's just 5,000. Simply need to grind a bit longer. Just last night, he only got over 1,000 crystals, and now in just a few minutes, he already had 200. The drop rate was much better than last night. As he kept hacking away, Feng Heng furrowed his brows involuntarily. Looking into the distance, the speed of the spatial prisms around the orange-yellow barrier of the distant island gradually slowed down. With no attack targets, the merged tyrant body could only target the half-mechanical aberrant giant crocodiles on the water surface. This greatly reduced the efficiency of output and slowed down the spawning speed again. In that case, then, let's add a little more. Feng Heng muttered quietly, once again maneuvering the merged tyrant body to target the yellow barrier around the distant island. Fire again! Boom, boom! The high-energy beam continuously blasted the yellow barrier. The entire barrier trembled violently several times. Lu Yanlong, who was on the side, shrank his neck, turned to look at Feng Heng. Stimulating this thing again? Is he crazy? Hint: your zombie doppelganger merged tyrant body has triggered an unknown barrier, triggering a high-level alert. Hint: the current mausoleum guard level has been upgraded to LV5. With the appearance of the game tips, the spatial prisms outside the yellow barrier once again emerged. And there were more than before. A dense mass. The number of prisms increased significantly. More half-mechanical aberrant phantom giant crocodiles emerged from the prisms. For a moment, Feng Heng saw the game tips on the retina speeding up as if hitting the accelerator button 5 or 6 times the usual rate. This efficiency is really something to behold. Feng Heng licked his lips, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. Compared to the current spawning efficiency, the defense of the tower last night was nothing. Similarly, more and more half-mechanical aberrant giant crocodiles joined the frontline battle. The ultra-high temperature beams flew wildly in the air. The consumption speed of the liquor zombie doppelgangers also increased by almost 5 to 6 times. In this current state, regular zombie doppelgangers were basically ineffective in combat. Thinking this, Feng Heng controlled the regular zombies to retreat, leaving only the merged tyrant body and the liquor horde to fight alone. Be careful, we continue to drain. Feng Heng nodded to Lu Yanlong beside him and waved his hand forward. Hint: player obtains a first-order mutation crystal asterisk to 185. The battle lasted only 15 minutes. The liquor horde was mostly consumed. Feng Heng left behind the last few dozen liquors to hold the line, carrying the remaining merged tyrant bodies with supplies to retreat back to the dense forest near the shore. After this battle, all the liquors were thoroughly consumed. A total of over 2,000 first-order mutation crystals were exchanged. For Feng Heng, this was an unexpected windfall. By tomorrow, when all the zombie doppelgangers were resurrected, along with the threefold increase, he could easily do it again. In theory, reaching level 34 would be easily achievable by tomorrow. It might even be possible to look forward to level 35. At this rate, reaching level 40 in half a month would be more than feasible. As for the tasks of the alien clan, that's a matter for later. What's more important than spawn rates and tasks? This efficiency was sufficient. Thinking this, Feng Heng began to control the zombie doppelgangers to dig caves in the forest, burying energy beam weapons and ammunition for storage. They could be used again tomorrow. Lu Yanlong approached cautiously, clearing his throat. Boss Feng. Soon. Wait for me another half hour. We'll be back soon. Ahem. Not about that, it's just that our boss asked me to ask you if you were interested in cooperating with Starfish Company. Fang Heng was surprised. Cooperate? Weren't we already cooperating? No, it's about mining resources. When Starfish Company found out that Fang Heng's zombie doppelgangers could also mine ores, they were amazed. The big boss was right next to them all this while, and they didn't even know it. Hector was shocked. Cooperation. Must cooperate. Cooperate immediately. If they knew Fang Heng had this ability, why waste any more time? Just send people to protect the zombies and let them work. Hector quickly calculated. Hand over the management of the 3 nearby cosmic crystal mines to Fang Heng's zombie doppelgangers, and they only needed to handle the initial exploration of the ores, guarding work, and subsequent material transportation. When it came time to split the money, they'd do an 80-20 split, with Starfish Company only taking 2/5. The manpower and resources saved could be used to explore more mines. Roughly estimated, they could make much more money this way. Isn't this like sitting at home and counting money? Hearing the generous conditions offered by Starfish Company, Fang Heng hesitated for a moment, but agreed. Cosmic crystal mines were indispensable energy sources. After the Daytime Federation's tricky operation, Fang Heng lost interest in guarding the watchtower. Besides, the liquors wouldn't have time to revive, and time was running out. Mining might be a better option. Taking advantage of tonight, wait for several batches of zombies to go to help with the mining with the Sea Star Company, so we can have something ready to use during the daytime tomorrow. Alright, I'll go report to the boss immediately. Seeing Fang Heng's agreement, Lianlong nodded hurriedly and prepared to report in place. Wait! Fang Heng stopped Lianlong, leaned closer to his ear, and whispered a few words softly. Lianlong blinked at the words and looked at Fang Heng, his eyes reflecting doubt. Fuel. What's that for? The more, the better. No problem. I'll go report to the boss right away. He'll figure something out. If it goes smoothly, it can be transported here by early morning tomorrow. Okay. Considering the previous operation, the half-mechanical mutated crocodile hidden underwater was causing quite a bit of trouble for the zombie clones. Fang Heng quickly came up with a good idea. If all goes according to plan, the efficiency of leveling up tomorrow can be greatly increased during the daytime. Night falls. The Western Federation once again prepared for battle, assembling its troops to defend the central camp. Today during the day, the camp underwent a new round of reinforcement, installing 200 heavy energy turrets. Although the entire camp couldn't be described as impregnable, the defense intensity had increased by at least 50% compared to yesterday. Don't underestimate that 50%. It wasn't easy to achieve this. Commander Patricio once again led the team to face the enemy. With more advanced weapons, this time he was more confident in resisting the attacks of the mutant monsters. What he didn't expect was that, less than 20 minutes after the mutant monsters launched an attack, the player team guarding Watchtowers 7 and 8 on the west side began to collapse, one after another. The player's condition today was even worse than yesterday. Patricio was dissatisfied with Major Dallas, who was responsible for the player-facing assignments. But before he had a chance to express his anger, a large number of mutant monsters launched a fierce attack on the western region of the camp. It was only at this point that Patricio realized something was amiss. This was not right. Why were today's mutant monsters much stronger than before? What was even stranger was that only the western region had been reinforced. The commanding major in charge of guarding the western side of the camp was frantic. It was impossible to fathom. Yesterday, when the mutant monsters attacked, there were hardly any of them in sight, but today everything had changed. A large number of mutant creatures surged forward. It was as if the monsters attacking the other 3 directions had converged to assault the western region specifically. Moreover, they were upgraded high-level mecha mutants. Their attack strength and defense capabilities had increased by more than 1 level. The most terrifying part was that the upgraded mutants could even use long-range beam attacks. After persisting for 30 minutes, the western entrance was already in dire straits. Despite strengthening the defense facilities during the daytime, the camp was still breached by a large number of half-mechanical mutant monsters. The western region of the camp descended into a small-scale riot. Patricio was infuriated. It had only been a short time, and even elite-level monsters had yet to appear. How could the entire camp be in such a dire situation? Patricio couldn't help but roar. Where are the people from the Sea Star Company? What happened to them today? Why didn't they hold the Western Watchtower? Dallas opened his mouth, feeling like he wanted to retort, but didn't know how to broach the subject. People, weren't they chased away by you? The Sea Star Company didn't even accept the assignment today. They even had the audacity to consult the Sea Star Company. The other party casually made an excuse and declined. Damn it! Patricio was burning with anger. Don't let the riot spread. Make sure to keep the monsters outside the second-level alert area. Send reinforcements to the other 3 exits. Mobilize the players in the camp. No matter the cost. Let them assist in defending the camp together. Yes. The soldiers under him immediately moved to follow orders. Dallas stayed still on the side, feeling quite upset. If only they had asked the Sea Star Company to help earlier, there wouldn't be so much trouble now. Meanwhile, Feng Heng was unaware of what was happening outside, and was reading a book in the offline library. Due to the presence of mutant monsters at night, mining operations were difficult. He had agreed with the Sea Star Company to act after midnight. By then, the mutant monster wave would have receded. As for now, Feng Heng planned to study and consolidate his knowledge. Simply having academic skill levels wasn't enough. He needed more systematic learning. Compared to ordinary players, because he had grasped the cheating nature of zombie clones, his learning speed was much faster. Thus, his foundation was especially weak. There were many common knowledge things in academia that he had just heard of for the first time during the day. For example, teleport shields, spatial folding, prism shifting, and so on. He discovered some space-related books within the Undead Research Society. Reading books could help him better understand space. At least he wouldn't be completely clueless when using it. After finishing a thick introductory book on space, Feng Heng leaned back in his chair and let out a deep breath. Reading a book only gave him around 10 points of skill experience, but it gave him a general idea of the basic theories of space. It provided an understated boost. He now roughly understood how remarkable the prism spatial leap he encountered during the day was in terms of technology. The prism. A higher-level space leap. A stable spatial channel opened through a mechanical method. Achieving this step was extremely difficult. Undoubtedly, the other party had a very high level of technology. Quite likely the extraterrestrial revenants. As Feng Heng pondered this, he silently closed the thick introduction to basic space studies in his hand. There were still many parts he didn't quite understand, which he could ask Lianlong tomorrow. But it was pointless. Although Lianlong had already mastered the master level of space studies, he was not a teacher, making it difficult for him to systemically teach others what he had comprehended. It would be best to find a space study mentor for systematic learning. Thinking that, Feng Heng stretched lazily and suddenly caught sight of someone behind him. Turning around, Feng Heng saw mentor Dicky standing there. Teacher. Sit down. Yes, teacher. Too much focus on academic studies is not a good thing, even if you are very talented. Dicky thought for a moment, but couldn't help but express his opinion. Human energy is limited, and exposing oneself to too much can lead to being unfocused rather than thorough. I have already reminded you. Feng Heng nodded respectfully. I always remember, teacher. Teacher, I still hope to systematically study and understand spatial studies. Feng Heng paused as he spoke, adding, and also natural studies, elemental studies, alchemy, sealing arts, astrology, mysteries, and mysticism. Listening to Feng Heng list off a series of academic subjects, Diggy fell silent for a moment and asked, Is there anything else you don't want to learn? Feng Heng thought seriously for a moment. Perhaps, theology. Not that he didn't want to learn, but Feng Heng had a good sense of self-awareness. The Holy Court probably wouldn't want to teach that stuff. Diggy felt helpless towards this student. A forced fruit doesn't taste sweet. In a way, exposure to different fields of study can broaden one's horizons. Besides, who knows, maybe Feng Heng will go out and find that necromancy is actually intriguing. After thinking for a moment, Diggy gave a suggestion. I remember the Central Federation offers various academic courses for advanced players. If you want a systematic study, you can go there to check it out. I have a friend who teaches at a prestigious university. Teacher, are you referring to an university? Feng Heng recalled the name of the university. Unlike ordinary universities, an university is a comprehensive adult education institution. Initially established for internal military training by the Second Secretary General of the Central Federation Commission, it gradually developed into a fully privately owned university. After receiving unanimous praise from the outside world, more similar adult universities were gradually established and opened for enrollment. At least from the public's perspective, an university is considered top-notch. Yes, I think so. I remember that besides paying a certain fee to enroll, there is also an entrance examination. But for you, it should be very simple. However, Diggy paused and looked at Feng Heng. You must be cautious. The Holy Court has never relaxed its surveillance on you, and you also have some secrets. It's dangerous to leave here recklessly. I can guarantee your safety if you stay in the Necromancy Association, but it's uncertain once you leave. Are you mentally prepared? Feng Heng thought for a moment and nodded. Teacher, I understand. I have made my decision. Good. I'll contact my old friend Orgel. When you arrive at the Central Federation, you can find him, and he will take care of you. Diggy handed a pendant to Feng Heng. Also, wear this pendant. It can help you once in case of danger. Feng Heng accepted the pendant without hesitation and put it on. Thank you, teacher. He always felt grateful towards Teacher Diggy. Regarding his studies, Feng Heng already had a preliminary plan. During this period, he would spend his days in the game fighting monsters, and at night, he would focus on studying in the real world. His understanding of many academic subjects was not profound, relying solely on the enhancement from his skills. Since he wanted to learn, he would do so systematically. He wanted to choose the best institution for a comprehensive improvement of his combat abilities. However, he still needed to be careful when going out alone. Before heading to the Central Federation, he would ask Mo Jiawei to help him obtain a new identification, disguise himself, and then leave. Go ahead. I hope you will find your own path. By the way, your friend has been waiting for you at the door for a while. Diggy said, and his figure melted into a gray mist in place, completely dissipating. Feng Heng stood up once again. It was only then that he realized it was already past midnight. There was no one else in the entire library except for him. As he left the library, a necromancy player was waiting at the door. Upon seeing Feng Heng, the player hurriedly stepped forward. Boss Feng, I am an employee of Starfish Company. The boss asked me to contact you. The mining work related to the ores is ready, and we encountered some trouble in the game. If it's convenient for you, could you return to the game for a bit? Thank you. Okay, I'll be back soon. Feng Heng, we're in trouble this time. In the game, outside the teleportation portal of Fangjianxi, Hector met Feng Heng. He stepped out of the portal. There was a bitter smile on his face. In a few words, he roughly recounted the recent events. Tonight, in the western area of the Federal Guardian camp, a large number of semi-mechanical mutant monsters appeared. The intensity of the monster group had significantly increased compared to yesterday, almost causing the Federal base to be on the brink of collapse. Two-thirds of the entire camp had been destroyed, and the high-level energy beam defense system installed just during the day was completely destroyed. The commander was said to be very angry. It was fortunate that the defense facilities of the camp had been reinforced earlier in the day, significantly enhancing overall defense. Otherwise, the entire camp would likely have been destroyed. Although the Federation did not explicitly say it, players could tell. If they had to face the same intensity of monster attacks tomorrow, the Federal base would not survive. Despite this incident, the Federation not only did not reflect on their actions, but immediately suspected that Starfish Company was plotting behind the scenes. Fortunately, Starfish Company stayed in the camp tonight and helped fend off the invading mutant monster group, allowing them to evade the initial scrutiny. However, the Federation's suspicions were not completely dispelled. Upon hearing this, Feng Heng was initially surprised, but then he quickly realized. The monsters in the west suddenly strengthened? Was it a result of attacking the yellow barrier during the day? The defense level, which was initially LV3, had increased to LV5 after a few rounds of simultaneous shooting during the day. The improvement was significant. He looked at Hector, who also met Feng Heng's gaze. He had also learned about the general events during the day from Lu Yanlong. Both of them nodded simultaneously. Their judgment was the same. Yes, the results were caused by their attack on the yellow barrier during the day. The hunch of the Federation was accurate, and they were not wrong. Feng Heng, The Federation wants to entrust us to continue guarding Outpost 8 tomorrow and promises a large batch of strategic resources. Will you accept? At first listen, Fang Heng was somewhat tempted. After all, being able to deceive a large number of heavy beam weapon ammunitions from the Federation was appealing. After careful consideration, Fang Heng reluctantly declined. No, absolutely not. They couldn't go. The Federation was already suspicious of them, and there was a high probability that they would send someone to secretly surveil them. Being discovered by the Federation would only lead to more trouble. I'm not going. I'll find an excuse to get past them, Hector nodded. All right, I understand how to reply to them, Fang Heng thought to himself, feeling inexplicably amused. It had only been a day, and the Federation was already scared. The defense level of the yellow barrier was only LV5. According to his plan, assuming everything went smoothly, the defense level of the barrier would increase in the next few days. The strength of the monsters would also increase. In that case, how would the Federation respond? In the gaming world, the sky gradually revealed a hint of dawn. Outside the obelisk teleportation channel, boxes of cosmic crystals were packed and carried back to the zombie apocalypse by the zombie clones. Hector watched the zombies moving back and forth, speechless. He was amazed by the efficiency of the zombies mining. They really wouldn't get tired. Mining or continuously for 24 hours, constantly transporting resources. And their efficiency was high. Hector observed that the zombies' success rate in mining ore was even higher than several professional mining players in his company. In just one night, the small mine had already been almost completely excavated. And this wasn't even the zombies' maximum speed. The mine they selected last night was a bit narrow, and Fang Heng was controlling too many zombies, making it crowded and greatly affecting efficiency. Hector was already daydreaming. He thought, what if he could find an enormous mine and release the full potential of zombie mining there? Dig through the world. Hector looked at Fang Heng, feeling amazed. No wonder Fang Heng could progress from an unknown newcomer to a realm master in such a short time. Fang Heng's summoning ability was too terrifying. Hector just found it strange in his heart. With such a strong ability, why wasn't Fang Heng fully focused on mining? If it were him with that kind of power, he would have dug through the entire world by now. After the zombie clones transported the ore into the teleportation channel, they moved a barrel of concentrated fuel out from the spatial channel. Soon, 20 armored trucks were filled with barrels of fuel. One truck was loaded with refined cosmic crystals. Hector didn't understand why Fang Heng needed so much concentrated fuel. He came up and quietly reminded, Fang Heng, the road is rough, and fuel is flammable and explosive. Be extremely cautious on the way. I'll ask the drivers to take it slow, don't rush. All right, I understand. Thank you, Fang Heng said, then glanced at the game prompt. After a night of rest, the liquors consumed in yesterday's battle had already revived and were about to undergo the second stage of reproduction. Driving the trucks to the beach would take some time, allowing for the completion of the third wave of reproduction. Spawn the strongest monsters in their best state. Fang Heng beckoned Lu Yanlong, who was resting on the side. Brother Lu, let's go. All right, Boss Fang. Lu Yanlong readily agreed and signaled the employees of the Starfish Company to get on the trucks to prepare to depart. Soon, more than 20 trucks lined up and headed towards the lake. The military trucks transporting supplies were indeed slow. It took the Starfish Company team nearly half a day to reach the forest area not far from the lake. Of course, the convoy also made a detour to unload the refined ore at a cliff edge. Lu Yanlong signaled everyone to stop the trucks and begin unloading the goods underneath. While the team was unloading, Fang Heng observed the distance. After draining the water from the lake through the space channel the day before, it had already shrunk to a quarter of its original size. From afar, a large number of aberrant crocodiles lurked on the lakeshore area. Currently, the high-energy weapon energy rounds were still sufficient, estimated to last for another 2 or 3 days. Additionally, earlier today, when the Duda team heard that Fang Heng encountered a semi-mechanical modified aberrant creature and prism space teleportation, they were shocked and urgently wanted to come and see it for themselves. Even Qiu Yaokong was very interested upon hearing about it. Fang Heng refused their request to come due to safety concerns. Duda was at a loss and then suggested that it would be best for Fang Heng to capture one alive for them to study. Therefore, It would be best to find a way to capture a few alive today. Soon, the Starfish Company team finished unloading all the goods and then drove the large trucks back the same way. Feng Heng looked at Lu Yanlong and asked, "Are you ready?" "Yes, all goods are here. We can start preparing." Lu Yanlong knew that Feng Heng was about to start a battle, so he slapped his own cheek to get excited, ready to cooperate with Feng Heng to maintain the operation of draining water through the spatial channel. Besides, he was very curious. What was Feng Heng planning to do with all those fuel barrels he brought over? "Don't be in a hurry. Wait a little longer for me." Soon, there was a rustling sound coming from behind in the woods. Lu Yanlong turned to look and saw the vine zombie clones controlled by Feng Heng slowly emerging from within the tree line. Seeing the dozens of large wooden mechanical devices that the zombies were pushing, Lu Yanlong was obviously stunned. What are those? Catapults, yes. They were indeed catapults. Simple catapults made from wood, ropes, nails, and springs. Lu Yanlong was even more confused. What were the catapults for? The vine zombie clones aimed the catapults at the lake, and then some of the zombie clones extended vines from their bodies, tightly wrapping barrels of concentrated fuel around themselves. They then went up on the makeshift catapults, took their positions, and loaded them. Over a dozen makeshift catapults were gradually loaded. Lu Yanlong was shocked to see this scene, turned to Feng Heng with eyes full of astonishment. What was he going to do? Feng Heng grinned, feeling a bit impatient. In fact, he had used similar plans before. Fire attack. Creak. The wooden katapu not enough. Come again. Feng Heng was filled with excitement in his heart. Just as Feng Heng continued to toss the zombie barrels into the water surface, a mechanically modified giant crocodile accidentally emitted a concentrated flame beam, blasting down the zombie vine clone descending from the sky. Boom! The concentrated beam hit the oil barrel filled with fuel. Instantly, it exploded. Huge flames burst open in the air like fireworks. After a magnificent bloom, clusters of flames followed, falling from the sky into the lake below. Phew! As the flames descended, the fuel covering the entire lake instantly ignited. Flames instantly leapt over a meter high on the lake's surface. The fire then spread rapidly, burning violently on the lake's surface. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky over the lake. Lu Yanlong, who saw this scene from afar, was shocked. Is this Feng Heng's plan? Setting the entire lake on fire with a single flame? Lu Yanlong couldn't help turning his head to look at Feng Heng beside him. Boiling water. What does he want to do? The entire lake's surface seemed covered with burning flames. Thick smoke billowed. Stimulated by this, a large number of distorted elite crocodiles emerged from the lake waters. Go! Feng Heng stretched out his hand forward. The feeders gathered at the edge of the forest were ready to attack. Upon Feng Heng's command, they immediately converged into a torrent and rushed swiftly towards the distorted elite crocodile group ahead. The last row of fused tyrants raised heavy energy weapons, aiming at the shallows once again. Ready, fire! Boom! Boom, boom, boom! After attracting the giant crocodiles to the shore, the fused tyrants' area attacks inflicted more damage. Feng Heng's retinas were once again flooded with game notifications. Notification: your zombie clone fused tyrant deals 2,109 points of explosion damage to the distorted elite crocodiles. At the same time, as yesterday, the semi-mechanical distorted elite crocodile below the lake's surface tried to emerge and counterattack using a high-temperature light beam. But this time was different. The lake surface was too hot. Once the mechanized elite crocodile in the lake waters surfaced, it would be engulfed in the flames on the lake surface, continually suffering fire attribute damage. After a few attempts, the semi-mechanical distorted elite crocodile gave up the attack and once again submerged beneath the water. Lu Yanlong's face showed delight. He finally understood Feng Heng's strategic intent. Prevent the giant crocodiles on the lake surface from launching long-range high-temperature light beam attacks. The semi-mechanical distorted elite crocodile's long-range output capability was completely ineffective, only being able to swim to the shore from the water and continuing to use its beam attack. As a result, it played right into Feng Heng's hands. Once on the riverbank, even the semi-mechanical distorted elite crocodiles became targets of the fused tyrant's beam attacks. Although the feeders suffered casualties, the battlefield was completely dominated by Feng Heng zombies. Well done! The monster summoning plan is successful. Fang Heng's spirits were lifted at the sight, and he continued controlling his zombie clone to launch fuel zombie bombs into the lake. Only by ensuring the continuous fires on the lake surface and suppressing the mechanized, distorted elite crocodile's long-range attacks could the monster summoning efficiency be maintained. Lu Yanlong stood by watching Fang Heng's performance, his face showing shock. Nearly 5 minutes passed. Fang Heng waved his hand forward. Black crystalline structures swiftly converged into Fang Heng's palm. Notification: the player acquires a Tier 1 Mutant Crystal * 631. Good. Proceeding at this speed with the monster summoning will easily make it to level 30 for today. Boss Fang, look at that. Suddenly, Lu Yanlong noticed something and pointed with a serious expression towards a massive shadow rising from the lake not far away. Fang Heng's heart stirred, involuntarily furrowing his brows. An elite class creature. The huge black shadow seen underwater from above. The mechanically modified elite distorted crocodile rose from the lake's surface, its back still covered in burning flames. The crocodile opened its huge mouth towards the shallows. A red energy orb formed in the giant mouth. Boom! Boom 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 boom! Continuous red concentrated flames were continuously spewed out from the crocodile's mouth. The concentrated fire attribute fireballs landed among the feeders on the shallows, causing a scene of devastation. Fang Heng's retinas were immediately filled with red notifications. Notification: your zombie clone is hit by a concentrated flame cannon explosion, receiving 12,273 points of fire attribute damage. Not good. Elite crocodiles can release fire attribute damage explosions just like that. It's a damage type that the zombie clones cannot dodge death from. Luckily, the feeders had inherent life point bonuses, exceptionally high health, so after the barrage, except for a few feeders already at low health, the others quickly recovered and joined the battle again. Fang Heng focused his gaze on the elite semi-mechanical distorted crocodile. With the advantage gained from the fuel, it was suddenly taken back by the appearance of an elite monster. Ways had to be found to quickly deal with it. Elite-level creatures had disregarded the Sea of Fire. Or rather, the Sea of Fire couldn't affect them much. The trouble was, Fang Heng didn't have many effective methods against them. Let's try the tough way. Fang Heng immediately commanded the rear fuse tyrant group to focus fire on the elite semi-mechanical distorted crocodile. Boom! Boom boom boom! The dense blue beams struck the elite crocodile, causing consecutive violent explosions. The elite semi-mechanical crocodile wasn't killed on the spot. The round of attacks seemed to have aggrieved the elite crocodile. It realized that the high-energy beam weapons were not easy to provoke, so it quickly dove under the lake's surface to avoid the attacks. Fang Heng sensed trouble immediately. Soon after, the elite crocodile rose from another point on the lake's surface, opening its huge mouth against the burning lake surface, continuously firing a series of concentrated flame cannons towards the shore. This time, perhaps out of retaliation, the concentrated flame cannons were directly aimed at the fuse tyrants. Startled, Fang Heng hurriedly commanded the fuse tyrants to turn their backs to the attack, protecting the heavy energy beam weapons in their hands with their bodies. The fuse tyrants could respawn upon death. If the Federation provided heavy weapons were destroyed, it would be much trouble to acquire them again. Boom! Boom boom! The flame cannons struck the fuse tyrants' backs, engulfing them entirely in flames. At first glance, it seemed effective. However, it didn't hurt. Fang Heng saw that the fuse tyrant's health only dropped a bit, then quickly recovered. The fuse tyrants inherited high health bonuses from Fang Heng's bloodline as a vampire, in addition to the zombie's health bonus. Only with their physical bodies, they weren't afraid of directly blocking the concentrated fire cannons. Boom! Boom boom boom! The group of lickers were once again shocked and sent flying by the explosions. Fang Heng stood at the edge of the forest, stroking his chin as he contemplated. The burning lake was effective against ordinary giant crocodiles, but had limited effectiveness against elite-level ones. At most, it could only weaken their health. Elite monsters were intelligent and knew when to retreat. They were not easy to deal with. Boss Fang, what should we do? Lu Yanlong, who had witnessed the entire battlefield, saw the lickers being dragged into the lake by the distorted giant crocodiles and couldn't help but feel worried. It's fine. Looking at the overall situation, the number of lickers was decreasing, putting the zombie group at a disadvantage once again. But Feng Heng still felt it was within an acceptable range. After all, compared to yesterday, the monster spawning efficiency today had greatly improved. It was totally worth it. The liquors were being depleted, yes, but at the same time, the semi-mechanical distorted giant crocodiles were also being depleted. Feng Heng did a quick calculation. They were even making a profit. It was just a war of attrition after all. No need to worry. He could even earn some mutation crystal while at it. And Feng Heng looked at Lu Yanlong beside him. Get ready, we're almost ready for the next step. Got it. Lu Yanlong, with a serious expression, nodded in response. They were preparing to drain the lake. Even though the lake's surface was covered in flames, draining the water was still possible. After all, only the surface was burning. The temperature underwater wasn't as high as it seemed. Taking advantage of the gap created by the elite semi-mechanical giant crocodiles moving underwater, the fused tyrant and the elite crocodiles once again threw the alchemical magic formation stone towards the edge of the lake. Feng Heng closely watched as the alchemical stone rapidly fell from the sky, the reflection of the magic formation turning in his right eye. Splash! As the alchemical stone landed underwater, the magic formation was activated. A spatial tunnel suddenly opened. The deep blue tunnel expanded. The lake water rushed rapidly into the open tunnel. Lu Yanlong quickly conjured a mark in front of him and said, "Close." He swiftly took control of the alchemical magic formation from Feng Heng. In less than half a minute, another whirlpool appeared on the lake. The distorted giant crocodiles, being attracted by the fierce battle with the zombie group, did not notice the threat of the whirlpool. They did not realize that because of this whirlpool, the lake was slowly receding. Feng Heng and Lu Yanlong worked separately. He focused on controlling the fused tyrant and elite crocodiles in battle. After more than half an hour had passed, when the number of liquors on the battlefield was about to fall below 300, a game prompt finally appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Prompt: player gains first order mutation crystal asterisk to 125. Prompt: player has met the level up condition for level 34. Would you like to level up? Prompt: player's level has risen to level 34. Due to the player's talent skill, player receives an additional 756 zombie avatars. Prompt: player's current zombie avatar count, 4,536. Prompt: player level 35 upgrade requirement, first order mutation crystal asterisk 25,000. Success! The dark glow merged into the ground. A new wave of 756 zombie avatars emerged from the moist ground around Feng Heng, dragging their heavy bodies as they slowly gathered behind him. Feng Heng glanced at the new upgrade requirements. 25,000 crystals. It was feasible. If they could maintain their current monster spawning efficiency, they could definitely reach level 35 within 5 days. If they could drain the lake, the efficiency could increase even further. However, Lu Yanlong encountered some trouble while draining the water that day. The elite semi-mechanical distorted giant crocodiles' concentrated cannons were firing randomly. Lu Yanlong had to be cautious of being hit by the concentrated flames, making it difficult to focus on controlling the spatial tunnel stones, taking intermittent breaks to rest and adjust positions. Compared to the previous days, draining the water that day was particularly slow. Feng Heng called out to Lu Yanlong nearby, "Long, let's stop here for today. Let's prepare to retreat." Understood. Lu Yanlong, under great mental pressure during that short half-hour, quickly followed Feng Heng's instructions, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and panted on the sidelines. Feng Heng controlled a few pre-prepared vine zombie avatars to wrap up the wounded semi-mechanical distorted giant crocodiles. Pack and take them away. Bring them back for the Duda team and Qiu Yao Kong to research. Done. Observing the diminishing liquor group, Feng Heng patted Lu Yanlong's shoulder. Good job. Let's retreat for now. We'll come back tomorrow. Okay. Leaving behind a final group of liquors as rear guards, Feng Heng controlled the fused tyrants with weapons and ammunition to retreat once again. Night fell. Flight B-182 landed at the Central Federal Midwest Airport. Feng Heng blended in with the many passengers, exiting the airport terminal with the crowd. The Central Federal was the hub of power for the entire Federation. It sounded like the safest place in the Federation. However, the reality was quite the opposite. The Central Federal had always been criticized for its lack of security measures. Over 100 terrorist attacks against the Federation organizations had occurred just last year. Perhaps it was precisely because of its central location that it became a target for anti-federal forces. Before coming, Feng Heng had asked Mo Jiawei to help him obtain a new identification. With some slight modifications to his appearance, he used the same name. Outside the airport, Feng Heng looked around and was about to dial the number DG had given him. Just as he took out his phone, a deep blue sports car pulled up not far away and stopped beside him. "Get in." Feng Heng glanced in surprise at the tall and beautiful woman in the driver's seat. "Feng Heng, right? Teacher Oljil attended an academic conference a few days ago and instructed me to look after you and assist with your enrollment procedures." Feng Heng nodded and got into the car, buckling his seatbelt. "What should I call you?" "Tong Jia." Tong Jia wore a pair of black-framed glasses. She wasn't particularly curious about Feng Heng. Teacher Oljil had a wide circle of friends, and players vie every year for the slots he recommended to enroll at N University. You're a special enrollment recommended by Teacher Oljil. As a transfer student, you don't need to take an entrance exam, but you still have to pay tuition. By the way, are you planning to stay in the school dorm or find a place nearby to live on your own? The school dormitories are all single rooms, a bit more expensive than outside options, but they come with an integrated gaming stock. If conditions permit, I recommend staying in the dormitory. Okay, I'll go with the dormitory. Tong Jia snapped his fingers and continued, "Unlike in the game, the content related to studying in real-world universities is theoretical and has limited impact on improving actual abilities in the game. Additionally, the Federation holds a joint examination for various adult schools every year. Passing the exam allows entry into related research institute work. If you are interested in scientific research." "No, I'm not interested." Tong Jia glanced at Feng Heng. Among all the students at N School, about 4/5 belonged to the research school. Most of them had not mastered such academic subjects in the game at all. Systematic study of academics was one aspect, and passing the Federation exam was their primary goal. The remaining 1/5 had practical needs for academic skills or had come to school to study relevant academics under fortuitous circumstances. These players were mostly elites in the game. Feng Heng was not interested in the Federation examination, meaning he was the latter type. Tong Jia briefly introduced some points of attention within the school to Feng Heng. She noticed that Feng Heng didn't seem to like talking much, giving concise responses without asking questions. Just as Tong Jia felt it was difficult to communicate with Feng Heng, her phone rang. This call seemed like pressing the start button, as Tong Jia's phone kept ringing non-stop on the way. After over half an hour, the vehicle slowly entered N School. "What? Out of control. Wait, control the situation. I'll be back soon." Tong Jia's tone became increasingly urgent. She looked at Feng Heng anxiously, hesitated, then stopped. Feng Heng looked at Tong Jia, nodding. "It's fine, you can go be busy. I'll be okay alone." "Sorry, this is your student card. I've arranged the check-in procedures for you in advance. Wait for me to take you to building A of the dormitory complex. You can check in on the first floor with your student card and choose classes on your own on the ground floor of the teaching building. If you have any doubts, contact me on your phone." Feng Heng nodded, responding in his usual concise manner. "Okay, thank you." "Sorry." Tong Jia had already gotten used to Feng Heng's indifferent attitude. She apologized once again, dropped Feng Heng off at the dormitory building, and hurried away. Feng Heng got out of the car, watching as the vehicle gradually disappeared into the distance. He shrugged and walked into the dormitory building. It's good to be alone. He found one more person next to him a burden. Feng Heng went to the lobby on the first floor and paid half a year's accommodation fee, renting a deluxe single room, then headed towards the teaching building. An university arranged various academic courses every day to accommodate the students' schedules, with classes held during the day and at night. Feng Heng arrived late by a month, and most classes had already begun. Now, he could only join midway. Feng Heng went to the counseling counter in the lobby of the teaching building to complete his course procedures. A student worker behind the counter, wearing a sweet smile, handed over a tablet to Feng Heng upon learning about his intentions. "Which courses would you like to enroll in? You can select directly on the tablet." The course schedule at N University was densely packed on the tablet. Fang Heng quickly scanned through it. Almost all the academic subjects he had heard of were available. Sacred studies were an exception. Additionally, the courses were divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Some rare studies did not have intermediate and advanced classes. Fang Heng swiftly checked the beginner courses for all the academic subjects he was familiar with, considering that he was already there. Might as well learn them all together. Huh, what's this? When he scrolled to the end of the tablets list, a special course caught Fang Heng's attention. Special Ability Unlocking Course. It promised to unlock some attributes and skill abilities from the game in reality. The course was marked with a special designation. Fang Heng attempted to click on it, but found it unselectable. It seems like I can't select the last ability unlock course? He inquired. Yes, this course is jointly conducted by the school and the Central Federation, regulated by the Federation. To register, you need to pass the Federation qualification review in advance and then click to apply for participation in the course after access is granted, was the response. Fang Heng lightly acknowledged, handing back the tablet. The Federation's oversight extended to all corners. He decided not to enroll for now. The student working behind the counter looked surprised as she saw Fang Heng had signed up for 2 full pages of courses. She sought confirmation. Do you really need to enroll in so many courses? Yes, these for now. And university differed from most adult schools where once a course was registered, subsequent auditions were free and unlimited. However, the tuition fees for individual courses were significantly higher than other schools. All right, should I bring all your textbooks back now? No. In the meantime, Fang Heng had already logged into the school's website on his phone to check the course schedule. Just 5 minutes ago, the introductory space study course had begun. Space study. These past couple of days, whenever he was leisurely playing the game, he also casually used the zombie avatar to brush up on space study skills. His current space study level in the game was at 8th level beginners. Great, let's start with space study. He requested the textbook for the beginner space study course. Here is your space study course textbook. Please keep it safe. Fang Heng took the textbook and headed straight to the 3rd floor classroom. The class had already begun, and a middle-aged teacher was lecturing. Upon seeing Fang Heng quietly enter through the back door, the teacher cast a glance at him. As there were very few students studying space study, a sudden new face stood out and left an impression on the class. Teacher Wheat continued with the lecture. Fang Heng sat in an empty corner of the classroom, quickly flipping through the textbook for a brief review. Space study, an interesting ability. He mumbled softly before listening intently. Wake's lecture covered the basics of beginner space study, which was very foundational and more research-oriented rather than skill-based. For Fang Heng, this foundational knowledge was what he needed. He listened attentively, occasionally showing signs of contemplation. With guidance from the teacher and his existing beginner space study skill attributes, many things that Week mentioned could be grasped immediately by Fang Heng. In the game, using zombie minions, one can earn around 10,000 experience points in half an hour. One session in class is equivalent to 1 hour of grinding for him. It's no wonder that N University has always had a top reputation among players. Fang Heng didn't know that in fact, other players don't get as good results from attending a session in class. Most ordinary players trigger tasks purposefully after mastering knowledge of spatial studies, or they are extremely lucky to obtain spatial skills and then attend lectures to learn related knowledge. However, Fang Heng's basic knowledge of spatial studies is almost non-existent, and he mostly relied on grinding through zombie minions to reach the initial level. This is why he has such good results. It's a shame that zombie minions can't study in my place. Fang Heng glanced at the time, stretched lazily. He wasn't even sleepy. Even in the middle of the night, courses were still ongoing at N University. He decided not to return to the dormitory. He continued to study. Fang Heng checked the time and glanced at the course schedule on his phone, preparing to rush to the next natural science course. In the lobby, students behind the counter clearly recognized Fang Heng, the tycoon who had enrolled in most of the courses all at once. Seeing Fang Heng again, the student immediately smiled and asked, "How was your first class experience? If you have any dissatisfaction or suggestions for improvement regarding the courses, feel free to submit them anonymously to the college." "No need, I gained a lot." Fang Heng nodded and handed back his spatial studies textbook. Could you please store this temporarily? I want to attend a natural science course. I will come back to retrieve it later. Can rushing through studying actually help digest this knowledge? The student hesitated for a moment, but instinctively took the books from Fang Heng's hands and nodded, saying, "Okay, keep studying. Keep grinding." Fang Heng was quite excited as he attended 3 consecutive classes and spent a fulfilling night at the school. It wasn't until 3 a.m. that he finished the last class, carrying 2 trolleys of books back to his single dormitory. After quickly taking a shower, Fang Heng logged into the game. Returning to the Fangjian Monument teleportation point, Hector gave Fang Heng a bittersweet piece of news. In the early hours, the Federation couldn't withstand the attack of the mutant monster group, and the entire camp fell. The good news was that players had already evacuated before the camp fell. Casualties were still under control. As Hector spoke, his expression was solemn, but he couldn't help but feel relieved. The Western Federal District needed to rebuild the camp, which would divert their attention and allow the Starfish Company to continue mining operations. It was definitely a great opportunity. However, the subsequent reactions of the Federation surprised everyone. The Western Federation was not willing to give up exploring the unknown world. They openly stated they would do everything to rebuild the teleportation base and signed cooperation agreements with several major player companies to rebuild the camp together. It was said that they even obtained support from the Central Federation for this. Hector found this behavior of the Western Federal District somewhat unusual. They seemed particularly anxious. Fang Heng nodded in understanding. He didn't pay too much attention, considering that it would take some time for the Federation to rebuild the camp and stabilize. Just as yesterday, Fang Heng continued to command his zombie minions to work with Hector to mine ores. Until dawn, he would send a batch of fuel to the lake, preparing for today's grinding session. After all zombie minions had resurrected and completed 3 rounds of duplication, he would join Lu Yanlong to grind for experience points while also pumping water out of the lake. In his spare time, he utilized the zombie minions to gain experience points in spatial studies. After logging off from the game, he would attend classes for learning. His days were simple yet fulfilling. In a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Waiting in the main classroom during break time before the spatial studies class started, Fang Heng absent-mindedly tapped on the desk, lost in thought. In 3 days, he fought monsters during the day, studied at night, and practiced spatial studies in his free time. Thanks to the sacrifices of his zombie minions, his spatial studies level had risen to intermediate LV7. Considering he had a large amount of academic content, learning was dozens of times more difficult than for an average person. This was already an incredibly terrifying speed. The in-game situation was relatively calm. After several universal crystal mines were depleted, the Starfish Company continued to explore new veins further out. Every afternoon, Fang Heng and Lu Yanlong would go to the lake together for another session of grinding. As the water level in the lake dropped, the density of monsters increased, with more elite monsters appearing. The zombie minions had to face the long-range concentrated fire attacks from 8 elite semi-mechanical mutant crocodiles. Lu Yanlong ran into some trouble when he wanted to continue pumping water. It was intense every day. In dealing with elite monsters, Fang Heng tried several times but didn't find a good solution. However, the number of semi-mechanical monsters in the lake gradually increased, leading to an increased drop rate of mutant crystals. As a result, Fang Heng's grinding efficiency had actually improved significantly. He expected to reach level 35 by tomorrow. Outside the game, due to limited energy, Fang Heng currently focused on studying 3 subjects: spatial studies, natural science, and mysticism. This was the result of careful consideration on his part. Spatial studies were good for escapes. In dangerous situations, they could greatly increase his margin of error. It was crucial to prioritize survival over winning battles. Natural science was related to the god tree Abu Cheka. The god tree Abu Cheka was connected to a hidden, high-level game world known as the Forest of Eternal Life. This world had always been part of the Bloodline mission storyline. Its name implied it was a world related to forests. The Holy See was also very interested in this high-level world. Fang Heng thought it essential to study natural science in order to gain an advantage. Now, he was prepared in advance. As for mysticism, it was more like a complex amalgamation, closely linked to various academic disciplines, providing support to other areas of study and having its unique role. If he had more time, Fang Hang would have liked to delve deeper into the study of alchemy. Classmate. Amid his thoughts, Fang Hang heard someone calling him and looked up at the girl standing in front of him. The girl was dressed brightly, and her age was similar to his own. Do you mind if I sit here? Fang Hang didn't respond, instead scanning the classroom. The high difficulty of spatial studies academic practice was directly reflected in the number of students attending the classes. Inside the classroom, everyone sat relatively scattered. Fang Hang also remembered that this was the first time he had seen this girl. She hadn't attended classes in the past few days. Wu Saiying. Black Castle. A very mysterious organization in the game. It has been consistently ranked in the top 10 of the dangerous organizations list issued by the Federation. Most of Black Castle's activities are concentrated in high-level games, rarely participating in low-level games, with very little contact with ordinary players. Initially, he needed help from Black Castle and owed Wu Saiying a favor. However, later on, during the battle for the remains of the Bloodline King, Wu Saiying's cousin Wu Saiying had already repaid it. I remember I've repaid it with the remains of the Bloodline King. No. We at Black Castle don't consider that a repayment, that was just a cooperation between us. Fana looked at Fang Hang and said seriously, do you remember what you said at the time? Cooperation. The remains go to Black Castle, the Blood King's coffin goes to you. Fang Hang carefully recalled. He did say that. It was not unreasonable for Black Castle to consider it a collaboration. Moreover, Fang Hang also obtained the Ghost-Face Jade Pendant from Wu Saiying. The Ghost-Face Jade Pendant can absorb and release the breath of Death Realms, creating an area that shields vision and perception. Very useful. Fana noticed Fang Hang's contemplative expression and continued, if you have any objections, we at Black Castle won't insist. Consider it as if I never showed up. Fang Hang did not respond. More than this, he was more concerned about his current situation. If Black Castle could easily find him, then hadn't the Federation and the Holy Court also long known his whereabouts? How did you find me? Don't worry, finding you was a coincidence. For some reason, our people discovered you while tracking Tong Jia, so they started investigating you. Fana explained to Fang Hang, your identity was well hidden, but we only confirmed this morning that you are Fang Hang. Fang Hang breathed a sigh of relief. The problem wasn't with him after all. Okay, I agree with your point of view. Consider that a cooperation. What do you need me to do? Thank you. Fana also opened the book placed on the table. Black Castle is an anti-Federation organization, and what they want to do is very dangerous. Cooperation is based on trust. If Fang Hang hesitated in agreeing, she would probably choose to give up. Fortunately, Wu Saiying had not misjudged him. Fang Hang could keep his promise. The Central Federation and N University are conducting a joint research project, developing a special compound with the secretion of the temporal beast. This compound is very useful to us, and we need to obtain it. Fang Hang furrowed his brows. What in the world was the temporal beast? Sounds like something from a game? Partly. Some of the raw materials for the compound come from the game world. Fana raised her head and continued, looking at Professor Wei Ke entering the classroom with an expressionless face. There are rarely truly two-way channels between this world and the game world, but occasionally bringing some things through the barrier between reality and the game world is still achievable. Fang Hang nodded. Indeed, playing the game to this point, he had seen many things that could directly cross between the game and the real world, such as artifacts, such as the half-breed race, such as the special space backpack owned by the Boundary Lord. Fana quickly got to the point and continued. The related items will be on display at the exhibition hall for a while. Time is running out. We will take measures to aggressively attack the exhibition hall and directly seize it by force. Fang Hang gently touched his forehead. Seizing by force sounded a bit impetuous. Suddenly, the trouble that emerged made Fang Hang feel a bit tricky. He had initially agreed to come to school to study seriously, but debts needed to be repaid. Fang Hang decided to help without hesitation. I understand. When do you plan to take action? Tonight, more precisely, 3.5 hours from now. Fang Hang's pupils contracted suddenly. So soon. Later this evening, N School will organize students to visit the exhibition hall. We need you to go along. At the same time, our people will arrive, and we need you to use your space backpack to collect the target compound after it's detonated. I need to ensure that I won't be implicated after the operation ends. You can rest assured, you definitely won't. We at Black Castle have principles. Got it. Feng Heng nodded. That's good. Everything can be settled today. It won't delay him from continuing to level up in the game tomorrow. Fana handed Feng Heng a hand-drawn sketch. This is a rough layout of Zone C Exhibition Hall. Target CO27 is our mission this time. We will forcibly enter the exhibition hall, destroy all monitoring cameras, and cause several explosions inside to create chaos. Fana said, handing over a second hand-drawn sketch. The explosions have been carefully calculated. The CO27 exhibit will shatter and scatter because of the explosion. These are the locations where the items will fall after the explosion. You will be on site at the time. We need you to appear in a suitable place beforehand, then quietly pick up the fragments produced after the explosion and store them in the game backpack. With your spatial channel, this should not be difficult for you. Afterward, you will disguise yourself as a frightened student and leave the exhibition hall. Once you have passed the Federation's investigation, we will meet in the game. Additionally, I will need permission to enter the post-apocalyptic zombie world. I will come to you at that time to complete the exchange of fragments. According to our estimates, after the matter is concluded, the Federation will classify this operation as a terrorist attack. To protect your identity, the Black Castle members executing this attack plan will also not know your identity, so be cautious. Listening to Fana's plan, Feng Heng nodded secretly. As a large force that has been consistently ranked on the Anti-Federation organization list for years, Black Castle's organizational ability is good. Throughout the plan, he and the Black Castle players have no intersecting roles. The only thing he needs to do is help to put the explosive chemical fragments into the backpack. In the chaotic environment, even if the Black Castle people are not clear on who took the fragments, the security factor is extremely high. He can return the samples to Black Castle once he enters the game. Feng Heng thought carefully for a moment and discussed a few details with Fana. It is of great significance for us to understand and research space science. What I want to tell everyone is that the Central Federation will be showcasing the Space Fusion Insect at the exhibition hall tonight. Of course, in addition to the Space Fusion Insect related to our space department, this exhibition hall will also display many other discoveries, achievements, and some rare exhibits from various disciplines in the past year, including some items provided by our school. Teacher Wake's eye showed a hint of excitement. The Space Fusion Insect is being publicly exhibited for the first time. I suggest that everyone should not miss it. The school will organize students to visit the exhibition hall tonight. Students interested in other academic fields will also come along. You can directly take the bus parked at the west gate of the school. We will depart at 5 o'clock sharp. Despite Teacher Wake's excitement, there were not many students who were truly interested. After the class ended, Feng Heng watched Fana leave. So far, Black Castle's action seemed quite professional. However, Feng Heng thought that Black Castle wouldn't put all their baits on him. He was just a contingency plan for the attack. An additional insurance. Exhibition hall. There were not many students interested in the exhibition. More than 50 students came together on the bus to attend the exhibition. Feng Heng didn't stand out in the crowd. Teacher Week wore a very serious black suit every day with a stern expression. But as he stepped into the exhibition hall and saw the Space Fusion Insect encased in glass, Week couldn't contain his excitement, revealing a hint of excitement on his face. The Space Fusion Insect, it's so beautiful, this organism that can parasitize in space, its structure. Feng Heng saw Week standing in front of the glass case muttering to himself and felt a sense of curiosity, walking up to observe. A gray-brown worm-like creature, with multiple legs, floated in midair. Its feet had multiple suction cup-like objects, and its skin had curved hairs. She. The Space Fusion Insect seemed to sense something and slightly moved in Feng Heng's direction. Feng Heng furrowed his brows. He had a very strange feeling, as if there was an inexplicable connection between him and the Space Fusion Insect. Look! It moved! It moved! A student watching quietly shouted when they saw it. The audience's attention was drawn to the Space Fusion Insect. Teacher Week adjusted his glasses, showing a puzzled expression in his eyes, feeling strange. Countless studies have shown that the movement of the Space Fusion Insect takes thousands or even millions of years, so how could such a sudden, significant movement occur? This was unreasonable. While the surrounding people whispered, Feng Heng heard a familiar female voice near his ear. The fusion insect is transparent. It can only be observed by the naked eye under high-frequency radiation. It has never been observed moving with the naked eye before. Interested in space studies? Feng Heng turned his head to look beside him. Tong Jia appeared next to him at some point. These days, Tong Jia had a major breakthrough in a project she was leading. Her mind was focused on research, completely forgetting about taking care of Feng Heng's enrollment. Coincidentally, she came to help with the exhibition today, and unexpectedly ran into Feng Heng, triggering her memory, so she approached and spoke. "Well, I'm studying space studies, so I want to learn more." Feng Heng withdrew his gaze and nodded lightly. He had forgotten to ask about Fana. Why was Black Castle tracking Tong Jia? Are you getting used to life at school these days? Yes, it's quiet here, very conducive to studying. That's good, but space studies are not a strong suit at our school. Tong Jia shook her head and said, "You can only learn some basic things here. For deeper studies, you need to enter the game world." I understand. In fact, like necromancy studies, most skills learned outside the game were theoretical. To further advance, one had to enter the relevant game world. Compared to that, offline learning was more secure in terms of safety. By the way, let me show you something. Tong Jia was in a good mood and led Feng Heng towards the exhibition hall in section CC area exhibition hall. Feng Heng saw the sign hanging high and his heart trembled. Just right, he was going there too. As he entered the C area exhibition hall, Feng Heng immediately surveyed the surroundings. The layout of the entire exhibition hall was exactly like the one shown in the drawing given by Fana. CO to 7. Right in a position close to the inner side of the hall. Tong Jia did not notice the change in Feng Heng's gaze, leading him straight to the display of the CO27 exhibit. Feng Heng's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Was Tong Jia going to show him the CO27 exhibit? Was it just a coincidence? No, perhaps it wasn't a coincidence. Black Castle only discovered him when investigating people around Tong Jia. It was highly likely that Tong Jia was associated with the CO27 exhibit. Tong Jia was unaware of Feng Heng's thoughts. She brought Feng Heng to the CO27 exhibit and pointed to the exhibit inside the display window. "Come on, guess what this is?" Feng Heng hesitated for a moment. He knew there were surveillance cameras in the hall. Originally, he was supposed to quietly stay in the C area exhibition hall, showing no interest in the CO27 exhibit, and wait for Black Castle's people to arrive, pick up the debris after the explosion started, and leave. Tong Jia's appearance completely disrupted his plan. Helplessly, he could only step closer to observe the exhibit window. When he looked closer, Feng Heng's pupils shrank suddenly. What was that? Behind the glass of the exhibit, a black substance floated in midair, resembling a fine sand, constantly twisting and changing shape in the air. Sand. Wrong answer. It is an aggregation of a special type of insect life form, formed by countless small special insects gathering together. It was discovered by the Federation in advanced games. They have a very good ability. My research team named them life insects. Curiously, Feng Heng asked, "What ability?" "Healing." "Huh." Tong Jia nodded, leaned towards the display window, and nodded. "Interesting, right? They can heal injuries of living beings, accelerate healing, and have strong detoxification abilities." Feng Heng couldn't help but squint, staring at this strange life form through the glass. So this was Black Castle's target? It was indeed interesting. But would Black Castle be so interested in something just because it was interesting? Tong Jia explained in a low voice, then pointed to the wriggling life form, twisting in midair. "So this disc is the research achievement brought by our school this time. The thing we really want to showcase to the outside world." "Oh." Feng Heng raised an eyebrow, lowered his head to look underneath the wriggling dark biological aggregate in midair. There was a somewhat peculiar disc just underneath it. A disc about the size of a palm. A disc. Looking through the glass, the disc appeared to be made of a material resembling porcelain. "What is this?" "It is a compound co-developed by our school and the Federation, utilizing various special materials obtained from higher-order worlds. It can greatly stimulate the activity of life bugs. Do you see? They become extremely excited under stimulation." Tong Jia looked at the continuously wriggling black aggregate in midair, with a hint of pride in his expression. "This is a research project that I lead." Feng Heng stared at the item under the glass, furrowing his brows. He felt like he had grasped something faintly. After enhancing activity, the performance of life bugs in healing is 1,000 times better than in normal state. I believe that soon, this technology can be tested in clinical medicine, which is a great discovery for our whole world. Tong Jia's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the real world, learning about various academic disciplines is mostly for research purposes. Combining the various creatures, academic disciplines, and materials in the gaming world to develop technologies that can change this world. Benefit the people. Boom! As the two were talking, suddenly, a loud explosion came from the entrance direction of Zona Exhibition Hall not far away. The entire hall shook violently. Fang Heng's face turned serious. The Black Castle's operation had begun. Noise came from the outside exhibition hall. Alarms rang loudly inside the hall. There were not many people in the exhibition in Zone C. Upon hearing the shouts from outside, they became panicked. What's going on? Is it an explosion? Before anyone could answer, gunshots and crashing sounds came from other exhibition halls. Boom! Bang bang! It was followed by several consecutive violent explosions. It's a terrorist attack! Someone exclaimed in fear. Immediately, some people led the way to run out of the exhibition hall. Everyone, be careful, stay calm, evacuate in an orderly manner. Before the security personnel in Zone C exhibition hall could control the situation, a thick mist poured out from somewhere. The mist quickly rose from all directions, gradually obscuring everyone's vision. Fang Heng's vision became hazy, the visibility rapidly decreasing. With the mist spreading and the continuous explosions coming from other exhibition halls, the chaos in Zone C exhibition hall intensified. Don't panic. Evacuate in an orderly manner through the safe passage. The security personnel opened the emergency evacuation passage, shouting at the entrance to command people to evacuate quickly. Tong Jia's expression immediately became tense upon hearing the commotion from outside. The level of security in the exhibition hall was not low. Professional security teams were hired, and the Federation had also sent personnel to guard. Moreover, the exhibits in this exhibition were not valuable. How could they become targets for thieves? In the chaos, Tong Jia said to Fang Heng, "Fang Heng, we may have encountered a terrorist attack from anti-Federation forces. You should follow the security personnel and leave first." Fang Heng asked, "What about you?" "I'm fine. I can stay here," Tong Jia said as she pushed Fang Heng towards the direction of the emergency evacuation passage. "Go quickly. Be careful." Fang Heng had his own mission and naturally was unwilling to stay. So after being pushed, he staggered forward, planning to go to one of the designated explosion wreckage sites to wait. However, the mist had already filled the entire exhibition hall by then. The visibility was only about half a meter. Fang Heng had just taken 2 steps forward when a figure flashed out from the thick fog ahead. Swiftly, the person wore a dark brown mask and threw a punch directly at him. Fang Heng's pupils constricted. He felt the immense power contained in the punch. Swift. Fang Heng also quickly threw a punch forward. Clang! The two fists fiercely collided in the air. Fang Heng took a small step back. The Black Castle player on the other side was pushed back several meters by Fang Heng's punch. His arm was aching. He looked at Fang Heng in the mist, a surprised expression on his face. He was stunned by this punch. An intermediate level task the Federation guards encountered outside had only strength of grade A. Why did they encounter a player with such high strength in the target mission location? Before the operation, Fana did not reveal Fang Heng's name and identity to protect him and to make the act appear more realistic. The Black Castle members were unaware of Fang Heng's identity, but Fang Heng had already guessed their identity. He glanced at the figure gradually enveloped by the white mist, shook his hand, and didn't delay any longer, running towards the exit. The Black Castle player was about to call his companions to deal with Fang Heng together, but seeing him voluntarily leaving, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seemed that he didn't want trouble either. The plan continued. The Black Castle team immediately rushed towards booth CO27, preparing for detonation. Soon, Fang Heng heard Tong Jia's questioning voice coming from behind. "Who are you?" Bang bang. This was followed by a series of combat sounds. It seemed that Tong Jia was fighting with the Black Castle members. As the sound of fighting became more and more intense, Fang Heng was hesitating whether to lend a hand to help Tong Jia when suddenly, a loud explosion came from behind. Boom! It exploded. The Black Castle succeeded. That thought quickly crossed Fang Heng's mind. Just as Fana had anticipated, the explosion destroyed the compound disk in booth CO27. Fragments flew in all directions. With the explosion, a shockwave spread in all directions. Fang Heng pretended to be knocked over by the shockwave, falling forward like the others in the hall. However, uniquely, Fang Heng happened to come into contact with a small fragment that flew by his side. Hint: player obtained unknown fragment. A faint light flashed, and the fragment was enveloped by Fang Heng's space. Teacher Wei Ke was anxiously waiting at the entrance. When he saw Fang Heng and a few students coming out, he immediately shouted and waved to signal them. Like the other escaping students, Fang Heng also pretended to be shocked and hastily ran towards Teacher Wei Ke, gathering with the students from Hain's school. Soon, the explosion sounds inside the museum gradually faded away. Accompanied by the piercing sound of sirens, the federal armed support officially arrived and surrounded the entire exhibition hall. Under the instructions of federal officers, Fang Heng and the students sat back on the bus. With police cars leading the way, the entire bus of Hain's school students and teachers returned directly to the Federal Bureau of Investigation for further detailed investigation. Teacher Wei Ke was extremely anxious and spent the whole journey frantically making phone calls. It wasn't until he confirmed that all the students were safe that he finally relaxed. At this moment, Fang Heng received a call from Tong Jia. Fang Heng, are you all right? Have you left the exhibition with your teachers and students? Yes, I am with my school teacher, getting ready to go to the federal police station for questioning. How about you? Are you okay? I'm fine. The attackers are likely members of an anti-federal organization. There were too many of them, and I couldn't stop them. Tong Jia was very upset. She had spent 2 years researching to achieve her current results. It was supposed to be a public showcase, but before she could even show her face, she was inexplicably involved in an attack. She even stayed behind to confront the attackers, but to no avail. She learned from the federal authorities that this was a terrorist attack orchestrated by an anti-federal organization. Most of the exhibits were damaged in the attack, and the losses were still being calculated. Unfortunately, her research was also affected due to bad luck. Her hard work in producing research results had been unjustly destroyed by members of the anti-federal organization. It's okay. At least your research has been recognized. Fang Heng didn't know how to comfort her, but then he had a sudden idea. So he continued, "Can it be recovered? Since you are a researcher, if we can find the explosive debris." Tong Jia didn't hold much hope for recovery and shook her head, saying, "It's too difficult. I reckon everything was blown to pieces, and the scene will be sealed as evidence by the federal authorities. Getting it back won't be easy." As a participant in the attack, Fang Heng could only try to offer a few comforting words. After hanging up the phone, Fang Heng lowered his head in thought. It seemed that Tong Jia and the authorities did not realize how important the disc was. They didn't even understand the true purpose of Black Castle's actions. So Fang Heng found it very strange. What was this fragment used for? At the police station, a young officer conducted the questioning for Fang Heng. Due to the large number of people present at the exhibition hall, everyone was brought in for questioning, and the police station was already overcrowded. After the initial investigation on site, the federal authorities had preliminarily concluded the incident as a terrorist action. With too many eyewitnesses involved in the terrorist incident, the officers did not further verify their identities. During the inquiry, Fang Heng was truthful except for omitting the part about taking a fragment without authorization. The officer completed the questioning and found nothing unusual with Fang Heng's behavior. Soon, possibly due to pressure from Hain's school, the federal authorities released all individuals after completing the investigation. Seems like I managed to get through without any issues. Leaving the police station, Fang Heng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When Black Castle invaded, they had completely destroyed all monitoring systems. Even through the network, at most, they would only have footage of him entering the exhibition hall. His actions in front of the camera were all normal, and even the angle when he took the fragment had been carefully calculated. Even if the monitoring systems were still operational, they wouldn't capture his movements. Until they boarded the bus returning to school, the students' emotions had not completely recovered. Along the way, Teacher Wei Ke made phone call after phone call. "Don't worry, everything is over. The federal authorities have informed the school that this was a terrorist attack linked to an anti-federal group. The curriculum related to the incident will be temporarily postponed, and the school will compensate everyone for their losses. Also, please keep your phones on in the next few days to cooperate with the federal investigation. Wei kept out apologetically to everyone on the bus. Following that, he had a lot of work to do, including visiting several injured students at the hospital. Feng Heng sat on the bus, closing his eyes to rest, accompanying the school bus back to school. 2 full days passed. In the game, the police investigation did not focus on Hain's school or Tongjia's research. On the other hand, Feng Heng heard from some conversations that the Federation had traced the mastermind and confirmed that the attack was orchestrated by Black Castle. But they had no idea about Black Castle's true intentions. With the offline courses temporarily suspended, Feng Heng had to pause his studies and enter the game. During his free time, he used his zombie avatars to gain experience points. Days passed peacefully and productively for him. By the lakeside, Feng Heng reached out towards the front. The black crystalline pieces floating on the lake surface flew into his hand one by one. Hint: player gains a first-tier mutation crystal *327. Hint: player has met the level-up condition at LV 35. Do you choose to level up? Hint: player level increased to LV 35. Due to the player's talent skill, the player additionally gains 908 zombie avatars. Hint: player's current zombie avatar count, 5,444. Hint: player's level 36 upgrade requirements, first tier mutation crystal *50,000, second tier mutation crystal *100. Finally, he leveled up. After days of effort, his level had finally reached 35. It wasn't easy. Feng Heng looked around. The zombie avatars that crawled out from the ground slowly gathered behind him. After several talent enhancements, his zombie avatars were extremely powerful at all stages. With the level increase, he now received nearly 1,000 zombie avatars per level up. The newly born zombie avatars covered the shallow lake shore densely. These zombie avatars could bring him more basic development speed and leveling speed. Once he collected enough main god points, they could even be transformed into more powerful combat forms. Feng Heng glanced at the game prompts once again. Lu Yanlong just saw Feng Heng summoning a large number of zombies again, and as he was sighing, he suddenly heard Feng Heng asking about something, unable to help, but opened his mouth in surprise. He then shifted his gaze towards the blazing lake in the distance. The elite version of the mechanical mutant crocodile occasionally surfaced from the water, shooting several rounds of concentrated flames towards the gathering spot of the lakeshore feeders. It's difficult. Based on past experiences, only elite-level semi-mechanical bodies like these have a probability of dropping it. Otherwise, it usually requires the Federal Mutation Crystal Aggregation device to complete the acquisition, Lu Yanlong said with some surprise. Feng Heng was a bit astonished and asked, "The Federation can still produce second-order mutation crystals?" "Yes, this is one of the reasons why the Federation can dominate," Lu Yanlong said with a wry smile. The Federation's ability to monopolize most high-level games is not without reason. Their powerful research and development team is their reliance. After absorbing energy, the mutation crystal aggregation device can generate 1 to 3 tire mutation crystals, although the conversion rate is lower. With effort, it can still be obtained. Otherwise, for ordinary players, leveling up after 30 is just a luxury. Anything else? Are there any other methods? None. Otherwise, you can only try your luck in other high-level game worlds. High-level game worlds are also divided into tiers. For example, the world they are currently in is slightly lower level. Therefore, relatively ordinary creatures will not drop mutation crystals. Feng Heng nodded in understanding. With his status as a boundary lord, he would encounter quite a bit of trouble if he went to high-level game worlds. Things were becoming a bit tricky for Feng Heng. The elite semi-mechanical mutant crocodiles had been hiding beneath the water's surface. Feng Heng really didn't have a good solution against them. Just like the past 2 days, Lu Yanlong's water pumping efficiency had not been very high due to the presence of elite creatures. Perhaps waiting a few more days until the water level decreased a bit more. There was still plenty of time. No need to rush. However, the issue was that after these 2 days of consumption, the heavy beam weapon ammunition used by the assimilated tyrant body was running low. They could hold on for 1 more day. They needed to figure something out. Fang Heng pondered, sat down in place, and took out a gray shard from his backpack. Item: unknown shard. Description: unknown shard, unknown material, with black residues resembling those left after an explosion. Description: this item belongs to unknown technology. Players do not have the necessary skills to obtain more information. The shard was obtained last night at the exhibition hall. No additional information could be acquired through game prompts. Fang Heng had also thought about having Qiu Yao Kong investigated first. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. He decided not to get too involved. Once he repaid the favor to Black Castle, it would be considered settled. The only thing that surprised Fang Heng was that the people from Black Castle had not shown up, neither in the game nor outside the game. Could it be that Black Castle had encountered some trouble during last night's operation? Fang Heng was somewhat worried. If things went wrong, it would be troublesome if it involved him. Boss Fang, Lu Yanlong, walked over, looking somewhat worried, and said, "I just received a message from the company. We might be in trouble." Trouble? What kind? Recently, the Western Federation has received great support from the Central Federation. They have already rebuilt their camp and successfully resisted the attacks of the mutant creatures for 2 consecutive nights. After stabilizing, the Western Federation is likely to expand their reconnaissance teams further outward, and it is very likely that they will discover our fishing here. The company asked me to remind you to prepare in advance. Fang Heng nodded, gazing at the elite semi-mechanical mutant crocodiles continuously surfacing on the water's surface in the distance. I understand. Let's call it a day here today, and leave. As offline classes were temporarily suspended, Fang Heng simply didn't go offline and directly returned to the zombie apocalypse, ready to see if the Doo team had made any discoveries. He hoped to find a way to deal with the elite crocodiles. Soon, Fang Heng entered the zombie apocalypse world through the obelisk teleportation channel. Fang Heng, you came at the right time. We have already completed the dissection of the semi-mechanical mutant creatures and obtained several sets of signal data. Any findings? Yes, we are currently studying and analyzing it, and we just got some initial results. Since receiving the semi-mechanical mutant crocodile brought by Fang Heng, the Doo team had been conducting research overnight. They finally made progress and came to inform Fang Heng promptly. Come to the lab with me, and we will discuss in detail. They walked towards the laboratory. Doo introduced, the mutated creatures you brought have undergone mechanical modifications by higher intelligent life forms, implanting a certain spatial device inside their bodies. This allows them to directly teleport into the front lines through spatial prism leap technology. Fang Heng asked, can we determine the source of the spatial prism's teleportation? With our current technology level, we cannot perform reverse tracking analysis yet. However, the leap can break through dimensional teleportation, meaning they may not come from the local world. Fang Heng rubbed his chin and followed Doo into the laboratory. Inside the lab, the dissected semi-mechanical mutant crocodile was stored in a giant glass cultivation dish. Fang Heng noticed Qiu Yao Kong in the room as well, but he wasn't observing the cultivation dish. Instead, he was tinkering with some machinery on a nearby table. Qiu, Victor, you guys are here too. Qiu Yao Kong looked up at Fang Heng, made a soft noise, and continued to review the research report, saying, I heard the research report was out, so I came to take a look. Victor also greeted Fang Heng with a smile. I came to help too. Doo wryly smiled. Usually, he led his own team independently and rarely interacted with Fang Heng's research team, aside from Victor. He sought Qiu Yao Kang's help only in urgent situations. Then, he noticed something terrifying about Qiu Yao Kong. Fang Heng, come and see. This is the most significant discovery of our research this time. The alien race can exert simple command control over the semi-mechanically modified organism through the power of the mind, Doo said, leading Fang Heng to the cultivation dish. The mutant crocodiles' bodies have been implanted with a special mechanical device that can enhance the effect of mind power on the mutated creatures. It can even affect their brain regions, ultimately achieving complete control of the semi-mechanically modified organism. However, we found this method to be unstable. Fang Heng and the others who were chatting turned their heads at the same time and looked towards Qiu Yaki, who was walking towards them. Qiu Yaki held a document in his hand and walked up to them, looking up at the organisms in the cultivation dish. I just tested a portion of the mechanical device removed from the mutant body. After asking Victor to help me dismantle it, we found a kind of central core in it. Really? Dude's eyes lit up, asking eagerly, is it a control core? Sort of. More specifically, it's a kind of conversion device core. We just conducted a simple test. This core is like a signal receiver. It can receive external communication signals, decode and amplify the signal, then feedback the signal. Kyuyaki said, his mouth curling up. Interestingly, these signals will overlap and release each other. Feng Heng was puzzled and asked, what does that mean? I think it might be related to their mental abilities restrictions. Let me give you an example. Suppose you control your zombies' actions. If there is a mental connection between you, your 100,000 zombies transmit some kind of signal to you at a frequency of once per second continuously. But the signals can be different. Kyuyaki glanced at Feng Heng and said, at the same time, your brain is flooded with multiple signals. It might overload you. Feng Heng opened his mouth. Indeed, he was receiving messages through game prompts. When thousands of zombies fought together, the game log was constantly refreshing. If all this information flowed into his brain, it would probably cause an overload. So, the signals of the family are relatively simple, and they maintain unity in groups, for example, 10,000 as a group. In my estimation, the signals are approximately attack, defense, retreat, and other basic instructions. Kyuyaki said, holding up a second finger. Secondly, due to the long distance between the family and the controlled organisms, the received signals may deviate, and there is even a chance that they may not be received. To compensate for this defect, you let each zombie scream after receiving the signal, so that the surrounding groups that do not receive the signal can confirm the signal through their companions. And soon, some incorrect signals will be submerged in the wave of correct signals. Thus, the voices of the entire group gradually become more unified, actions become more unified, and signal correctness is ensured. The signals transmitted back are the same. If a zombie shouts your name from a distant place, you may not hear it, but if they all shout together, the probability of you hearing it is undoubtedly higher. Feng Heng nodded in understanding, a bit puzzled, and asked, so, are you saying we can use this? Yes, we just tried it briefly. Through overclocking technology, we can make the machinery release powerful signal feedback waves in a short time. Dude listened and immediately showed surprise on his face. He thought Kyuyaki was really a genius. A genius idea. But Feng Heng was a bit dizzy and did not understand, asking, what do you mean? Ahem. Dude coughed lightly on the side and explained to Feng Heng, let me use the previous example. If you remotely control your 10,000 zombies to fight against the mutant monster outside, according to your original settings, they will return with 3 types of information: can beat, cannot beat, and stalemate. And then what? At the beginning, all your zombie clones will send out the signal can beat. Suddenly, one zombie sends out the signal cannot beat, and even shouts loudly, and the voice even surpasses most other zombie shouts. Because he shouted so loudly, it triggered group adjustment effect, making other zombies think they might be wrong, so they shout along with him. Based on the group transmission theory, the signals you receive quickly turn into can beat, cannot beat, can beat. You will be confused, and in the worst case, the entire European group may be misled by the traitor and give you a wrong signal. In short, your zombies are out of control remotely. Kyuyaki looked approvingly. The example may not be very appropriate. But Feng Heng, you understand it this way. Affecting the judgment of the control N is one aspect. As long as we can emit a high-intensity overclocking signal, we can completely disturb the signal reception chaos of semi-mechanical modified biological organisms in a region, causing the mechanical organisms in the area to temporarily lose their abilities. Feng Heng was suddenly energized upon hearing this. Kyuyaki was reliable. The problem was solved. However, Kyuyaki said as he lowered his head to look at the record file again. However, it is very difficult to achieve this point. At present, our technological means cannot replicate the signal converter, and we need to encode for a period of time. Kyuyaki said, nodding in thought, if we can crack the signal encoding of the family, we may be able to guide the mechanical body to make wrong judgments or even directly get their control authority. Feng Heng swallowed carefully. My goodness, all he wanted was to fight monsters. While Kyuyaki was already thinking about how to directly control the mutant biological group. If it really works. Dude was also extremely excited by Kyuyaki's words, saying immediately, Mr. Kiwao, we can take care of the signal encoding. We have studied some special encoding of the family before. We have experience, and we have confirmed that parts of it are a special way of the family's mental communication. Well, then there is still the issue of the signal converter. Kyuyaki paused, nodded, and continued. There is also a solution. From the data of the dissected mechanical mutant organisms, the larger elite organisms are more difficult to control, so a larger central converter will be implanted in them. If we find the converter from them and make modifications. Although releasing signals through overclocking will cause irreversible damage to the equipment and will probably be a disposable item, it is estimated that it can at least temporarily paralyze the biological group within a radius of 200 meters for at least 20 seconds. Assuming the code is cracked after that. Victor looked at Kyuyaki, who was muttering to himself, smiling, walked to Feng Heng's side, patted his shoulder, and said, "Boss, so it will depend on you next, searching for larger elite organisms, collecting the central core from them, and I will perform a perfect surgery on them." Feng Heng quickly glanced at the game prompts flashing on the retinal display. The extraterrestrial clanic cells in manipulating the mind. Mind manipulation is an ability in psychic studies. It's a very rare academic discipline. At Haynes University, only basic courses in psychic studies are offered. In order to remotely control organisms, the clan combined machinery with psychic studies. Now, Qiu Yao Kong has proposed a solution. By killing elite half-mechanical aberration organisms and extracting special converters from their bodies, they can create powerful items that can affect semi-mechanical giant crocodiles on a large scale. However, a new problem arises. How to deal with elite crocodiles? Feng Heng couldn't help but hesitate. The only two ways he could think of were to either continue slowly wearing them down, taking time to slowly drain the lake water. Without the terrain advantage, elite half-mechanical crocodiles wouldn't be able to withstand the continuous bombardment of the fused tyrant heavy beam weapons. Or, try a different approach. He could try to find players who understand psychic studies to see if they could help. But players knowledgeable in psychic studies are very rare. Feng Heng was pondering this when a game prompt suddenly appeared. Prompt, player ID, GYQT2891-3 requests permission to open a portal to the zombie apocalypse world. Message, Fana. Feng Heng knew that someone from the Black Castle had arrived and immediately selected to open the portal through the permission. Got it, I'll figure out the signal converter. I have something to attend to. I'll go to the teleportation hall first. When Feng Heng finally arrived at the teleportation hall, Fana had just walked out of the teleportation channel. Fana was not alone. She was accompanied by 8 players. Feng Heng noticed that these 8 players were about 1.2 meters tall, dressed in matching black outfits with black cloaks, and wearing masks with special engravings on their faces. Fana nodded to Feng Heng, indicating, "Feng Heng, these individuals are members of the Black Castle team." You are a bit late from the agreed time. Did you encounter any trouble? Feng Heng said as he tossed fragments from his backpack towards Fana. Sorry for keeping you waiting. We encountered some trouble during the attack on the exhibition hall. Our people were injured, and we had to shake off the federal pursuers, which took some time. But luckily the problem has been solved, Fana said as she caught the fragments, checked them quickly in her hand, and then threw them back towards Feng Heng. These are for you. Feng Heng had a look of confusion in his eyes as he caught the fragments coming towards him. For me. What does this mean? Apologies, the attack on the exhibition hall earlier was a test from the Black Castle towards you. We needed to confirm your trustworthiness, whether you would cooperate with the Federal, or if you would disclose our actions externally. Feng Heng furrowed his brows, feeling a bit uncomfortable instinctively. Being tested. It didn't sit well with him. But he could understand. After all, they were an anti-federal organization. It's better to be cautious. But, was it necessary? After all the commotion and almost blowing up the exhibition hall, just to test him? So, are you certain now? Feng Heng shrugged, tossing the fragments back. Well, I don't care about tests or not. In any case, the favor I owe you has already been repaid. Of course, the favor has been repaid. Fana caught the fragments flying towards her once again, whispering, I am here representing the Black Castle, seeking cooperation with you again. No need, I am quite busy recently. Feng Heng frowned, starting to feel annoyed. And I am not keen on working with anti-federal forces in a secretive manner. It's troublesome. I already have enough trouble on my plate. We apologize again for what happened earlier. This fragment is our compensation. We believe you must need it very much, and we trust that you would be willing to cooperate with us. Oh, so confident. Fana handed the fragments to Fang Heng again. Please give us 5 minutes to convince you. Fang Heng became somewhat interested, grasping the fragments in midair, and asked, "All right, tell me, what is this actually?" Stimulus source, a source that can stimulate the sample body of the Hela organization. Fang Heng's pupils constricted upon hearing this. Hela organization? In fact, when he first heard Tang Jia explaining the function of the black disc, he had a faint feeling that something was amiss. With Fana's reminder, he instantly remembered. The original Devourer. Qiu Yaokong had mentioned it to him not long ago. The development of the virus from the Savage Realm game had encountered a bottleneck. They needed something to stimulate the virus bodies before they could complete the modification of the zombie clones. Was the stimulus source the fragment in front of him? If that was the case, then he indeed needed it desperately. Fang Heng looked up again, gazing at Fana. But how did the Black Castle know that he needed this thing? Fang Heng remained silent and asked, "And then?" Fang Heng, Realm Lord, the secrets of Hela are far more complicated than what you see now. We have been tracing the Hela mission line for decades. This special tool that can stimulate Hela cells will definitely be useful for you. Fana looked solemn as she spoke. By obtaining it, you will gain clues to unlocking the subsequent Hela missions. Fang Heng remained silent, playing with the fragment in his hand, several thoughts flashing through his mind. So Fana was referring to Hela. This fragment was related to the main Hela quest line. Indeed, thinking back now, when they discovered the original Devourer virus, they also found that this virus had a great connection with the Hela virus. His blood could affect the original Devourer and crystalline bodies because of the Hela virus inside him. In fact, there were still many issues surrounding the Hela mission line. For example, some of the Hela body tissues had been thrown into an alternate dimension in the past. A small part was implanted in the body of Duke Bellamy. Currently, relying on the power of the Blood King's coffin, the Hela virus bodies could be temporarily suppressed, and Duke Bellamy was mostly in a dormant state. Fang Heng looked at Fana. The other party probably didn't know that he needed this to activate the original Devourer. It seems you've given me an irresistible gift. This is our way to express apology to a collaborator. We can assure you there will be no more deception. All right. Fang Heng put away the fragments, intending to hand them over to Qiu Yaokong for research later, then asked, "How do you want to cooperate? We are in great trouble. One of our elite teams is under federal control, and we need to rescue them." Fang Heng frowned at this, immediately hesitant to get involved in this mess. The Black Castle and the federal forces were like water and fire. Translation: What? Was I captured by federal agents? Rescuing someone from a federal prison is giving me too much credit, isn't it? It's not like that. Fana shook her head and continued, "We know you just went to the Western District where the federal tasks are being carried out in the high-level game world, and our people are trapped there. Can you help us?" Fang Heng's pupils suddenly shrank. What a coincidence! You mean the game world I just visited? Yes, we have a team trapped there. In fact, we were the first to discover that unknown world. Fang Heng stared at Fana and asked, "Give me more details." Please believe us, before you entered the zombie apocalypse, Black Castle had already conducted in-depth research on the game world of the zombie apocalypse. We started with some information from Hela and delved deep into it, including higher-level game worlds. Later, following various clues, we discovered this special high-level game world. While exploring this world, we ran into trouble. Fana's face turned grim. To be accurate, we were betrayed by insiders. Our exploration of the unknown world was leaked, and when exploring a specific mission location, we encountered an ambush by the Western District Federal Forces. Forced to do so, our team was forced to trigger the mission mechanism and temporarily hide in a special area. They are trapped there. We quickly contacted the trapped team and confirmed that they are temporarily hiding in a tomb at a mission location. Due to extreme danger inside the tomb, their safety is threatened. The good news is, the tomb has a special architectural defense barrier on the outside, so the Western District Federal team cannot enter recklessly. Instead, they choose to surround and blockade from the outside. Fang Heng stroked his chin, and a strong sense of contemplation appeared in his eyes. A tomb. It is actually related to the mission of the alien kin. Furthermore, He never expected that this mission of the alien kin is also related to the main story of the zombie apocalypse in Hela. After learning that the team was trapped, we tried various ways to rescue them. The spatial teleportation marker you obtained is also sold by us on the black market. We have sold many similar markers. We hope this can cause some trouble for the Western District Federal. Feng Heng raised his head and asked, "So, you tested me?" "It's not like that. The situation of the trap team is very bad, with multiple crises inside the tomb. In recent days, our contact with the trap team has been intermittent. Until these 2 days, we have completely lost contact. In the most recent contact, the team needs us to find stimulating props related to Hela's organization as soon as possible, which is said to be of great help for subsequent exploration of the tomb. Previously, we learned that Dr. Tong Jiabo's latest research is related to the stimulant source of Hela's organization, and this research is still in the development stage. We have been monitoring it. After getting the information provided by the team, we had to act in advance. It was a coincidence that we found you in our early preparations." Fana continued, "Until now, you have appeared in our site, and we have done some investigation on you. It was a surprise to find that you were on the list of personnel entering the high-level world." Feng Heng nodded. "That's quite a coincidence. Yes, we believe you can help us." Hearing this, Feng Heng's desire to cooperate became very strong. An unknown world related to the subsequent task of Hela, and Black Castle undoubtedly has more information. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Heng asked, "What can I get from cooperating with you?" "Hela's secrets. As long as you help us rescue the trap team, we are willing to share all the information up to the current stage with you. If you agree, we are also willing to have you participate in the subsequent main story." Feng Heng felt a stir in his heart, staring at Fana. "You have been pursuing the mission for over a decade, and you are willing to share all the information with me." Fana hesitated. "Companions are the most important for us. We hope to get your help. However, we must confess in advance, you are not our only hope. This time we have also sought help from other individuals and teams." "Okay." Feng Heng waved his hand to indicate understanding, and said, "I agree to cooperate. However, I have one condition. If there are significant disagreements during the mission completion, I will immediately withdraw." Fana exchanged glances with the people behind her. "We agree." "Great. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. You can use the spatial teleportation channel here. I need to explain some things, and will be back to meet you soon. We'll wait for you." Fana and the others nodded, then followed the lead of the prison engineer to enter the unknown high-level world. After the Black Castle group left, Feng Heng picked up the fragments in his hand, glanced at them, and then turned back to the laboratory to find Qiu Yao Kong. Inside the laboratory, Qiu Yao Kong was still dissecting and analyzing mechanical components obtained from the semi-mechanical aberrations along with Victor. Interrupted by Feng Heng, Qiu Yao Kong showed a hint of impatience in his eyes. "What is it? Take a look at this." Feng Heng threw the fragments to Qiu Yao Kong. Qiu Yao Kong caught the fragments and observed them for a moment, then asked, "What is this?" "Just got it. It's said to stimulate Hela's cell bodies." "Oh. Can it also stimulate the original ravaging virus?" Qiu Yao Kong immediately thought of the original ravaging. "That's not certain." Qiu Yao Kang's expression became serious. He temporarily set aside the research instruments in his hand and brought the fragments to another table. During this time, Qiu Yao Kong had been mainly focusing on researching Hellfarum, monitoring the research of his subordinates on the transformation of zombie clones, optimizing the transformation methods to increase success rates. As for the research on the original ravaging virus, it had been shelved long ago. Soon, detailed data analysis of the related fragments appeared on the large screen. Qiu Yao Kong looked up, observing the various data on the fragments, his brow furrowed. It's a special polymer that seems to have used a variety of materials never seen before. In front of the sealed alloy glass window, Qiu Yao Kong manipulated the mechanical arm and gently picked up the fragments with tweezers, approaching the original devouring virus sample. Chi chi chi. The distance between the two sides was about 1 meter, and the originally calm original devouring virus sample seemed to be instantly activated and triggered. A black blob of slime directly suspended in the air and started to wriggle, just like the aggregate organism seen in the exhibition hall before. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but look at Qiu Yao Kong, asking, "How is it?" A look of interest appeared in Qiu Yao Kang's eyes. Since obtaining the original devouring virus, he had been conducting related research, trying to merge the original devouring virus with Fang Heng's zombie clone. The research had not made any progress so far. He was sure that it lacked some kind of stimulus. Helpless, the research had to be temporarily put on hold, switching to other breakthrough research. Well, deeper tests have not been conducted yet. From the current state, the fragment you gave me can be used as a trigger medium to activate the activity of the original devouring virus. The specific principle is still unclear and requires some time for experiments. I will immediately start the research. Good. The initial devouring virus was obtained from the primitive zone mid-game. It was a unique virus body produced after the combination of the initial virus and the original devouring virus. The name Original Devourer was just a habit. Specifically, the original devourer had two different forms of alienation. The first type is crystalline form, a mutation produced after the initial virus fused with crystalline organisms. Earlier, Fang Heng had attempted evolution in the mid-game world of the apocalypse. The attackability of crystalline zombie clones was greatly enhanced, and severed limbs would even cause explosive effects. As for the form of the original devourer, it had not succeeded yet. When dealing with the creatures infected by the original devouring virus before, those creatures had an extremely troublesome ability. Resurrection. The ability to immediately resurrect after turning into ashes. Fang Heng's eyes sparkled with some excitement. Any of these abilities was exactly what he needed now. No need to rush. Fang Heng persuaded himself to calm down. Following Qiu Yao Kang's routine of researching the devourers and integrating the tyrant bodies, he would need at least 10 more days to see concrete results. Besides, he had another problem. He was out of remaining main deity points now. Even if Qiu Yao Kang completed the research, he would not be able to finalize the form. Good. Hard work. Be sure to inform me when the experiment starts. Fang Heng nodded at Qiu Yao Kang, preparing to give him time to research slowly as he went to meet Fauna in the game. Wait! Qiu Yao Kang stopped Fang Heng from leaving the laboratory, glanced at the time, and said, I am informing you now that in 10 minutes, we will conduct the first round of the fusion test between the zombie-modified body and the original devouring virus. Hearing what Qiu Yao Kang said, Fang Heng, who was about to leave, was startled and quickly turned back. Huh? What did you say? 10 minutes. The original devouring virus is an extremely primitive organism. After being partially fused with the helivirus body, it's quite complex to explain to you. In general, I have been studying the original devourer for over a month. Qiu Yao Kang looked calm, with a very casual look. Over a month of research and no results to be appointed a researcher? The live experiment is ready. We are just waiting for the triggering plan to activate the original devouring virus. With the fragment you have, we can proceed to the next testing step directly. Follow me. I have already instructed the research team for testing. So soon. Fang Heng opened his mouth, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Qiu Yao Kang seemed a bit too efficient this time. All right. 10 minutes later, Fang Heng followed Qiu Yao Kang to the main hall of the live research laboratory. The main hall was newly built, with large zombie cultivation dishes placed neatly on both sides of the walls. Many researchers were busy in the hall. When they saw Qiu Yao Kang arrive, the researchers' expressions became even more serious. Leading Fang Heng to the front of a large cultivation dish instrument, Qiu Yao Kang said, "This is it." Walking up, Qiu Yao Kang pressed a few keys on the instrument. The hatch of the cultivation chamber slowly opened in front of Fang Heng and Qiu Yao Kang. Qiu Yao Kang gestured to Fang Heng. Fang Heng understood and controlled his zombie clone to stagger into the cultivation chamber. Qiu Yao Kang held a notebook in his hand and gestured towards the monitoring screen behind him. Experiment start. Click. 2 seconds later, the cultivation chamber abruptly closed in front of them. Gudong gudong. A light black liquid quickly filled the cultivation chamber and rapidly submerged the entire chamber. The zombie clone remained quietly in the cultivation chamber until its whole body was immersed in the black liquid. Qiu Yao Kang leaned in, his face almost touching the alloy glass of the chamber, observing the zombie clone's condition. All set. Release the stimulus. Click, click. A mechanical arm descended from the top of the cultivation chamber. The arm held a small fragment that slowly dipped into the black liquid. Gudong gudong. Bubbles suddenly rose in the cultivation chamber. A game prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retinas. Reminder, your zombie clone is being modified. Reminder, judgment in progress. Player's current level has been raised to 30. Player meets the current criteria for modifying the zombie clone to original devourer biological form. Reminder, in judgment. Reminder, current modification requires 500 West survival points per player, 100 first-tier mutation crystals, modification lasting 48 hours. The player can consume additional survival points to expedite the modification efficiency. Feng Heng saw the game prompts and felt a stir in his heart. Evolution of the original devourer actually required the consumption of mutation crystals. So expensive as it may be, this was undoubtedly good news. It meant that in the game's built-in evaluation system, the original devourer was already classified as a high-level game creature. Fortunately, he still had some first-tier mutation crystals left over from this morning's upgrade. Feng Heng silently cheered in his heart. Evolve. Accelerate evolution. Speed up to the maximum. Reminder, player consumes 500 survival points, 100 first-tier mutation crystals for original devourer form modification. The player consumes an additional 150 survival points to shorten the evolution time. Reminder, remaining modification time, 5 hours. Reminder, influenced by player's talent skill, efficient evolution, players can consume energy to speed up the zombie evolution modification. The mechanical arm that sank into the water surface was quickly lifted. The black liquid soaking the zombie clone in the culture dish was also quickly drained. Game prompts appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Prompt, the transformation of the current player's zombie clone original devourer form failed. Failed. Feng Heng opened his mouth. It wasn't unexpected. Past transformations often ended in failure. After all, there is a success rate to consider in transformations. Huh? Speaking of success rates, Feng Heng frowned and couldn't help but check the game prompts. Thinking back now, there was no mention of success rate in the game prompt just now. Something was wrong. There was no indication of any success rate. Perhaps the success rate is 0. Feng Heng turned his head to look at Qiu Yaokong. Qiu Yaokong quickly obtained all the data from the experiment from the researchers. He carefully examined the research data, showing a pensive expression. After a moment, Qiu Yaokong raised his head and said to Feng Heng, "Feng Heng, we need to try again." All right, Feng Heng trusted Qiu Yaokong very much, ready to control the zombie clone for another try. Experiment, you have to try multiple times to find the error. Wait, Qiu Yaokong interrupted Feng Heng. This time let the zombie switch to the liquor form. Huh? Do you think it's a form issue? Feng Heng looked skeptical. Qiu Yaokong appeared indifferent, nodding. I have a hunch, we'll know once we try it. Okay. Feng Heng immediately controlled the zombie clone to change its form. The zombie clone in the culture dish quickly overflowed with black viscous liquid, enveloping the liquor and forming a cocoon in place. After a moment, the cocoon broke open, and the liquor emerged from it. Qiu Yaokong approached and adjusted some values on the instrument, then signaled to the monitor in the lab. The experiment begins. The black liquid was once again injected into the culture dish, completely submerging the liquor. The mechanical arm dipped fragments into the water. Gudong gudong, gudong gudong. A series of bubbles overflowed from under the water. This time, the floating bubbles were much denser than the previous time. Game prompts appeared again on Feng Heng's retina. Prompt, your zombie clone is currently undergoing transformation. Prompt, judgment in progress. Player's current level has increased to 30. Player meets the current zombie clone, original devourer transformation conditions. Prompt, judgment in progress. Prompt, current transformation requires 500 survival points per person, 100 first-order mutation crystals, transformation will last 48 hours. Player can consume additional survival points to accelerate transformation efficiency. Prompt, current evolution success rate is 15.2%, with an additional 20% boost due to player's talent skill. Current success rate, 18.24%. Would you like to start evolution? Prompt, does the player choose to accelerate evolution? Feng Heng's pupils contracted suddenly. Here it is. A success rate prompt. The success rate was very low. Even with the efficient evolution boost from talent, it was only 18.24%. 1/6. Feng Heng's heartbeat accelerated. Accelerate evolution to the max. Clearly, this was the correct transformation this time. Soon, the mechanical arm lifted the fragments. Feng Heng stared intently at the liquor in the culture dish. Throughout the experiment, no prompt of transformation failure came from the game. Not until all the black liquid in the culture dish was completely drained. Could it be a success? Prompt: player has completed the fusion transformation of the liquor and original Devourer virus. Prompt: current liquor form has fused with the original Devourer form. Prompt: solidifying the current fused liquor form, fused with original Devourer form, acquires 100 first-order mutation crystals, 10 second-order mutation crystals, and 10,000 main god points. This time, Mojaway was not standing nearby. He had an accidental bit of luck. An 18.4% chance. Success! The liquor in the culture dish looked no different on the outside, its originally crimson skin now slightly dulled. It stood quietly in place, awaiting Feng Heng's latest instructions. Feng Heng quickly checked the attributes of the zombie clone. Zombie clone body. Fused liquor fused with original Devourer form. Description: derived from the liquor form, fused with the original Devourer form. All attributes increased by 20%. Additional skill 1. Original Devourer bacterial layer. Skill description: the original Devourer virus can attach a layer of bacteria to the organism's surface, which slightly enhances attack power and provides an additional 20% resistance to all elemental spells. Additional skill 2. Ashes passive can be cancelled. Skill description: a special effect of the fused original Devourer virus. When the creature dies, ashes will be generated at the spot. The ashes regenerate 8% of the maximum health per second until health is fully restored, and the creature will be resurrected from the ashes. The ashes are only partially susceptible to destruction. This skill is passive and can be cancelled. Seeing the game's prompts, Feng Heng squinted. The first skill, original Devourer bacterial layer, was probably similar to the black keratin layer encountered in the mid-tier game before. In terms of effects, it should be much weaker, providing a slight attack power boost and spell resistance. Testing was required for the actual effects after inheriting the liquor. As for the second skill, Ashes, it was visibly strong. In the realm of barbarians, Feng Heng had encountered a creature that could infinitely resurrect from the original Devourer virus. He recalled that his blood partly possessed the effect of the Hela virus, which could deal with the original Devourer. Additionally, the Holy Light evolution had some effects as well. Most offensive skills could not completely eliminate the ashes. It was clear how horrifying creatures that could resurrect endlessly could be. It seems my speculation was correct. Qiu Yaokong seemed a bit surprised by the successful transformation. He had already obtained detailed data from the live experiment from his researchers. He observed the data while muttering quietly next to Feng Heng. Transformation is related to the base form. The liquor branch and the ordinary zombie branch are two completely different forms. I believe the biggest difference may be that one is reconstructed from the dead to rebirth, while the liquor is directly transformed from a living organism through the T-virus, and the latter has extremely strong neural activity. Feng Heng nodded. Similar conflicts had arisen before. Most evolved zombie clones had some irreconcilable conflicts in their effects after transformation. For example, the liquor form. This form was incompatible with the majority of forms. In comparison, the vine zombie form was a relatively good form, able to coexist well with the ghost claw and fused tyrant forms. Since reaching level 30 and enhancing his talents, he can freely switch between various zombie doppelganger forms. In the future, he could merge the forms of the tyrant and liquor for combat. The only problem is that solidifying the original Devourer effect would require 10,000 main god points and even 10 second-order mutation crystals. It's almost as if it's robbing him. Troublesome. Feng Heng thought to himself. He didn't even have enough second-order mutation crystals to upgrade himself now. Feng Heng stroked his chin, contemplating where to obtain a large sum of main god points and second-order mutation crystals. Qiu Yaokong set down the research report in his hands, raised his head, and continued. Furthermore, there are two modes for the viral modification of the original Devourer and the crystallized body. The fragments you have in hand have stimulated the viral body to undergo the original Devourer modification effect. I will attempt further analysis and research on the fragments to trigger the evolution mode of the crystallized zombie. All right, apart from research related to the lineage, we can put aside other studies and move forward quickly. Feng Heng nodded. He wasn't sure if the crystallized body would be effective against liquors. Currently, when dealing with high-level game creatures, the output of the liquor seemed insufficient. The crystallized body could provide a high amount of attack bonus. Aside from this, there is one more issue. Qiu Yaokong was very interested in the modification of the original Devourer himself. He frowned unintentionally as he carefully examined the data report in his hands. What is it? After 2 experiments, I discovered that the activity of the fragments is decreasing. Each time the original Devourer virus is stimulated, the activity of the fragments decreases. If this rate of decay continues, after 100 to 200 stimulations, the fragments may completely lose their original effect. Into an unknown higher world. Outside the obelisk teleportation point, Fana and her group waited quietly, occasionally exchanging glances. Fana wasn't sure if seeking Fang Heng's help was the right decision. This was a high-level gaming world, and the enemies they faced were elite entities within the gaming world. Bringing in a player from a mid-level world for help. It sounded absurd, but Fana had indeed done so. Initially, the one who proposed inviting Fang Heng to cooperate was not Fana, but Wu Xiang. Of course, Black Castle didn't put all their hopes on Fang Heng. This rescue operation was divided into multiple teams working together, each trying to rescue their trapped comrades in different ways. Buzz. The teleportation channel emitted a faint light. Sorry to keep you waiting. We encountered a slightly tricky situation, but managed to resolve it, Fang Heng said. He walked out from the teleportation channel. 5 zombie doppelgangers, enhanced through the original Devourer fusion, followed him out of the channel. During the brief delay, Qiu Yaokong completed the original Devourer modification 40 times. Unfortunately, only 4 times had been successful. It was below the 18.4% mark. Even though the modification had not been fully solidified, Fang Heng decided to bring them along to witness the enhanced strength of the liquor after modification. After waiting for so long, the modification had finally succeeded, and he felt an itch to test it out. Well, let me give you an overview of the situation we are facing. Fana quickly surveyed the area and took out a map from her backpack. She pointed to a location on the map and said, "This is the special tomb where our trap team was pushed into by the Federation, located in the northern region of the camp established by the Federation." Fang Heng leaned in to observe the area and thought, no wonder. He had seen a lot of trucks dispatched by the Federation heading towards the northern region. It was for dealing with Black Castle. Of course, besides dealing with Black Castle, the Federation also had its own vested interests. They were likely interested in the quests related to Hela. We were the first group to enter this world, and we are very familiar with the distorted biological entities in this world. Lately, we have been manipulating these entities at night, guiding them to attack the Federation's camp to delay the Federation's support. Fang Heng listened in surprise. So, the mutated monsters attacking the Federation camp at night recently were all orchestrated by Black Castle. You can control these distorted biological entities. It's not complete control. The power of the lineages is much stronger than ours. We can only stimulate the psychic imprint left by the lineages in the distorted bodies through special means and the power of psychics to provoke. Wait, what did you just say? Fang Heng suddenly turned to look at Fana and interjected, "You mentioned psychic powers? You understand psychic abilities?" Yes, psychic abilities are part of the main special mission chain. Most of the core personnel in Black Castle have studied psychic abilities. Something like this existed. Oh, right. As Fana mentioned it, Fang Heng suddenly remembered. When they last worked together, Wu Xiang had also demonstrated special psychic abilities. Initially, Wu Xiang could communicate with him directly through psychic powers. Fang Heng's interest was piqued. So, the recent attacks on the Federation were all orchestrated by Black Castle. Most likely, the Federation was aware of Black Castle's actions behind the scenes. Due to the Federation's limited knowledge of quests and their weaker psychic abilities compared to Black Castle, they were constantly being restrained by Black Castle. It was good news. They could gain an advantage. Putting on a calm expression without showing too much joy, Fang Heng continued, "All right, I understand. Please continue." The Federation hasn't had much contact with the Prelude storyline quest lines. They don't know the specific way to enter the inner area of the tomb. We have obtained some breathing space. We have tried many methods to sneak into the tomb secretly, all of which have failed without exception. The tomb is equipped with high-level defense facilities, all of which are from a higher level of research of the alien race. They can summon creatures to the battlefield from far away through spatial teleportation and possess a magnetic field defense network that surpasses the current research level. It seems that the only way to enter the tomb is by brute force. Fang Heng understood the general process and pondered for a moment, finding something strange. Are you sure the entrance to the tomb is on the north side? I remember seeing a similar structure resembling a tomb when I was exploring the western area of the federal camp before. Yes, you are correct. Our intelligence is sound. The alien race has built numerous tombs in this world, and we followed the mission guidance to one of the tombs. We only know that the contents in the tomb are related to the secret of Hela. We do not have time to confirm what is in other tombs, but danger is certain. Fang Heng looked at Fana and asked, I recall that there are semi-mechanical aberrations outside each tomb controlled by the alien race. Did you encounter those creatures attacking before entering the tomb as well? How did you deal with them? Yes, initially our team temporarily controlled a large number of aberrations using psychic abilities. Later, we briefly closed the spatial teleportation hub with a mission item, stopping creatures from the higher tier world from teleporting into the battlefield. We used this opportunity to enter the outer tomb area. At that time, we also encountered a federal attack. Our team temporarily evaded using a key to enter the interior of the tomb. The federal forces were blocked outside the tomb due to a lack of keys. They were harassed by the semi-mechanical aberrations outside and were unable to penetrate deep into the tomb for exploration. I see. Fang Heng understood and then glanced at the few people behind Fana. Are the players you brought good at controlling psychic powers? Fana nodded. Our situation is currently quite dire. Once the federal camp reaches the 5th tier upgrade, they can expand the spatial channel within the camp. The Federation will be able to move a large-scale spatial barrier into the channel, greatly impacting the spatial jumps of semi-mechanical life forms within the range. At that point, the external defenses of the tomb will be significantly weakened. Furthermore, we have received information that the Western Federal has reached an agreement with the Central Federal. Once the 5th tier spatial channel is expanded, they can send out spatial coordinates to locate boundary positions and open another portal controlled by the Central Federal to a high-level game world. In simple terms, the Central Federal will mobilize a group of elite players to this world, and the pressure we face will only increase. Fang Heng raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "Go on." Fana continued solemnly, "You should be aware of the game's boundary barrier. It's a special feature of the main God game system. It's considered a protection for low-level game world players. Generally, ordinary players progress from the initial game stage to the middle stage before advancing to the high-level game, gradually moving from low to high ranks. It's extremely troublesome to return to a lower-level game world after reaching the high level. It requires a lot of resources and can even incur severe game penalties. Transferring between different ranks after entering the high-level game is also very difficult and often requires special items. Large-scale transfers involving 3 or more people between ranks are even more complicated. It often requires controlling a large force in the high-level game world to gain control of the spatial rift device of that force. Achieving this is not easy. From this, it's clear that the boundary masters of the initial game have significant resources and authority. They can directly break open spatial channels and travel wherever they want once the channels are established. Convenient. Of course, after Fang Heng led the Zombie Doomsday realm to advance a level, the Zombie Doomsday and the Vampire world have been elevated to the middle-level game world. So, if he wants to enter a new initial game world now, it would cost him a great deal. Therefore, when the Western Federation obtained the coordinates of the alien tomb world, they weighed the pros and cons and ultimately chose to establish their transmission channels in Fang Heng's previously given middle-tier Vampire Doomsday game world and another high-level game world. This decision of the Western Federation is not unreasonable. Players in the high-level game world can provide top-notch combat power, but their numbers are generally low. Infrastructure tasks can only be handed over to players from the middle-tier game world. Previously, the Federation sent out all elite players from the high-level game. Now, these elite players are blocking the Black Fortress team from escaping the tomb, resulting in the current defenders of the federal camp not being of high power level. Fang Heng finally realized this. He had been wondering why the defenders of the federal camps were relatively weak, not seeming to be experienced in a high-level game world. Now, He understood that the high-level game players were unable to reach the battlefield and were all blocking the Black Fortress team at the northern tomb. After hearing Fana's explanation of the whole situation, Fang Heng finally gained some understanding of the world. Many of his previous doubts were now answered. In any case, Black Fortress was facing a very tough situation. On the one hand, their team had to use psychic abilities to influence aberration creatures, making them continuously attack the Federal base at night to hinder the Federal base construction progress. On the other hand, Black Fortress did not have a solid plan on how to enter the tomb yet. So, what's your plan for me? Currently, we are continuously attempting to enter the tomb area, but success rates are not high. Tonight, we have another operation planned. Knowing your abilities, we hope you can provide some assistance. She hesitated a little. Although Wu Xing praised Fang Heng highly, and Fang Heng was also quite capable. After all, this was the first action between her and Fang Heng. Did Fang Heng's permission increase a bit? After quickly weighing the options, Fana exchanged glances with a few companions behind her. All right, as you wish. During the day, our team will assist you, and after nightfall, we have other actions planned. We just hope to rescue the trapped team as soon as possible. Thank you. That's also what I hope for. Seeing the agreement reached, Fang Heng nodded, took out the map to check it again, and waved to Lu Yanlong not far away. Lu Yanlong hurried over. He had already guessed the rough identities of Fana and her group, previously hiding with the people from Sea-Star Company to avoid idleness. Only when Fang Heng called did he come back. Brother, we have encountered something good. I don't think you want to know the details, but we have to work overtime today. Don't worry, I'll tell your boss that you'll get 10 times the overtime pay, and there will be bonuses after the job is done. Lu Yanlong grinned and gave Fang Heng a thumbs up. You're the most reliable boss I've ever seen. Fang Heng nodded towards Fana and her group. All right, you take them to familiarize themselves with the new vehicle, and I'll bring some fuel over. No problem. As they were speaking, several lickers emerged from the spatial teleportation channel and stopped in front of everyone. Hiss! Black slime oozed from the lickers' bodies, quickly solidifying into a cocoon in place. After a few breaths, the tall fusion tyrant tore through the cocoon and stood upright. Fana and her group looked at the fusion tyrant, their expressions becoming more serious. It had been a long time since they had updated their database on Fang Heng. It seemed that Fang Heng, as the Realm Lord, had gained considerable power and improvement since their last encounter. But it wasn't enough. The Federal players guarding the tomb area were all elite players in the high-level game, extremely powerful. The fusion tyrant could only be considered formidable, far from being able to compete with the elite Federal players. At least Fang Heng's current strength was not sufficient. Hiss! Vines gradually spread from the fusion tyrant's body. Lu Yanlong skillfully grabbed hold of the vines and quickly leapt onto the fusion tyrant's shoulder. He nodded towards Fana and her group below. Come on, keep up. Don't worry, this thing is stable. Fana and her group were about to evaluate the strength of the fusion tyrant when they were surprised by Lu Yanlong's skilled movements. What? Were these tyrant creatures summoned by Fang Heng not for fighting? It seemed like they were meant to be used as vehicles. Fana hesitated for a moment, then carefully approached. Vines quickly wrapped around Fana's waist, lifting her whole body and placing her steadily on the fusion tyrant's shoulder. The other players wearing black cloaks looked at each other and followed suit, each walking forward one by one. As the vines descended from the fusion tyrant, they successively lifted each person and placed them on its shoulder. Seeing everyone ready, Fang Heng nodded. Time is limited. Let's set off now. Fana hesitated for a moment. Now? Of course, she wanted to act quickly. The sooner they rescued the trapped team, the better. But this speed was a bit unexpected for her. After all, they were not prepared for anything. They didn't even have a plan. Fana hesitated and asked, don't we need to prepare? Realm Lord Fang Heng, isn't it too dangerous for us to go alone to the Federal area? No need. As he spoke, the fusion tyrants began to step forward, gradually accelerating towards the lakeshore. The fusion tyrants were extremely convenient as vehicles. They could easily traverse various terrains. However, lacking a shock absorption system, players would feel very bumpy when running. Fana quickly adapted to this new type of vehicle as she sat on the fusion tyrant's shoulder, surveying her surroundings. Realm Lord Fang Heng, it seems that the direction ahead is not towards the northern forest area. Yes, you're right. We are not going towards the northern forest area. There were a large number of high-level federal players gathered in the northern forest tomb area. It wasn't necessary to confront them head-on. Fang Heng felt he couldn't win. Plus, he didn't want to directly engage in conflict with the federal forces. It was better to try entering from another direction. For example, the tomb they encountered at the lakeside in the west. It was also a tomb. Perhaps they could gather more useful information from there and find other ways to rescue the trapped Black Castle team. At worst, he could rely on Black Castle's mind control ability to help deal with elite-level semi-mechanical aberrant crocodiles. Whatever the calculation, it wouldn't be a loss. With my current strength, I can't afford to confront the federal forces head-on. I have a good idea that I need your help with. Fana lightly nodded, refraining from further questioning. She had already thought things through. Since she chose to trust Fang Heng, she would support him to the fullest extent, within a certain range. Soon, the group arrived at the edge of the forest outside the lake. Lu Yanlong and Fana's group jumped down from the shoulders of the fusion tyrants. Looking at the semi-mechanical life forms looming on the riverbank in the distance, doubt flickered across the faces of Fana and her companions. When they had explored the surrounding area a few days ago, they noticed the presence of tombs in this area as well. However, compared to a few days ago, the lake area had shrunk significantly to about 1/6 of its original size. There were far fewer semi-mechanical aberrant creatures roaming near the lake shore. The expressions of the group couldn't help but change a bit. 2 days had passed, and the situation had changed. Were all these changes related to Fang Heng? Fang Heng clapped his hands. The fusion tyrants emerged from the forest once again with heavy energy beam weapons, forming to rows and aiming their barrels at the lake area. Seeing the weapons in the hands of the fusion tyrants, the expressions of Fana and her group changed even more. Fusion tyrants! Fang Heng could control more fusion tyrants than she had originally anticipated. And this group of fusion tyrants could even operate heavy beam weapons. Equipped with weapons of high technological level, the attacking power of the fusion tyrants had increased several levels. Even high-level players would find it challenging to deal with them. However, more than this, Fana was more curious as to why Fang Heng had brought them here. That makes things much simpler. In theory, it should be completely achievable. Fana nodded in agreement. She continued, within the mutant body resides a form of mind control left by their kin. We can stimulate that part to temporarily lose control, pushing them into a berserk state. But you must also be careful, as their abilities will be enhanced in that state. Good. Fang Heng's spirits lifted. Just as he expected, the Black Castle's people could handle elite creatures. As long as they could deal with the troublesome elite monsters beneath the lake, Lu Yanlong would be able to easily drain the water later on. Breaking through the yellow barrier outside the tomb was imminent. Fang Heng nodded towards Lu Yanlong beside him. The latter gestured that he was ready. Prepare for battle. Rumble! Rumble, rumble! Suddenly, a large group of red lickers burst out of the surrounding dense forest. The licker group rapidly gathered together and directly rushed towards the half-mechanical mutant crocodile on the shallow shore of the lake. Boom! Boom, boom, boom! Rearward, the fused tyrant creature pulled the trigger of their heavy energy beam weapon, causing widespread indiscriminate blasts in the front. In the end, the undead controlled trebuchets, launching the vine-covered flame barrel zombies into the distant lake. Boom! Just like in the morning, the lake once again turned into a sea of flames. Fana and the Black Castle players behind her had changing expressions, exchanging glances with each other. Could Fang Heng really control such a large number of undead creatures? And with tactical coordination too. The burning lake was meant to deal with the creatures lurking beneath the waters, preventing them from taking advantage of the terrain and launching an attack. The front was blocked by the lickers, while the fused tyrant creatures from the rear served as the main firepower. Fana and her group were high-level players in the game, entering this world through special items. Their abilities were strong, and their insights were sharp. After careful observation, they quickly noticed the differences in this group of lickers. High health points, and that terrifying self-recovery ability. Naturally, they also had weaknesses. The output of the lickers was clearly insufficient to cause fatal damage to the mutant crocodile. But these shortcomings were compensated for by the continuous bombardment of the fused tyrant creature's energy beam weapons from the rear. Fana looked at Feng Heng, her expression flickering. A very good tactical arrangement. She realized that Wu Xiang's evaluation of Feng Heng was correct. Feng Heng's strength was much greater than they had estimated. Perhaps. Fana's anticipation grew slightly. Perhaps Feng Heng really had the ability to break through the outer barrier of another tomb. Everyone, it's your turn to perform. Feng Heng clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, pointing towards the lake in the distance. Fana and the others followed Feng Heng's gaze. On the lake, an elite-level half-mechanical mutant crocodile gradually surfaced. The elite crocodile was accustomed to its old opponents over the past 2 days. After surfacing, it immediately launched a series of over a dozen fused concentrated flames towards the direction of the lake. Boom! Boom, boom, boom! The riverbank area was once again engulfed in intense burning and flying limbs. The Black Castle players looked serious. They knew exactly what they had to do, lining up and creating a mark in front of them with their hands. Softly, Fana said, Feng Heng, we will use psychic skills to influence the elite creatures, which will also lead to their infinite hatred towards us. Please make sure to protect us. Of course. Feng Heng gave Fana a thumbs up and curiously glanced at the Black Castle players using psychic skills nearby. He didn't understand at all. His all-knowing eye did not have the option of psychic skills, so he couldn't learn them. After observing for a while, he looked away. But soon, the psychic skills took effect. The elite crocodile that had been lurking under the lake unseen fired its cannon, and Crimson Eyes, for the first time, left the lake bed and charged directly towards the Black Castle players. Immediately, the lickers on the shore rushed towards the elite crocodile. The massive elite crocodile ran at full speed, like a charging bull, slamming into the lickers blocking its path. It headed straight towards the Black Castle players. Feng Heng let out a disdainful snort. The elite crocodile had lost its environmental advantage and its sanity. It was now easier to deal with. The fused tyrant creatures at the edge of the forest all aimed their heavy beam weapons at the elite crocodile. Rumble! Rumble, rumble! The concentrated beams hit the elite crocodile accurately. Its huge body made it extremely difficult for the elite crocodile to dodge the beam attacks. After a round of barrage, the elite crocodile was immediately blasted backward. Flesh ripped open. Meanwhile, a large number of lickers pounced on the crocodile. Their sharp teeth viciously tore at the crocodile, hanging on its body, their claws constantly inflicting damage. Some of the lickers had completed the original prey transformation. After the transformation, the lickers did not significantly improve in their attacking abilities. The Ash Resurrection effect only occurred once. It seemed quite ordinary, just as Feng Heng had initially estimated. Currently, the number of transformed zombie lickers was too small, and they had not yet reached a stable state, so their effectiveness seemed limited. Once their numbers increased, and they reached a stable state, the lickers would be able to resurrect infinitely. The ability to be unkillable was their biggest reliance. In a short moment, the elite crocodile was covered with lickers, severely impeding its movement. It couldn't charge anymore. After 2 rounds of barrages from the fused tyrant creatures, the elite crocodile was already struggling. At this moment, it was still affected by the psychic control skill, filled with hatred. With its heavy body, it continued to move closer to the Black Castle players. Suddenly, the elite mutant stopped in its tracks, opening its massive maw. Visible flames flickered in its mouth. Fana's expression changed abruptly. This wasn't good. Unless hitting a weak spot, the combination Tyrant Body has an incredibly high 85% damage reduction effect. It also has a terrifying health boost and a bug-level health recovery effect from the Undead Body effect. This amount of damage is nothing to fear at all. The flames on the bodies of the tyrants are quickly fading. After delivering the final blow, the elite crocodile was completely shattered under another round of beam weapons from the combination Tyrant Bodies. Hint: player Undead Duplicate Combination Tyrant Body Form successfully kills the elite half-mechanical aberrant crocodile. Player gains 320 survival points. It's a pity didn't get a tier to mutation crystal. Feng Heng glanced at the game prompt, feeling regretful. Moreover, the elite crocodile was killed by the combination Tyrant Bodies using heavy beam weapons. The body was severely damaged. Whether they could collect the internal converter mentioned by Qiu Yao Kong was still up in the air. Immediately, The vine zombie slowly moved over, dragging the carcass of the elite crocodile away from the combat area. More ordinary undead duplicates that had not been modified gathered from the forest, beginning to collect from the fused elite crocodile, with progress bars appearing above their heads. Related game prompts started appearing on Fang Heng's retinas. Hint: player undead duplicate collecting from an unknown lifeform remains. Hint: player undead duplicate collects broken unknown mechanical parts. Well, he couldn't determine if the collection was successful with his current research level. He would just have to bring them back to Victor for inspection later. Fang Heng thought, then looked towards the Black Castle group beside him. How is everyone doing? The Black Castle group stopped their mind control skills and nodded to Fang Heng. The masked individual seemed reluctant to speak, showing a submissive appearance to Fana, who saw the normal undead group hidden in the forest and grew even more curious. How many undead duplicates could Fang Heng control in the end? She put aside her doubts and nodded, saying, "Well, it's a bit burdensome, but acceptable. Just a slight rest, and I'll be fully recovered." "Good, take it slowly. We'll find a way to solve them one by one," Fang Heng said, raising his head to look into the distance. On the lake surface, the second and third elite-level semi-mechanical aberrant crocodiles had emerged from below the water. The Black Castle members wearing masks nodded in understanding, and once again gathered an imprint in front of them. Soon, influenced by the psychic skills, the second elite half-mechanical aberrant crocodile was also affected and rushed towards the shallows without considering anything. Boom! Boom boom! As they left the lake shore, the prepared combination tyrant bodies raised their high-energy beam weapons and shot at the elite crocodile simultaneously. The subsequent feeders rushed crazily towards them. This time, the elite aberrant crocodile didn't even get a chance to launch a concentrated flame cannon attack. After 4 rounds of shooting, the elite aberrant creature was completely destroyed. Fana stood on the side, observing the battlefield. Compared to before, Fang Heng's coordination in controlling the undead duplicates was more skillful, and a hint of joy appeared on Fang Heng's face. Here it comes. Hint: player undead duplicate combination tyrant body form kills the half-mechanical aberrant crocodile elite. Player discovers a tier to mutation crystal. Good news! Elite crocodiles can drop tier to crystals. Fang Heng reached out towards the front, and a black crystalline structure with patterns flew into his hand, quickly merging into the imprint on his hand. With this, there was now a way to obtain tier to mutation crystals. It was hopeful to reach level 36. Fang Heng's spirits were lifted, looking towards Fana. Fana nodded, indicating they could continue. The status of the Black Castle members was still acceptable. The faster Fang Heng dealt with the elite monsters, the less their consumption. However, Fana was still very worried. At their current rate of clearing, it would take at least another 2 to 3 days to completely eradicate all the semi-mechanical aberrant creatures. Was there enough time? Fang Heng withdrew his gaze, his expression uplifted. Very well. Let's continue. Time passed minute by minute. Fang Heng followed suit, using the mind control abilities of the Black Castle players to lure and kill the elite semi-mechanical aberrant crocodiles one by one from beneath the lake surface. As 6 elite creatures were successively eliminated, the burning surface of the lake temporarily calmed down, with no more long-range concentrated flame cannons appearing. With the absence of elite monsters, the survival rate of the frontline feeders greatly increased, and they could move on to the next step. Fang Heng gestured towards Lu Yanlong. Lu Yanlong had been waiting for this moment for a long time. With the elite creatures dealt with, he could finally start the drainage process. He made an okay gesture towards Fang Heng. Up. The combination tyrant bodies threw the prepared slate into the distant lake. Splash. Fang Heng's right eye quickly displayed a rapidly swirling magic circle pattern, while his hands formed an imprint in front of him. Gather. Swiftly. The slate magic circle activated, opening a spatial channel above the slate. The water flow immediately poured in through the space channel. A huge vortex appeared on the lake surface. The Black Castle group resting on the side once again looked amazed at Lu Yanlong and Fang Heng's actions. Drainage through spatial power? Is there such an ability? Did they want to completely clear the entire lake area topography like this? During the break, several Black Castle players exchanged glances. Last time, outside another tomb, the Black Castle had gone through great lengths to break through the external aberrant creatures, paying a considerable price. Now, It seemed that Fang Heng could also achieve similar results. Lu Yanlong had been exhausted from dealing with the elite crocodiles for the past 2 days, and now with no disruptions from them, he could focus all his efforts on controlling the spatial channel. The water flowed continuously through the spatial channel, rapidly draining out. The process continued for over 10 minutes. Ripples appeared again on the lake's surface. Here it comes again! Another elite aberrant crocodile emerged from the lake, revealing its torso. Mind control! Fana immediately gathered the Black Castle players to use control skills on the elite crocodile. The standoff lasted for a full 4 hours, and Fang Heng, with the sporadic help of the combination tyrant bodies, managed to eliminate over a dozen elite aberrant crocodiles in total, finally draining the water from the entire lake. Standing at a distance, the group could now see the lakebed with their naked eyes. Lu Yanlong returned, having been greatly exhausted by the prolonged use of the spatial skills. He had reached his limit. There were still many semi-mechanical elite aberrant creatures remaining in the lake water area. Fang Heng had encountered a rather big trouble. Everything has come to this. With one more effort, we can completely clear out the despotic bodies on the lake area today. As long as we break the yellow seal barrier, they can access the internal tomb area. Now retreat? Fana, unwilling, asked. Why? Well, we are running out of ammunition. Fana glanced at the fused despotic bodies behind her and fell into silence. She still couldn't accept this. If you need assistance, I can try to find a team to help clear out these creatures. We have the capability to deal with the subsequent energy barrier force fields. No need, let's call it a day for now. Fang Heng waved his hand. He pointed to the group of creatures mutating into crystal explosions. Without the environmental protection of the lake water, the strength of the semi-mechanical distorted giant crocodile was greatly reduced. In the end, it was just a cleanup job, as long as we have enough ammunition. Fang Heng said, "You have important matters to attend to tonight, right?" Fana frowned at the words and nodded. She understood Fang Heng's intentions. It was getting dark soon. Tonight, they would launch an attack on the federal base. Extremely important. They needed to delay the establishment of the 5th-level spatial teleportation channel by the Federation. Lord Fang Heng, will you participate in tonight's raid on the federal base? Fana looked at Fang Heng, feeling conflicted. She had just witnessed the power of the zombies controlled by Fang Heng. If Fang Heng joined the attack tonight, it would definitely cause major trouble for the Federation. However, if Fang Heng intervened, the Federation might discover his identity through various clues. No. But I will return to the federal base and try to create some chaos from within, Fang Heng replied. Okay, please be careful. Fang Heng then asked, by the way, for tonight's attack, will you focus on a specific direction? Which direction are you planning to attack the federal base from? South, where we control a small group of elite-level creatures and have managed to influence a leader-level creature, Fana replied. Okay, Fang Heng nodded. He planned to obtain some ammunition from the Federation later and make his escape. After the group from Black Castle left, Fang Heng's zombie avatars would retreat and clean up the battlefield. Fang Heng looked at Lu Yanlong leaning against a big tree and asked, "How are you holding up?" "Not great. I'm almost exhausted," Lu Yanlong replied wearily, gesturing to Fang Heng to help him up. Continuously controlling them was extremely exhausting for him. But at least the mission was accomplished. Using spatial skills, they managed to drain all the water from the lake. A small achievement in life. They would have more to talk about over dinner and drinks. Fang Heng asked, "We need to figure out a way to obtain energy weapon ammunition from the Federation. Any suggestions?" "It won't be easy. The Federation has strict control over such items. I'll try to contact some resources offline and see if we can find any through the company," Lu Yanlong suggested. "Shall we go back to the federal base and see if there are any relevant tasks there?" "Let's go." "Let's head back." The two immediately jumped on the shoulders of the fused despotic bodies and headed back towards the federal base area. Federal base. Fang Heng stood in front of the notice board screen, observing. In recent days, with the direct support of the 12 major factions in the West and the official military forces of the Central Federation joining, the overall defense strength of the base had multiplied. The outpost guarding tasks that were previously outsourced were now all handled by support teams provided by the 12 factions. The tasks available for ordinary player teams were mainly limited to assisting within the base. Apart from that, most tasks involved building structures and exploring the surrounding areas. After 2 days of intensive construction, large temporary factories were set up within the base. They resembled a series of neatly arranged large containers. Lu Yanlong explained softly to Feng Heng. The previous commander was replaced due to inefficiency. The new commander is named Josh, but he seems equally unwelcoming to our company, Starfish Corporation. The high-energy beam weapon ammunition that Feng Heng needed fell under the category of federally controlled strategic assets, making it difficult to exchange under normal circumstances. Only after accepting specific tasks would they be allowed to make the exchange, such as the previous guard tower mission. In fact, the research and development team during the zombie apocalypse also equipped the fused despotic bodies with a heavy-duty rotary machine gun for combat. The rotary machine gun had rapid firing speed, but lagged in terms of output compared to energy weapons. If they couldn't acquire the ammunition, Feng Heng would have to find alternatives. It's still a bit lacking, Feng Heng thought to himself. He quickly scanned through the tasks provided by the Federation, contemplating how to obtain an adequate amount of energy weapon ammunition from the Federation. Weapon ammunition could be stored in the backpack, but with a limit. Exceeding a quarter of the box's capacity would incur additional weight penalties in the game, making it difficult to move. To transport larger amounts, trucks would be needed. After glancing through the task listings, Feng Heng realized there were no suitable tasks for him. Nearby, another player from the Starfish Corporation approached and whispered a few words to Lu Yanlong. Really? Lu Yanlong's eyes showed a hint of surprise. After receiving confirmation from his colleague, he turned to Feng Heng and said, "Boss Feng, our company managed to make contact." "Oh, Obsidian Corporation. They have an urgent commission now and are willing to exchange it for high-energy beam weapon ammunition." Feng Heng furrowed his brow upon hearing the name Obsidian Corporation. It had a significant but negative reputation. Obsidian Corporation was one of the major factions in the West Federation and had a bad reputation outside. They often bullied the large and small companies they worked with. Despite many investors from other regions being constantly duped by them, the number of people willing to do business with Obsidian Corporation was dwindling. However, with the company's relationship with the West Federation, they maintained a monopoly in business. Crossing them could lead to retaliation from the Federation using various means. Lu Yanlong hesitated a bit. The task delegation itself was not a problem. The company's chief mechanic had already been coordinating the project and confirmed that it could be completed, currently preparing to bring maintenance resources to enter the teleportation channel. The main issue was that the reputation of the Obsidian Company's group was not very good. They felt extremely unreliable. Feng Heng thought for a moment. Let's give it a try. The level of security at the camp in front of them had increased significantly compared to a few days ago. The internal area was tightly guarded, making it quite difficult to sneak in and move the supplies out. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Let's give it a shot. If it doesn't work, we'll have to figure out a way to attack the federal camp along with the Black Castle. Destroy their homes, take their goods. Lu Yanlong nodded. Okay, our people are already on the way and will soon meet us through the zombie apocalypse teleportation channel. Feng Heng, do you want to come with us to take a look? Yes, let's go together. Lu Yanlong nodded and immediately returned with Feng Heng to the square steely teleportation point. About an hour later, Lu Yanlong, along with a group of over 10 mechanical maintenance personnel from the Sea Star Company, gathered and drove several off-road vehicles into the area of Outpost 6. En route, Feng Heng obtained the specific task information from the Sea Star Company's mechanical maintenance supervisor. Since the last federal camp was breached, there had been a significant increase in investment in guarding the camp. It was said that besides the sudden appearance of high-level creatures in the western area, there was also a connection with an inside man within the camp. Considering security, many important commissions of the Federal were not directly released to the public. Only large official player teams closely cooperating with the Federal, like the 12 consortiums, were responsible for guarding outposts and other important tasks. The task of guarding Outpost 6 by the Obsidian Company was allocated after discussions at the Western Federal Council. The Federal had also provided a large amount of military supplies. For a large conglomerate like the Obsidian Company, guarding the outpost for an hour was a piece of cake. However, the ambitions of the Obsidian Company did not stop there. During their previous reconnaissance, they discovered that a boss-level aberrant biological entity was hiding near Outpost 6. They suspected that this aberrant being might be related to certain tasks. In order to trigger the task and to kill the boss-level creature for rewards, the Obsidian Company consciously chose to guard Outpost 6. Through certain internal means, they secretly borrowed a compressed crystal cannon from the Western Federal. This weapon was quite formidable. It could cause massive damage, even to boss-level creatures. After borrowing the compressed crystal cannon, they planned to return it once they had used it, doing things sneakily. However, they did not anticipate that there would be some trouble during the process of killing the boss. Though they eventually succeeded in defeating the boss, the Obsidian Company indeed gained many benefits. But unfortunately, during the battle, the corrosive secretion sprayed by the boss's second stage form damaged the borrowed compressed crystal cannon. The cannon was now damaged. These 3 compressed crystal cannons were originally lent by the Central Federal to the Western Federal for guarding the camp, which were extremely rare. They were supposed to be returned as soon as they finished using them. But now, an error had occurred. Things had become complicated. So the Obsidian Company secretly sought help to repair them. Meanwhile, the off-road vehicles, guided by the Obsidian Company guards, drove into Outpost 6 and stopped outside the warehouse. Lu Yanlong and his team got out of the vehicle. Inside the warehouse, Midville, the director in charge of the task for the Obsidian Company, was agitated, urging his subordinates while sweating profusely. If the Federal discovered that there was an issue with the compressed crystal cannon, it would definitely bring trouble to their company. Midville believed he knew the Obsidian Company very well. Pressured by the Central Federal, he would definitely become the scapegoat for the company, facing the anger of the Western Federal and Central Federal. While inwardly cursing his subordinates, he urgently gathered the company's senior mechanics to repair the cannon before returning it. But time was running out. The company's own technical personnel were not proficient in repairs. In desperation, they had to release news through private channels, recruiting some high-level mechanical engineers for repair. As long as it could be fixed, the price was negotiable. Watching the chaos of the logistics warehouse manager and repair personnel, Midville's blood pressure soared. It can't be repaired. This is not a technical problem. Currently, we lack the high-precision instrument parts needed for the repair. The corrosive damage can only be treated by replacement. There is no way to continue using it. Several repairmen were also helpless. The damage to the cannon was extremely severe. With the company's current capabilities, they could not complete the repair. Just then, Lu Yanlong and his team of repairmen arrived. We are from the C-Star Company and have discussed relevant cooperation with your company offline. We have been waiting for you for so long. Why did you take so long? Midville, who had been waiting impatiently, asked in a bad tone. Are you the repairman? Follow me, over here. The warehouse manager, as if seeing a savior, immediately walked up and called Lu Yanlong over to help inspect the compressed crystal cannon and find a way to repair it together. Lu Yanlong nodded to the mechanical repair supervisor who had accompanied them. The repair team followed to inspect the cannon. Fang Heng was also curious about the compressed crystal cannon and followed the repair team to the energy cannons in the warehouse. The compressed crystal cannon was a special weapon that combined beam weaponry and mystical knowledge. It could release a beam of compressed energy with a magical attack effect, powerful against large creatures. The entire cannon was about 5 meters long, with a barrel diameter of 0.5 meters, made of a special magic alloy and quite heavy. It required significant effort to move. Repairing it would need mechanical skills and mystical knowledge, making the repair requirements quite high. From a glance, the cannon already had numerous corroded pits and dents on it. After a thorough examination, the C-Star Company's repair supervisor quickly returned and whispered a few words to Lu Yanlong. Lu Yanlong looked towards Midville. Perhaps due to his bad mood, Midville's tone was very unpleasant as he asked, "How is it? Can you complete the repairs? The damage is more severe than you described, with a large portion of the special parts needing replacement." He no longer hoped to repair all 3 compressed magic crystal cannons. He just hoped to get through tonight. "Can you do it?" Lu Yanlong nodded and said, "Yes, as long as we can get through it, there shouldn't be a problem. We brought some precision parts in advance this time." The warehouse supervisor was pleasantly surprised and asked, "Really? Can you repair them all within an hour?" "We'll do it as quickly as possible. We should be able to make it," Lu Yanlong said. Looking towards Midvale on the side, he confirmed, "As for the rewards." Midvale replied in a low voice, "Just focus on getting the job done quickly. The reward will definitely satisfy you. Our Obsidian company has always been fair." Lu Yanlong felt uneasy hearing this. It seemed like the other party didn't realize his reputation outside. He couldn't help but look at Fang Heng. Seeing Fang Heng nod slightly, Lu Yanlong also nodded at the maintenance supervisor of the company. "Let's start repairs." Ocean Star Company is a professional mining company that specializes in auxiliary tasks, including high-end repair services. Their professionalism and after-sales service are highly praised in the industry. This is one of the reasons why the Obsidian Company sought their help. Ocean Star Company had inquired about the mechanical models that needed repair in advance and had spent a large sum of money to purchase some parts directly from the black market to bring over. Midvale finally saw a glimmer of hope in the situation and felt a sense of relief. There was even a feeling of lucky escape. Fang Heng also had knowledge of mechanical repair techniques and mysticism, but this time he did not join the repair team and quietly observed from the sidelines without saying a word. The entire warehouse was very quiet, with only the faint sound of parts colliding. The repair technicians of Ocean Star Company were elite, and after nearly an hour, all 3 compressed magic crystal cannons were repaired one after another. The actual effectiveness was unclear, but at least they appeared undamaged on the surface. Great! All data indicators are normal. The Obsidian Company's logistics warehouse supervisor checked several data points of the compressed magic crystal cannons and, with some excitement, quickly gestured to the team to load the cannons onto the truck and bring them back to the federal camp. "Quick! We need to return the items before tonight's warehouse inventory." Upon hearing this, the people of the Obsidian Company immediately sprang into action, moving the compressed magic crystal cannons onto the truck. Lu Yanlong walked up to Midvale and asked, "Supervisor, about the energy beam weapon ammunition we need." Midvale furrowed his brow with a hint of doubt in his tone. "Energy beam weapon ammunition? What is that?" Fang Heng had been by Lu Yanlong's side all along and noticed the sudden change in expression. Lu Yanlong had a premonition that something was not right. The Obsidian Company's reputation had not been good for a while. Could they be reneging on the deal? "Don't play games with us. You should remember the agreement with our company. Ocean Star Company provides mechanical repair services to the Obsidian Company and keeps it confidential. In exchange, the Obsidian Company is willing to provide us with energy beam weapon ammunition." "All right, you don't need to go on." Midvale waved his hand as if swatting a fly, impatiently interrupting, "That's an issue for our company's management. I'm not quite sure. I only know you came to help us with repairs, and as for this trade, you'd better communicate with our headquarters. I have other matters to attend to now. Sorry for the trouble," Midvale said, walking towards the players outside the warehouse who were loading the truck. "Wait a minute." Lu Yanlong was anxious to clarify the situation, but was blocked by 2 armed players on his way. With a grim expression, Lu Yanlong watched Midvale's retreating figure, cursing wildly in his mind. How could he go back on his word so easily, acting like they had never met before once the problem was solved? This shamelessness was unprecedented for Lu Yanlong and completely shattered his understanding. No wonder few people outside were willing to do business with the Obsidian Company. The more Lu Yanlong thought about it, the more he felt he couldn't swallow this injustice. Seeing Fang Heng walk over to him, Lu Yanlong felt somewhat sorry, speaking in a low voice. "Sorry, Mr. Fang, I didn't expect them to act this way. We'll find a way to communicate with the Obsidian Company offline." "It's not your fault, it was my idea to try," Fang Heng said, looking at the Obsidian Company players outside loading the truck and shaking his head. "Judging from their attitude, offline communication probably won't be effective, and we're running out of time." Fang Heng felt a sense of anger as well. Given the Obsidian Company's arrogant attitude, he didn't hold much hope for offline communication. He was just waiting to receive the ammunition tomorrow. There was no time to argue with the Obsidian Company. "So, what should we do?" Lu Yanlong's face showed bitterness. He really didn't know how to deal with such unreasonable behavior from the Obsidian Company. Fang Heng had a plan in mind and patted Lu Yanlong on the shoulder. "Don't worry. Let the repair personnel rest here for a while. I'll figure something out." After loading the supplies and the 3 compressed magic crystal cannons onto the truck, the player team of the Obsidian Company immediately returned to the federal headquarters. Midvale sat in the front passenger seat of an off-road vehicle, leading the way at full speed. All they needed to do next was to return the magic crystal cannons to the camp warehouse intact. They had finally filled the gap. As for Ocean Star Company, thinking of Liu Yanlong and his team, Midvale couldn't help but smile. Energy beam weapon ammunition was a controlled item of the Federation and couldn't be traded casually to them. If Ocean Star Company had only needed some ordinary supplies, they might have considered it. Unfortunately, the other party was too greedy. In fact, the Obsidian Company had done similar operations before. It was already commonplace for them. Just as Midvale was thinking, he noticed that the speed of the off-road vehicle was gradually slowing down. What's going on? The driver looked at the dark shadow ahead, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Sir, there seems to be something ahead. Midvale's heart was filled with suspicion as he couldn't help but look ahead towards the front of the convoy. What? Suddenly, Midvale's pupils constricted and his heart started pounding faster. Oh no! It's distorted biotic creatures. A group of distorted creatures suddenly appeared on the route leading to the federal base. How could? Where did they come from? Midvale was greatly astonished. This was a verified safe area, guarded by the Federation. Theoretically, there shouldn't have been a group of creatures here. Buzz! Retreat! Evacuate immediately from here! Return to the outpost! The transport team never expected to encounter a group of mutated monsters here. The truck was loaded with goods, lacking proper guards, and only equipped with basic combat capabilities. A huge group of mutated locusts suddenly appeared, impossible to resist. The locusts flew towards the off-road vehicle Midvale was driving, attacking wildly. The mutated locusts continuously collided with the windshield of the driver's cabin. Midvale, stunned in the car, saw the windshield quickly covered with a swarm of locusts. Quick! Evacuate! Return to the outpost area! Midvale urged the driver to escape frantically. The driver felt his scalp tingle, forced the off-road vehicle to make a 180-degree turn based on memory, and sped off backwards, racing all the way. With the pedal to the metal, the driver forcefully broke free from the swarm of mutated locusts. The locusts clinging to the windshield were gradually flung off. Escaped. Did the locusts not seem intent on pursuing them? Midvale broke out in a cold sweat, but before he could relax, he suddenly remembered something and quickly looked back through the car window. Damn it! The off-road vehicle could escape, but the situation for the trucks carrying supplies behind was critical. They were heavily loaded, and turning the trucks around would take time. Any delay would allow the swarming locusts to surround the vehicles. The locusts seemed very interested in the transporting goods on the trucks, gathering around them, continuously colliding with the trucks. There was also a compression magic crystal cannon mounted at the back of the transport trucks. The sound of continuous impacts filled the air. Reinforcements! Quickly, get the outpost to send support. Midvale realized the danger, his face pale, shouting hoarsely. Before his subordinates could request aid, the swarm of mutated locusts had already flipped several transport trucks completely. The compression magic crystal cannon mounted on the trucks also crashed heavily to the ground, emitting dull thuds. Midvale's face turned frighteningly grim. The mutated locust swarm attacked continuously for 2 minutes, then suddenly seemed to lose interest in the trucks and swiftly departed like a gust of wind. The driver, astonished, opened his mouth. Gone again! It had been about 2 minutes from the initial attack until now. The swarms of locusts came and went swiftly, leaving only a mess behind. Midvale said in a somber tone, "Quick! Drive over and take a look." The off-road vehicle returned to the attack trucks. The trucks had already been overturned by the swarm of mutated locusts. The drivers inside the trucks had not suffered much injury, but the transported goods had been severely damaged. The compression magic crystal cannon, a precision instrument, was already pockmarked and even cracked in several places after the continuous onslaught. A maintenance worker inspected the damaged cannon and then turned pale, saying, "The compression magic crystal cannon is severely damaged and can no longer be used. It needs thorough repairs." Damn it! Midvale was on the verge of losing his cool. Everything was going fine, but why did they have to encounter a surprise attack from a group of mutated monsters? He immediately thought of something and turned back to shout at his subordinates, "Where are the people from Starfish Company? They're still at the outpost. When we left, They were still there communicating with the company's upper management. Delay them. Make sure they stay. By any means necessary. I must see them. Midville instructed loudly. Quick, gather all the parts and return to the outpost immediately. The entire transport team hurriedly sprang into action. Leaving the trucks behind, Midville led the way back to the outpost in the off-road vehicle. In a nearby dense forest, more than 20 players wearing masks looked towards Fana. Fana, controlling this batch of creatures has cost us a lot of energy, which will affect part of our plan tonight. Is it really worth it? Yes, I think it's necessary. Fana withdrew her gaze. Tell Fang Heng the mission is complete. Now let's see what he does next. Inside Outpost No. 6, the Starfish Company team failed to reach an agreement with the upper management of Obsidian Corporation. Lu Yanlong, filled with rage, was preparing to leave with the repairman. Manager Fang, the company just had a conversation with the upper management of Obsidian Corporation. They seem so indifferent, saying that the products we want are listed on the Federation's prohibited trading list, so they cannot proceed with the deal. They hope we can exchange for other equivalent items, and they even brought over an exchange list. Humph, all the items on the list are common goods. Who wants them? Did we go to all this trouble for such rubbish? Lu Yanlong did not hide his frustration. Such underground transactions were often shady and had no formal contracts. They had no choice but to accept the situation. Obsidian Corporation had no shame, but they did. Lu Yanlong was indignant all the way, but Fang Heng seemed completely unconcerned, even instructing his companions to pack up and prepare to leave, which puzzled Lu Yanlong. This did not seem like Fang Heng's usual style of doing things. Manager Fang, things are almost packed up. Are we really leaving like this? Let's go. Stay calm. They will come looking for us, Fang Heng said calmly. Lu Yanlong was unsure of what Fang Heng was planning and dejectedly waved to the team of engineers behind him. Let's go, brothers. Just as they were about to leave, a player from the outpost hurriedly approached and stopped in front of the off-road vehicle, blocking the path of those about to depart. Friends from Starfish Company, please wait a moment. Lu Yanlong, in a bad mood, paid no attention and leaned out of the window to sarcastically ask, "What's the matter? Now you're not letting us go. Is there a federal law prohibiting us from leaving?" "No, not at all. We might have had a misunderstanding." The warehouse supervisor, with a smile on his face, said, "Director Midville will be back soon. He instructed you to stay temporarily. He wants to chat with you personally." Lu Yanlong's heart was stirred upon hearing this, wondering if there might be a turn of events. He couldn't help but signal Fang Heng with his eyes. Fang Heng subtly shook his head. He quickly blocked the off-road vehicle in front, continued to apologize with a smile, and said, "Please stay calm. Director Midwell will be here soon to discuss the matter of the energy weapons ammunition with you all." The mention of high-energy beam weapon ammunition made Lu Yanlong's heart burn with anger. Energy weapon ammunition? Weren't you claiming earlier that you knew nothing? How come you suddenly remember now? Get out of the way. Don't block the road. Lu Yanlong was about to step on the gas when a speeding off-road vehicle approached, bypassing the numerous guards at the entrance and stopping in front of Lu Yanlong and his group. Midwell hurriedly got out of the car and looked at Lu Yanlong's team, who were about to leave, saying in a deep voice, "You can't leave yet. The compressed crystal cannon has not been repaired yet. According to our agreement, you need to complete the repairs before leaving." Lu Yanlong was stunned. Not fixed. He turned to look at the company's mechanical supervisor in the back seat. The mechanical supervisor shook his head repeatedly. "It's impossible. We have all tested it. After the repair by the maintenance team, the compressed crystal cannon may have some efficiency issues, but they are definitely usable. Get off the car. You will see it soon." In less than 5 minutes, a truck carrying the severely damaged crystal cannon returned to the outpost area. When the company's mechanics saw the severely damaged compressed crystal cannon on the truck, their faces showed concern. It had been less than 20 minutes since they left the convoy. What had they experienced during this time? How did it end up in such a sorry state? At that moment, Lu Yanlong suddenly understood what had happened and glanced secretly at Fang Heng beside him. "That's right. Mr. Fang. He must have found a way to destroy the crystal cannon. He's a genius." Lu Yanlong felt relieved. Watching Midwell, he seemed more like a clown. No wonder he rushed over in a panic to stop them from leaving. It turned out the crystal cannon broke again. And now they had the nerve to ask them to repair it again? Looking so self-righteous? Treating others like fools. Lu Yanlong couldn't conceal the cold smile on his lips. Midwell, I'm afraid this wasn't caused by our repair work, right? Midwell's face grew serious and pointed at the damaged crystal cannon on the truck, saying, Is it necessary to argue about this? I said it's not fixed, so it's not fixed. Now, repair it immediately. I'm sorry, Director, but we just received news from the company's upper management. Our cooperation with your company has been terminated, and the compensation is no longer needed. I will leave with my team. Stop. Midwell stared at Lu Yanlong, with a hint of malice in his eyes. He hadn't expected the people from C-Star Company to be so tough. In the Western Federal District, most major companies, in fear of the 12 financial moguls' reputation, would usually just accept losses in cooperation and swallow their pride. The bigger companies knew the tricks of the Obsidian Company and wouldn't cooperate with them at all. This led Midwell to believe he could continue to bully other partners as before. C-Star Company, don't you want to do business in the Federation anymore? Not entirely, but relying solely on your Obsidian Company won't affect the entire Federation. Lu Yanlong mocked, gesturing for his team of mechanics to prepare to leave. Midwell clenched his jaw, watching C-Star Company make the decision to leave. After a moment of silence, he said, There are only 30 boxes of energy beam weapon ammunition in Outpost 6 now. Once the compressed crystal cannon is repaired, you can take them all. Only 30 boxes. Lu Yanlong frowned. Feng Heng, sitting in the driver's seat, lightly nudged Lu Yanlong, taking the lead. We agreed on 100 boxes of ammunition. A second repair would require more parts. We need 100 boxes. Are you bargaining with me? Midwell stared at Feng Heng, his eyes filled with anger and hostility. He felt a sense of impending danger. How dare someone try to negotiate with them? Feng Heng remained silent. He neither nodded nor shook his head, nor did he speak. Midwell gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Yanlong. Who is he? Can he represent C-Star Company? He is a senior mechanical maintenance engineer, one of the partners of our C-Star Company, so he can certainly represent us. Midwell reluctantly accepted it and said sternly, I don't have that much energy weapon ammunition on hand, only 30 boxes. I'll make arrangements for the remaining 170 boxes tomorrow. But you must start the repairs now. Feng Heng continued, we have to take the 30 boxes of ammunition back with us first. Midwell nodded to a soldier beside him, indicating to take them down to collect the supplies. Is it okay now? I need you to start the repairs immediately. Feng Heng nodded. Lu Yanlong finally got out of the off-road vehicle and instructed the C-Star Company mechanics to start the repair work again. Feng Heng followed and walked to the damaged compressed crystal cannon, observing its condition and silently nodding in approval. To be honest, the work done by Heibao was impressive. He then walked up to Midwell and said, It's too late. Based on the current state of the crystal cannon, it's impossible to complete the repair within half an hour. Midwell's veins bulged on his neck as he roared, I don't want to hear excuses. You must do it. Within an hour, we must return the compressed crystal cannon. If there's a problem, your entire C-Star Company will be held responsible. Seeing Midwell's raging incompetence, Lu Yanlong shrugged and felt secretly pleased. With the crystal cannon in this condition, it's impossible to repair it within half an hour no matter who you bring in. However, there might be a solution. Suppressing his anger, Midwell asked, What solution? The compressed crystal cannon consumes a lot of energy and has a long cooldown period. Initially, the Federal Defense Night Distortion entity didn't even need it. We can first partially restore the external appearance of some of the crystal cannons, at least to make it look intact. Midwell furrowed his brow. And then? What about when it's needed? I will go with the maintenance team into the Federal camp. As long as we finish repairing the crystal cannon before the Federal officially uses the crystal cannon, no one will be able to tell. Midwell frowned. He knew time was scarce. This situation seemed unsolvable. The camp area is currently under martial law. The ordinary player teams employed by the Federation are mostly assigned to guard the outer perimeter, completely isolated from the inner security protection zone. This is done to prevent any inside traitors. The newly appointed Federation commander, Josh, has learned from his predecessor's mistakes and is determined not to make the same mistake twice in the same place. The Black Castle is formidable, and it is quite normal to have several spies planted within the camp. After the truck entered the Federation camp, it headed straight into a large container warehouse in the internal logistics area. The camp is still under construction, and many warehouses on the outside all appear to be similar large container warehouses.